Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese2753.
Tonight, literally this afternoon.
Joining me, yes, midday. Also, Greenline's here.
Against his will. No, I'm just kidding. I'm very disgruntled the Green Line is here, but yes, here nonetheless.
Off to a great start. Footnotes here.
Hello. Randy's not here yet.
Yes. Okay, so I need to I didn't start sharing the screen yet. Hold on, yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one tonight. So do you guys remember I talked about like the concept of like you got the triangle, have a good show, watch the watch club, make extra content or merch, pick one? Well, when it's a 2-week worth of articles, pick none, have a shit show train wreck of a podcast. That's basically what we're going to do tonight. Although
well, actually what you chose is all, right?
Yeah. So I'm just going to open up some of these tabs real quick. And then we shall screen share and get right into it. Oh god, there's so many. This is a 200.
I can hear
200 tabber, I think. Close, if not exactly. Here we go. Come on. Oh, it just keeps going. Holy shit. I'm definitely going to skip one of these by accident. Whatever. Anyway. Cool. All right. So, first things first. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Site identity. Somebody jump on that.
Customize.
If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, you guys can head over to patreon.com/OCA podcast or patreon.com/anime collector. That's a good way to fund me. Give me monies. You guys can also shop at, well, I guess you go to ocapodcast.com/support for more ways to support us, including direct donations and shopping at our affiliates, such as Tenga, the wonderful world of Tenga, where you can unlock 10% on your next order. And by shopping here, you support yourself and us. And you think of us while you goon. Anyway, let's jump right into this. Let me make sure I'm on the right microphone because I'm not. God damn. I think I'd be good at this by now. All right. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah. You should have the site identity.
Oh, let's check it out. Let's see what Reese put. We will never get tired of winning. Yes. Great segue. So, Trump has been president for almost a month, and a lot of shit has happened. So, first of all, I want to bring up the fact that Google and Apple Maps have renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, but seemingly only in America, which means that this is quickly becoming Trump's Taiwan, right? Like, countries are going to pretend to placate America like the same way that we do for China to pretend it's not a real country, Taiwan.
So who owns the Gulf? No one? We're just all identifying our own gender of the Gulf, or what?
Yep. It's
why was this
international waters,
to be honest?
What's up?
Why was this even an issue, to be honest?
So I'm not sure, like off the top of my head, the specific reasoning, but allegedly there was some sort of like maritime rule or something that access to a certain port or something became dependent on whether or not the Gulf was recognized as part of America or part of Mexico or something like that. And so this was a strategic thing that seemed like nonsense to do. That supposedly, I don't know, there was some sort of strategic benefit to doing it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I think I saw a post. I don't know if it was parody or what. Like there was a thing where they're not allowed to do offshore oil drilling in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
But
so by changing it
Gulf
to the Gulf of America, they now can. Yeah, something like that was something like that. Yeah. Anyway.
I didn't know if that was parody or what.
I think it technically makes a bit more sense because North America encompasses all of the region, right? So to call it Gulf of America.
Yeah, totally.
It's not saying, oh, it belongs
It's
to
not Gulf of United States of America. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So Trump renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Only 2 weeks in, this is from a couple, weeks ago. Only 2 weeks in, Mexico's caved, Panama has caved, Colombia has caved, Venezuela has caved, Canada is panicking. That's still going on, right? Mass deportations, hostages are home, DEI programs ended, bureaucracy slashed, FBI purges are underway, USAID funding canceled. We'll come to that in a minute. Gender ideology eliminated. DOGE already saved billions. 51 intel agents lost their clearance. Border crossings have dropped by 93%. Reservoirs filled up in California, just to name a few. Continuing. Trump also ordered the declassification of the Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy assassinations. And, wouldn't you know it, the FBI has just found over 2,000 secret JFK assassination records that were never provided to the Warren Commission. So, what do you know? Like,
what a coincidence.
God, I can't believe it. Also, this is the office of Kamala D. Harris's website. Now, possibly even back then, I don't know. But if you go to a portion of the website that doesn't exist, the 404 error reads, "This page is unburdened by what has been."
Bro.
Trump has hung up his own mugshot outside the Oval Office.
It feels fitting that he'd embrace the meme of it and go hard into it.
It says here, photo Trump's meeting with Indian Prime Minister Modi revealed an unexpected White House decoration. Trump's 2023 mugshot, framed and gilded, hanging just outside the Oval Office. The infamous booking photo, taken at Fulton County Jail in Georgia, made history as the first for a U.S. president. It's unclear how long it has been displayed, but the placement ensures every world leader visiting the West Wing will see it. Trump previously monetized the image, raising $7.1 million from merchandise within days of his arrest. Winning. All right. Now we're getting into some of the more amazing stuff that's happened so far. So Trump has pardoned, or is to pardon, Edward Snowden. As Whiplash here put it, the deep state's nightmare begins. It's happening. President Donald J. Trump is preparing to issue a full and unconditional pardon for Edward Snowden. The man who sacrificed everything to expose the deep state's crimes is about to receive justice, and the corrupt establishment is panicking. This isn't just about Snowden. This is a direct hit on the intelligence agencies. Hello, Randy.
Hello.
This is a direct hit on the intelligence agencies that have abused their power for decades. The surveillance empire they built to control you is about to be laid bare. The hero who exposed their spying machine, Snowden, revealed that what they had hoped would stay buried forever, that the NSA was illegally spying on every American. Phone calls, emails, private messages, all intercepted, all stored, all without a warrant. Okay, we'll come back to this in a minute. This wasn't about security. This was about control. A system designed to silence dissent and crush opposition. When Snowden blew the whistle, he wasn't just exposing illegal surveillance. He was revealing the deep state's playbook. He showed how big tech, Google, Apple, Facebook, sold out their users, feeding private data to the intelligence agencies. Yes, they have these things called Trump is just the golf collector now. They had these things they called fusion centers, where they would funnel all the data on people, and they were originally, according to the conspiracy theories going around, meant to basically create lists of people who would need to go into the FEMA concentration camps or re-education camps in the event of martial law being enacted by people who did not win the presidency, thank God. So, and for that, they tried to destroy him, referring to Snowden. The deep state's worst fear, Trump and Snowden together. President Trump knows that's what Snowden exposed. He has felt the deep state's wrath firsthand, the fake Russia hoax, the endless witch hunts, the rigged election. The surveillance state wasn't built to protect America. It was built to crush patriots like you. Trump's pardon of Snowden isn't just justice. It's a direct declaration of war against the deep state. This will force America to confront the reality of a corrupt system that spies, manipulates, and censors. What a pardon means. Exposing the deep state's crimes, the government's illegal surveillance program will be laid bare. Holding intelligence agencies accountable, the FBI, CIA, and NSA will face the reckoning they deserve. Destroying big tech's credibility, the companies that helped spy on you will now be exposed. Empowering whistleblowers, patriots who reveal corruption will be protected, not persecuted. Is Snowden not safer in Russia? I mean, maybe. Yes, hello, Stan. Yeah, we're doing an early stream because we have 2 weeks worth of articles and the longest season of Attack on Titan to discuss. The deep state is panicking. They fear this more than anything. They are already deploying their media puppets to smear Snowden and paint Trump's pardon as reckless. They want you distracted, confused, and afraid, but it's too late. The truth is spreading, the people are waking up, and the deep state's control is slipping away. Not only that, but just in the 4 years from now on, where RFK is in charge of Health and Human Services, we will see the general population of America probably lose 50 pounds and also have better, mental health and whatnot, because the shit that they're putting in their body will not be laced with all sorts of endocrine disruptors and whatnot that are going to cause people to regain a little bit of sanity. And naturally, over the course of 4 years doing that, where you reduce taxes on people, get people to start thriving, reduce the amount of pressure that they're feeling, everybody is going to come out better because of this, right? In the United States. This is going to be a blow that they will never recover from in the quote unquote deep state. Let's see. Trump's legacy, a president who fought for you by pardoning Snowden. Trump cements his legacy as the greatest defender of the Constitution in modern history. He's proving once again that he fights for you, not the corrupt elites. This isn't just about one man. This is about taking America back. The surveillance state will fall. The deep state will be exposed, and freedom will rise again. So
as somebody who has friends on both sides of the aisle, I'm curious how Democrats will spin this, not politicians, but Democratic people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, 100%. We'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. I have seen people on Facebook and whatnot that I know who are hardcore lefties who are grasping at any straw they can think of in order to try to paint what's happening as a bad thing. Right. And it's pathetic and cringe.
Especially amount with DOGE and all that, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So we'll come up on that in a minute. So regarding DOGE, one of the things that has been said is nobody elected Elon Musk, right? All that kind of shit. Trump for months on campaign trail. If you vote for me, I'm going to create DOGE and have Elon run it. US votes for him. Trump does exactly what he promised. Democrats, nobody voted for Elon and DOGE, right? 100%, right? So from the Department of Government Efficiency, U.S. taxpayer dollars were going to be spent on the following items, all of which have been canceled. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcision.
That seemed like a worthy investment.
How many people live in Mozambique? Just out of curiosity. Just 100% got to know. Mozambique male population. The male population of Mozambique was 16.31 million people. They're just going to try to circumcise all of them?
I guess. Like,
How much is a circumcision?
oh my god, you're gonna look
does
this
a
up.
circumcision cost?
Dude, this is like a
What the fuck?
What?
At Chrysalis Cosmetics, the cost of adult circumcision can range from $3,000 to $5,000.
you're literally like doing a couple snips. Holy crap. What?
So it is more difficult for adults to get circumcised than for children because the recovery time is a lot longer. When a child is first
Do they
born,
get paid after the operation? Is that where the money goes? Like,
well, after a child is born, the skin is still like forming and everything. So like like the regenerative ability of a child
they're
is
like a titan.
dramatically. Yeah, honestly, like they basically don't even stitch them up. They just cut the skin away and then it kind of heals, in that moment. Like they barely have to do anything. So anyway,
Why is the U.S. is interested in a penis genocide in Mozambique? Apparently,
Like I saw people claiming, like, oh, apparently it uncircumcised reduces the risk of HIV. Like,
No.
what does that have to do with
what
the
the
U.S.?
fuck?
yeah.
How does that work?
Also, why don't you stop ramming people in the ass? If you want to, if you don't
Like,
want
but I don't get how the logic works that just because you're uncircumcised.
Honestly, the only way I see this making sense
they don't know how to clean their dicks. Okay,
is if the $10 million was actually spent creating a propaganda campaign in order to get people in Mozambique to want to go get circumcised for some reason that they put forth. And then, oops, we botched them all today. Now you have no dick. Might as well become transgender now. So just something random bullshit.
They used the forbidden method that actually cut off the shaft.
Too.
Yeah. Whoops. Your foreskin was, I couldn't tell where the foreskins ended and the balls began. So I
started at the shaft and it just kept going. I'm sorry.
Oh, God. Anyway, that's the first line on this thing. $10 million.
I thought you were supposed to stop at the bone.
For Mozambique, voluntary medical male circumcision. $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia.
We have a thing for Cambodia.
$32 million to the Prague Civil Society Center. $40 million.
If they're getting money, are they really independent? Are they really?
We shall see. $40 million for gender equality and women empowerment hub. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova, and $21 million for voter turnout in India. Strengthening political landscapes in Bangladesh for $29 million. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal, $19 million for biodiversity conservation in Nepal, $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia, $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in Southern Africa, $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia, $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models to increase socioeconomic cohesion among marginalized communities in Kosovo, Roma, Ashkali, and Egypt.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So continuing, Cabrutus says, another demonstration that the advancement of these progressive ideologies in our entertainment was never something organic or happening naturally. It was always social engineering. Always. In waste of money, USAID channeled vast sums for DEI LGBTQ programs, says the White House. Here are a few examples of the waste and abuse from the White House, right? $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities. $70,000 for production of a DEI musical in Ireland. $2.5 million for electric vehicles for Vietnam. $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, hundreds of thousands of dollars for a nonprofit linked to designated terrorist organizations, even after an inspector general launched an investigation, millions to Eco Health Alliance, which was involved in research at the Wuhan lab, hundreds of thousands of meals that went to Al-Qaeda affiliated fighters in Syria, funding to print personalized contraceptive birth control devices in developing countries. Are they like 3D printing? Like fitted to your fallopian tube, you know? Hundreds of millions of dollars to fund irrigation canals, farming equipment, and even fertilizer used to support the unprecedented poppy cultivation and heroin production in Afghanistan, benefiting the Taliban. The list literally goes on, and it has all been happening for decades. Under President Trump, the waste, fraud, and abuse ends now. Continuing, DOGE just terminated a $2.3 million contract for a ridiculous VR training course that taught soldiers how to have difficult conversations about DEI. Do I have this?
Oh, yeah, this is great.
I don't know if I uploaded this one. Hold on. I mean, I can screen share the other way. I didn't upload it. Okay, we're gonna screen share this. With audio. All right, you ready for this?
No.
Is an opportunity to have a difficult conversation when it comes to DEIA. There is an avatar, and behind that avatar, there is a trained individual who is going to have the conversation. He or she will be able to either elevate the difficulty of the conversation or back down. And the time that we're living in is we have conversations that are difficult, specifically dealing with people or differences of opinion. It's important for us as individuals and leaders and service members to have these conversations and allow us to practice having these conversations that are often very difficult to have. This is for airmen, this is for guardians, this is for civilians, all ranks enlisted and officer. It's an opportunity to have.
Sorry, we live in a time where we have difficult conversations because we fucking don't. We don't have any of the difficult conversations. That's why we're in the fucking mess we're in.
Do I count as qualified individual to be on the other end of that VR call? Which, by the way, why does it even have to have a VR like FaceTime emoji guy? Why can't you just have a call on a phone?
Seriously,
and
like,
why
is
does
it
cost $2.3 million to do that?
a fucking avatar you created with Loom AI, as it said in the fucking watermark in the corner, that you now are going to have some random black person on the other side of it so that they can talk to you as though they're a white person to break down the barrier? Is that what was happening there? That seemed like that's what was happening there. That they had women and minorities talking to everybody else through an avatar that looked like them, quote unquote, in order to break down the barrier and have the difficult discussions, because you get to talk to somebody that you think is white, but they're telling you the woke black truth or whatever. Like, wow. Also, just in, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin and DOGE just canceled a $50 million environmental justice grant to the Climate Justice Alliance, which believes, quote, climate justice travels through a free Palestine. Our tax dollars funded this.
Ecological warfare is a tool of colonialism. In every colonized place, there are ecological, political, and human crises compounded by the climate crisis. And so it matters when you start the clock of history. History doesn't just determine how you tell the story of the problem. It determines...
I'm sorry. Did Stephen J. Bloom become Indian? Does this guy not look like an Indian filter over Stephen J. Bloom or what?
Yeah.
How we imagine our solutions. Climate change did not begin with the burning of fossil fuels. It began with settler colonialism, imperialism, and extractivism. Similarly, with Palestine, if you start the clock of history at settler colonialism and the British Empire, a new set of liberatory solutions appear. The path to climate justice travels through a free Palestine because both issues reflect the root causes of the crises we are all in. We must begin by healing our relationship with land and restoring indigenous sovereignty. Let's learn from Palestinian resilience and all those loving hands caring for centuries-old olive groves. Honor the land-based traditions like food preservation and Arab hospitality, welcoming people into your home and sharing all you have, and dancing together to the rhythms of the free land and free people. It matters how we care for each other in times of crisis. This is alive in Palestine. Here,
Sorry, dancing together on the graves of your enemies.
and here. And it's what we need to be doing everywhere. We call on all our communities fighting for climate justice to see this as our struggle and to demand that we cut military funding to Israel and be.
I just want to point out, I personally have always agreed with opposing Israel's occupation of Palestine for the historical, like the fact that many of the first prime ministers of Israel were later found to have been the heads of terrorist cells that were strategically driving the Palestinians out of the land of Palestine after Richard Balfour signed the declaration on the behalf of the Queen of England to give the land of Palestine to the Rothschilds during World War I. Okay, I have long been on the side of getting Israel out of basically, recognizing the injustice done to the Palestinians. However, now that you have decided to dip this ice cream in the it's climate change flavor, and you've got your women here with their unshaved armpits, I am now deciding that I don't give a shit anymore. That's how this
It's funny,
works.
like, without colonialism, they wouldn't have the technology to recognize, quote-unquote, climate change.
Right.
To Israel and begin the process of demilitarization so that we can all be free. As we work to free Palestine, Palestine is freeing us.
Oh. Yep. You have successfully de-radicalized me. I now don't give a shit about Palestine.
Huh.
All right. In addition, just in, USAID packages have been found among Hezbollah weapons cache in Lebanon. Oh, how'd that happen? Whoops.
I thought it was a meme all these years that the feds were
That the feds were funding terrorism? God,
Yeah.
all those pictures with John McCain and the ISIS leaders and stuff. It's like, I just thought that was just like a coincidence. He just happened to be there and they're like, hey, John McCain, can we get a photo? We love you. Yeah, no, come on. Fucking obvious this entire goddamn time. Dear Lord. And again, there are people, especially on the left, who are trying to spin this and paint it as something it's not. Like they are so desperate for it to not be a major victory for the people because the person doing it is Orange Man bad. Yeah. Fuck you guys. Seriously. Snowden revealed everything while Obama was president. And Obama's approach was to try to have him killed. Okay? Like, fuck you guys. Also, is there any more perfect symbol for the true face of USAID humanitarian aid than a personally engraved USAID hand grenade awarded to John Bolton? Was there ever any doubt as to what was actually happening at USAID? Trump said this on Truth Social and then reposted it on Twitter. USAID is driving the radical left crazy, and there is nothing they can do about it because the way in which the money has been spent, so much of it fraudulently, is totally unexplainable. The corruption is at levels rarely seen before. Close it down. Yeah, so you guys remember JT Master Jedi? He was a friend that I have from before starting the channel. That when the Vic drama started happening, he sided with Monica and all them because he also wanted to be a voice actor. And then there was that stream that Ricada did where he read the DMs between him and JT Master. Remember that? So JT Master on Facebook has been insufferable about the USAID thing, saying like, well, it's happened. Officially, people are dying because they aren't getting the aid that Elon Musk cut off with USAID. And I'm like, bro,
People are dying
fucking
because
pull
of
back
USAID.
for a second. Yeah, seriously. We're funding terrorism. Dumb shit. Like, okay, maybe out of all the shit going on at USAID, maybe 3% of the funding going out was going to things that universally a person could look at and say, these are probably decent.
Yeah.
Maybe. But do we really want to say that the amount of fraud happening should not be uncovered or investigated or exposed simply because a few people might die in the process?
More than anything, does the U.S. really have to be the babysitter of the world?
Yeah,
Like,
seriously.
Why rely on you?
Why does USA? I mean, they should be like. Why does USA have to be the white savior for humanity? Like,
Why am I frozen? There we go. Okay. No, seriously. Okay, continuing. The research from Ian Carroll on USAID is insane. Ian says that roughly 93, okay, so I guess it's 77%, not 3%. 93% of USAID funding is estimated to be fraud. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and their friends appear to be the top money laundering recipients. The majority of sub-awards being given out by USAID are all just transporting pharmaceutical products all around the world to all sorts of developing nations. It's mostly AIDS drugs, more AIDS drugs than you could ever imagine an entire planet needing. The main company transporting all these pharmaceuticals all around the world, quote, only 7% of the health commodity shipments delivered through this program arrived at their destination on time and in full. Meaning that you're paying these pharmaceutical companies, and then the companies are shipping stuff through, your subsidiary people, your middlemen that are how you're laundering the money back to yourself. And they're also cutting the drugs being shipped around the world so that they can then also sell those illegally on the street and do shit like that, or just not even delivering the thing at all and still taking the paycheck. Says this means that 93% of the shipments they sent in that quarter either arrived incomplete or did not arrive within the 21-day window allotted and agreed to by the buyer. There was a contract to build a power plant in Afghanistan that was paid for through USAID. It was never finished, and it's producing 2% of the power it was intended to generate. This happened when Hillary Clinton led the State Department. The company's CEO was indicted for siphoning money from USAID reconstruction contracts in Iraq and Afghanistan, because that's what USAID is for. It's for Hillary Clinton's friends to siphon money out to their own pockets. Yes, that's why. And again, this is a massive scandal with the Clintons going back all those years, that when they started the Clinton Foundation, in order to create relief for Haiti, they actually took the money, gave it to themselves. I believe Hillary Rodham Clinton's brother, I think Tony Rodham, was the person awarded the contract to do the shit in Haiti, and fuck all got done. This has been a scam going back decades. You're never going to believe this. The firm that built that power plant that never got finished and doesn't work, they're represented by John Podesta and his lobbying group. This man was heavily involved in the Pizzagate scandals. Yeah. He was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. He's the reason that the WikiLeaks emails came out, because they literally were his emails that he was CC'd on and whatnot, because his password was fucking password. It goes on to talk about how Podesta was tasked to come up with these sustainable development goals for this Council of International Development companies. One of those companies that's the largest recipient of USAID money there is. Okay, so one of the companies that he was in charge of creating these goals for and stuff was one of the largest that USAID was giving money to. That same company thrived during Clinton's tenure, nabbing more contracts during the Haiti reconstruction effort than any other company. After the disasters in Haiti, they moved to Afghanistan. This same company continued to win lucrative USAID contracts in 2011 in Afghanistan. The project was intended to create 300,000 jobs by 2013. After 2 years, it had only created 2,458 jobs. In May of 2009, it won a $90 million contract to grow exports and employment in the Pakistan economy. Get this, the USAID Inspector General found no measurable increase in sales or employment after the first 2 years of the project, but they're still allowed to be the largest recipient of USAID money. Also, they were bribing the Taliban with our tax dollars not to attack their projects. They were giving money to the Taliban basically as a protection racket. This is the deep state. It's been being built over the last 20 years, ever since Bill Clinton's time and even before, out of these proxy companies, these non-governmental organizations, these charitable organizations, all these shadow kind of organizations that you don't know about, that we don't elect, that are some of them private, some of them public, all of them in the shadows, just wheeling and dealing billions and billions and billions of dollars of taxpayer money that just goes into the black box of aid and then never heard from again. Oh, and Pfizer is the second largest recipient of USAID. Huh. How fucking about that? Is anybody surprised even a little bit? Not one bit. We all fucking knew this was happening. All right, so I saw this post. Somebody said, confirmed, DOGE says USAID gave Chelsea Clinton $84 million, was supposed to go for relief in Haiti. Line items show $3 million of the $84 million spent on Chelsea Clinton's wedding and $10 million to purchase a luxury mansion. This is
How
true.
do you spend that much on a wedding?
Well, this is true, but it's not from USAID. This was the funding that went to the Clinton Foundation, and I believe USAID only contributed $7 million to that to the Clinton Foundation's Haiti recovery thing. So I think it's I think people are jumping on the opportunity to make a viral post on something that sounds like it would be true, right? In order to, people are riding the content mill that way. So just a heads up on that. Likewise, somebody put this out. USAID paid Pizza Hut $150 million to renovate and modernize in 1997. Deeply funny that even the most mundane and absurd, quote, "this is what they took from you" posting was correct beyond our wildest dreams. Now, it's not correct. This is a joke post, but it's ironic that shit has gone so far that now the most ridiculous, retarded thing sounds like, honestly, could be true. I believe it. You know what I mean? Like, that's how much money has been wasted and how much the government has actively attempted to just fuck with the general public of the United States, that you could look at this and say, yeah, I believe it. You know what I mean? Anyway, continuing from here. Elon Musk tweeted this: when you're finding fraud and somebody yells, "stop," that's who's doing the fraud, right?
Bingo.
Yeah. So be clear about what Trump and Musk's aid acts will do. People will face terror and starve. Many will die, says Gordon Brown. Globalist meltdown. Gordon is in panic about USAID being shut down. So let me be clear. Gordon is now the United Nations Special Envoy for Global Education and World Health Organization's ambassador for global health financing. And USAID allocated approximately $21.4 billion with a B dollars to programs implemented through the United Nations and other international organizations, which include the World Health Organization. We see you, Gordon. We see you. Furthermore, breaking, Judge John Bates' wife gets funded by USAID. This is a serious conflict of interest since her funding relies on the Trump administration. Recall that Bates is the judge who ordered the Trump admin to restore website info on gender ideology and sex change operations. His wife, Carol Reese, is the founder of Hope for Children in Ethiopia and has been a very long-term recipient of USAID. Continuing. 4,271 houses have been put up for sale in just the last 14 days in Washington, D.C.
Is that the only one about the judge?
That's the only one I have.
Judges? Okay. Because I heard that one of the other judges, I forget which one it was, but one of the other judges had a daughter who was basically in, like, working for USAID or whatever,
Mhm.
something. Oh, no, it was the Department of Education. It was the judge that was telling them, like, you can't close all these things down, was working for the their daughter was working for the Department of Education.
Dude, I don't know what happened.
Which
but
is one of the
lot
things
my
that Trump said
posts-
that he wants to shut down.
I'm starting to wonder if Discord is deleting my comments. Because I had to look for this one about the houses going up for sale because it wasn't in my links that I had sent myself over Discord over the last couple weeks. So I'm like, I don't know, like it's just getting frustrating. The original post I saw said that like this post, I don't know if this is accurate necessarily, but they're saying this is the amount of houses just in Washington, D.C. The original post I saw was talking about not just Washington, D.C., but all the surrounding areas, because most people who work in D.C. live in Maryland or West Virginia, or, you know what I mean? They live kind of in the immediate surrounding areas. And like that place is just like, when you look at realtor.com and you look at that area, it's just like a freaking enormous blot on the map of houses for sale because of how absolutely ridiculous the amount of people trying to get out of DC right now is. And so in addition to that, Libs of TikTok tweeted this: panic in DC, Google searches have exploded for criminal defense lawyer, RICO law, Swiss bank, offshore bank, wire money, IBAN, which is international bank account number, and statute of limitations. Somebody else tweeted, I found another one. Do they have DoorDash in prison? Whoop. Right.
Wow.
Continuing.
Wow.
Then Anonymous came out with this threatening message, you know, the typical style they do with the Guy Fawkes mask and the hoodie and talking. And they're like, what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing will not be stood for. We're coming for you. And Grump says, a blue check mark, the real sign of the underground. So Anonymous now submits ID and pays Elon $8 a month to run their super secret rebel operation for the deep state.
Good point.
My understanding is that most of the original Anonymous people from like 2008 or whatever the fuck it was, have been arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were all hackers, and most of them were all arrested.
Connection keep going. Am I frozen for you guys?
Yep.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yes.
Oh well. It sucks to be the only person on camera and I can't deliver. Okay. Walt Disney Company was provided USAID funds by the Biden administration to create National Geographic content. What were they creating? Oh, Team Sayari, which is Kiswahili for planet. It's a show about a group of young, budding conservationists who, along with Funzi, an AI computer represented as a large, glowing DNA double helix, are Africa's protectors working from a fun and high-tech base known as the Sahari Base Camp. Wow. Sure, it did really well. Also, U.S. government paid over $14 million of taxpayer funds to a suspected Disney subsidiary. In addition to the Team Sayari revelations, more than 14.89 million, so almost 15 million, in Department of Defense federal payments were made to a company called Buena Vista Non-Theatrical Inc. God, who could that be? This entity has virtually no online presence, raising immediate red flags. However, our investigation traced its physical location through MapQuest, and an attempt to visit its listed website redirected to a 403 forbidden page on disney.go.com, strongly suggesting a link to the Walt Disney Company. And Buena Vista was their like distribution arm for non-child friendly content, right?
Yeah.
Right, back in the day. Who's the other one? Miramax? That's their other one,
Miramax
right?
for sure. Yeah, that's the one with the Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, that's the one that released Princess Mononoke.
Yeah. Originally.
Anyway, continuing from here. USAID funneled $27 million to Black Lives Matter through the Tides Foundation. You paid for this. Never forget. So you also paid for this. Remember those pallets of bricks that just randomly showed up right outside of the places where Black Lives Matter riots were scheduled to occur?
No.
Huh. Yeah, you paid for this too, apparently. Also, wow, using your search platform, referring to the Doge one, I was able to discover that while they were creating the COVID virus, they were also learning to dance. Recipient, Battery Dance Corporation in China. Wow. $68,000, almost $69,000, awarded by the Department of State to cover expenses of dancing to connect workshops in Wuhan. So, did they pay for the viral TikTok dances they were going to teach the nurses? Right? Is that what this is? Meanwhile, a member of Elon Musk's Doge team has resigned after racist posts resurface. So this was famed member Big Balls. They found his personal account and found that he had tweeted such hateful things as, "You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity," and "normalize Indian hate." I find it funny that Elon Musk even hired him, considering Elon was part of the H-1B Indian visa thing, right, for a while, which is seemingly why Vivek Ramaswamy is no longer part of Doge or whatever. He also said, "Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool." "I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Is that too much to ask?"
Wow.
All right. So after he resigned, Musk reinstated him after J.D. Vance led an outcry. Now, keep in mind, J.D. Vance is married to an Indian and he has a half Indian son, right? At least one kid that I've seen. Said, "I obviously disagree with some of Alez's posts, but I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life. We shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people ever. So I say, bring him back," right? Now, the journalist who doxed him also wrote articles calling for diversity in video games.
You missed the part of JD's tweet where he said, "If he's a bad dude, fire him for that." You know?
I don't think that part was necessary. I also just didn't read it. But anyway, but they're only 19. How can they be experts? How can you listen to them on Doge? The same people who brought you this, right? Yeah, so people, because the majority of the people on the team leading Doge are 19-year-old whiz kid like programmers, that people are acting like it's somehow they're not valid enough to be able to
do it.
The baby
drive the car this time.
But Greta Thunberg, she's our hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw this one too. One of the other young Doge guys, not Big Balls, has a Substack where you can pay $1,000 a month or $10,000 a year, and there's nothing on it. He knew that journalists would try to dig up dirt on him and would be willing to pay to see if there's anything bad. And it's funny that he's made money off of people trying to get dirt on him.
Give this man a raise. He's a genius.
That's a big brain move.
Imagine being a journalist and going to your boss and saying, "Boss, I need $10,000 so that we can write a hit piece on this DOGE employee." "All right, you got it." "Boss, I don't know there's nothing here. You wasted 10 grand. You're fucking fine."
It's gotta be like, those text pictures made entirely out of like letters, just a big middle finger.
Yeah. Like an ASCII text flipped along. DOGE, Democrats in Congress didn't seem to mind that China had remote access to every workstation in the Treasury as recently as December. Now, a month later, they're freaking out that Trump's appointees are accessing the very same computers, demanding violence in the street. These are not serious people. Like, this is unbelievable. The month before Trump took office, Biden's administration sent a letter to Congress admitting that days earlier, a Chinese state-sponsored advanced persistent threat actor secured remote access to every workstation in the Department of the Treasury. Democrats barely blinked an eye. Now that Trump's appointees are accessing the same systems, Democrats are calling for a violent street protest. Fucking ridiculous. Now, apparently USAID also funded several mobile games in 2012. Get this. Here's the games. Family Choices, a game that aims to enhance the perception of a girl's place in and value to her family, with an emphasis on keeping her and her peers in school. The Choose Your Own Adventure game allows players to explore the outcomes of a family's choices related to girls' education, early marriage, and family planning. Players decide whether Anu in India or Mercy in Kenya will ultimately achieve their dreams of someday becoming a financially independent nurse. 9 Minutes, a game where players experience the adventures of 9 months of pregnancy in just 9 minutes. The game aims to introduce players to the key do's and don'ts of pregnancy by presenting players with a series of life choices, physical, medical, and social, against the clock in a simple, iconic format. The player's choices determine the health and well-being of both the mother and baby. And also a game called Worm Attack, which aims to keep girls and boys healthy by defeating the dangerous worms inside their stomachs. Young players, their teachers, and families work to rid themselves and their communities of infestations with intestinal worms in this fast-paced, fun game through the strategic use of deworming pills. Imagine deciding, you know what, we're going to deworm the Congo. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to make sure that people in the Congo all have smartphones, and then we're going to give them a video game that will propagandize them to take their deworming pills, and then we'll also give them the free deworming pills. But first, we laid the groundwork by getting them smartphones, getting them on the App Store, getting them an Apple ID, getting them to install, like fucking goddamn.
First we have to build schools and teach them how to read, and then how to use a phone, not just throw it away or try and sell it. How it's important, and telecommunications. We got to get that there first.
I mean, it says mobile games, right? But it also says here the games are no longer playable due to the shutdown of the USAID website. So how were they not on the App Store? Where they literally download them from the USAID? Those games had no play.
They were playing them.
Not a single person was playing those games then.
You were playing them on the USAID cloud.
Fucking ridiculous. Continuing, USAID official disinformation primer says, quote, gaming sites are one of many alternative spaces from which problematic information more regularly originates. All right, let's break this down. What they are saying is that men are harder to manipulate than women, because men are less agreeable. So hobbies that primarily target men, like playing video games, result in discussions being had in forums and websites surrounding that hobby, where people are saying, yeah, no, that's bullshit. When comments are being made about nonsense, right? Effectively, that's what's going on here. Now, Ron Paul had this to say: "A look behind the curtain has revealed a horrific truth." Fucking goddamn, I love you, God, for making sure that Ron Paul was alive to experience this moment in history, by the way. A look behind the curtain has revealed a horrific truth. Nearly the entire mainstream media worldwide has been funded by the U.S. government under the USAID, from the BBC to the New York Times and Politico. At this point, it might be easier to find out who USAID has not funded in the media sphere.
Yeah.
I'm actually stunned, but at the same time, it's like, should you be surprised?
Explains a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right? Like fucking hell.
Like every
Yeah,
single news
I wonder
outlet
if
was-
those
was
news
parroting
outlets like the
same thing.
BBC are gonna change their tune.
Be interesting, wouldn't it? Wonder if they're going to call it the Gulf of America. You know? So interestingly, shortly after USAID is shut down, libtard streamer Vosh is begging fans for subs and money. Wasn't he like one of the biggest streamers? Wasn't he like, I mean, I think of Vosh as being like Hassan Vosh. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
No, at least not anymore. Not even close.
it's unclear if the two are unrelated. In the wake of many left-wing outlets being exposed as arms of USAID, I think they're related. I choose to believe this ironically makes the least amount of leaps in logic for me. That, yeah, sounds about right. Yes, we were funding. Again, Vladimir Lenin famously said, the best way to control your opposition is to lead it yourself. Right? So the government has long known that if you want to make sure that people believe the things you want them to believe, and that people are going to work in manners that further your aims, then you need to create subversive groups yourself and lead them yourself. And then people get the feeling like they're fighting the power, when in actuality, they're fighting the power, doing exactly what the power wants them to do. Stuff like that. Hence the
throwing the
communist takeovers and all this shit is all just a way to get everybody up in arms and then, direct them at nonsense like gender theory, The Department of Defense paid Reuters $9 million for, quote, social engineering program. DOGE investigations reveal mysterious Defense Department payments to Reuters for, quote, large-scale social deception. For a large-scale social deception project between 2018 to 2022. What happened between?
Yeah, I feel like there's something that big happened between.
No, I thought it was a
2018.
It was Anime Gate.
Yeah. No, it was Vic. They funded all the Vic shit.
While DARPA claims it was for cyber defense, questions swirl about why a news agency received the millions for social engineering. The revelation comes as other. I can't not remember Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe saying like, they're going to these other groups to be told what to think. That's our job. It's our job to tell you what to think. And I love fucking, what's his name? Cuomo. Just remember, it's illegal for you to see what's in these WikiLeaks emails. It's different for the media, right? Like, so everything you learn about them comes from us, right? Like, fuck you people. While DARPA claims it was for cyber defense, questions swirl about why a news agency received millions for social engineering. The revelation comes as other media outlets face scrutiny over federal funding. Continuing, I can't believe how good this timeline is. Follow the chain of events. Reuters writes a hit piece against DOGE. Elon Musk tweets, I wonder what Reuters are being paid. DOGE uncovers Department of Defense contract paying Reuters for a large-scale social deception. It's crazy that this is happening. It's insane that it's playing out in the public square. To which Elon Musk had to put a little bit of a double click on this. Reuters was literally paid by the federal government for large-scale social deception. That's literally what it says on the official government documents. They specifically phrased it as large-scale social deception. Politico took $8 million in USAID taxpayer money while attacking Gamergate and pushing anti-gamer narrative. It turns out that Politico, the left-leaning news outlet that has long smeared the Gamergate and gaming community, was receiving millions in taxpayer dollars. My favorite part about this, as we're going to read in a minute, is that when you get hooked on that government subsidy teat and then it just vanishes, you also vanish because you have built your business model around a source of income, a large multi-million-dollar source of income that ceases to exist. So it says here, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt announced Wednesday that the outlet will no longer receive federal funding after revelations that it took more than $8 million through USAID and government contracts. Politico has published multiple articles related to Gamergate, consistently framing it as a disinformation and harassment campaign while publishing narratives about diversity in gaming. A search for Gamergate on Politico results in 22 different articles. Now that can't be true. Searches, holy shit, USAID paid Politico to have Gamergate smeared. I love this. Most recent article, MAGA World is about to meet Taylor Swift's fandom. It won't go well. This is from February 1st. Correct me if I'm wrong, but during the Super Bowl, I'm pretty sure that Taylor Swift got booed.
Yeah.
And that President Trump got cheered. Is that how that went down? Fuck, man. Is there an edit to the article anywhere? I don't see one. Anyway, yeah, so there's just there's 22 different entries here.
The latest one is from a year ago, isn't it, though? It's not even from like this last year. It's from a year ago.
Oh, it is. You're right. That's the 2024 February. Regardless, still stands. She got booed at.
Yeah, no, of course.
She got booed at the Super Bowl.
People were getting tired of her being on the screen every time.
The revelation raises serious questions about whether taxpayer money was used to promote a political agenda within gaming journalism. So I want to share this with you real quick.
So upon coming out here to the briefing room, I was made aware of the funding from USAID to media outlets, including Politico, who I know has a seat in this room. And I can confirm that the more than $8 million taxpayer dollars that have gone to essentially subsidizing subscriptions to Politico on the American taxpayers' dime will no longer be happening. The DOGE team is working on canceling those payments now. Again, this is a whole of government effort to ensure that we are going line by line when it comes to the federal government's books. And this president and his team are making decisions across the board on, do these receipts serve the interests of the American people? Is this a good use of the American taxpayers' money? If it is not, that funding will no longer be sent abroad, and American taxpayers will see significant savings because of that effort.
People have wondered if our tax dollars were used to promote wokeness in video games, and the answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions per year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. President Trump commented on this controversy on his Truth Social platform. Holy shit, it actually came back. Previously, the embed didn't work here. It looks like billions of dollars have been stolen at USAID and other agencies, with much of it going to the fake news media as a payoff for creating favorable stories about the Democrats. The left-wing outlet, I like how they're like misquoting Trump. He called it a rag. I'll just read Trump's version. The left-wing rag known as Politico seems to have received $8 million dollars. Did the New York Times receive money? Who else did? This could be the biggest scandal of them all, perhaps the biggest in history. The Democrats can't hide from this one. Too big, too dirty. So here's Politico's history of pushing anti-gamer narratives. For years, Politico has aligned itself with activist gaming journalists who push woke narratives under the guise of combating toxicity. Their extensive coverage of Gamergate framed gamers as reactionary extremists rather than addressing the legitimate concerns about media corruption that sparked the controversy in the first place.
Oh, and look what the picture is. That is an example.
Yeah.
That wonderful Dragon Age, the Veilguard.
Many of these narratives were driven by the same journalists who sought to rebrand gaming as a progressive battleground rather than an entertainment industry. Politico's financial ties to the government now raise concerns about whether these narratives were shaped, at least in part, by taxpayer-funded incentives. The mainstream media's government subsidies run deep. Politico isn't alone in taking taxpayer money. According to the USA Spending.gov, other media outlets receiving government funds include the Associated Press at $619,968, Reuters at $3.1 million, and the New York Times at $378,266. These revelations come at a time when Musk and the Trump administration are aggressively slashing wasteful federal spending. Levitt made it clear that taxpayer money should not be funding media outlets that serve political interests rather than the public good. The Trump administration is going line by line when it comes to the federal government's books, she said. Anything that does not serve the interests of the American people will be cut. Politico's week has already been turbulent. Just days before the funding scandal broke, Semaphore reported that the company had missed its latest payroll run. Oof. Though it later claimed the issue was resolved. Now look, payroll companies occasionally have a hiccup, right? It's possible. But as I was saying before, if your business model is built around having funds that all of a sudden disappear, and they are in the multi-million-dollar range, you bet your fucking ass this is as dead as Concord Studios, right? It's done. The restructuring is going to be apocalyptic. And this is the thing. Like, I talked about this a lot when Obama was president and, like, leading into Trump's presidency, which we weren't doing the show until after Trump's first, Trump was inaugurated. I think we started in 2017, right? But I used to talk about this a lot, that what ended up happening is that the media sucked off Obama to such a degree that they never challenged him or asked him any hard questions or anything. So the only people who were being given a dissenting opinion were conservatives who were getting their news from Breitbart, Fox News, many different places, in that sort of sphere, or even InfoWars, right? And so what ended up happening is that the left's ability to have a debate that was based in substance completely atrophied. Gone, right? And then once Trump became president and the left needed to pick him apart, the arguments they made were nonsensical and retarded, largely because there was nothing to pick apart in the majority of cases, right? And literally just making shit up or selectively editing things and then getting caught, stuff like that. So I think it's quite fitting, right? So they say that now with the loss of $8 million in federal funding, the outlet faces an uncertain future. As for the gaming world, this revelation confirms what many suspected all along. Mainstream outlets pushing woke narratives were often backed by the very institutions gamers sought to challenge. The days of taxpayer-funded media propaganda in gaming may finally be coming to an end.
Hooray! And everybody clapped.
Honestly, we're gonna look at some gaming stuff tonight, and I just gotta say, I am so goddamn blessed. I finally get back into gaming, and the games that I played as a kid are finally getting sequels and remakes, and I just so happen to be jumping in at exactly the moment when the woke shit is going out the door. Like, could I have a better life? Yeah.
Meanwhile, your wife is in the corner moulding
wife
over
crying over
Dragon.
Veilguard,
Yeah, Veilguard. Just...
Sacrifices must be made.
what were you gonna say, Vietnam? We interrupted you.
I don't remember what I said. I was just agreeing.
Oh yeah, okay.
So, Permaban says, USAID actively pushed the Gamergate equals harassment gaslight since the first incidents of gamers calling out game journalist nepotism by donating millions. I can't say that I'm surprised. Imagine being American, having your own government smear you, and you footing the tax bill for it. Lunar Archivist said, yo, Elon Musk, any chance you can convince Donald Trump to fully declassify the FBI file on Gamergate and have them conduct an investigation to identify the real bad actors and who made the bomb threats? I'd love to know who was behind this smear campaign against gamers. Now, Asmongold had this to say regarding, just generally the stuff going on with Trump and how it's affecting journalists. Asmongold hits the nail on the head about woke journalists. I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. What goes around comes around, and we're coming. You should have just left my video games alone. To which somebody quote tweeted this to say, you guys are genuinely so fucking pathetic. It's quite literally just video games.
Every time someone says this, it's like, yeah, if it's just video games, why do you care, dumbass?
To which somebody said, do you guys remember when Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn spoke to the world leaders at the UN because it's quite literally just video games? And a reminder that Zoe Quinn drove a developer to suicide by fake rape allegations that turned friends and family against him. Now, just for anybody who wasn't there for Gamergate or doesn't understand what the original, movement was about, this woman here, Zoe Quinn, was found to be, let me see that one. Okay. Was found to be sleeping with games journalists in exchange for more favorable coverage on her indie games so that she could drive up the sales that she would get when they were released. Her boyfriend at the time found out about this and blew the whistle on it. Gamergate has always been a move to try to hold games journalists accountable for the nepotism and the quid pro quo occurring, and how disgusting the behavior is that this woman would sleep with them in order to get more favorable coverage on her games, right? The games reviews that gamers at the time were still treating as valid enough to make a decision for purchasing off of, right? Obviously, that ship has sailed, but that's what this was about. Now, the problem is that most of the gaming outlets had their writers all in like Washington area, not like Washington, D.C., but like Washington State and like Seattle and whatnot. So they all fucking knew each other, and they coaxed, they came together and made up a plan in order to basically try to co-opt Gamergate and make it about sexism in video games. And then bad actors kind of came in and rode that wave in order to make that the brand that for their entire identity. And the journalists continued to uplift them because it helped to continue to control the narrative against what it actually was. Now, I can't believe this woman sucking off journalists is now snowballing into the CIA directly being defunded. What a timeline.
Yeah.
Right?
If you told somebody that, like, as it was starting, like,
yeah,
this is what this is going to lead into. What the fuck?
Amazing, right? Just a reminder that about a week or two before JFK was assassinated, he gave a speech for which he described the CIA as like a blight on the American people and vowed to shatter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it into the winds.
Really? Huh?
And then he was killed 2 weeks later.
Yeah, and nobody thinks about
by the CIA, possibly the FBI, but most likely the CIA largely involved. And we in the near future should get confirmation of that. Now, ending this topic here, I do want to point this out. There's been a fact check here from Niche Gamer. Sweet Baby Inc. and Feminist Frequency did not receive hundreds of thousands of dollars from taxpayers. Sweet Baby Inc. did. It's just not the Sweet Baby Inc. we're thinking of. So, Pirate Nation put out this tweet that has since been deleted, saying, turns out Gamergate was right all along. Sweet Baby Inc. and Feminist Frequency received money from the U.S. government through USAID. The post in question uses two sources to call out alleged payments to Sweet Baby Inc. and Feminist Frequency. Starting with Sweet Baby Inc., we're given information from usaspending.gov, an official government website with publicly available information. You can check out the two awards here, these two. The two awards allegedly given to Sweet Baby Inc. are actually associated with an eyewear wholesaler, which is labeled as Sweet Baby Inc., but DBA doing business as AJ Morgan. So it's a different company with the same name. Located in Los Angeles. The Sweet Baby we've covered over the past 2 years is a narrative consultancy firm based in Montreal, Canada. Even if it were Sweet Baby Inc., these awards also weren't any form of endorsement or grant, but were part of the Paycheck Protection Program under the CARES Act signed into law by President Donald Trump. So this is the COVID, when they forced everybody into lockdowns and stuff, businesses were able to apply for payroll protection, which allowed them to keep their employees paid even when they weren't allowed to work because they weren't essential, they were non-essential workers or whatever the fuck, right? These were loans from the Small Business Administration that all American businesses who qualified were entitled to. The second source is from Data Republican, a partisan website that consolidates charity funding data. In this case, while it's true that Feminist Frequency has received $235,220 in contributions, only $6 of those were estimated to have been provided by the taxpayers. The estimated $235,214 is speculatively the result of private donors and other forms of income. Government spending is under increased scrutiny following the recent presidential election. There's a lot to be critical of and angry about without resorting to misrepresenting the facts. Totally agree. It's important to keep your head on straight with all this stuff because there is going to be a lot of stuff coming out, like we looked at with the Pizza Hut thing, where it's like, I honestly would believe this is true because of how fucking ridiculous everything else is. Like, you could put just about anything in front of me and say, seems plausible. You know what I mean? So, but I will say, I think we will find that certain groups, such as Sweet Baby Inc. and Feminist Frequency, probably did get more funding than is currently being shown. And I think that something you have to remember is the vast majority of stuff we just covered is stuff that is in black and white directly on the USAID website or the Department of Defense, telling you specifically, we did this and this is what it was for. I think the vast majority of the funding going to these different operations were, black box funding operations intended to obfuscate where the money was actually going. And that it was basically a way to launder money back into especially CIA, black projects and whatnot, and that we will eventually learn of, and we won't learn of all of them. It'd be impossible to uncover all of them because there won't be a paper trail for the vast majority of them. But I guarantee you, as Snowden gets pardoned and whatnot, and as the environment loosens up for whistleblowers, that we will see people coming out laying things out saying, I worked for this organization. This is what I was forced to participate in. This is against the will of the American people, blah, blah. And we will probably find that a lot of these things that currently aren't listed directly on the website actually, honest to goodness, were funding a bunch of nefarious bullshit that you would think, oh, why isn't that on the list? It's like, well, because that was part of the black operation, stuff like that. So anyway. Let's take a moment to catch up on chat. Sorry for not staying on top of it this whole time. Kotati says they did plan to assassinate Assange. Sometimes a pardon is false security. Yeah, that's the problem. You can get pardoned, and then the hit squad just has an ability to access you in the United States once you come back. The people in Mozambique. There's less people in Mozambique than is this supposed to be in Paradis? Does Asia need even more emphasis on education, right? That's what I was thinking when I read it. What is with the graphics for this VR project? The games industry is not this bad on the ROI. Yeah. Ism this, ism that. Demilitarize your enemy so that they can't fight back, right? Yeah. The U.S. taxpayers are meant to be slaves to the world. Yes. We have to pay because they have hostages. Pretty much. There's a serious case for AIDS. Okay. A serious cause like AIDS. What is this from in South Park? I didn't write this. You guys did.
So there was like an entire episode where it was like Cartman and Kyle or whoever had AIDS, and they were like, no, Cartman had AIDS, and then he gave it to Kyle for fun because he hates him or whatever. And then they went to these like I don't remember what it was, but they were talking about something, and it's like, yeah, why does no one ever talk about a serious thing like AIDS or whatever?
Stan says we need to bring back the gallows. Man, I got to tell you, in late 2020, or I guess mostly through 2020, the QAnon people were talking a lot about disclosure of military tribunals, and I'm like, that's great, good wishful thinking, but I just don't see it happening. I don't see, even though it is probably warranted and worthy of, like, the action is so egregious it's worthy of military tribunals and whatnot. The way I looked at it back then was like, there isn't enough public support for the normies to have it not seem like a witch hunt, to them. It would be easy to spin. And then in the 4 years of Joe Biden, the trust in the institutions has fallen so fucking far that it has led the way for this DOGE stuff and everything that's going on. And I think we're there. I think we're ready for it. Yeah, bring back the gallows. Give us the military tribunals and televise that shit. Okay? The crimes of these people must be exposed. And it doesn't fucking matter if you gave immunity and pardon, people like Fauci. You should still hold the trial, and you should constantly remind the American public that even though I have laid out for you all of the crimes of this man and the people that protected him and worked with him and everything, I can't do anything because another guilty party pardoned them. You know what I mean? But you still need to expose it, right? Cash is fungible. AC. Who is to say what was a wedding and what wasn't? Judges never bother trying to figure out commingled assets. Yeah. Elon cucked. Why would you ever bow to the morality of your enemies? Deworming pills, aka horse paste, right? Turns out it was an app for ivermectin the whole time. Buy your USAID games physically. This is why Microsoft now moderates private Minecraft chat. Yeah, because of the post where Politico was telling him that, or USAID's thing was about like disinformation in gaming sphere or whatever. USAID not funding the OCA? No, sadly not. Sadly not. I don't think Trump would have cut our funding though. This is essential. DARPA might as well build that gay robot. Did the program that paid Jamie Markey's legal fees funded by USAID? That's an interesting question. That was Time's Up Defense Fund. Can we look that up? Can we look up the USAID search thing?
I think there's like a government spending website. It's not USAID.
Yeah,
specific.
it's the USA. We were just talking about it. What was that? Anybody remember the website? I'm gonna see if it pops up. Hold on.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. I've
Go
been
ahead.
sniffling for 20 minutes.
Where did? Oh,
Why do we need to know that you're gonna blow your nose?
Because she's still reading comments. I have pickups, and I didn't want to like
Oh,
miss
okay.
pickups, but I'm gonna like. blow
Why
my
did you
nose
need
with it.
20 minutes to blow your nose?
Yeah,
I
is
don't
it
need
gonna
20
be?
minutes. I'm gonna need like a minute and a half, maybe. I don't have tissues near me, so like, fucking, I gotta like go away from the computer.
Secretly,
and
he's
grab
actually gonna blow his load.
Right.
Quite an experienced
Oh, no.
veteran like Greenline would
Yeah.
have them on hand, right?
Oh, Doge. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Secrets out.
I could tell because we also are splitting at the seams right now. All right, let me find the name of this website. It was. I'm gonna sneeze now. God damn it! Oh fuck yeah! Okay, there it is. Okay, hold on. It is from. Almost there. Oh God, where the fuck? USAspending.gov. That's what it is. All right. Start searching awards. Where do I search? Date range? Year to date. There we go. Nope, that's January to today. Fucking goddamn it. Okay, so it would have been January 1st, 2019 until I mean, I guess it would have been before that, right? Because they would have potentially gotten the funding before she needed it. Let's do it 2020. And let's do, where's the search? Where's the fucking thing? Here, keyword. There we go. And it's times up. Search. Oh, I don't have to add the date range. I can just search times up. Times up. Okay. Submit. See what we got. Okay. Oh, I'm frozen again. Great. Wonderful. It's gathering my data. Hold on, I'll come back to it. All right. Obama's scandal-free presidency.
That would be if he hailed from Alabama.
Yeah. Okay. I got some results. Association of University of Astronomy, Northrop Grumman Systems Corporation, United Space Alliance. Boeing Satellite Systems, Newman Brothers. Yeah, I don't see. Let me look up legal defense. Oh, I'm searching on the wrong thing. Legal defense. Yeah, it might be there. I'm not seeing it though.
Let me look up legal defense on pickups and podcasts. And oh wait, that's the wrong one.
Doing.
Oh shit, we're not going to pickups yet.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I don't see it on there. We can look more into it off podcast. It's just plastic straws. Yeah. Play the Gamergate intro.
I fucking hated that, man. Oh man, like
Do we have a Gamergate
paper
intro?
straws.
We're not just serious. We're HIV positive. Trump is
I
not
think
the
that's
guy.
a quote from that
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah, I figured probably not. Look up spending. I just wanted to see the Mikasa thumbnail. Oh, well, there you go. Let me. No, it's as good as you're gonna get. We'll move him. We'll move us. There you get a little glimpse. There you are. Happy to deliver. All right.
Oh, you should make a new AI song with Mikasa as a bird. I have pickups, by the way. Or
Cool,
do
let's
you
go.
have pickups first?
I'll go first real quick, just to
Okay.
get them taken care of. So I picked up a nice Media OCD Bubblegum Crisis Blu-ray with the only thing I buy them for, the, the cover.
Do you have a? I know we talked about this before, but like, do you have a hard time putting those slipcovers on, or is it just me?
I've not put any of them on yet. I've just kind of
okay.
kept them in the thing just because I don't really have a spot for all the shit. My copy of Alice in Wonderland season 1 arrived. I sure do hope they release season 2.
Is that a Kickstarter thing?
It is no, it was on Amazon. It is a 10-hour, 32 minutes on 3 DVDs.
What the
3D.
fuck?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
like ass.
Is it subbed or is it in English? It's subbed only, right? It's one of those like ancient.
No, I think it's probably dub only, if anything.
Now watch me.
Oh, actually, no. It says starring Tarako, Masako Nozawa, Noriko Uemura. So, like, they're not listing any English names.
Just watch this like the Indian dub only.
Yeah, it's one of those like ancient animes though, where it's like they
Yeah.
made one off.
No,
of
it's
Alice in
definitely
Wonderland.
anime.
Oh yeah, no, I knew that from the.
So,
cover.
as you guys know, I was in England last weekend, and I went to one of the tourist traps, or like like the little gift shops, I guess, for tourists. And I bought Teddy from Mr. Bean.
Oh my god! Yes,
Right. And you can take off the Mr. Bean coat, so he can just be like regular Teddy. But I was like, oh, I'm definitely gonna buy that one with the coat. That's hilarious, right?
That's
and then I went into a ancient looking bookstore where half of the London and like the places surrounding it are pretty interesting because like a lot of the shops are like you walk in and there's like a hidden staircase somewhere in the shop and you find out, wow, there's a lot more shop down here, right?
Right.
So I bought a book by Martin Heidegger about breaking down Nietzsche. It was only £12, so it was actually a decent price. Anyway, those are my pickups. If you'd like to go now, Green Line.
I would. Is Nietzsche a? He's a philosopher, right?
Yes.
He was in love with his sister.
Oh wow.
Maybe. Wincest. The philosophy of Wincest.
True. So I picked up from. I think I mentioned this last week.
Hold on.
You picked up blackface.
Your webcam
Oh,
is not
black.
connected.
Oh, it's not. Shoot, it says that I'm good to go. Hang on.
It's showing
So
just
this
a black
is what you
screen.
meant when you said I'm black.
I guess indeed. Hang on.
There you go.
I
There
said
you go.
allow. Oh,
No, he's not.
it's good.
He's not black. He's just.
We're good?
poor.
Are we good? Or are we not?
Yeah,
Yes,
did you
we're
get
great.
that shirt after you blew all the money on instant things here?
Yeah.
I just
Damn.
want to say that it is refreshing to see that your drapes were not actually in front of a window. They have
Yeah.
instead been hiding your sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
Which makes me feel like, wait a minute, is the other side
We're
less
seeing
or
this
more
on the
lewd?
same side.
Yeah.
I would say it's almost less lewd, but like, it just depends on your definition. You get a lot more front, like top area. You don't get anything from the bottom, so it is what it is. Ohayocon that I
Ohayocon,
mentioned that I was going to pick up last time that I finally did pick up. So
What's going on at the top? Oh no, that's the top and bottom have like they've got like a picture around it, a frame,
a
like
border, yeah, like
a border, yeah.
You mean like
yeah,
this?
yeah. It's like a pattern, like a texture.
Yeah. And then I didn't pick up the OVAs. Footnum reminded me about the OVA collection, and I'm like, oh, so we'll be seeing that in like a future pickups within a couple of weeks here. So then I picked up, since we're talking about politics.
Ooh, the Witch from Mercury.
Gundam, Witch from Mercury, the Steelbook.
That Steelbook? Ooh.
I forgot those existed.
Yeah, which
Did
these
did
even
you
come in standard? I don't.
did you order
Not
that?
yet.
I can't remember if did mine already
Crunchyroll
arrive or did
I think so. You covered it on podcast, right? Like you got yours a while ago.
I definitely ordered mine. I don't remember.
These are like matte finish, which I was surprised by. I didn't think these would be like matte. I thought they'd be glossy, or would they be glossy?
Semi-gloss.
Yeah.
Semi-gloss.
Semi-gloss. I don't know. It's steelbook, so it's kind of weird that way.
Yeah.
But like,
It's either matte finish or spot gloss or full gloss. Or...
yeah. So can't wait to watch this and find out that the two lesbians aren't actually lesbian. That's just the fandom's way of looking at it. Like, yeah. And then we have
There's the other one.
Season 2.
I forgot they existed because they're Crunchyroll exclusive, right?
And then they're the lesbian on the back.
Yeah. So the head canon for that show is the head of your penis.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
I mean, if they're actual lesbians, cool. I mean, I like to watch lesbians in HD myself.
It is a canon.
It is a canon, but not the canon. Okay, got you. And then I don't know if you guys have ever done this, like Footnum or AC, but like I have. There's a handful of stuff in my collection where it's like I need to fucking finish that. I really need to like complete the collection. Black Clover. I have finally, for the most part, the movie is still not out in physical, but I've finished.
I've not even started collecting it.
So I have like the limited editions, but they come in like the first 3 come in like separate sets.
Mm-hmm.
So I had like all of them complete except for season 3. Season 3, I was like, I'll get to that later. Oh, I'll get to that later. And I just never got to it. So here it is. This is part 1 with Noah.
I feel your pain.
I'm still on that boat for Black Clover myself.
Part 2.
Nice.
Got the reincarnated elf. I forget his name. And then we have Mary Leona and her brother. Unfortunately, this is Monica Rial's character up top, but she does an okay job, I suppose. And then I bought a bunch of stuff from Discotheque. So
Proud of you.
No, you're not going to be proud of me because the first thing I have to show is a purchase that I've already picked up. And I looked at my shelf too. I looked at my shelf to double check if I had it, but I was looking at the wrong one. And I picked up Film 4 again. So double purchase. That's great. But in happier news,
Amazon or Crunchyroll?
Crunchyroll.
Oh, okay. You have to pay for return shipping for that one.
Yeah. Well, because if it was right stuff, here's the great thing about right stuff. It would have told me you've already picked this up before.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but in happier news, we have
nice.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we have Goemon's Blood Spray, like the best one, right? Is this the best one? I don't know.
Yeah. It's a pretty good one. Fujiko's Lie is surprisingly good, but I think that one is better.
This one has an absolutely spectacular, like, I wouldn't call
fight.
it.
I've seen the fight. Oh, it's so. Oh, I can't wait to actually watch it like in full.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so good.
And the sound design on it is fucking spectacular.
Kenichi, the mighty disciple. Speaking of sound, me and Footnum talked about this a couple days ago. The sound quality in the dub is fucking off. It's just like the sound effects are just like dull and quiet and weird.
Yeah, because Discotheque did say for some reason they were only able to get low quality M&E tracks. So the sub actually sounds fantastic. And is also in HD. Or wait, no, the sub is in SD. The dub is in HD, but that's broadcast, so it's censored and cut.
Yeah.
So you got a bunch of problems, but at the very least you got the best you can.
Yeah. Like, and on top of that, the dub is sadly censored because it's the weird whatever. Despite the, I forgot about this despite watching the live stream for that. So it is what it is, though. No, huh? Finally got that. I need to pick up like a couple more seasons, but finally got that. And then picked up this. I think Yuri Lowenthal's in this.
I don't think the whole show got dubbed, unfortunately.
No, only like the first, like I want to say like 50.
It's the first two. That's like actually quite a bit.
Which is pretty good. It's like 100.
Well, yeah, but that's what makes it frustrating, is that because the first two are done, now you've got only so little to continue with. But you're like, I don't want to switch now. You know,
I don't want. Yeah, I don't want to switch.
That happens all the time when there's like extraneous OVAs and stuff for other series, whatever.
Speaking of dubs that exist but aren't complete necessarily, is the film Galaxy Express 999, which I was surprised was dubbed, but like the series I don't think is dubbed, so that's unfortunate.
No. Easier to just dub a movie.
That's the one I believe that they added grain.
Oh, okay. Nuku. I think Vic is in this because I remember seeing this on Retro Crush randomly while I was streaming it on my TV while I was like moving back in, and I was like putting together my shelf and stuff, and I was like, "Oh, this is playing." And finally, after like centuries, I picked up Digimon Season 1 because I kept like putting this off and putting this off and putting this off. So there's Digimon to go along with my movie.
That one's gonna have the fixed disc too, isn't it?
Hopefully.
Reese?
Guy's Devilman Lady.
What was the question?
His should have the fixed disc, right?
Yeah.
Because this is
you actually got a benefit for procrastinating.
Yeah. Lucky bastard.
For once in my life. For once in my life. Devilman Lady from Guy. Monster Rancher.
Nice.
And then, despite not liking the dub, I thought I'd pick up this movie before I went out of print. I picked up Case Closed, The Crimson Love Letter. I thought this would be a decent watch.
Too bad they dubbed it with their shit quality cast.
Yeah. I mean, I like the cast individually as
I guess I should say the shitty localization where they didn't keep the legacy names and stuff.
Yeah, it's just IGPX, which they have a buttload of special features because Adult Swim and Toonami was like, yeah, you can have all of this.
Everything.
You can have everything, despite the fact that when Discotheque says, yeah, we have everything but the kitchen sink, they have like 5 special features that are like mildly interesting. A lot of it's just like the openings and endings, like every other like Crunchyroll release.
Yeah.
And then finally, Magical Knight Ray Earth that I've also been to pick up and just haven't picked up. So, and those are my pickups. Now we can.
Right on. Okay.
By the way, congrats on already having 1,000 views recovered on the video.
Yeah, Greenline just re-released his.
Thank you. Yeah, did you guys tell you about that?
I saw it, and then I was gonna. I had it in the doc until I read the description where you said it was a re-upload, and I was like, "Oh, we don't need to talk about this."
Yeah, I got copyright nuked.
Bummer.
So Reese, our goal is to recoup the old views.
You picked up The Accountant.
That's
and Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen, premature or hidden inventory and premature death. And I was kind of surprised that the slipcover for Jujutsu Kaisen is a foil one.
Wow.
It's like the standard editions for the first season of Demon Slayer and then
I'm just marveling at the fact that The Accountant stars Ben Affleck, John Bernthal, J.K. Simmons, and John Lithgow. Holy fuck.
And you haven't seen it?
Nope. All right. Lady Phoenix picked up Titanic. Nice. Enriv picked up Photon the Idiot Adventures.
Oh, that came out. I forgot about that. Now I need to pick that up. Damn it.
Seb picked up Baki, as discussed previously. and Glass Slip in the House of the Lost on the Cape. Randy, you got the nice slip covers for Megazone 2-3 and Otaku no Video.
Can you buy those separately, or did he buy the
No.
Blu-rays?
You just
No,
need separate pictures.
He just photographed them separately.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I was like, what?
Anything you want to say about these, Rando?
No, I got them. I think the slipcovers look nice. Waiting
Did you put the
on,
slipcovers on?
No.
Okay, it's just me who's like, I'm gonna put these on and have the bitchiest time ever putting these on.
I love this. Bobby Hill says, this thing was expensive. $50 for 8 episodes. That being said, it was a really good anime. Shelf worthy. Yeah, it is pretty good. Considering they didn't know how they were going to end it when they started it. JC Vega says, Reese, I got this. Can you confirm from the Crunchyroll that this is real? Gunpla Builders?
I don't know why you asked me. I'm not a Gundam guy. I don't have this set.
I think
if you bought it from Crunchyroll,
maybe he thought you had the release expertise.
I mean, if you bought it off of Crunchyroll, it's legit. Like, they don't sell bootlegs. I mean, this is just, I assume, Nozomi.
I think the reason he might be wondering is because it feels weird that they didn't do an internal print on the.
I'm pretty sure that's just.
No, I don't think the Sunrise ones had that at all. My guess is that the spine is backwards, probably, but we don't get to see the spine.
I
don't know.
Was it Nozomi who released this, or is it directly from Sentai through Right Stuff?
It says, Right Stuff.
What do you mean Sentai?
Okay, yeah.
But what is it? Those two that have the flipped spine, the way I've just put them upside down. That's my code.
Modern problems.
This isn't
modern solutions.
This isn't a black ray disc too. So, real quick, Yam Freeze says, "Thank you for the Mikasa thumbnail." Enru says, "I had the Black Clover limited editions, but then they got ruined, so I got the Amazon limited edition, and then the season 3 complete edition and season 4." So the reason I haven't collected Black Clover is because they have those really fucking awesome looking box sets, like the like chipboard boxes. Yeah. But the problem is that there's like 4 of those. They look goddamn identical, and so when you put them in your box set, it's just gonna be like.
And they're also unnecessarily large because those box sets cover 4 cores, so it should be 4 sets.
I'm pretty sure they're 5 sets per thing, plus the extra box.
So they're normally large than what the larger.
Yeah,
like
so you
5
see
and a
why
half,
Greenline procrastinated on finishing his.
So Enriv says, what was the problem with the Digimon discs again? It was that
they had an entire like shot cut in at the wrong moment.
A cut that was from like a previous episode or earlier that was randomly put in like near another episode.
Yeah. Photon was their first Media OCD store purchase. I prefer to buy Discotheque Media from Media OCD, at least for the time being. Huh. All right. And then again, this is not
apparently they shipped stuff a lot earlier because Digimon's subset they've already shipped from Media OCD and Crunchyroll still hasn't gotten it yet. But me personally, I'm still going with Crunchyroll because it's cheaper and also it's like literally half a day away from me, or like next day shipping practically.
Yeah. It seems the cover sheet for it, if they might have been rush job code. So you think the cover just looks? I mean, the back looks really lackluster. If that's what you mean, it doesn't really look like there's a lot going on. That's what the new ones look like, anyway. Yep, that's
at
how. At
least for these like short spin-off things.
And we've also picked up Fantasian Neo Dimension and Dissidia. Is this Final Fantasy, right?
Yeah, Dissidia Final Fantasy 12.
Right on. Okay, so we got some more opening discussion topics. Oh, fuck. I forgot something. Hold on. I knew I was going to do this. There we go. Gotta add those back. All right. Kyoani Arsonist lawyer asks to nullify the appeal withdrawal. Now, we covered this as a possibility the last time we talked about this, that they withdrew the appeal, but that it's actually pretty common for that to happen in Japan. And that moments before the, what do you call it? Moments before the execution date, that appeal will get resubmitted as a way to stay execution. So the legal team of Shinji Aoba, who was convicted in the arson fire that killed 36 people and wounded 32 others at Kyoto Animation. Nice to see Anime News Network finally not saying allegedly, right? Asked the Osaka High Court to nullify Aoba's withdrawal of his appeal against his death sentence on January 30th. Aoba himself withdrew the appeal 2 days earlier on January 28th.
Yeah. Of course they're going to try and withdraw that because they're not going to get paid by a dead guy.
When a suspect withdraws their, I think it's probably a public defender, but yeah. When a suspect withdraws their appeal, the court can finalize its sentence and ends the trial. However, the Mainichi Shimbun paper reports that it is not unprecedented in the Japanese legal system for courts to nullify withdrawals of appeal if the defendants, quote, seemed unable to protect their rights due to the shock of a death sentence.
I think he's had plenty of time to marinate in it. I think he's fine.
No, seriously, I was handed the death sentence, and quite frankly, I was beside myself and accidentally withdrew my appeal. Come on. The Kyoto District Court handed down a guilty verdict on Aoba on January 25th, 2024. The defense representing Aoba filed an appeal to the ruling the following day. The prosecutors for the case announced their intent to seek the death penalty for Aoba. Okay, so this is all just a recap here. But yeah, basically, the story drags on. I'm sure it'll be over soon, but in other news, a former Crunchyroll employee says he was fired after reporting workplace misconduct. Now, somewhat similar to the Pizza Hut thing, there are things that are going to pop up where you're going to be like, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm not sure what I think about this yet. We're going to read his actual post here. So I'm going to actually open the archive for them. Because I'm logged in on LinkedIn. So Sean Hoffman said, how Crunchyroll treated me after my hardest year. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull this off screen and open up the image.
I'm going to step away, go to the bathroom, get some water.
All right, sounds good. You do that.
I'm going to step away to, clear my throat.
Okay.
I'm back now.
Okay, the reason
I cleared my throat and I didn't tell you guys.
Damn it! Why did you tell us? We needed to know.
I know with this administration, I promise to be more transparent going forward. I'll try to do better.
I unmute myself just to say I'm laughing back here in silence.
Okay. Anyway, back to Sean Hoffman's horrifying life experience. How Crunchyroll treated me after my hardest year. I never imagined I'd be writing this post. I gave my all to Crunchyroll, working nights and weekends, driven by passion for the fans and the platform. Even while facing one of the most devastating challenges of my life, my mother's terminal cancer, I remained dedicated to my work. When the stress, depression, and anxiety became overwhelming, I was diagnosed with anxiety and major depressive disorder, and requested an ADA accommodation, a reasonable step that should have been met with understanding and support. Instead, I experienced hostility. A manager I didn't even report to cursed me out and made an extremely obscene gesture during a workplace conversation. I documented the incident and reported it to HR. Okay. You're in a Zoom call and somebody flips you off. How do you document that? Just out of curiosity. What would be your approach for doing that?
Take a picture, write an email saying I don't appreciate getting
screen capture.
Okay, screen capture makes the most sense, right? Now I'm going to show you the image here.
Yeah, that's right. Is that not a screen grab? Is that not a screen capture?
It is a photo of the screen, right? And it is a photo of a Zoom call while the Zoom call is live.
How did he take the picture without?
It must have been a third party who's not on there. Like, does Zoom not show your thing?
So what I think is happening, well, because this says Sean Hoffman. So this is Sean, and this is the guy.
You just like Discord, though. I'm pretty sure you can. If there's a, although everyone would be aware of it, but there could be a third person on this call that is not on video.
Yeah,
and just
That's what
and
I'm
then
saying.
it's a you would say like hide non-video participants and stuff.
Yeah. So most charitable way I can interpret what's happening here is that perhaps he already was in the habit of recording the calls because stuff like this had already been happening. And then this is a photograph of the recording, possibly.
It's all. Do we know that the guy on the right is even the guy in question?
It says Sean Hoffman as his name.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So based on where his hands are and the fact that he's using a Mac, I can assume that while this is occurring, he hit Command-Shift-3 and took a screenshot. I just took a screenshot just now that you guys didn't notice, right? So what's weird about this,
are you gonna report us to HR?
What's weird about this
you off.
is that if you were to take that screenshot, why would you then take a photo of the screenshot instead of just posting the screenshot?
Yeah, I thought that's weird. Yeah.
Right? Like, this feels strange to me. So my heart goes out to you, Sean, and the situation with your terminally ill mom. I would like some clarification as to what caused you. How did you get this screenshot, first of all? Because if this happens real quick, you're not going to, unless you're expecting it and your fingers are already on the screenshot button.
It could be a screenshot from someone recording a video.
Yes. So theoretically, again, if there was a history of abuse and everything, you might already be in the mode to start recording these Zoom calls because shit keeps happening. It's super fucking easy, especially on a Mac. Open up QuickTime Player, screen record with audio, boom, you're done. Right? That's all you got to do. Then you've got a decent recording of it. Zoom does record calls if you have your system set up that way, but it's only for the person who's creating the call. And that's not a recording through Zoom because it's showcasing the share button, the react button and all that stuff. That wouldn't be in the recording. Right? So it's a little strange. I don't know what quite to make of it, but we'll keep reading here.
Also, just like, who flips someone off like that?
Yeah, like
it's like so half-heartedly. It's like to the side. Like, if I'm gonna flip you
balls into it,
if I'm gonna flip you off,
the body language, the body language almost seems like he's not flipping him off. He's like describing gestures that would be inappropriate in the workplace or something like it. It seems like an offhanded thing versus a deliberate attack on him thing.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Imagine somebody saying "fuck you" and your mom, and this is the look on your face while it's happening.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I don't know why anyone would describe flipping someone off and needing to demonstrate it. I think everyone knows what middle finger looks like.
I'm just saying, like the general gesture of it is not, the body language doesn't feel like it's directed at the person because it's almost be pointed away.
That's what I'm saying. Like, unless you're the giant pussy. I mean, he kind of does look like a pussy, but like, unless you're a giant pussy, you aim that finger at the camera, right?
Yeah.
So they get the front-facing image of
Yeah.
the middle finger.
So the reason I'm bringing this up is because, look, we all know that Crunchyroll's full shit. They're a scummy company, and all that kind of stuff. But the way that this is playing out, my bullshit meter is going on Sean, not Crunchyroll. This seems to me like you happen to get a screenshot of something and you're now using it as leverage to paint this weak attack. Like that's what
also,
it feels like to me.
I mean, also, like, I'm sorry. You've worked there for less than a year and you're taking like long-term leave to deal with your sick mom. Like, I know shit happens, but like long-term leave is for like employees that have been there forever, and it's like, okay, we really don't want to lose you, so we'll put you on long-term leave.
And
like,
this guy is a programmer for Crunchyroll. Now, I don't use Crunchyroll personally, but I feel like if things got marginally better at Crunchyroll in recent years, I would have heard about it. And as far as I've heard, Crunchyroll has been a shit service in terms of like the player and everything all this time.
We kind of talked about it. Like they used to have all the different languages as separate entries for a show. Like season 37.
Oh yeah, that was awful.
Dub.
Yeah,
but now it's all consolidated and you can just flip through like.
Yeah, so it has gotten better, to be fair to them.
And what was the time frame of that?
It was like
after Funimation
within a year of
with them, they chose the Funimation model.
So
within
it doesn't,
a year of merging with Funimation.
It doesn't seem like if Sean Hoffman is writing this post at within this month, it doesn't seem like he was necessarily the one responsible, pulling all-nighters and working weekends to make that minor quality of life improvement of the platform.
Well, I mean, I think I think it was last year, and he started working there in 2024. He said, so it's possible he was working on it during that migration.
Okay. So,
and also, you have to remember the way the Crunchyroll website versus the apps work is that like the apps don't just run the website, they're all individual things. So if they put the feature on the website, they still have to go and redo the feature for each app that's out there, like the Roku app, the Kindle app. Like I think to be fair, let me rephrase it.
Oh god, am I frozen again? What the fuck?
Yeah. So they're even if he wasn't there for the website feature, like he could have still been working on apps.
So let me rephrase it then. In recent years, there has been one, I guess, major improvement to the quality of life on the site. He may or may not have been a part of that, but generally speaking, the vast majority of discussions surrounding Crunchyroll's coding.
There's actually been two giant quality of life features that have been added within the last year or so ish. The other one is profiles, and that would be pretty big.
Oh yeah, that is pretty big.
Okay. The other thing is that they removed comments, right? Like,
well, yeah,
right.
that's
not
so hard.
I'm just saying that if you were put in as the front-facing person of the company who is in charge of coding it, like there's less to be proud of than there is to be ashamed of at Crunchyroll, is what I'm trying to get at.
In Crunchyroll corporate's eyes, he's just an intern. And he's just
literally, and this is the thing, like a manager I didn't even report to cursed me out and made an extremely obscene gesture during a workplace conversation. I documented the incident and reported it to HR. Instead of taking corrective action, I noticed a shift in how I was treated. Subtle at first, then more overt. Okay, so I'm just going to say that you mean nothing to a company who can hire another programmer the next day, right? Unless you have literally built the entire infrastructure from the ground up and you are necessary because you have sort of, what do you call it, the codex for how the site works in your brain because you are so intimately involved with it that you know how everything is connected, you're unnecessary. right? In terms of like, if you're going to create even a little bit of drama, especially Texas is an at-will state, right? Like California, like they can fire you for whatever reason they see fit, whenever they want, right? Right to work, I think is what it's called. Anyway, so they said, or Sean, right? Sean, yeah. Sean goes on to say, I raised concerns about workplace treatment, professionalism, and respect shortly after Crunchyroll made the decision to terminate my employment, citing a policy violation. Honestly, this is not to dismiss Crunchyroll's behavior, but the policy violation might be recording the meeting.
Right. I was just to say it was probably the act of recording a conversation that was supposed to stay in-house.
Yeah, and that is a policy that exists exclusively to help the company and not the people who work there. I'm not saying it isn't, but that actually might be the grounds for which they were able to fire him.
The fact that this guy preemptively recorded.
Is it scummy? Absolutely. Yeah, totally it is. But that
it's also kind of scummy to record meetings.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the I think Texas is a one-party consent state, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're recording meetings, you're basically like
you can basically leak company secrets.
Well, that, but also like unless there's a reason to record the meeting, like but also like you would want everyone to be aware of that you're recording it. But if you're talking about like, oh, we're having a meeting about like requirement spec for this new feature that we're doing, you might want to record that so you have it on paper as to like what was said, like what they're expecting, that's fine. But if you're having a meeting about like, let me talk to you about the fact that I want to take long-term leave to look after my mom, that doesn't seem like that needs to be recorded, other than to bitch to people about potentially unfair treatment. Like, look, they don't care about my mom.
He probably already knew the outcome, which is why he
Yeah, and it seems like an attempt, like the choice to record it from the beginning was in order to weaponize it when things went the direction you expected. Okay. Yeah. Now, again, there is so much here that we don't see, that we don't know. ADA is Americans with Disability Act. So this is like the thing that gets you special treatment if, you can't stand for long periods of time. And the thing about the ADA, which is honestly such a broken government initiative in the United States, is that it is illegal for them to ask you for clarification or proof on your disability. So you basically just get to say, my bladder gets super full sometimes and I need a bathroom in my office, move me to the office with a bathroom, shit like that, like you could, it's abused every day. Anyway. Oh, who'd we lose? Oh, there goes. They offered me severance.
Actually, sorry. Sure. I just want to say was he asking for long-term leave? I don't, technically, I think he's just saying accommodation.
Yes, for some form of ADA accommodation for his anxiety and major depressive disorder.
Sure. Okay.
Whatever that would entail, they said that he says, then they offered me severance in exchange for silence. The manager in this photo, he remains employed. Meanwhile, I am now without income while I care for my mother, a 52-year-old substitute teacher, not sure why any of that matters, who is battling cancer in a broken U.S. healthcare system that has left her unable to afford treatment. This really, fully, wholeheartedly screams to me a pity party with a group that people already have, a cause to dislike Crunchyroll, that will then turn into a GoFundMe for which he can get some, money for his situation,
for his quote unquote mother.
Yeah, it might honestly be for his mother. I'm just saying that the way this reads to me, my bullshit meter is going off at full bore, right? Like full blast. I can't hear anything else because it sounds to me like a deliberate orchestration of events and collection of evidence. It reminds me of the way Farah used to try to operate in order to gain sympathy so that he can then weaponize it in order to come out with a better outcome. You know,
get it trending, get that GoFundMe going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, weaponize the hashtags.
Look how much they gave freaking
Mike McFarland. Yeah, which we'll look at in a second.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, he was taking a look at that Mike McFarland money and was like, I could get that too.
I could get my mom a sexy live-in nurse. Leadership knew, HR knew, yet this is how they responded. I share this not just for myself, but for many professionals out there who face retaliation for speaking up, who are forced to choose between their livelihoods and their dignity. We often think about company values, but how often do those values hold up when employees need them the most? Who thinks about company values? That's not even a term that's crossed my mind in the last decade. Have you ever been in a similar situation? How do we hold companies accountable to their own principles? Let's talk. Hashtag life at Crunchyroll. Hashtag tech careers. Hashtag inclusion. So then he also had this statement. I want to thank everyone at for the overwhelming support since I spoke out about how Crunchyroll handled my situation. Seeing so many people care about fairness, accountability, and safe workplaces has meant the world to me. I also appreciate those who've shared their experiences. It takes courage to speak up. I dedicated countless hours at Crunchyroll to delivering the best experience possible for anime fans. When I requested an ADA accommodation, not FMLA, not medical leave, to manage my own mental health conditions while working, I expected fairness. Instead, I was terminated under pretext, despite no prior warnings, performance concerns, or history of misconduct, while a manager who admitted to workplace abuse remained employed. I also want to be clear. What's up?
I was just going to say, like, it is. I thought he was asking for long-term leave, and it is a little different when he's just asking for accommodations, which is most likely work from home. But
yeah,
it's still with how he went about it. It still seems I understand why Crunchyroll fired him.
Yeah, and it seems again like if I was in HR, which is not a position I should ever be in, but because I would deny everybody's claims. If I was in HR and you sent me that photo, if you sent me the screenshot, I'd be like, all right, maybe I should look into this. But when you send me a photo of a recording or of the screenshot, that indicates to me that you have ulterior motives. The choice of presentation of that is such a misstep, in my opinion, that alone is what sets off the bullshit meter, especially because the guy flipping him off, quote unquote, isn't actively pointing it at him. He's not directing it directly at him, and he doesn't have body language that indicates an excessive amount of malice or anything. You know, it seems when I look at that, like, I want to hear that guy's side of the story. And because you chose to take a photo of a recording or of the screenshot, now on top of that, I'm going to give extra deference to the other guy in the picture story, you know, because this seems fishy. It seems manipulative. And the way you've acted on LinkedIn after the fact feels fishy and manipulative, you know. I don't know why you wouldn't, if it is a recording, post the fucking recording.
Yeah, give me the whole thing. I want context.
Post that shit on YouTube. You know, I mean, there's probably some form of NDA stuff, but you could at least get the clip where he's cussing you out. You could at least provide that, right? We'll show it on the podcast. Give it to us, right? I just don't buy it. I don't think it's real. Anyway, so I dedicated countless hours. I think I already read this. I want to be clear. I do not condone harassment of anyone involved. My intent has always been to highlight workplace accountability, not to direct hostility. If you don't condone harassment of anyone involved, why did you include, God damn it, my fucking thing froze again. Why did you include the guy's name in your photo of the recording or of the screenshot. You could have easily put up, like if you were going to the trouble. Look, I would even
like a
give
tiny
you
sensor bar.
Yeah, like use the in-app way of your phone to scratch it out, or put a fucking post-it note up there, and then I might understand. Oh, you're not technologically sound enough to be able to use like a image editor, but you at least had the wherewithal to, once you recorded it, protect his identity when you took the picture, kind of thing. Okay, maybe I don't know. So he goes on to say, I do not condone harassment of anyone involved. My intent has always been to highlight workplace accountability, not to direct hostility. Am I fighting back? You better believe it. They underestimated my resolve. This isn't even my final form. I'm rejecting their severance offer because it includes clauses that would prevent me from holding them accountable. Instead, I have officially filed an EEOC complaint for retaliation and disability discrimination. To date, Crunchyroll and Sony have refused to engage in discussions about a resolution, including reinstatement of my role. Why the fuck would you ever reinstate somebody who has caused this kind of harm? Or just creating.
Also, why would you want to go back?
Seriously.
Don't bend the knee.
Again, and that's the thing, is like when Vic was, backstabbed by all the people in the industry, and all the fans were like, Funimation needs to give him his rollback right now. And it's like, why the fuck would he ever want to set foot back in that den of snakes?
Yeah.
Nobody would want that. You want that as a fan because you're a fan, and you want to have more of the thing that you like about him, which is his voice in anime. But him as a person, there's no fucking way he wants to go back to work for the people who treated him like shit. Let's see. He says,
who he thought were his friends on top of it. It's like.
Yeah.
Rather than addressing my concerns, their VP of HR attempted to silence me, sending a hostile, dismissive email insisting I, quote, have no valid claims, and demanding I, quote, remove or correct my statements to fit their narrative. I don't see a link to that email.
Yeah, I don't see any screenshots.
They didn't refute my claims. They didn't offer evidence. Instead, they resorted to intimidation and pressure, because when you can't disprove the truth, you try to erase it instead. This isn't just me. Since speaking out, several current and former Crunchyroll employees have come forward to share their own experiences. Some have faced similar treatment, while others have seen these patterns firsthand. The fact that so many have come forward speaks volumes. You could give us a number or a name, or so many. This is the specific type of social engineering language that Farrah would use. The manipulative way. Like I've told you guys before, I was talking about the way my boss acts a little while ago, and I was talking about his charismatic ability, and somebody in the comments asked if my boss was like Vic, and to be honest, yes, to a degree, but actually he's significantly more like Farrah, in the sense that he would speak at an event, and then he would use photos of himself speaking at the event and post on social media saying that he was the most popular speaker or whatever. Basically, saying stuff like the results are in, and overwhelmingly the audience valued the talk by so what I mean? In order to just plateau and position himself up on this pedestal. And then other schools would reach out to him saying, we heard you were the most popular speaker at X school. And it's really what it is he created that talking point. They eventually saw it and assumed it was true, and then reached out to him with FOMO that we need to get him for the next speaking gig. Right. And it's it's an effort to create the narrative and then ride that narrative into the next plateau, which I think in a lot of cases is how you see people fail upward. right? Is if you can at least spin things in a believable way that you're not a train wreck, you will get to the next stop unscathed every time. Anyway, so he says there are so many. The fact that there are so many speaks volumes. Retaliation should never be the cost of speaking up. To those who have privately corroborated my story, thank you. I know some of you fear retaliation, and that's not okay. Employees who witness or experience misconduct, discrimination, or retaliation are legally protected when they speak up. And through all of this, prioritizing my mental health has been essential. Shout out to my therapist. Why? I don't know why we have to include your therapist and the place where they work. She's been incredible. For my fellow remote employees, if you're looking for a great therapist, reach out to her. It could make all the difference. Weird. Fucking weird, right? These conversations matter. If you face similar challenges in the workplace, I encourage you to share your story. It's time companies are held accountable for how they treat their employees. Hashtag life at Crunchyroll. Hashtag Crunchyroll. Hashtag Sony Pictures. Hashtag mental health awareness, right? Hashtag employee rights. Hashtag workplace well-being. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the comment here is from his therapist. Right. Thank you so much for the kind words and for trusting me to support you during such a challenging time. Right. Do you recognize any of these names? I don't recognize any of them. Anyway, do you guys have anything you want to say about this?
I mean, I took it at face value and other people covered it, but like now that you bring like stuff up to pay attention to, it's like, well, it looks kind of suspicious. It's like there's certain things that just don't add up, and it's like, yeah, no, that seems more accurate now.
Yeah. Cool T says he says firing is in a way a long-term leave.
Yeah.
Right?
He's right.
He can get his mom a hot nurse. JT Vega says, you said he is using a Mac computer. Yes, this is indicative that he's using a Mac. This is the, like on a PC, the X and minimize and whatever buttons are on the right side, but on a Mac, they're over here on the left. The picture of Sean looks like he never slept. That's one way to interpret it. He just looks like, I don't know. I guess I'd have to see a video of him normally, you know. Anyway. So in other news, coming back to Mike McFarland, I can't remember where it was last time. I was supposed to look this up from last podcast. They did raise the goal. I think it was 130K last time, and they were roughly 97% of the way there. Because we still have some from 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They're small amounts, though. I don't know. It's hard to say. Apparently, the fundraiser is near me. That's creepy. Anyway, have they put any more into the? No, they haven't. Oh, updates. We have an update.
Wow.
Wanted to update everyone on Mike's progress. He's healing well from surgery and even got his staples out today. That's good. Mike has been overwhelmed with the amount of support he's received from friends, family, and even complete strangers. Many of us in his friend group have been spending a lot of time with him in his home, and it has come to our attention that there are quite a few things that need to be addressed in order to accommodate the long-term care Mike will need. All of it is a higher cost than anticipated. As such, we have increased the goal to try to help mitigate these expenses. We want to make sure Mike is in the safest and most comfortable place possible while he undergoes some very intense treatment. If you have already given, if you have already given, please continue to spread the word. Mike and his family are absolutely stunned at the amount of generosity you have all shown us thus far. Or you have all shown thus far. Every little bit is a so appreciated. Why would you say that? Why would you phrase it? Every little bit is a so appreciated.
I think it's
you meant to say every little bit is so appreciated, but like it's just not a good choice of words. Is just say
That's
is
an
so
unfortunate typo.
that
It is
extra
so
so really
appreciated.
really harms it.
He looks. Is he gay? Like
He looks gay there. That's a lot of fucking staples.
yeah.
I forgot because I'm a fucking idiot. What did he?
He had a
get
brain tumor,
surgery
right?
for?
Didn't he?
Oh, brain tumor.
Wasn't it a
okay.
brain tumor? All of a sudden,
Yeah.
I thought he was like open heart surgery for a second. No, it's
Yeah,
probably,
me too.
It's probably like these were in his head. You can even see some of his hair came out with the staples.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm surprised he still has hair left after.
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's probably like the back of his scalp is probably empty.
Okay.
You know. But anyway, just so that we're 100% clear, love
This
Mike
is a joke.
McFarland.
We love Mike McFarland.
Hope all the best for him. Feel like we're dragging behind us the fact that we were championing that they needed to put an update out, and now they have. So thank God. Yeah.
It's good. It's good to see an update. Although I
Although
mean,
it was apparently from January 28th, and we probably should have covered it earlier.
it also is like vague on details as to why.
Yeah.
Like what about the
they say,
situation has changed?
now we've seen that it's going to cost so much more. But it's like, but what? Like, does he need a lift put into his staircase or something? Like,
Does he need another hot nurse?
He can't be satisfied with just one. All right. Well, anyway, good luck to you.
That brain surgery turned on his hormones again, and now he's like 15 years old. And so, like, at the drop of the hat, he's raring to go.
Yeah. So, also, still, it doesn't seem like Crumb is going to get help on funding their legal battle against the Pokemon Company, who referred to the statements being made regarding the predatory community of whatever the Pokemon game was. Doesn't look like they're getting a lot of help. So shout out to Cress. If you guys want to help fund their legal battle, you guys can do that here. And then did we already cover this finishing? If we didn't, for good measure, hand-drawn game guides ended way over its goal, like astronomically high. So that's cool. Anyway, we're done covering that now. Move this over here. Get to it later. Okay. Would you guys like to talk amongst yourselves for a minute while I go take a leak? Holy shit.
We didn't need the advertising.
Actually, we don't. You should stay here.
Hold on. I'm going to go sneeze and cough and clear my throat and take a leak all at the same time. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
All at once. Excuse me while I eat this sandwich.
Wow. Oh, your avatar.
Yeah. So how's everybody's weekend been going?
Too bad.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good thing I checked fucking Discord last night. It's like, oh, we're starting at noon? What the? Oh, I better go to bed.
Yep. That's...
Well, at least you didn't have to shovel snow. We're getting dumped on right now. It's like
is that right?
Canadian experience.
Almost a foot of snow, I'd say. And then on top of that, it's like built up from the last couple snowfalls, and there's been no melt. So, like, the sides of the driveways are just fucking piling up right now.
It's a winter wonderland. Hooray. All the kids are excited. And you as the adult are just like, oh, fucking kids.
Yeah.
I am happy to see kids are sledding. We look like I've got a park down the street. I've seen a lot of kids trudging the street in, full on, snowsuits, dragging sleds behind them, which is, I'm happy to see, instead of, everybody staying inside, staring at a screen.
Yeah.
And getting out and playing. Like,
But that's my favorite pastime. That's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm inside staring at a screen, talking to people on the internet.
Yeah.
Hooray me. Hooray me.
Do you guys like the background I made?
Yeah.
I didn't actually make it, but it's
Looks
from
nice.
Wow. Stolen Valor.
I did extend it. So like over here, you can see like where my head is where it like stopped. So all of this stuff is extra. It stopped.
Did you extend it with AI or did you draw it yourself?
Here, and I extended it. Yeah, AI. I used Adobe's Firefly.
Nice. Does that work pretty well?
Well, I had to do a few different passes to get like a good one, and then I kind of still had to fix it up afterwards. But if anyone recognizes this image, it's from the Spider-Man cartoon maker from the 90s. If anyone had that software.
I'm sure that's 90s Spider-Man, but it also feels like Hey Arnold. So
it is 90s Spider-Man.
I forgot. I have another pickup. I stole this from my American Airlines flight.
As you do.
Wow.
Yeah. So yep,
I'm gonna be calling TSA. I'm gonna let them know.
Just wait till we talk about Attack on Titan tonight. Just wait.
Is the cup going to be involved?
Stories I have to tell about customs and TSA. More specifically, customs. All right. So anyway, let's get back to this.
Did you reach around?
No, I'll just wait. Just wait. You won't be able to guess.
Just so you know, those 3 GoFundMe stories were not in the doc.
Yes, I know. I forgot to put them in there, and then when I saw that it was empty, I grabbed them from the 294 doc.
Okay.
All right. Ohio's Ohayocon owners sue Sekaicon organizers for theft of trade secrets. Damn. The tragedy here is that we're not going to be told what those secrets were, I bet.
Oh.
Suit also alleges defamation, contract interference to promote competing Ohio event. So the Cultural Exchange Society, the owners of Ohio-based anime convention Ohayocon, Ohio, by the way, for anybody who doesn't speak Japanese, is good morning in Japanese.
Ohio. It's the Dr. Stone opening theme song.
So they filed a civil lawsuit against Sekai Guild, the organizers of the new Ohio-based convention Sekaicon, on January 16th. The suit alleges that the Sekaicon organizers, as former Ohayocon staff members, misappropriated confidential business information and trade secrets from Ohayocon. Like the email addresses of the contacts in Japan that got you like stuff at your venue. The suit further alleges that the former Ohayocon staff members attempted to, quote, extort control of the convention from Cultural Exchange Society President Melissa Ann Phelps in a fraudulent attempt to organize the convention's team. So they tried to take control of Ohayocon? It states that upon failure, the former staff used the misappropriated assets to interfere with the business. So like what, the passwords to the accounts? to interfere with the business and private lives of organization members, as well as publicly defame the members to promote Sekaicon. The suit states that Phelps and other members have and continue to receive death threats online. In addition, the suit claims that Jared Hightower, former Ohayocon staff member and member of the conventions of Ohio Volunteer Event Network, Coven. A collective formed by former Ohayocon volunteers who sought to address concerns with Ohayocon's governing body, quote, breached his fiduciary duties to CES by secretly coordinating with Coven and the senior leadership to harm it, and with Sekai guilds to compete with it. Just as many goddamn conspiratorial complaints as you can come up with, just put them in the lawsuit. We'll sort it out in court, right? Like, as an example of Sekaicon's theft of Ohayocon's assets, CES provided an example of the use of collectible ribbons related to various aspects of the convention. In a social media post, Sekaicon said that it is another convention where ribbons are a big deal. Where ribbons are a big part, adding that Ohio-based convention Colossal Con and Matsuri Con also use them. The suit seeks compensation for damages and reimbursement of legal costs. Ohayocon 2025 took place from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025. The event moved from Columbus to a new location, the Dayton Convention Center in Dayton. Sekaicon will run from April 11th to 13th at Newark near Columbus. Ohayocon senior leadership changed in November. With Stephen Baker taking over as convention director, William T. as associate convention director, Xander S. as the director of operations, and Andrew T. as the director of social media, public relations, and marketing. Ohayocon 2024 took place in January 2024. However, over 91 individuals, including former senior leadership members and year-round volunteers, boycotted the convention last year following the termination of Cody Markham, Ohiocon's former convention chair, who had been with them since 2009. I vaguely remember covering this. Do you guys remember this? No. And Aaron, the former director of marketing, talks between Coven and the CESI board of directors began as early as March 2023. Coven's demands included fair compensation, the prohibiting of CESI board members from receiving compensation over the average compensation value of staff leaders who do not sit on the board, the immediate adoption of a code of conduct that everyone would be beholden to, more transparency in budgetary matters, updating labor policies, and for CESI's outright purchase and ownership of Ohayocon brand materials, including logo and mascot. There were arguments regarding topics such as finances. Ultimately, it was a logo dispute regarding the convention's official logo at the time, a red cross in a circle with a white background, this one, with which was assumed to have violated the Geneva Conventions. Why even is it that? Why is it a cross? Oh God!
Isn't the Geneva Convention a red cross?
Right. I'm guessing that this is the one that they went with after the one that maybe had the colors flipped, where the cross was red and the white was the other stuff.
Maybe.
I gotta say, one of the things, I don't know if I talked about it on the podcast, but we talked about it when I was playing the game. They did such a good job in Silent Hill Remake to not get, like, in the original games, like games in the 90s especially, they had the symbol for health was a red cross, and eventually the red cross basically asserted dominance over those games, and future games in the same franchises had to come up with a different way to display health. And what they did in the Silent Hill remake is that instead of coming up with something new, they just made it green instead of red. And I was like, I'll take it. Whatever. That's great. Thank you.
I think Halo turned it into an H, a red H.
For helipad. I mean, health.
Health, yeah.
With a white sock. Okay. It says here, which is assumed to have violated the Geneva Conventions, and a new Sakura logo, another red circular logo, but with a white Sakura flower in the center, that eventually led to Markham's termination. Imagine getting terminated for coming up with a goddamn logo. Holy fuck. At the Red Cross request, Ohayocon modified its logo by adding a blue background, which the Red Cross approved. The previous senior leadership team later decided that this adjustment was not sufficient and opted to switch to the Sakura design, which had copyright concerns revolving around Sakura of America's similar logo. Ohayocon received feedback regarding the design and decided its request to revert to the previous logo and declined its request to revert to the previous logo. According to the CESI, Markham had changed the logo without their approval. The CESI requested Markham and Aaron provide access to the convention's social media platforms and other necessary login information. Following their refusal, Ohayocon decided to terminate Markham's position, voting to remove him and former director of marketing Aaron in October 2023. While there is more to the story that has been detailed here, this all eventually led to the resignation of several of the convention's senior leadership members and boycott of the last year's event. According to Ohayocon, 9 senior leadership members submitted their resignations in protest, while some staff members signed the Coven Manifesto. They were welcomed back to staff Ohayocon and are still part of the team. Damn. The fucking drama in the con circuit in Ohio. So I'm saying my boss is Frank Dux. I don't know who that is. Anyway, any thoughts on this before we move on?
Nope.
Cool. All right, Gundam live action film gets co-financed by Bandai Namco Filmworks and Legendary. So we've known about this movie for a long time. It was announced in 2018 at a weird convention. Like this video is fucking weird. It's like, there's the G for Gundam. It's just playing the most nonsensical, like fanfare music you could imagine. And this is fucking it. This is all we have. This is how we're going to promote this. It's so fucking bizarre. Anyway, so it's going to get co-financed by Bandai Namco, which means that hopefully they get more on the back end, right? In addition, live action Bakugan movie is going to bring the battle brawlers to the big screen. Like,
are we sure that's a good idea, guys?
Get this. The director of San Andreas and Rampage is working on it. That all but guarantees Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is going to be in this movie, right?
It's time to brawl. Beats the shit out of a kid.
Yeah.
Just punches a kid.
Get ready to brawl. Kid summons a monster and The Rock just punches it.
I just want to see Rock come out. Be the Bakugan.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
going to
come out of the
turn
ball.
into one of the monsters.
Like the ball looks like Golem from Pokemon, but it opens up and it's The Rock.
Surprise, motherfucker. Anyway, it says here, Bakugan is ready for the film treatment, and I'm thrilled to be the one to bring it to the big screen for the very first time. With Lindsay and the Spin Master team alongside me, we're excited to build a hit franchise with global appeal. Not going to happen. This is going to tank as badly as Saint Seiya, I think. I am confident we will create a must-see film event that does justice to the unique and epic world that is Bakugan.
Do you think they know? Like, do you think they make deliberate stinkers that are just like, we can do this as a tax write-off?
Fuck, I don't know. I think that the reason we are seeing the whiplash-inducing heel turn on DEI and wokeness is because USAID and other groups are being shut down in their funding that funnels back to these groups making entertainment that was politically motivated in this way, right? And that a lot of behavior, of nonsensical, strange behavior in the corporate world is about to overcorrect because they aren't going to be able to survive without it. Like, I was not kidding when I said Politico is going to go bankrupt unless a dramatic culling happens, right? You don't get $8 million, fail payroll, right? And then survive. Like that's not a goddamn good sign. The mass layoffs are going to be coming, just like they've been hitting video games as we've been covering for the last, freaking 5 years here, it feels like.
Because if they hired me just to tell them, hey, is this a good idea, Greenlight? I'd tell them,
no.
Fuck no. You're better off doing Yu-Gi-Oh! As a live action.
Seriously, the entire reason they're doing this is they look at Sonic, they look at Detective Pikachu, and like, well, we could probably get like at least 10% of what they got, right? Like that's possible. Kids don't even know what's Pokemon and what isn't. Maybe we'll throw in a joke about Pokemon in there so that they think maybe it's a Pokemon movie. We'll just put it in the trailer, like what kind of Pokemon is this? And then the people who know will laugh, and the people who don't will think it's a Pokemon movie. I don't know. It seems like something they would do. All right. Anyway, Animego and Justin Sevakis are producing a documentary, interviews on Western anime industry figures. I'm guessing they'll eventually put it out on disc, right? I mean, like,
that's no. He said
they're only doing it for YouTube. Why?
Yeah. Because he said it was too expensive, and they've got to.
God, it's so expensive. I'm just gonna give it away for fucking free on YouTube. Come on,
right? Exactly.
He said something like along the lines of like, with all of the work that he's doing now, like if he hadn't have bought Animego, he would have put it out probably as a disc, but since he bought that and he's doing all this work with new series and stuff, he's just going to put this out on
well, hopefully eventually they actually release it, but we'll see. Just because I love having documentaries in my collection personally, especially these kinds. So anyway, any more to say about this before I move on?
It's kind of cool, I guess. Some of the people we made fun of during the live stream, but that's because they're old and
I didn't
funny.
watch the last stream. I was busy.
No, I know. We were all disappointed. You missed nothing.
Yeah. Mecha J says they got to release it physically. I totally agree. Hopefully they do eventually. All right. CoMix Wave is going to deliver the new Pokemon anime about Dragonite and the Postman. So the studio that brought you Your Name is doing a Pokemon thing for Pokemon Day on February 27th. Dragonite and the Postman will be expressly delivered to fans via YouTube. What business model is this? Spend more money than you've ever spent on a project and then give it away for free. It's probably a short episode. It's probably 10 minutes or so, but
yeah, something like that.
My favorite part about this is the Dragonite is attempting to murder these kids by flying upside down when they're not strapped.
We'll see if they survive this.
All right. Also, Dragon Ball Daima ends on February 28th. Streams Climax trailer.
Haven't even started it yet.
Yep.
But I've been told about a certain spoiler that's like, oh my gosh, you need to see this part. It's so validating. And
I also from the latest episode.
I also know of this spoiler.
I also know the spoiler.
Okay, who doesn't? I'm assuming Randy doesn't know the spoiler.
No, Randy's the one who told me.
Oh. Well, can we just say it?
Wow, Randy, randomly,
let me put it this way.
Spoiling something.
Let me put it this way. Now he asked me like a bunch of questions leading up to the reveal that all included how much do you care about this being spoiled? And he did his due diligence to gauge whether or not I was okay with it. And I said, Randy, just spoil it already.
Yeah.
So I'll just say,
write it all over me.
If you're a fan of Dragon Ball GT, you're about to get heavily validated.
Yeah. That's what Lance told me, and he felt very validated.
I think just saying that just spoils it.
Yeah. The only problem is that they remain children. Anyway, moving past. All right. In anime news, Rascal the Raccoon anime spinoff Araiguma Calcaldan premieres in April. I don't understand. What is the story set around 5 employees working hard in a lesser Tama branch of a secret society aiming for world domination called the Calcal Group, an aspirational new recruit, a polite but self-conscious superior, a modern guy with a cold attitude to everything, a hot-headed but kind senior employee, and a handsome older man leading the pack. Okay. Why do they all have guns?
Space Force.
Right. He's wearing the this is like the Japanese learner's permit for driving. They put this like on their windshield to indicate that they're like a student driver or whatever. Or like there's levels to, I don't know if this is the student one, but there's like a couple different color codes that represent how like accomplished of a driver you are, that indicates everybody else like, whoa, stay back, or you can trust me, I'm not going to run you over. Anyway, moving past this, Hanakimi anime reveals new teaser trailer with main cast. I don't remember if we already talked about this getting an anime. My wife is very happy. I love this. Anime project confirmed and in progress. This is a lady. Footnum's not here. Moving past it. All right, Cocoon TV anime is debuting in March 2025. So from what I understand, even though when I look at this picture, I say, definitely CGI, right? Like, can't see this as not being CGI.
Definitely looks like it.
Right? Apparently, former employees from Studio Ghibli are working on this. It's set in Okinawa in the closing days of World War II. Cocoon tells a story of Mayu and San, a pair of students who become child soldiers while the war in the Pacific rages on. There you go.
Looks vaguely like Ghibli.
Yeah, former Ghibli employees. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't.
That was the tell.
Ishura season 2 anime unveils a new visual for the second half. This show just looks cool. Like it has this aura about it. The animation was pretty good, but it aired on Disney Plus, so nobody.
No, it's on
Hulu as well.
It's on Hulu in the States. It's on Hulu in the States.
Anyway,
it's on Disney Plus everywhere else.
Yeah,
and it has
Hulu and Disney Plus. I mean, it's the same thing. They have Hulu.
Yeah,
So
I'm going to assume, much like all other Hulu, Disney Plus stuff, that Viz is going to get it. So
I'd be okay with that. So, if your isekai has too much fantasy, just wait. Reborn as a space mercenary, I woke up piloting the strongest starship. Light novel is getting an anime adaptation.
Fucking finally, sci-fi isekai. That I'm sure already happened. That random will correct me and be like, "That already happened." Green Line. Be like, "Well, I wasn't paying attention."
It probably did, but I can't think of one.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I can't.
We'll let the audience correct us.
Yeah, so it's about time, I feel like, but whatever.
Playing death games to put food on the table, premiering January 2026. So I think we already kind of talked about this a little bit.
Prepare Green Line's wallet for that bunny girl.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yuki wakes up to find herself in an unfamiliar manner, wearing a maid uniform and lying on a luxurious bed. Soon she discovers 5 more girls, all dressed the same as her. This is the ghost house, and the only way they can survive is to make it through the traps that lie in wait, deadly games full of blowguns, buzzsaws, locked rooms, and weapons. It's a hopeless, terrifying situation for everyone there. Well, everyone except for Yuki. After all, this is her career at 17. Do you think that's odd? She would agree, but that's how some people are. They earn their living playing death games.
I'm interested. No.
Yeah.
Sounds like it'd be a fun time.
I don't want to watch the other girls get dismembered, though.
Okay, I just Googled it. Hold on. I just Googled it.
The
sci-fi isekai.
Mm-hmm.
The first answer on this Reddit post is Futurama. And that is kind of true.
Sure.
Damn. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys know that like we've been looking at a bunch of weird furry anime where the fur meter is just a little bit too far past acceptable.
Good time to return to us, Footnum.
Yeah.
That was longer than 10 minutes, Footnum, and you didn't give a good enough reason to leave.
You better have blown your nose so often.
I had a full meal.
I left my A-rank party to help my former students reach the dungeon depths, adds Maria Sashide to the cast. Okay, so finally, we have a cat girl who doesn't make you feel like it's illegal. I don't know, maybe she's 15. I'm not sure. Anyway, moving past this. The Stunned Hero and the Assassin Princess anime adaptation announced for 2025. They be huge. They be bigger than recommended. They be beyond the daily recommended dose.
Your daily
Beyond
recommended
meat.
calcium value. That's at least like 3 servings.
I mean, that guy's got pretty big looking at him.
Yeah, I mean, he's built like a brick house, but he definitely skipped leg day and just went to.
Yeah,
I also think bigger than recommended, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Also, if sometime Filmworks gets this, you know what they're putting on the front cover of the fucking Blu-ray collection.
Yeah, just cropped in right here.
Yeah. Like, and done.
It's not hard life. What's the farmer meme? It's
yeah.
What the fuck is it?
Hang on, give me a minute. I can think of it. It's not much, but it's honest work or whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, your former. Good.
I was gonna say, do you count Escaflowne as a sci-fi?
As an isekai. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's definitely an
isekai. Oh, true. Yeah.
I don't know that I would count it as a sci-fi.
It's got mechs and shit.
It has mechs,
It does have
yeah,
mechs.
that's true.
But it
I
does
don't know.
feel
Not
more
like
like
a-
fantasy at times.
Yeah.
It also
It's a
has
mix of both.
It also has cat girls that otherwise wouldn't be acceptable, if not for the way they pull it off in Escaflowne.
Well, what was the one that we watched that you like for watch party recently?
What?
No. The
Yeah,
guy
all the
has
cat
red
girls in
hair.
that?
Guy has red hair.
Outlaw Star.
Yeah. That had a
Aisha Clan.
Yeah.
Clan.
I agree.
a worse that was a worse cat girl than Esclafone.
How dare you shame Aisha Clan?
Well, in terms of furriness, it was more furry than Esclafone, from what I remember anyway.
Well, I was thinking of Merle from Escaflowne. You might be thinking of the cat twins. Vaughn's little, like that little pink-haired girl. I think she has pink hair that chases Vaughn all around. She has like a full ass tail and she's hairy all over. Anyway, all right. Your Forma anime reveals new trailer, key art, and cast additions. Nobody cares about all that shit. Here's the picture. Now look, she's trying to grow into it. The cleavage doesn't exist, but one day, hopefully, the outfit seems a little strange.
It's accentuating something that's
Yeah,
very much there.
Not sure what. It's accentuating the lack.
I'll take the Assassin Princess any day of the week.
All right, so Dr. Stone's Science Future anime reveals new cast for episode 6.
I thought they meant like recast.
Right?
Is that not Usopp?
Oh,
totally
they better
is.
get. They're not gonna do it, but they should get.
It's the
Kenny
live
Straight
action
voice.
Usopp. He doesn't have the nose.
Okay.
They should
Anyway,
get Sonny Straight to voice.
Is this the
That's what
canon's
they do.
height? Like she's actually like that small,
yeah, I don't know why
and
it's
that
like
other guy's so big.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, moving past this.
Limited box set from Footnum Wen for season 3 that we don't have.
Vampires Chan Can't Suck Properly. Comedy manga gets a TV anime in 2025.
So you get to see her adventures in learning to suck properly throughout.
They better make that the title in English. I can't.
Right. So they said here, vampires Chan can't suck properly. Sick, as if to indicate or literally to indicate that this is a typo, because it should be vampire Chan who can't suck properly, right? Yeah. So she's a vampire who can't suck properly.
The final episode, she finally knows how to give a good suck.
Turns out she's just a whore. She's like, man, it's really hard to get sustenance because there's just not enough blood and semen. Like.
Yep, that's the face of a whore.
That's the own a hole.
Yeah.
I was watching like Facebook Reels or whatever the other day with my wife, and I saw this one. It's like, yes, I am a whore, but I am this town's best whore. It's like, he's like, yes, I'm a slut, but I am this town's best slut. And I'm like, what?
I'll be damned if I'm not the best.
I may be a slut, but I'm the best goddamn slut. It was some like telenovela or something. All right. So I saw this Miru Paths to My Future anime releases a new trailer introducing opening theme song. It's very off-putting at first because
CGI
like VTuber style. But turns out that's just the band doing the opening.
Yeah,
VWP,
don't worry. It's just the band.
Phenomenon.
Oh, thank God.
So previously, we actually talked about this. I don't know if you guys remember. This was the horrifying artwork with the leg.
giant foot.
The agricultural machine company Yanmar produced it. And they like doing their designs based off of their like engineers and shit at their company. Seems very strange. A very strange production.
Took some cues from Kingdom Hearts, made her lanky.
Yeah, made her legs
big ass feet,
giant ass shoes. Yeah. All right. Anyway, moving past this, catching up on our time here. Yaiba Samurai Legend anime reveals start date and Detective Conan collab video. So I saw this, and I'm only covering this for one reason. I saw something incredible, and I was like, it's coming up right here. You see what I see?
Do you see what I see?
It's drawn by the same manga.
The thickest of strokes on this thing. I saw that and I thought, oh, I feel like I'm getting a taste of what I am missing in season 4 of Attack on Titan. And so I did a quick search, and wouldn't you know it, not that, Wit Studio. My boys at Wit putting their thick strokes all over my shows. Yeah. Goodness. Love it. All right, moving past that. All right. Now a question everybody needed to answer. I'll read it real slowly for you. Let me scroll down a little bit. Japanese netizens have argued, are female Gundam protagonists too unrealistic?
And I'm going to argue with you. This is how I watch my lesbian anime in HD.
A viral post on Q&A site on a Q&A site is sparking debate amongst Japanese netizens. Quote, I find female Gundam protagonists jarring. Soldiers are mostly men with strength/stamina. Why force female leads?
I don't know. I'm watching Seed right now, and both the men who star in Seed are pretty bitchy like women. So
the response to the question varied quite a bit. People saying just pandering to woke fans. Suletta from Witch from Mercury and Macy from Gundam G Quell are students, not soldiers. Co-parter. Shorter pilots have better reflexes anyway, LMAO. When asked to join the debate, aviation journalist Kenjiro Seki chimed in with his expertise, saying, quote, real-world fighter pilots aren't soldiers, they're officers. He also explained that while Japan's Air Self-Defense Force finally allowed female fighter pilots in 2015, men still dominate 95% of cockpits. It is called a cockpit, after all.
I was going to say they are the progenitors of the cock.
According to Seki, height restrictions were made to secretly weed out half of Japan's women. That's fucking funny. No. That can't be right, though, because in the Air Force, at least in America, there's a height limit. You have to be under, not over. But that's fucking funny if that was the case. The ASDF pilot requirement is 158 centimeters and over for height, while the average Japanese woman's height is exactly 158 centimeters. Seki explained that women who do qualify show equal G-force tolerance and spatial awareness. He also brought up some history with Lydia Litviak, a female Soviet pilot who recorded 12 kills by age 22.
158 centimeters is 5'2".
Mm.
So I can't join the Japanese.
Pour one out for Reese. However, netizens had a few retorts for the aviation journalist. Bros arguing realism about giant robots. Go touch grass. Char Aznable's a literal space psychic. Where's his realism critique? Next, Gundam MC should be a non-binary. Trigger the boomers. Wow. As long as she looks like that, I'm okay.
I don't know, because like I've been watching Gundam, right? And it's there's a lot of just like I really wish at times there was like fucking it goes to the kid characters, and I'm like they gotta sell the Gundam toys or whatever, but I'm like I'm rooting more for the adults sometimes in these shows.
That's not the same character, Randy.
No, but those are the two characters we were talking about, Aisha and Merle.
I don't know. I think
Aisha's fine.
Aisha is fine, but see the part of her exposed chest? I'm pretty sure that's skin and not fur, whereas Merle is all fur. As far as I remember.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Outlaw Star is more furry. Based on these pictures anyway.
More or less.
Remember the Bath episode?
Hot Springs episode?
Yeah.
She goes like all tigery on us and stuff, and gets like the weird tiger eyes and.
But in her normal,
did you just drop a hard R on our
like
podcast?
Her actual like cat form is like white. But her actual like
not like she's gonna be in her battle form in bed.
Yeah, her tiger form is white though. I'm like 90% sure.
Is
so
what?
That's her skin, not her fur. It's white. The fur is white on her like actual like beast form, not brown or tan or whatever the fuck that is.
So he's indicating that when she goes into her were tiger form, that she grows hair, whereas Merle is furry.
Maybe I'd have to rewatch.
Look, I'm just saying both shows are an acceptable level of furry, even though modern shows trying to do it have a weird way of drawing the line so much that it becomes overly emphasized, especially when they have like, I'm hairy, but like from this part down and like this part is unhairy in weird places and stuff. You're trying too hard. You're overthinking it.
What if Reese is a woman dressed as a man? I don't know. The voice is that of a female.
I don't hear it. I can't believe this. Like, let me close my eyes. Reese, talk.
Hello.
Yeah, when you see the eyeball, that's what gives it away.
I need more data. Hold on. Say more stuff.
More stuff.
No, I was just waiting for him to say something like disgustingly male. Like,
I shaved just so I can gain back 3 inches.
Reese, you should have said, "How do my boobies look?"
Oh, that's a woman, all right. All right, let's get into this. We're gonna undo making up for our lost time. All right, our only manga news: Assassin's Creed Shadows reveals a prequel manga.
That doesn't look like Sasuke.
You mean Yasuke?
Yasuke, whatever.
It doesn't look like either of them.
Wow.
It's a prequel. It's pre-Yasuke. All right, so the new manga is titled Assassin's Creed Shadows Iga no Monogatari, or Tale of the Iga, and will be released in Japanese on Kodansha's Young Magazine website the same day the game launches next month. Details on the manga weren't shared, however. It will be produced. Sorry, details of the manga weren't shared. However, there should be a comment there. However, it will be produced by artist Reguge. Nobody's ever heard of this artist before, ever. Known for their UEN and Change the World manga series. Just going to point out here, Anime News Network has an article about this, and Reguge, UEN, and Change the World are not hyperlinked to an encyclopedia listing.
Mm.
So is this a manga or a
French
manga? Because if I look at this artwork here, I am not seeing an attractive anime character.
I'm thinking it's a French comic.
I'm thinking as well. Not yet. That'll be tonight, though.
Have you guys seen a Western released manga?
Like Avril Lavigne's manga? Or the one that was done by the kid of Gene Simmons?
I don't know. The criteria being it's manga format, like, tankobon format, and it reads left to right.
Left to right instead of right to left. Well, Blade of the Immortal was released.
Yeah, but that was
left
mirrored.
to right instead of right to left.
That was mirrored from the original. I think Randy's talking about the original.
Yeah. He's talking about a Western one. So like Scott Pilgrim, is that left to right?
No, Scott Pilgrim is normal comic book. Like sorry, I got it wrong. Scott Pilgrim is left to right, right? That's a normal comic.
Yeah.
I'm looking for someone that in Western did a Western release.
Westibu manga that's left
but
to
they
right
still
to
did
left.
it right to left.
Right to left, yeah.
I'm sure it's happened.
Because like the only reason that that manga is right to left is because Japanese read right to left, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only reason that a Western comic would be right to left is if they were purely adopting a manga, like a Japanese manga trope or aesthetic. I don't know what the right word would be.
Yeah.
But like they're trying to mimic a manga as opposed to just a style-based thing. Like you could argue like for anime, right? When you have like, well, should Avatar be considered an anime? It's kind of anime style. I don't think it is, but like some people make that argument. There are closer, like Castlevania is definitely like styled as anime, right? So there's definitely some people that would style their comic books as manga, but do they ever take the step which would be wholly unnecessary to make it right to left?
Right. I'm looking at an unboxing of Avril Lavigne's Make 5 Wishes, which is a 5-volume manga, and it appears to be left to right. Just throwing that out there.
Normal comic book.
Yeah, normal comic. Honestly, if I was a publisher, I would not do it. Like, they would have to start from the very scratch, right? From when they were drawing it, they would have to start from that.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless you do it in squares like Blade of the Immortal.
And I don't know if a Western publisher would be okay with their comic being backwards.
Well, I mean, they release manga from.
Yeah, but manga is manga. Comic is a comic.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
as we know, the comic industry is dying. So
so now they're trying to
fans might actually work.
So I mean, we haven't covered or looked into the Meat. What's his name? Meat.
Me too.
No, what's his name? The Papa Meat and Corey X Kenshin mangas.
Wait, Papa Meat's part of that?
He's making his own manga.
Yeah, but those guys are just releasing it online, aren't they?
No, I think Papa Meat has like a physical that he was like wielding in a video or something.
Oh, okay.
I really wish you had brought this up before I reached into the Assassin's Creed topic, because now I can't separate it.
Well, I'm sorry. It was sparked by this Assassin's Creed topic, so.
So I'm looking up Incarnate, which is the one that Gene Simmons' son Nick Simmons.
That's the one where he traced all the art from
the
Bleach?
Yeah, I don't know if he did because it's Nick Simmons and Nam Kim, and I'm not sure if Nam Kim is the artist or whatever. But yes, there are scenes from Bleach that are very heavily, obviously, just traced or whatever. Anyway, all right, moving past this. Yeah, so Ubisoft said the manga will be released in English though further info wasn't shared. So it seems like, okay, again, I just want to say real quick, we're about to go through the travesty that is Assassin's Creed Shadows Damage Control. And motherfucker, they did exactly the thing I said they shouldn't do because there's no point. It's not going to get you any more people back. Like, you're done. And this move, honest to goodness, puts you in a position where I think you're actually worse off having done it. And so what they're doing here with the manga seems to be like, we're going to try to get in with the Japanese by having a Westerner make a manga and pandering to them, right? And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? This is not going to work. So anyway, looking past this, Assassin's Creed Shadows delay was to scale back Yasuke after historical backlash. Did I or did I not specifically say the worst possible thing you can do is try to erase Yasuke? Because all the people who have been decrying your use of Yasuke and the attempt of historical revisionism, you lost them as customers. They are not going to come back. The only customers you have left are the people for which Yasuke being included was the selling point. Now you're going to downplay it? You're fucking done. You just spent 20 million pounds to make sure you make even less money. Did I highlight? Good. Okay. As YouTube host Skill Up mentioned, after playing the game for 5 hours, he primarily played as Yasuke, but noted that the experience was vastly different and inferior compared to playing as Naoe. According to him, Yasuke lacks the same versatility as Naoe, but not just in combat, but also in exploration. Surprisingly, Yasuke doesn't have the same opportunities, such as climbing higher towers. This gave the impression that Yasuke is locked into a more limited, one-dimensional role within the game. This aligns with a rumor recently communicated by a source that the $20 million, which should be 20 million pounds, delay of Assassin's Creed Shadows was not merely to polish the game, but to shift focus away from Yasuke as the main protagonist. Evidence of this can be seen in the marketing strategy, where Yasuke is increasingly absent from prominent posters that feature Naoe more prominently instead. Furthermore, rumors suggest that many of Yasuke's quests, including main and side quests, have been removed or heavily altered. It's rumored that some of Yasuke's cut content in the game, including quests tied to his supposed rise as a samurai, were directly influenced by Thomas Lockley's work and later removed to avoid further controversy. After these dialogue changes were discussed, where Yasuke was previously presented as a samurai and celebrated for his renown among Japanese NPCs, now it seems this has been altered to focus on the creed, which will be built by both main characters, with Naoe taking a much more prominent role. Ubisoft has also reworked cutscenes where Yasuke was initially featured more prominently, with Naoe now portrayed as the driving force of the duo. From what we understand, it feels almost as though Naoe has taken the lead role, even though players will still have the option, keyword here being option, to switch between the two characters, as I go on to show you. In an apparent backpedal from Yasuke, Assassin's Creed Shadows creative director reveals the entire game can be played without switching characters. We're not imposing players to try to split the time. One source also stated that the delay was primarily aimed at reevaluating Yasuke's role to avoid further bad press from historical fanatics. You're fucking done. It's over. Nothing you do now in the 3-month mad dash you're making is going to make a lick of difference for those people. You lost them. They are not going to come back. If they do come back, it's because they pirated your game. You're fucking done. So I go on to say, for instance, watermelons were not introduced to Japan during the Sengoku era. Let me just go ahead and show you this. Watermelons are never seen in the same season as cherry blossoms because one is summer and one is spring. They also didn't reach Japan until the Edo period, long after the Sengoku period. But Ubisoft had to include watermelons for the legendary forgotten Black Samurai. Right?
Oh my god.
That'd be funny. Should have an image here. It's pointing to the watermelons and the KFC over here. Like so in addition to that's from this post originally from a fan account called Assassin's Creed News. And Assassin's Creed News, somebody says, nice clipping issues. Go crying. And there's just been a hardcore. I think the pressure might be getting to Assassin's Creed News. Go crying. Yeah, they're not taking it well. Just an endless. This is the thanks for the tweet. I've screenshotted it and sent it to my attorney and law enforcement. I will not be harassed, right? All right. According to our source, the most egregious inaccuracies were related to Yasuke's portrayal, and efforts were made to mitigate these issues. However, they added that there are still individuals within Ubisoft who remain adamant that Yasuke's character will resonate with players and become a success, despite the backlash and mounting criticism. All right, so I want to take a moment to show you the story trailer that just came out. And I watched this before I read all the other stuff we've looked at so far. And I was like, damn, like he's basically not even in the game anymore when I saw it. So let's take a quick look.
It's hard to remember. Blood.
Breathe deeply. Tell me about your nightmare.
I do want to say, I think that they made her a little bit better looking than previously. What do you guys think?
In this shot specifically, yes.
Yeah.
Tell me about your nightmare.
There is evil at work in our homeland. Greedy lords who bring war.
He comes. Oda Nobunaga. Iga is under attack. This blade, it cannot be taken.
What?
Now's the time.
These people don't care about us. Blood for blood.
This land will soon be unified by my vision. Is that tyranny?
I ride with you. My whole life, I have been caught on your wind, blown across the world.
I see potential in this man.
The black soldier is not one of us. Send him back to wherever he belongs.
It feels like half of the accents they're trying to do a safe Japanese accent. I don't even know about Naoi, though. That doesn't even sound Japanese to me, if you ask me.
Yeah. I just want to... Now, Ieyasu, if that's who that's meant to be, it makes sense. Yeah, that's probably who that is. Because they've got like the flaming temple. For those of you who don't know your Japanese history, allegedly Yasuke was cornered eventually trying to defend Oda Nobunaga in the place where Nobunaga died. And Ieyasu basically didn't even bother to kill him and just sent him back home for not like it was an even greater insult that they wouldn't bother to even kill him. Kind of thing.
Like, I don't kill the hired help.
Yeah. He says he is not one of us. Send him back.
Send him back to wherever he belongs.
He may become a legend, or he may die. Kill me? No. Tools belong in the old world. This is the way forward.
You slaughtered innocents!
Oh my god, the voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She sounds like she's trying to be a man.
Yeah.
I remember, when the first trailer came out, I'm like, for a Japanese person, she has a pretty low voice.
Well, they, I think that originally he was gay and she was lesbian. And like they were really like seemingly leaning into all that shit, right?
I cannot like a man.
So she shows off the like he sees the blade and says this.
Just sharp. You are part of something bigger than this war.
Not sure why Yasuke would even know anything about that.
Yeah, the hidden blade, yeah.
We have all seen darkness. Some have been that darkness. Because you believe in my cause.
So just again, I think that they changed her face model. She looks way better. Way better.
Sure.
Because you believe in my
that
cause.
Shot, her eyes don't move at all, so she looks like they forgot to rig her eyes in that shot.
Oh, because the eyes are moving with the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's got like a dead stare.
Because you believe in my cause.
Yeah, so apparently they didn't
look at that fat samurai to her
they didn't
right.
they didn't spend their 3 months working on that.
We have come together, despite it all, to bring change, to bring light.
Oh, that's so cringe. The end. It's like,
yeah,
the power of teamwork. Yeah.
Look at my live 2D like Kanabo or whatever. What is it called? The
Kunai with chain.
Kunai with chain. Thank you. That's what. Well, that's not actually
Yu-Gi-Oh
a kunai
card.
with chain though, because the kunai would be over here. But you're right. Like that. Yeah.
I'm using my Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge. Okay.
Anyway, the name of it is escaping me, but I think it's cringe that they put that little bit of extra movement in it. Like, why? They got a little bit of movement in the clouds and stuff too, but only like a little bit. And these aren't a little bamboo sway. Anyway, so that's the trailer. And
guys, I'm going to step away for a moment. I'm going to get some food. Just letting you know.
Don't hurt yourself.
I'm just letting you guys know. Okay.
No
Okay.
chicken for the legendary Black Samurai. All right. So anyway, yeah.
Are there comments?
All
in
the chicken went
YouTube?
to this character.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
Wait, is that a woman?
Yes.
Oh,
even better.
People think.
At what point did being fat in Japan become a law? Was it this early on?
No. In fact, at this point, historically, this is one of the most famine-stricken times of Japan.
So this was a king.
It says here, people think the female sumo in Assassin's Creed is a joke, but it's real. They added a female sumo who kicks and pulverizes Japanese chuds. Worse, in the Azuchi Momoyama period, Rikishi meant man of strength, With such a rich history, they chose this to mock Japan. Rikishi not only meant man of strength, Rikishi is also a caricature wrestler from like WWE or whatever, whose signature move, if I'm not mistaken, was to rub his ass on the faces of his opponents. A morbidly obese, sumo-looking wrestler whose entire gimmick was making fun of Japanese. That's what we're choosing to do here, is it? Continuing, again, here's a higher quality picture of the new Assassin's Creed Shadows female character from one of the most starvation-ridden eras of Japan called Yaya. No, thank you.
Yaya.
Oh, fuck. Why you delete your posts? God damn it, Pirate Nation. Delete your posts. Refresh. I know that image is saved. Screenshot. Get fucked. Oh, God damn it. Come on. Yes. Japanese ladies according to the French devs. European ladies according to Japanese devs. Thank you, beautiful waifu.
I don't know what that is on the ground.
Something that I think the dog brought in because I stepped on it and it was gross, and I was like, "Oh no."
Okay, I don't want to know.
Yeah, I don't want to know either.
Come on.
All right. Anyway, so yeah, back to this. Either way, it's shaping up to be a terrible month for Assassin's Creed Shadows and an even worse start of the year for Ubisoft. Find yourself a lady who loves you and makes you delicious food.
I'll try
10
my
out of
best.
10. Fully recommend. I did hear this. In the Anime News Network article for the manga, McKenyu had like an interview in there. There it is. Gotta have the fat woman in there somewhere. Somehow got to roll worse than the live action Saint Seiya. Yep. Says it doesn't help their case that Rise of the Ronin, another samurai-themed game developed by Team Ninja, the creators of Nioh and Ninja Gaiden, has been well received and recently announced its PC release date for March 11th, just 9 days before Assassin's Creed Shadows. The timing will almost certainly siphon players away from Ubisoft, especially since Rise of the Ronin is expected to deliver a far more accurate and authentic samurai experience. One can't help but wonder if this was a deliberate move by the Japanese developers of Rise of the Ronin to send a pointed message to Ubisoft about their blatant historical ignorance. Or, as Bounding into Comics wrote, Team Ninja challenges Ubisoft to a feudal Japanese duel, announces Rise of the Ronin will hit PC just days before Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, when I read this, because I live in the best timeline, I thought this was a literal duel to the death. It is a metaphorical duel being brought up by the author writer. So no, they are not challenging them to an actual duel.
Are you eating on stream?
Yep. I am.
I'm about to eat on stream as well, but you won't be able to see it.
You need to make a hot dog thing to go in there with your VTuber avatar.
Bring in your hot dog.
Stop what you're doing. It must be done beforehand. Make like a mini toilet to make your avatar really small and just go down the toilet whenever you're going to the bathroom. So Assassin's Creed Shadows is also censoring the gore and violence for the Japanese release.
Only the Japanese? Wow.
Assassin's Creed Shadows will be releasing in Japan with censored graphics. Uh-oh.
That's not censored.
$334.25. Just making a note of that timestamp for the thumbnail. Ah! You and me going to be sharing that hot dog. All right.
For the record, I'm eating lasagna, but
Ew,
I don't want to share that with you. So Assassin's Creed Shadows will be releasing in Japan with censored graphics in order to appease the country's CERO ratings board. To their credit, Ubisoft announced the changes in order to inform players ahead of the game's release. Big changes include the removal of the option to turn gore and amputations off or on, with the Japanese version being unable to show such violence, so it's always off. The announcement also includes a cryptic line stating, quote, "Some of the Japanese audio played in the overseas version has been changed." It's unclear what Ubisoft means by this. Since Assassin's Creed Shadows was announced, players have been critical of Ubisoft's alleged commitment to historical accuracy, with some of that criticism coming from Japan. Speculatively, the changes in the Japanese version may have been done to obfuscate any creative liberties taken from Japanese audiences who may know Japanese history better than Western fans. Situations like this make it important to remember that while the West is more trigger-happy with censorship, especially when it comes to anything sexually provocative, Japan has its own problems with censoring violence, which I find insane. Because when I was growing up, my dad was a stuntman in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, and he told me that for the Japanese release, they had to add like an extra 10 gallons of blood. They literally film scenes more than once, because if the scenes aren't horrifically gruesome, the Japanese audience won't even go see it because they get worse shit than Texas Chainsaw Massacre on a daily basis in Japan. Right? So I don't know if it's just in movies that they have more gore. I don't know about this thing about games being censored, but
that was started from Seven Samurai, right?
What?
The like excess gore. Because there was a scene in Seven Samurai where he like slices the opponent.
Yeah, Toshiro Mifune slices somebody. I don't think it's from Seven Samurai. I think it's from a previous movie.
Oh, okay.
But I know what you're talking about. So what happened was they had a rig set up in the guy's shirt so that when he does the slash, he would bleed. But something went haywire with it when they were doing it, and he went to slash, and they're hitting the thing, and it's not going off. So the guy stands there, and then like a half second later, then it just all the blood comes out at once. It just goes up like anime style explosion of blood. Yeah, that was a complete accident that is now a staple in anime and samurai movies because it looked so badass the way it came out on screen. Because the point is that he like draws his sword like Kenshin while they're doing the slash. And the idea behind that was that he can safely slash in such a way where it looks like he's near him, but in the camera view, it looks like he's near him, but really he's kind of far away. So it's not anybody getting hurt. And the idea was slash and then he'll bleed, but the blood wouldn't come out on time. And so it's like a second late and all of it comes out at once. So it just like sprays out like 50% of his body's blood just comes out in one go.
And the actor went along with it too and was like, okay, I'm gonna fall now.
Yeah, pretty much. Everybody's just sitting there like, did it work? Uh-oh, what's going on? You know, like... All right. Manga Lawyer says, see Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows. Make him 6.5 feet beast. He can literally run and destroy stones. He can stun multiple enemies by stomping his feet on the ground. The game is basically a big white woman's erotic fantasy. Savi had this to say. Supposedly, this is the opening for the leaked art book of Assassin's Creed Shadows. I should have this clip in here, actually.
All right, so supposedly, please take this with a grain of salt, the art book for Assassin's Creed Shadow has leaked. Now, I've already gone through some of this, but I'd like to go ahead and highlight some very important parts that, if this is real, kind of confirms what a lot of people have been trying to argue, and the people who are wrong are not going to be happy about this. History has always been the playground of Assassin's Creed, and we take great pride in being accurate and true to the historical timeline and cultures. For this game, we've doubled, if not tripled, the effort to make sure that we had a thorough understanding of the Japanese culture of this time period. Now, this line right here, gosh, I sure hope that this is fake for their sake. I really do. The consultant that they have is a woman who knows nothing about Japanese history in terms of Japanese history, but instead focuses on child rape.
All right. That's a 4-minute clip. I'm going to cut it there. You guys can go to the. You guys can go to the.
That's a hell of a way to end it.
Well, I'm just saying she continues to talk for another 3 minutes here, but in their defense,
they did so much work to be historically accurate, but they couldn't figure out what a Tory gate was and the significance of.
I'd like to kind of talk about, because I've played a decent amount of Assassin's Creed. They have used history as their playground in a sense that certain things did not play out historically 100% as history necessarily dictated. However, they've always been, for the most part, like Obi-Wan Kenobi of the phrase of it could be true from a certain point of view type of thing, where it's like they shift things in the favor of well, this could have theoretically happened, like the Adam and Eve being the first the Isu that escaped or whatever that were from the previous civilization or whatever. It's part of Assassin's Creed lore, but this is just blatant fucking disrespect. Whereas previous Assassin's Creed games have definitely had rich and historical significance, and they definitely did their homework. Whereas this is just we just threw shit together that we thought would be.
Well, I think it's worth pointing out that when the Teppo Rifle Corps back flag was found and determined to have been, fully stolen from the reenactment group, they apologized, said that it would be removed from the game. It would be removed everywhere except for the art book.
Yeah, because the art book was
already printed. That's what I'm guessing, right? So they were still of the narrative that their ship was historically accurate when the art book was made. And so what she's reading is what they wrote. That, it's steeped in real history and we have all of our consultants and everything. They believed this shit when they did it. Even if they were wrong, even if, they hired historians exclusively for boy love and Yasuke fantasy, and that's it. And they didn't hire historians for, not putting watermelons in the same place as the cherry blossoms and shit like that. You know what I mean? So that's at least worth noting. Now I would like to also point out, they point out Junjiro here. Junjiro is an 8-year-old bundle of relentless positivity who lives in a crumbling old temple with his guardian, the aged monk Soren. Reminder, Sachi Smith Hori's dissertation that she wrote was about boy love among monks in ancient Japan. Yikes. Big yikes. I guess getting sodomized makes you impossibly relentlessly positive and optimistic. That's how that works.
You know, when it said bundle of, I thought it was going to end with sticks. I guess it kind of does.
Yeah. So, sorry, my wife gave me orange slices without removing all the seeds.
Wow.
You have to post 12? On Yelp. Let it be known.
Did she not decrust your bread either?
No, but that was okay. That shit was fire. Anyway,
what was that sandwich anyways? Like
it was ham, and there might have even been some prosciutto in there. Like, God, it was so good. It was basically like a melt.
Oh, okay.
Amazing. Perfect amount of mayonnaise. Delicious. So after he finds Naoe near death, they nurse her back to health, and Junjiro becomes the mascot of Naoe and Yasuke's League of Allies. Despite losing his father, a member of the notorious Shinbakufu, to Naoe's sword, the boy finds a well of forgiveness and eventually sees her as a sister. Remember that time you killed Dad? Ha! He reminds me of Russell from Up.
Yeah.
His optimism and empathy help Naoe turn her own hunger for vengeance into a more benevolent desire for justice. All right, she also put this out here.
So this is from the supposed art book leak. It is possible that it is fake, of course, but supposedly the Assassin's Creed Shadows art book has leaked. It, of course, gives off story, gives off some background, gives off characters. Now, every character is written very specifically, right? So we have a he up here. We talk about Naoe. She, they use that. But this character is quite interesting right here. Ibuki. Free-spirited, rebellious, yet joyful by nature, this recruitable ally is a solitary ronin who comes from a clan of obedient samurai, but now follows a unique moral compass. They were well-trained and excel in combat, but always felt constrained by the strict rules and stoicism of the samurai class. Typically clad in a classic kimono and hakama pants, Ibuki harbors a deep reverence for poetry, art, and nature. I'm going to go out on a limb, just like with some of the other things they've got wrong. This is just a form of pandering, but what do I know? There are some other characters here that are... Oops, I wanted to go backwards. My bad. Here we go.
So that's what they mean by free-spirited.
She just goes on to read other ones that showing that they were specifically a male or female gendered language. So yeah. That's what you were going to get before those 3 months. I don't see a reason to buy it, but then again, I never was going to. Also, Shohei Kondo, the Japanese YouTuber, has claimed that his video criticizing Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay was struck down 12 times for hate speech. Meanwhile,
the game should be struck down for hate speech.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the same guy who said, I played 7 hours of Concord this weekend and immediately want back in. Oh, that's Morgan Park. It's a girl. Said, I played 6 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows. And folks, I think this one was worth the wait.
Mm-hmm.
Friendly reminder about Politico and all that too. All right. Steven Totilo, reporter covering video games at GameFile, said, I played Assassin's Creed Shadows yesterday and can confirm that it has excellent bamboo slicing tech. Note the Japanese man running scared.
Right.
Call the popo. Anyway, so somebody else said, allow me to introduce you to a game from 2013. So the next thing I was going to show you here, first of all, that was fucking great, right? Like the amazing mechanic they came up with for Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. But Kangman Lee says, in Assassin's Creed Shadows, Yasuke can kill Japanese people indiscriminately, including women, peasants, and NPCs. But you cannot hurt French people. The game won't allow you to. You cannot make this up. Now, this guy has gone private, but here's the video.
Oui, est-ce que je peux le tuer?
No, no, do not attack me.
NPC gets shot in the head by Yasuke's arrow, yet is fine and just runs away. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yasuke then goes on to destroy a sacred Japanese shrine. Yeah, let's see this. I don't know if you guys saw that, but at the top, right around here, it said Itetate Hyozu Shrine. So the Japanese shrine has demanded removal from Assassin's Creed Shadows after Ubisoft depicts its destruction. As Mark Kern said, my local source confirms the Itate Hyozu Jinja Shrine in Japan has filed a formal request to Ubisoft asking them to remove the entire religious site from Assassin's Creed Shadows. My source tells me that the temple leaders are very upset at the use of their shrine and the ability to destroy the interior. Also, Ubisoft closes the Star Wars Outlaw studio, lays off 185 employees as the company's financial troubles deepen ahead of Assassin's Creed Shadows. And a leaked internal email came out commenting on recent layoffs and studio closures as the company stands at the brink of financial collapse. They basically try to pretend like, don't worry, everything is fine. Don't be quitting right now. We still need you. Like, yeah, it's pretty bad. Anyway, any thoughts on Assassin's Creed before I wrap up this topic?
I like how they prevent you from killing French people because
That's
they don't
hilarious.
want people to take off their microaggressions on the French studio.
If anything, you've given them more reason to need to act it out in real life.
You've
right?
given them more reason to go on Nexus mod and get the ban mod of enable killing French people mod, and then they'll download that.
Yeah. So in other news, Metal Gear Solid Delta.
Hold on. Before you go on, I do want to address two comments at least.
Okay.
Enriv said, did you
What's
guys...
coming in
that
release
was
news?
Clicked on the wrong one. Does Radiant count? Radiant was that French comic that was right to left, and Viz published it in America.
That's a Monfra.
Yes. So I Googled it, and I saw that it was called Monfra, and I was... That's ridiculous. Don't call it Monfra. Yes, yeah. I that would account in my criteria. Yes.
I would call it Frangra.
We have at least one that counts. And JT said Dog Nigan.
Ningen, and it's actually Dog Chojin.
Yeah. Is a Western manga. Except it was self-published, which doesn't count in my books. But also, even worse, it does appear that it was right to left, but the cover is still left to right. So he's like self-published it right to left, but the cover, because I guess he wasn't smart enough to rotate the cover upside down, he just put the cover normally. So the book, like when you pick it up, it looks like a Western book.
But you have to read it backward? Oh my God.
But the first page is don't read it this way, turn it around.
Yeah,
so you got to read it from the ass, basically.
It makes logical sense to me. If you're catering to a fandom that typically enjoys reading manga, which is printed right to left, that you would also have them read right to left, because it actually becomes more troublesome to switch to the next manga in the pile, and switching gears back to reading left to right, it feels weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
it takes like 5 seconds, but
yeah, but still, like, you would think that if you were catering to it, especially if you didn't want people to immediately know that you're not Japanese and that your thing is a fake manga, that you would actively give them less reasons to immediately figure it out. You know what I mean?
College, I
that's why I
started opening my textbooks backwards to find the page.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because like functionally it served no purpose other than to assimilate what the Japanese are doing, right? So but like from a publishing side, it serves no functional purpose. So I was wondering if there had been many attempts at Western releases trying to.
I know, like, well, it's self-published, but it's isn't it Corey Kenshin released his quote-unquote manga thing that I don't really count as like a manga. Much in the same vein, I don't count Ruby as like an anime.
But we did find one anyway. Radiant is left to right. Or
does the Ruby
right
anime count as an anime?
Yeah, the Queendom or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I count that as an anime.
The animated by Shaft.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Moving past this. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater release date leaks. So it is going to come out 28th of August, which feels like forever away.
I don't think that leaked. Or maybe it leaked before. I think that was announced in the latest Sony event. But
so
anyway.
this is published from February 6th, and I might have been sitting on it. But I think it was leaked because it got updated on the PSN store. And then they had an official release come out later to tell you when it was actually coming out.
Yeah.
So the details got released before the press release. Anyway, moving past that, Onimusha 2 Remaster coming to consoles and PC in 2025. Remember what I was saying earlier about how all the games that I like are coming out post-wokeism? Fuck yeah. Even more so, Onimusha Way of the Sword has revealed a new protagonist in the latest trailer. If you hated the way Naoe sounded, just you wait.
Uh-oh.
I meant to do share screen,
Oh,
share video. I am mega hype. This franchise is what got me to go to school for VFX.
You didn't need to know.
Let's see your best then, eh? Swordplay is a game of strength. Winning is what matters.
So obviously a couple new mechanics being added to the game here.
Was the other Onimusha games, was the other protagonist British sounding?
They didn't have like a thick Japanese accent. I think Jubei might have had a little bit more of a. No, I don't think he did. No, he didn't. Yeah, they all just kind of sounded American. In the original
so
game.
when you add British, it puts your mind into like, okay, that region specifically, that very specific region, and you're like, oh, what the hell?
So but they added this new mechanic here where you can like flip up the thing for some form of defense.
Why does that make the British accent not distracting?
I'm not saying it is. I'm just changing subject to what I want to talk about here. new mechanics. You can throw them into like the thing there.
And you can bring as many friends as you want. Oh, good.
Fuck, that was sick. That's not in the old games. Cut that guy in half, just like the watermelon.
I like how all these guys are, was Davy Jones' crew from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah. These characters are in the old games. So a little look here, dual wielding little knives as the power up weapons. Not as cool as the one Samanosuke uses in the game, but so the significance here is that you're playing as Musashi Miyamoto, who is the character in the Netflix anime of Onimusha, based on Toshiro Mifune.
What got them so riled up?
Tongue-in-cheek attitude new?
Yes. I think that's just meant to be like the personality of Musashi. Just a little bit more go-lucky, happy-go-lucky.
I'm glad you're unharmed.
Who? What?
No, it's Forspoken. No!
Hey, listen! Anyways, coming out for PS5, Steam, Xbox Series X.
Isn't this a remake or a sequel? I heard that somewhere.
Yeah, this is the sequel.
Okay.
Onimusha 2 is getting remade, or like, what was the...
It said remaster, I think. So maybe it'll be like the first one where it's basically just a port.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, remaster, right? Anyway, I'm hype. Can't wait to get back into this world. Very fun. This game predates some of the biggest games in history, such as God of War. In that, like, the mechanics used in God of War are taken straight out of Onimusha 1. The only difference is that you don't have to hold down a button to suck up the souls for your power-ups and shit. They just kind of come to you immediately. In addition, there was something I wanted to talk about for months now about the the Max Payne remakes for 1 and 2. And I've been sitting on a Facebook post all of this time because I wanted to talk about it. And the reason an article never came out is because this has been public knowledge since their press release in 2022 April. But Remedy's going to develop the games as a single title for PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S, using its proprietary Northlight game engine. So they're going to put the remake for 1 and 2 as one game, which is cool, right? I'm cool with that. I'm pretty sure this is an AI-generated image of Max. If the game looks even half that good, massive improvement. I'd be totally down for that. So have you guys ever played Max Payne?
No.
Very much wish that I'll play it. I'll play the remake, but the game's way more fun on PC where you can aim with the mouse. Like, fuck, man. The bullet time is basically useless.
You should get it for the Switch then. Or
maybe.
Switch 2.
I don't think it's coming for the Switch, but
well,
use
Switch
the
2.
Joy-Con to aim.
It says PS5, Xbox, XS, PC. It doesn't say Switch 2 on it.
Well, that's because Switch 2 hadn't been invented yet, right? And maybe they'll see the Switch 2 and they'll say, yeah, we can make it work." And then you have your
run 720p now.
What I'm hoping they have is the mechanic that they have in the first-person view for Resident Evil 8, where you could program into the controller that tilting the controller will move your
The gyro controls.
What do you call it? The crosshair.
Gyro.
You can move the crosshair a little bit using the gyro control. Yeah.
Gyro.
Anyway, also Ninja Gaiden 2 Black releases mostly uncensored, slight edits applied to one NPC, and Rachel's Fiend costume, and the female characters were cut from the Xbox version of the trailer, which we already covered. So, the first the first iteration of censorship can be seen in the opening cutscene to the game's 5th level, the Aqua Capital, where a legion of werewolves are seen descending upon the city. Among the monster's victims is a female NPC wearing a white dress, who in the remake was given a less cleavage revealing dress for her 10 seconds of total screen time, and they also made her a little uglier for some reason. So it's the girl down here, right? You're going to see her again, and we'll see a great little... I mean, what in the
You
fuck?
want her to get eaten up by that werewolf.
Anyway.
Why, though?
Yeah.
Like, the cleavage I can understand, although if they have that scene with the boobs drenched in blood, like, what's the problem with a little bit of cleavage?
Don't know.
Look, Randy, they think that inch of progress they'll make is actually worth anything.
So,
but, like, there's no excuse for the fucking face and the hair being completely different.
The second case of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black censorship centers around Rachel's unlockable Fiend outfit, a purple-colored, wispy, thin, one-piece swimsuit evocative of the succubus-esque appearances of some of her demonic female foes. The black version of this costume features only barely more cover around Rachel's breast and extends her crotch guard up by just a few inches. So it's kind of similar to Witchblade. This is the original here. They added, this, and like it goes all the way up like she's actually wearing something, and it's not as scandalous, I guess. And of course, they closed this off. Now, they go on to say here, notably, while still a case of censorship, it still comes nowhere close to the heavy botch job performed on the costume in Dead or Alive 6, which saw a black bodysuit used to cover up all of Rachel's skin from her cleavage down. So yeah, in the in Dead or Alive 6, where this character is also in it, and this outfit's in it, there's like a black bodysuit that goes from here all the way down underneath the outfit. Right?
Wow.
Anyway.
They also lowered her boobs. Like,
oh yeah,
her boobs are just about to explode.
They're just not bolted on anymore. Anyway, there you go. I'm not going to play it. All right. A Switch 2 patent suggests its Joy-Con controls can be rotated. So a new Switch 2 patent suggests that the console could be playable upside down should the player wish. As previously revealed in the official Switch 2 reveal video, Nintendo's next console will feature a different mechanism for attaching its new larger Joy-Con controllers. Instead of sliding the new controllers onto the side of the console via a rail, like the original Switch, Switch 2's controllers attach via a slot on each side and are seemingly kept in place by a powerful magnet. Now, a new patent published by Nintendo suggests players may be able to turn the controllers upside down and plug them into the wrong side of the system.
We don't know if this is the case. It's just a patent, but it could.
Yeah. Instead of reporting an error, the patent suggests the Switch 2 could instead flip the display 180 degrees, essentially allowing the user to turn the system upside down. While this may not immediately seem like it would serve much purpose, the patent notes that because the Switch 2 only has one headphone port, players would therefore be able to decide whether to have it at the top or bottom of their console, depending on their preference, which makes sense because if you've got it plugged in, you then can't have it like resting on your stomach as you're just like sitting on the couch playing. Yeah. You'd want to flip it so that it could be going into the top. That way you're not going to damage the port or anything.
They also have the two USB-Cs, right? One on each side. So
for the charging.
You could use it in whichever orientation have the same charging. You could also put two rights or two lefts on it.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, you know, I didn't bother uploading the pictures, but I could go find them if it matters. But if you put 2 rights or 2 lefts on it, it doesn't really end up working out very good.
You can use 2 A buttons or 2 B buttons at once and grind out that Pokepummel.
Hold on, give me a second.
I'm gonna keep reading while you look.
Yeah.
The patent suggests that by inserting the controllers upside down, the screen can be flipped, allowing the headphone and USB ports to be located on the opposite end of the system, and the volume buttons allegedly as well. The user could use the game system by mounting the right controller and the left controller on the opposite side to the main body device. The patent reads, according to this, the player can use the game system in such a manner that the component becomes a favorable arrangement. For example, the user can use the game system so that the upper and lower sides of the main body device are opposite to each other, such that the voice input/output connector on the upper surface of the main body device is located below the main body device. That is, the user can insert the earphone into the voice input/output connector from the preferred direction. It should also be noted that while the USB port on the bottom of the Switch 2 is in the center of the system, the one at the top is off to the side. Oh. You're showing us?
One sec. Continue reading for a second.
I'm looking at your X buttons.
Yeah, continue reading for a second.
Okay. It should be noted that while the USB port on the bottom top to the side. In theory, then, Nintendo or third-party manufacturers could create USB peripherals for Switch 2, such as a camera, which could sit on the middle of the console if the user plays the system rotated and the middle USB port on the top. Nintendo officially revealed it last month. Did you visual? All right, I don't think there's anything else I can say. What do we?
Okay, we got it. So, this is what it would look like if there was 2 right Joy-Con. Right. So,
extra movement.
Hold on, we got one more thing. There we go. Here we go.
For when you really got to make that right turn in Mario Kart.
Here we go. We got the pointers.
Yep.
So, so notice, there's nothing up here, right? So,
like the triggers and stuff are going to be a problem too.
Yeah, the triggers are going to be down here, so it's probably not going to be all that comfortable because they stick out too a lot.
For the record, I don't think anyone's advocating this would be a good idea. We're just saying you could do it.
Yeah, and by the way, I was talking with a friend of mine in the room, and then I turned back, and random thick cock is on screen for whatever reason.
Oh,
this isn't my cock; it's an arm.
Sure.
He's got the micro cock coming off the end of his.
You're giving Randy way too much credit there, Greenline.
It was an accident with a circumcision at birth, so you know.
Yeah, that $10 million went to Randy.
Okay. What $10 million?
The USAID.
The 10 million to the Mozambique circumcisions.
Right. Okay. So this is 2 left, or sorry, 2 right Joy-Con. The other one was 2 left Joy-Con. So now the A buttons are down here. So like it's probably not going to be fun to play. But what I was hoping would happen, and obviously this is not going to be the case now, but I was hoping that you could do it something like this, where if you put the other Joy-Con, and obviously it doesn't work because it's rotated weirdly, and this is down here. But if you could do it like this, where you could have 2 analog sticks up here and put, because this is the layout of the Wii U, right? The Wii U had 2 joysticks up here,
and the
then
Steam Deck, I think, is kind of like that, right?
Is it
like the lower one?
No, I think it's like, I don't know. But anyway, the point is, it would have been cool if this was possible, but this is not possible. And
then it would turn the arrow keys into the ABXY.
Yeah, and then so if you put in 2 of this one, then you would have been able to have like a primary D-pad essentially, right?
Yeah.
But alas, not possible.
So the way I look at it, that I think would be useful, is I need the visual aid, bro. So let's say that you undocked this and this, and then instead of rotating it and putting it on upside down, you instead brought it around and plugged it in so that the screen is now on the back of the console. Right? Now,
okay.
You do that. You do that, but now the screen is upside down and backwards. Okay. Then you go up to a mirror and you play those levels from Donkey Kong where the controller's inverted because you're in the toxic water, and now all your inputs make sense. Right?
he brought it home eventually. Yeah, maybe.
You had no faith.
I'm glad they designed that with that in mind, specifically.
Progress.
Something's wrong here. I fucked up here. In addition, Nintendo has filed new patents relevant to the Palworld case. So Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have continued filing new patents in what would appear to be an attempt to strengthen potential U.S. litigation against Pocket Pair's game Palworld. At present, Nintendo is only coming after Pocket Pair through Japanese courts. However, recent patent filings appear to indicate possible future moves in U.S. courts. As previously reported, Nintendo has been updating and filing patents covering what appears to be basic game mechanics. For instance, characters on a playing field throwing objects and summoning fighting characters to battle with field characters. Seemingly in response to this patent and the litigation, Palworld removed Pal Spheres from the game in order to reduce their similarity to Pokeballs. A new patent appears to diminish the particulars of the previous patent in order to more broadly cover game mechanics from Palworld. As Pirate Nation put it, Nintendo applying for anti-Palworld patents in the US with a whopping 22 out of 23 rejected. Now, here's the thing. I found this website, GamesFray, does a really good job of breaking down the legal aspects of these lawsuits. And I'm going to just read some highlighted stuff here. But basically, Nintendo filed the 883 patent, 883 being the last 3 digits of the patent number, on May 2nd, 2024, a few months after Palworld's launch, and it covers the smooth switching of riding objects. Even if a rejection is declared final, the party applying for the patent can modify the claims. We are missing so many highlights. It should have been Nintendo then received a final rejection from the patent examiner, but final is not literally final in terms of end of story, because even if the rejection is declared final, the party applying for the patent can modify the claims and ask for continuation of the examination. It can also appeal the rejection. Now, the thing is that when the examiner rejects a claim, the claim is not going to be granted unless the patentee's patent attorneys come up with some new and strong arguments that make the examiner change their mind, or they bring and win an appeal. In this case, 22 of the claims, so again, it's not 22 patents being rejected, it's one patent with 23 claims, and of the 23 claims, 22 of them are rejected. So in this case, 22 claims are rejected because they are not considered inventive over the prior art. And when the examiner merely objects to the claim, one has to look at what the issue is because it may be easy to fix. So what did the examiner say here? I'm definitely feeling like we're missing some of our claims or some of our highlights here. The non-transitory computer-readable storage medium having stored therein the game program according to claim 1. So this is claim 22, which is the only one that wasn't rejected, but it was objected to. And the reason it was objected to is because of the language here, according to claim 1. So basically, of the 23 claims, one of them has been signified as like, yes, this is something you could patent, but because it references a previous claim that you can't patent, you have to make adjustments to it for us to make it patentable. Otherwise, it'll reference something that's not legally binding, right? So what they have to do is make the claim non-dependent. Anyway, all my highlights are gone, so fuck that. But that's basically the bottom line. We're going to move past this. All right. In other news, unless you have something you want to say about Power World.
Nope. I do think that it's kind of dumb that they keep saying that these are like the anti-Pal World patents. They're patents, and they happen to be used against Pal World. But
yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the point. Is that like the purpose of filing the patents when they're filing them is so that they can be used in court against Pal World. They will also have a benefit down the line, in that it'll protect them in the future. But in this case, it seems like they're filing them because of Pal World.
Yeah, the other thing to note is this is in the U.S. Patent Office, and a lot of these patents were filed previously, like filed earlier in the Japanese patent system.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they were all granted. I think they were.
I believe that this patent was filed just after Pal World launched in the U.S., but now they're dealing with the fact that almost all of them of the claims were rejected.
Yes, so when they file a patent, they file the patent in Japan, and then they also later filed the same patents that they filed in Japan in the U.S. Patent Office. Okay, because they would prefer to have also a U.S. patent. And I'm pretty sure they got most of the patents that they filed for in Japan. So they probably own whatever this patent is. They probably own it in Japan.
Yeah, I think the idea is they just want to sue them in the U.S. and in Japan.
Yeah, that's weird because they're in Japan. The lawsuit is in Japan. I don't know why they would be suing.
I think the attempt is they might win in Japan, but not be able to stop them from selling in the U.S. And so they want to also get the U.S. involved.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure.
Either way,
cover
the
all
patent,
their bases.
The patent in Japan and when it was filed, that's the important part. The fact that they later were like, okay, well, now we'll file it also in Japan or in America it's not like these were like, oh, Pal World has come out, so now we must patent our stuff, right? It was, these were patented. Then Pal World came out, and then they're like, well, we may as well put it in Japan, in America too.
Yeah.
So it's slightly less bad looking than what people are insinuating. Anyway.
So in courts, when you got to defend your intellectual property, you have to do so in various different ways where appropriate, such as through patents, through copyright, and through trademark. Nintendo has lost a trademark fight against Super Mario Market. So a Costa Rican supermarket has claimed victory against Nintendo in a trademark battle over its name, Super Mario. The Super Mario shop in San Ramon is allegedly named as such because it is a supermarket run by a local man named Don Jose Mario Alfaro Gonzalez, or Mario for short. Despite trading under the Super Mario name for decades, Nintendo recently took an interest when Mario's son attempted to renew the shop's registered trademark. Quote, for a moment, we thought about throwing in the towel. How were we going to win the fight against such a commercial monster? Well, I stood firm, and a few days ago, we received the good news. Super Mario is here to stay. While Nintendo has trademarked the use of Super Mario worldwide under numerous categories, including video games, clothing, and toys, it appears the company did not specifically state anything about the names of supermarkets. This was the key factor in the decision by Costa Rica's trademark authority, the National Register, to side with the supermarket. Apart from the Super Mario name, the shop's logo is otherwise devoid of reference to Nintendo. It's a simple yellow and dark blue design with the wording Super Mario Su lugar de confianza, which translates to Super Mario, your trusted place.
You would think that like you would voluntarily not want to be called Super Mario Grocery because you would just get killed in SEO.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one's finding your Super Mario's grocery store.
But SEO is not that important when you're a local business that caters to local communities who are seeing you when they drive down
your
and stuff.
Like, do they have celery in stock?
They're not going to be like, man, I wonder if I could find a supermarket. Super Mario, where's that located? You know what I mean? Like, nobody's going to try that. Although, if any of my viewers are in Costa Rica and are near this thing, I do have a request coming up.
By the way, though, like the thing is, they've been in business for decades. It's not like SEO even was a thing back then.
Yeah, well,
I think
good.
Well, I was going to say, I think what I heard was that this store existed before Mario existed.
Yeah.
So Mario came out in '84, I think, and they said that the store was.
I think the store was in '94. Actually, we'll look at it in a second. They say here, well, now we are trending. Everyone is talking about us for the resolution by the National Register that gave the decision in our favor for the brand Super Mario, which, by the way, here you can ask the cashiers for a sticker. At this point in the video, Alfaro holds up a free sticker customers can collect with the shop Super Mario logo on it. Costa Rican viewers, I must have this sticker. Please try to get me one. I will pay for the shipping.
You should just email them and have Google Translate.
But he won't be able to find their website.
Yeah, so apparently Costa Rica sided with them, but apparently they probably shouldn't have. Costa Rican Trademark Office deals Nintendo defeat over Super Mario brand against owner of small grocery store. Wrong decision. We have not found out yet whether Nintendo has appealed the decision. The outcome could be different, as there are signs of the store owner trying to exploit the world famous Super Mario brand. If there is no appeal, Nintendo will have to live with not only one store, but hypothetically at some point an entire retail chain in Costa Rica bearing the Super Mario name and using a logo that clearly alludes through its style to the video game character.
Through its style?
Yeah, look at the logo. Like the font is seemingly purposefully close, you know.
I'm not seeing it.
It's a similar font, like with
It's close enough, you know.
But I don't know, man. It's the question would be like one, because Mario that Super Mario logo.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it goes back to the Mario Brothers logo, but like that one specifically is from New Super Mario Brothers.
This is from
that's from Mario Wonder. But like when they started that font, is New Super Mario Brothers, which was on the 3DS or the DS.
So this is them filing the trademark for the branded logo on December 2024 through December 2034.
Yeah, so they were renewing it. But so the question is, what was their logo before?
Right.
Have they made it look more like the Mario brand?
Well, here's the thing. The Costa Rican dispute is far more legitimate than it may appear at first sight. The picture below shows that they have decorated the store in a way that alluded to the video game character.
That is great.
Right? Yeah. So they're definitely taking advantage, right, of the of the thing. Apparently, after they won, they removed all this shit from the store, though. I just thought it was funny.
Apparently, there are a lot of them. Damn.
They should just put like a giant not Super Mario's.
Wait, was that like soda?
Yeah.
Holy fuck! That's actually somewhat impressive for like a small store like that.
Also seems dangerous.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would actually try to, get as far away from that as possible after winning.
Especially this part that's like kind of bowing.
Oh my god!
Did you say bowing?
I did, yes.
I thought you meant legally. I was like, yeah, that would be dangerous as far as like stacking them like that.
Nuxie says, I have no idea how copyright things work, especially internationally. How do they actually enforce something in another country? I'm assuming it has to work in compliance with both nations' laws. Yeah, no, it's something like it. That's why, the piracy sites and stuff are all located in like Swedish URLs or something, different ways to avoid legal issues.
Okay. Like, come on now.
What?
Oh man, here you go. Here's the link in the private chat.
No way.
I don't think this is the same location. I googled Super Mario Costa Rica, and there's a bunch of them.
Super Mario.
That one showed up. It's like that one's pretty blatant. Like it's got fucking Mario's face on it.
Maybe when they
That's not holding
sued,
up in court.
maybe when they sued, they thought they were suing this one, but because the SEO is such shit, they just got the wrong one.
It does appear like they have a trademark issue in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that though. Like, imagine they find out after the fact that it's the wrong one. Wait a minute, we have the pictures right here.
Where did we see their name? Was it in the 2445? Okay, it's a different store. 2448. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, imagine like they find out after the fact.
I'm literally looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, there's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Mini Super Mario Cressidia.
It's gonna be funny when they get bought by the guy who won the lawsuit, and is that's pretty funny. All right. So, from here, My Girlfriend is 8 meters tall, manga and more on the way from Seven Seas. So I was thinking, how you're saying that they're called Monfra?
Yeah.
Yes.
They should call all the yaoi that they're releasing Mongays. Mongays. God of seduction in the bedroom. My Girlfriend is 8 meters tall. The handsome cat boy wants to be his pet. King Porsche. The Cuckolding Wizard's Adventure.
What? Why?
Oh. I was like, hell yeah, look at the titties. That's going to be a good one. And then you read the title. I'm like, oh.
Young swordsman Alvin has put together a nearly perfect adventuring team with his best friend and ranger Renka and the adorable priestess Millis. Though they have managed well so far, things really start improving after the wizard Shinji joins their group. Oh. Shinji cuckolds people? Really? Now they're becoming the best team ever. But what Alvin doesn't know is that while Shinji is a capable and reliable wizard in the streets, behind closed doors, he's tangled up in the ladies' sheets. And his lust doesn't stop with his teammates. Shinji's also managed to find his way into the beds of companions and enemies alike. Will Alvin remain blissfully unaware of Shinji's lecherous ways, or will things come to a head if he finds out?
Alvin's gone a long way from being a chipmunk. I'll tell you that much.
Like a chip cuck.
The princess I loved in my past life is now a middle-aged dad.
Oh God.
Wow.
That's awkward.
The misdeeds of an extremely arrogant villain aristocrat. Be a light in the dark sea. There you go. Also, China's Warring States period heads west as Yasuhisa Hara's Kingdom manga finally licensed for English release courtesy of Viz Media.
Good
How many volumes
God.
is this?
Like 70
50.
plus.
Yeah, and they're going to release it as volume by volume instead of like omnibusing it or whatever.
Yeah.
King
And
Gundam.
manga collectors everywhere coomed.
Yeah.
Their wallets
And
didn't,
cried.
but yes.
Yeah. The other wallets were like, no.
Artifictionado said, but why though? This looks like shit. All right. Animego announces Blackjack OVAs, Romeo's Blue Skies, and Vampire Princess Miyu HD in Sasuke.
Yeah, Blackjack was the only one that mattered.
Yeah. Oh, this is this the set that
I
was
thought you said you
released?
wanted to see the dog blowing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Sasuke.
I'm 100% on board with that. He said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah, I was talking to him.
Yeah. I mean, sure.
I'm excited. I'm interested
Get in the
seeing-
cuck chair, Shinji.
But Randy, that's a one-trick pony. I'm saying Blackjack is the only announcement that mattered.
What about HD Princess Mew?
Yeah, I'm interested in
Um,
That's nice.
And
It's a
Roof says,
re-release.
I did the math, and it's going to take them 6 years to catch up with Kingdom. Damn. All right, so this is the one
I'm
that was-
sorry. Hold on. 6 years? I don't think you do your math very well. There's 70 plus volumes. They're not going to do 10 volumes a year.
What do I do?
They're going to do like 4 volumes a year, 6 max.
Yeah. The show will be finished, or the series will be finished for the duration it took them to start licensing it before they finish it.
They're releasing a volume a month? Have they said that?
They did release One Piece like really quickly.
To catch up.
That was after a while, though. We had like a solid like 20-ish volumes that were releasing pretty slowly, and then it was
So
up
are
to like
you
volume
gonna wait
20,
until
30.
they inevitably have like the manga box sets to buy them, though?
Yeah.
So Kingdom Volume 1 confirmed for November, and then Volume 2 in December. So Blackjack, this is the version of Blackjack that was released by US Manga Corps in those like super rare
I believe so.
paper
Yeah.
art boxes. Yeah.
This is peak Blackjack, as
It
far
is.
as I can tell.
Legitimately, this is the best Blackjack I've seen.
Yeah.
Hands
Now,
down.
OVA's 11 and 12 came out in like way later in 2010 or so. So those ones haven't been dubbed. They came out after those sets you talked about.
Mhm.
So I wonder if they didn't say anything about dubbing the last 2 episodes, but either way, it's great to get them. And also, we noticed that it looks widescreen, which I think that might be the original aspect ratio because it's OVA. It
think
might be. There's a chance.
I think it might have been, yeah.
Because I watched the Blu-ray rip or whatever that I found online for the first like 8, and I remember it looking, and it was great.
Okay, yeah. It's the 10-episode original video animation, as well as the 2011 2-episode Blackjack OVA, Blackjack Final. 2-disc set with all 12 episodes in HD. They also got Romeo's Blue Skies with the most
Dragon
Art
Ball
Not
Z.
Final looking logo. With the Dragon Ball, what?
They have the widescreen crop version on it.
Bummer.
With an SD full screen. Wait, HD widescreen, SD full screen.
Interesting. So they also got Vampire Princess Miyu.
But they reassured you that the pan and crop it was done tastefully. You're not missing anything. Of course, Funimation said the same thing.
Mm.
So Vampire Princess.
Funimation said the same thing before running DNR on it and removing all their closed mouths.
And then what is it? The version that we got that's quote unquote not cropped. They sold it back to us, being like, "Look, it's not cropped. It's good again." Oh,
the level
the
set.
best way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then they're also going to release Sasuke, 29 episodes. Yeah, 29 episodes, 3-disc set, created by Sanpei Shirado. The Legend of Kamui. Includes English dub. What?
Yeah.
First time subbed in English. Not even fan subbed.
Somehow it got dubbed and not fan subbed.
Was this the one that was dubbed in Asia, America, or
yeah,
Singapore?
Yeah.
Something.
I think that's what they're. I think it was this one. One of them was dubbed in Asia.
They were describing it as it was better than you'd expect, or something like that.
So then, Nobody's Boy Remy, we've already kind of talked about, so we'll move past this.
Hold on a second. And Rev, you're right. I am surprised. I am legitimately surprised that if they're doing one volume a month, I am legitimately surprised. Because there's the second volume for December. So, against all odds.
So, I don't think it was in the other thing, but Enriv also said Justin teased a miracle in regards to Full Moon.
Yeah.
They might have found the rest of the English dub for that, hopefully.
That's what we were thinking too. Well,
I
was.
Personally don't think I would watch it dubbed, even if they had the whole dub. I'm not... It's a singing show. Do they sing in Japanese? I mean, do they leave the Japanese for the singing, or do they translate it? It's got great music, so I just feel like I don't know. I watched the show originally subtitled. I like it. It's a fun watch. Anyway, so Sevakis had this to say: apologies for the cancellation of the new Maddox 01 reissue. We basically reassessed, and it was just too soon. Still had plenty of the old version in stock. Beginner's mistake. We'll revisit in the future. So I didn't watch their live stream, but apparently they opened it saying the oldest anime distributor, Animego, right? Like they tried to buy status, but then they're like, oh, we're still beginners. Beginner's mistake.
Beginner's mistake is about being the oldest.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
So they also had this to say, over the next few days, we'll be issuing refunds on all orders made through the Media OCD store regarding Maddox 01 if you bought the one we were talking about last podcast.
And it's stupid too, because they've completely ruined their who's gonna buy the old one? They know that
there's a new one.
Yeah, the new one it's canceled for now, but he said
the one they
he's
want
going
with the slipcover.
Yeah, he's going to release the new one eventually. So it's like, why would anyone buy the one he has now and miss out on the new features and the slipcover for the new version that's going to come eventually?
Yeah. People who don't have Twitter.
I think he's just got to eat this.
Yeah, people who just buy it at conventions and stuff.
Knock it down to 50% off and be like, yeah, sorry.
Or just charge more for the new one and include the old one with it. All right.
Why do I need this? I don't know, but you get it.
The only thing there is that Kamen Rider Standard Edition.
Okay, perfect. So, Kamen Rider Trilogy Movies Blu-ray Standard Edition. Notice it says Shin Kamen Rider Prologue, Kamen Rider Zo, Kamen Rider J, and bonus Kamen Rider World. This is important because Media Blasters had this to say. I never know which goes first, the not so good news or the good news. We'll start with the not so good news. After the announcement of the Kamen Rider Standard Edition, we got quite a bit of feedback that given the difference in price to the Elite, and it's still including the same Blu-ray, that it was not justified to pay that much extra. So we are making the following changes to the standard. Okay, just so we're all on the same page. We covered this a couple podcasts ago. On Media Blaster's official storefront, they sold something called Kamen Rider. What was it called? Something collection? Elite Collection. Collection spelled with a K.
Yeah.
Then they offered a standard edition, which is what we're looking at, that says it's going to come with all these things. And they're only charging $30 for this.
Yeah.
So they're saying, and it's the literal same disc inside for half price, right? So they're saying people didn't like that. So here's what we're going to do to make it up to you. We're just going to pull shit off the disc. You know, Kamen Rider World will be removed. Amamiya Interview will be removed. Now, here's the thing. Media Blasters is a company that is known for doing some interesting things. They did a release of Godzilla, of one of the Godzilla movies one time. And for some reason, the company, the Toho or whoever held the rights, they decided retroactively that they couldn't have a certain special feature for the bonus disc. So what they did is they sold the disc as just the feature, but some came with a bonus gift inside the case that was disc 2, the special feature that they weren't allowed to sell.
Well, that's actually pretty clever.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're just going to do this as well. You know, like they're just going to tell you that they removed it, but really it's just for the future pressings. All the other features will still be on the standard edition Blu-ray. We apologize for this, but we wanted to get this out there now so people have plenty of time to cancel orders if they wish. Problem is you can't get the Elite version now.
Yeah.
It's already out of print.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you're just getting cucked out features.
I'm not even sure what I'm looking at here. So and now for the good news. We have completed the temp art for the Media Blaster storefront exclusive of Kamen Rider Dyad. This version will only be available through the storefront and will include extras that are not on the standard edition. Already we have liner notes, special packaging, numbered, and commentaries lined up. There will be announcement, we hope shortly, with some big announcement on who will be involved or who will be interviewed.
Man, I'm so glad I don't give a flying balls about this
that.
series.
Yeah.
I just care about their porn.
Oh.
The only thing that matters.
And maybe there are like anime releases that happen every once in a while.
I'm gonna go sneeze, cough, clear my throat, take a leak, have dinner, all those things real quick.
Walk the dog.
The dog is gonna walk me.
The dog is going to walk me. So what have you guys been watching aside from Attack on Titan?
Attack on Titan.
Stuff that's been airing.
Oh, like what?
Let's see here. We have Blue Exorcist, Solo Leveling.
Nice. How are those going?
Good. Orb. Sakamoto Days. Beheneko, the cat behemoth with the elf and harem.
Is that the one that you shared that screenshot? That's like infinite pussy time or whatever?
Yeah. Like I'll set aside some pussy time for you later.
Much better.
I've been rewatching Konosuba. It's been pretty fun.
Okay. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I think this is still broken.
If you want to support the OCA podcast, you can, because our store is broken.
You can support us by sending us a super chat.
Yeah, you could go to ocapodcast.com/store and try to check out. I don't know. It's like
I don't think it's probably got the same problem.
I can't remember. Did we check and you said that you ran into the issue?
I think yeah.
Okay. That leads me to believe it's with the fulfillment center's API code. So I'll have to figure that shit out. Or we'll switch over to a different fulfillment center. Anyway, Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt soundtrack is getting a vinyl release.
Wow, because anyone cared about that.
The soundtrack is banging, if you forgot.
Well, more for you, Reese.
It's more bukkake, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is. It 1000% is.
Now, if they could release the second soundtrack that has the remixes on it,
yikes!
Fuck yeah!
All right.
I mean, this is why I think physical media won't totally go out with like Blu-ray and stuff, because they keep releasing fucking vinyls, and it's like, who's buying that shit?
Apparently, people. Well, I don't know if this is a statistic. I'm just pulling this out of my ass, but I feel like more people buy vinyl than CDs. It almost seems like.
And don't they still make CDs? Like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, they make CDs. But for some reason, vinyl is like so much more in. Like that's the thing.
It's
Even
retro.
These indie bands get vinyls pressed.
My dad went to an auction last week, and he bought a box of vinyls for $1. And there's a couple of collections that were like they're in this case. There's like 4 or 5 CDs in a case that's in the size, like dimensions of a vinyl, but thicker. They're collections. And I was looking at the prices these collections were going for on Amazon and eBay, $400, $500, $900 a piece. He bought this for $1.
Nice.
That's gonna be our anime collections in 50, 60 years. Our fucking grandkids are gonna be like,
But-
"Let's sell off Pop Pops."
And the funny thing
collection.
is, the funniest thing is the box. It looked like these all came out of a record store, because they were all M, and they had a section for Marty Robbins, who my dad absolutely loves. So they had a shit ton of Marty Robbins vinyls in there, and they're like duplicates, and so it had to have come out of like a used record.
Yeah, that's funny. All right. You can also get Initial D wet wipe cases and bento boxes drift into Japan, available at Narita Airport.
Wipe your Initial D with the wet wipes.
I mean, it looks like a clamshell VHS, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But what about this?
I thought that
Gotta
actually is really fucking funny.
It would have been cooler if it was just like a clean.
Does it drive? Can you drive? Can you drive it?
Dude, you can
Please
use
tell
it
me
as
you
a
can drive
flashlight
it.
too.
I don't see why not.
Yeah. You can be like, brr, brr, brr. Oh, do you want a tissue? Here you go.
Yeah.
Wow. They even took the time to model the little brake calipers.
I doubt those roll. I doubt those can roll.
Oh well. You wouldn't want your wet wipes to roll off the counter anyway.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
You wouldn't want your $60 wet wipe container to roll off the toilet.
So I saw this and it is way too expensive, but it is totally something I want. Japan's sleep shelter is here to help gamers play all night and sleep all day.
They copied me. Mine has boobs on it. Yours doesn't. Man.
Like, I'm just looking at that bed arrangement. We got the go back to the top picture real quick. Got the bed, got the desk. Where's the portable toilet right next to the bed?
Yeah, you're no way you're using that desk effectively.
No, she's sitting. It's right underneath her ass. That's how she's taking a shit.
Oh, but theoretically, you could have your computer here, and you could have an HDMI go up into a little screen.
When are they going to make an HDMI cable that connects directly to your brain?
Come on, Elon.
Neuralink HDMI available.
Anyway, I think it's cool. I would totally use it if it weren't $150.
Oh, it's only 150?
It's not the fucking bed. It's just you're buying
just
yeah, that's all you're getting. All you're getting is this thing.
This basket looking thing.
I bet you the pillow's not even included.
Of course not.
Can you like, so you can just buy it off Amazon, or do you have to go to like
it's on Amazon.jp, but you can buy through Amazon.com.
Yeah, that thing she told you, that's the only thing you get.
Yeah. Lame. Okay. So
oh no.
An equally or perhaps greater waste of your money.
No, this is the proper allocation of your funds.
No. Life-size Pokemon plushie is here for big Gardevoir fans who want
some
a big Gardevoir in their life.
Big and hard Gardevoir fans, more like.
I like how they have a woman there, and it's like, no, this is for men. Here's like, this is my wife.
Yeah,
Gardevoir.
It's an adult's toy.
Yeah. Yeah. Now look, this thing is $315 US. I don't care how big of a Gardevoir fan you are. Ain't nobody spending $315 for this thing unless this is your gooning material. As evidenced by people who purchased it, who wrote Oshiri or Oshiri in it, which means ass. Licking later Gardevoir hit me.
You're frozen again. But oh my, they put leggings. They put fucking like.
The new Gardevoir life-size plushes are being used for very wholesome purposes.
Green light, but wait, there's more.
Yeah, now there's fan art of the leggings.
It's now canon.
No.
Jesus Christ. Is there a single person who got this thing that has a wholesome picture, perhaps?
No.
No.
Nobody's wasting that kind of money. This was a thirst trap. As Random 11 and I were talking about behind the scenes, if the cost of the life-size thing nears the amount you would spend on a life-size sex doll, it becomes a replacement for the sex doll you were going to buy.
Jeez.
Here it is dressed up as a maid for this. Here it is drawn as a maid.
Oh my lord. Reese, I thought we were gooners. These people are just...
Here it is in the Jack-O pose. Here Freeran is handing Kermit the Gardevoir off to you. Pokemon Company, life-size Gardevoir pose. You see, you can just give this kind of thing to men and they will be thrilled. Even Gardevoir knew what had to be done when Gardevoir plushie was snip, 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 cut a hole for the puss.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh no.
I forgot about that one. There's one more. I'm afraid I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, that's one. Oh, she'd look great in a jar. All she needs is a little sustenance.
Bro, that's gotta be a big jar.
Well, this is a smaller one, but yeah, they're basically gonna drown it.
I've seen. I don't know how it came on my feed, but there's.
It came on your feed.
On my Twitter.
Oh yeah, it came all over that Twitter feed.
Freaking jars with Nendoroids in it, full of
hot glue.
Yeah, hot glue. What a waste of money, man! Hot gluing your figures.
Christ.
I missed the one where they're cutting the hole. Like that was pretty bad.
Every day we stray further from God's light. You underestimate gooners. All right.
Especially Randy.
All right. So Osaka woman causes 8 separate traffic accidents in 35 minutes.
That's a record.
Suspect claims she wasn't driving dangerously and wasn't driving.
Just put Mr. Saito's thing on there.
Mr. Sato, yeah. Or as the government calls him, Mr. Yamashina. It's been a few years since I got my driver's license in Japan, and I'm happy to report that I'm well on my way to a gold license. In Japan, driver's licenses are color-coded depending on your record, and a gold band indicates that you've had no accidents or violations and are eligible for preferred insurance rates. Mr. Sato, or as the government calls him, Mr. Yamashina, is one such gold license holder. It's not super easy, though, especially in Osaka with its narrow, congested, and occasionally baffling streets. An accident seems possible at any given moment. God, fuck. Driving with Ubers in England, it was as though Lupin III himself was my driver. That shit is wild. If you don't rush yourself, constantly check those blind spots and go with the flow, avoiding problems is entirely possible. And as a living example of what happens if you do none of those things, we have a 47-year-old woman who somehow managed to cause 8 traffic accidents in the span of 35 minutes. To clarify, this isn't like a single crash that involved 8 vehicles or people. This woman managed to get into 8 separate collisions at different times and in different places between Osaka Prefecture's Mino City and Yodogawa Ward in Osaka City. All of the incidents took place on Shin Midosuji Street, a main artery that runs through the northern center of Osaka City. Although busy, Shin Midosuji is a relatively wide and straight street that's one of the easier routes to drive along. Apparently, it's a 29-minute drive, so she made surprisingly good time when taking all the collisions into account.
Seriously. They're all just hit and runs or something?
I guess. The first collision happened at around 7 a.m. when the woman hit a car driven by a 46-year-old man and drove off. 6 minutes later, she hit another car driven by a 49-year-old man and drove off yet again, only to collide with a third car driven by a 60-year-old man 2 minutes later. The woman fled.
I think she's targeting men.
Yeah. This is where the stereotype that women and Asians suck at driving comes from. The woman fled that scene as well and managed to drive accident-free for 5 whole minutes until crashing into a 49-year-old woman riding a scooter at 7:13 a.m.
At least we get some diversity in the victims here.
After driving away from that, she then struck a 57-year-old male pedestrian at 7:21 a.m. and drove away from him for 8 minutes before hitting an 82-year-old pedestrian with her car.
Oh, good heavens.
With 6 hit and runs under her belt, she then hit a wall along Shin Miyosuji Street and then struck a 33-year-old male motorcyclist, both around 7:35 a.m.
Why did they give the gender for everything except for the 89-year-old person and the wall?
It would seem the police caught up with her shortly after that to prevent any further mayhem. Fortunately, only the 2 pedestrians and the motorcyclist suffered injuries, and none of them appeared to be severe. No alcohol was found in the woman's system, but when she was questioned by police, she reportedly said, "I'm not driving dangerously enough to cause an accident," and "I'm not driving a car," suggesting that she may have had a break with reality. Readers of the news couldn't help but compare the incident to their own performance while playing open world games like Grand Theft Auto. Quote, "I totally do that in a game, but not in real life." Tell her to stop playing GTA. Even if I was playing a game, I'd limit myself to 5 accidents per hour. Per half hour. That's almost impressively bad driving. That's exactly how I play Mario Kart. The fact that she was sober is even more frightening. I hear a lot of people tell police they don't remember what they did. I wonder if that's some kind of defense mechanism in the brain. Is this a world record? As you might expect, there is no official world record for most traffic accidents caused in a certain period of time.
Yeah, because there would be fucking competition.
As that's not really the kind of behavior anyone wants to honor. However, for the sake of comparison, there were about 300,000 total reported traffic accidents in Japan in 2022, which boils down to about 1 accident per 2 minutes. This means that for a brief period, this woman has caused about 1 accident per 4 minutes and was nearly at pace with the entire nation of Japan. Unfortunately, this means she is very unlikely to get a gold license anytime soon, but hopefully she'll get the help she needs and lots of friends who can drive her places from now on.
Well, I want to know what the criminal charges would be for all of that.
All you did it for me.
Criminal stupidity.
She had 3 stars within 10 minutes.
Yes. All right. So yeah, that's funny. I got another one. A Navarre man was caught masturbating while driving next to a Santa Rosa County school bus. What do you think he sounds like?
Dick dump of the yellow school bus.
The what?
The thick dump truck of the yellow school bus.
Oh, the thick dump truck. I thought you said, did he like the dick dump of the yellow school bus?
The thick dump truck.
My wife is playing Baldur's Gate, and yesterday she was telling me that she had like some part of the game she had to do where you go to a whorehouse that is inhabited by drows called like it's called like Shirheki's Caress or something like that. And I heard it 100% as I'm going to a whorehouse called Shrek's Caress. So I respond, Shrek is love. Shrek is life. All right. So anyway, Navarre man caught masturbating while driving next to a Santa Rosa County school bus. Santa Rosa County, Florida, a 42-year-old Navarre man is accused of masturbating in his pickup truck while driving next to a Santa Rosa County school bus with students on board, according to an arrest report. He looks to me like if he started speaking with like a thick Serbian accent, I'd be like, yeah, that face could talk like that. But also he could just sound from like he's from the South. Let's see. Michael Cook was arrested last Wednesday. It doesn't sound very Serbian. On charges of lewd or lascivious behavior against victims less than 16, intentionally masturbating within a public place, 4 counts. Can you unintentionally masturbate in a public place? Is there a statute? Is the crime lessened if it's unintentional masturbation?
Your Honor, it was. You see, I had an itch that needed to be scratched.
What if you were in your apartment and then you like fell through the floor and you're like, oh no, now I'm in a public zone.
Yeah. No, I think it's probably like a woman trying to hop a fence, but it's a little too tall. Like she gets over, like she starts feeling it. Right? That was accidental masturbation. She didn't mean to do that. That just happened in the middle of her jumping the fence. Anyway, he's also being charged of indecent exposure.
He might not
which begs the question: what is decent exposure?
Exactly. You never see the heroes out there getting medals for decent exposure.
I think we need a definition here, considering all the shit that's been going on lately in parades.
Mm-hmm. The incident happened on January 17th within the 1100 block of Gulf Breeze Parkway, westbound. 5 students less than 16 years old are listed in the arrest report as victims. They were all on the bus at the time of the incident. According to the report, one student took a video of the alleged crime and showed it to the Gulf Breeze police. Fucking legend. And here's where he gooned all over his steering wheel.
Jesus.
The gooning spot.
I spy with my little eye a man gooning on his steering wheel.
Wow.
The report states video shows a man driving a white truck next to a school bus while masturbating with his genital exposed. That just means he did it outside the pants, right? Like, he wasn't playing pocket pool. Investigators noted in the report that the driver was holding the steering wheel of the vehicle with his left hand and masturbating with his right hand.
Efficient.
According to the report, multiple victims said the driver glanced over and looked up at the bus while committing the act. The report states the victims described the subject as a white heavy-set man with a bald head, no facial hair, and a double chin. Got him.
Damn.
Investigators reviewed surveillance cameras on the bus, which showed a white truck driving side by side the bus. According to the report, the cameras caught the truck's license plate, which matched Cook's vehicle registration. The report states that when questioned by investigators about the accusations, Cook did not deny the accusations and would only repeat, "That is absurd." Investigators added he never gave a yes or no answer. After being arrested last Wednesday, Cook was released from Santa Rosa County Jail the next day on a bond of $65,000. Fuck, man. That's a lot of money to spend just to get back on the street for one more wink. You know that's what he did. All right. Last article here. 100 cases in history inside the remarkable surgery that changed one boy's life. Spoiler alert, he's in Mozambique. No. In a groundbreaking case reported in a groundbreaking case report published in the Journal of Pediatric Urology, doctors in Sao Paulo, Brazil, have documented an incredibly rare medical phenomenon that has been reported 100 times in medical literature. The condition, known as diphallia, affects just 1 in a million male births, making the case particularly noteworthy for the medical community. When a young Brazilian boy was born with 2 fully formed penises positioned side by side, doctors faced a complex medical decision.
No, you do not amputate. You do not amputate. You keep those blades away. Let him have his 2 penises.
Double the pleasure, double the fun.
Yeah.
He can be the peni.
The condition, classified as complete diphallia rather than a partial or accessory formation, presented unique challenges for the medical team. The medical team was so jealous. Just listen to what's going to happen.
Fuck this guy's future.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
By the time the 2-year-old underwent surgery, both organs were functional, though distinctly different in size.
Damn.
Distinctly different in size.
Did they try and take the larger one so that they could use it later on for a penile donation?
So, when given the option, and you got an eeny, meeny, miny, mo, if one is markedly much bigger, eeny, meeny, miny, mo on the tiny one alone, okay? Like, that's the one you're going to get rid of, right? A surprising discovery.
I hope they did them right.
There's a third one inside.
They just sewed the small one on the end of the big one. Initial observations led doctors to assume the larger left penis would be the optimal choice to preserve. However, medical science often presents unexpected twists.
No.
During their thorough examination.
Let him have both, if anything.
Yeah. The medical team discovered something crucial, despite both organs having the ability to become erect.
The big one.
What were you doing to this 2-year-old? Each penis contained only one of the 2 necessary corpora cavernosa, the essential tissue chambers responsible for erections. You cut the penises in half and sew them together. The big one causes it to arc a weird way. Like,
dude, they've combined it to Voltron.
Shoots around corners, man.
Not getting this on my steering wheel. Shoots out the side window. Doctors learned that the boy could only urinate through the smaller penis. That's just lazy.
I feel like they could have rerouted
Reroute that
things.
shit.
Come on.
The larger one, despite its size advantage, had a urethra too narrow for proper function. Sounds like he just needs to graft the small urethra onto the bigger penis.
Do the stretching technique.
The jelking?
Do the stretching technique on these Chinese
Stick those sounding rods in it. Bada bing, bada boom, stretch it out, he's done. The larger one, despite its size advantage, had a urethra too narrow for proper function. This discovery completely altered the surgical approach, with the team ultimately making their decision based on the functionality rather than size. And then you got sued for malpractice every year ever since. The groundbreaking procedure. In a remarkable demonstration of surgical precision, the Brazilian medical team documented the entire procedure. The surgery, detailed in the online journal, showcased their expertise as they carefully removed the larger penis and reconstructed the area. Before and after images revealed the impressive result of their meticulous work.
They did him dirty.
I don't know if these images are in here. Okay, good.
They better have at least preserved it and give it to him. Look what could have been.
Show it to him once. Mom and Dad, we're giving you his penis in a jar. Do not give it to him until he's reached maturity and his penis has grown bigger than the one in the jar. Don't let him know what we did. This isn't the first time medical professionals have encountered such a case. In Uzbekistan, doctors recently treated a 7-year-old boy with a similar condition, though the details of that case's outcome weren't fully disclosed in the Urology Case Reports publication. Looking to the future, according to the Medical News Today, individuals with treated diphalia can potentially lead normal lives and have children. Nothing was stopping them from doing that with 2 dicks. Your jealousy stopped them. However, early intervention is crucial as the condition can be associated with high risk of kidney and colorectal complications, a risk they're willing to take. Every single one of them. This understanding has led to the medical consensus that corrective surgery, including the removal of one penis and treatment of any internal abnormalities, is the appropriate course of action. While questions remain about the Brazilian patient's future erectile function, well, we removed your good penis, and now your bad penis doesn't work. Sorry. While questions remain about the Brazilian patient's future erectile function, given the single remaining erection chamber, the successful surgery represents a significant milestone. Don't forget the one in the chamber. Given the single remaining erection chamber. The successful surgery represents a significant milestone in pediatric urology and offers hope for other families facing similar rare medical challenges. God damn, no family. This is a fate worse than death. All right, that's it. You guys ready for our Attack on Titan final season discussion? I'll say again.
Yep, I'm ready to go. I'd like to go semi first, me and Vietnam.
That's cool with me. I just want to say that...
Oh, it's only 8:30. Jeez.
Yeah, I just want to say that I reserve the right to continue this discussion next week. Just because personally...
Oh, we're doing it next week? Okay.
Well, no, we're gonna do it. We're gonna start it now. But I'm just saying I reserve the right to continue the conversation because I've only seen this season once. And I'm still processing it. And also I would like to point out we spoke for 5.5 hours on the shortest season of Attack on Titan.
Here's the thing. This season, there was a good chunk of it where realistically, like the rumbling started or whatever, and the whole rest of it was just until they approached the rumbling. So
but here's the
I'm
thing.
not saying that
Here's the
things
thing.
can happen, but
the last part of
there's
the
that-
season where the rumbling's happening itself is half a season's length of time. Because it's 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's what I mean.
You know
Well,
what I
what
mean?
is it? Well, here's the other thing to consider. The other seasons had a bunch of things where we were theory crafting, and we're like, oh, what is this? What is it? Now we know.
Yeah,
now we know.
100%. And I'm just saying that, like, actually, I had intended when we discussed season 3 that I was going to hold some of my thoughts on season 3 until we talked about season 4, because as I was trying to talk about some of my theories, I kept getting shut down. Like, that's not true. That's not going to happen. There's nothing that says that. So therefore I waited. And now I feel like I've got twice as much, but let's let Greenline go first.
So earlier on, you were asking me, like, this was like season 2 or 3. You're like, you're not saying much. You've already seen this. How come you're not like... Because every time a good thing would come up, I would be reminded by the painful, agonizing, subjectively speaking, terrible fucking ending that I fucking hated so much. I was just like,
Before we
dude,
get too far into this, let me just remind the audience that last podcast, which was 2 weeks ago, we made it a point to kind of talk about what our thoughts were on the season 4 at the point that we were. And for because the only people on the call who hadn't seen it yet is myself and Footnum. And we had determined we were on episode 10. Turns out we were actually on episode 12, just real quick. And we had described it. I specifically said, it's as if my favorite sandwich at a restaurant I eat at is now being made with inferior bread. It feels vaguely like I'm experiencing Attack on Titan, but the ingredients seem less good, right? And that was in reference to like the CGI and just like the studio change and stuff. They're just, it felt a little bit foreign. I didn't feel like I was getting the same level of quality that I had wanted to get.
That seemed like such a insignificant thing compared to like the actual whole story just been shaken up. It's a completely different show at that point.
100%. That was part of it as well, right? Now I will say, last podcast, after I ended the stream, I went upstairs and I watched the next episode, and immediately, the very next episode, I was like, shit's getting good right there. Okay, episode 13 and onward. I loved this season. Going forward after that. Continue, Greenline.
Well, I'm happy for you.
I'm happy as well. I'm glad you enjoyed it. For me, like, there are things that happen, like...
Tell me specifically what you dislike about it.
Well, hold up. I want to put something this way. So, I planned a statement. Well, I have notes that I've taken throughout the whole thing, but I made a statement of like concluding thoughts. And when it gets to my turn, I just want to like say the whole statement. Sure. Then we can circle back to get in specifics.
Real quick. I just want to. Next, he says, "Leave the bigger one. Give me a piss bag." Selfish healthcare providers make me sick. First time you've managed to make it through a whole full podcast live. That's awesome. We'll try to make more of them early.
Congrats.
You gotta stick around for the rest of the podcast though before you
Yeah, good luck. Good.
Right.
Yeah, you've made it through half a podcast so far.
You've made it through the easy part.
So for me, right?
The prologue.
Hold on, before you start, I do want to say there is, if it's not clear to the other people who are in the call, specifically someone.
Spoilers for season 4?
We're trying to avoid some issues with a particular other series that certain other people in this call have not seen, and so comparisons to other series potential endings may not be warranted.
Okay.
So keep in mind.
What series are you talking about?
We're not
any series. Do not say this ending was kind of like this series.
Oh.
No
erase
speaking those words. Thank you. Fair warning given.
You should be looking the other way.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Always. I'm looking always, but just this way specifically, you know. Always.
I've tried to keep. I have fumbled the bag a couple times, but I've tried to keep spoilers to a minimum. I'd like to think, but
just
for me,
we don't need to spoil other series. We're just talking about Attack on Titan.
I almost forgot about it until you brought it up. Now,
Well,
I don't even know what he's talking about.
That's the point, Brad. We're saving you.
Yeah, we're saving you.
Okay, Greenlight, go ahead.
Even though the things we're talking about, I don't even think are going to be made into a watch club in the next 5 or 6 years. But regardless, the ultra, oh my gosh, this is the most amazing, best plot twist ever, is a plot twist I fucking hated that everybody else coomed over. And it was just like, oh, it's so good. I'm like, that is the most...
What was the plot twist?
Episode 20?
The one where he's
Aaron
been
planned
controlling
everything from the beginning.
Okay.
Plot twist. That one.
I take issue with that. I would like to showcase real quick. This is the thing I was talking about with customs earlier. So some of you may know I have chronically bad sleep issues. Okay. I once did a update video on the channel, you guys may have seen, where I got a snore therapy, like a throat therapy done by a chiropractor I was seeing in Arizona. And for the first time in my life, I had a sleep study done to the point where, like, for every hour I was asleep, I was getting less than 2 minutes of actual sleep. Okay. Horribly bad sleep.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
And so, I have recently found a substance that helps me to sleep. This substance is legal in the United States. It is not legal.
G-Fuel.
It is not legal in England. So I did not bring it with me to England.
Oh.
But my boss brought some of his. And let me just say that I normally take what I think is 25 milligrams. And my boss has found some that comes in 2,000 milligrams. Okay. And he gave it to me unlabeled. Okay. Now I am tripping balls. Okay. And I am watching episode 19. Now this happens a lot when I'm off on the road.
Is
watching
that
stuff,
why it was so good to you? You're
where
like,
I will watch 2 episodes a night. But I remember this one, and then the next night I got to rewatch that one before then watching the 2 for that night. Okay. I watched episode 19 when Aaron gets his head blown off by Gabi, and then Zeke catches his head and they end up in the paths, the coordinate. And let me put it this way. After I was done watching Attack on Titan...
I was in the coordinate.
Yeah, yes. After I was done watching Attack on Titan, every night when I go to sleep, I play a playlist of music that I call All Night Sleep because it's easy at the top all night, right? You know, there's like when you listen to music and you listen to a song, you know the song in your head. So there will be something that happens one single time in the song. Oh yeah, the bass drops here, right? I'm listening to this shit. And I swear to God, how is it the bass is dropping again? This is the 11th time. Like I was losing it. Okay. I was on the same song for what felt like 3 hours. And it wasn't the same song. It's just that my brain was getting this 2,000 milligram dose so hardcore that it legitimately felt like time was standing still. Okay.
Aaron was in your mind,
just
infecting
before,
your brain.
just before this moment where I'm trying to sleep, listening to music, I'm watching episode 19, where time exists in eternity and all at once simultaneously. And I was fucking there with them. Okay. That experience was truly honest to goodness.
Watch episode 9.
Honest to goodness. There is no better way for me to have experienced episode 19. That was God tier levels of experience. That shit kicked in the moment his head got blown off, and I was on a wild ass ride for hours.
Dude, that was like a VR drug. Like,
oh my god, it was the most intense thing ever. And I was telling them, like, Attack on Titan has a lot to live up to, right? Season 1, fantastic. Season 2 has moments in it. You're like, this is pure cinema. Like, this is fucking amazing. Season 3 has stuff where what I couldn't remember a lot of the details of what happened in season 3 when we covered it, but I remembered a couple of key points. I remembered the stuff where Krista rejects her dad's trying to turn her into a Titan. I remembered that Armin eventually becomes the Colossal Titan, but I couldn't for the life of me remember how that happened. Right? I forgot that they inject him and make him a pure Titan first. So I'm thinking, like, how the fuck does he eat Bertold? Like, how are they gonna get a spoon feed him? Right? So, but there's moments in there, and it's like, it's funny because the opening to season 3 starts with the whole shit about like them getting kidnapped and everything, and like that's like in episode 2, that animation sequence that took them like a full fucking year to animate. I'm like, I can't wait for that shit to be over when I'm watching it, because then getting into the like Crystal Church thing is like, that shit's good. And then beyond that, when they go back to Shiganshina, fuck, that shit is so goddamn good. In the manga, fuck me. Take back everything anybody has ever said about Isayama's art. Holy shit. Wow. The artwork showcasing the Beast Titan throwing the rocks and just obliterating the town, you know, like the buildings and stuff. That shit is so fucking well drawn, right? So now season 4, because it's literally like, we're having a great time.
Yeah, that part I was also kind of like,
I felt legitimately like I really had a hard time with the beginning of season 4, especially because the CGI Titans and stuff looked so fucking awful. Right? Thank God it gets way better real quick, right? But man, did they fuck up the Willie Tiber shit, right? With the Warhammer Titan. That looks awful. It's so hard to watch. So I'm sitting down, having just taken my sleep aid, which usually takes about an hour to kick in, and I'm watching episode 19. And in my head, as I hit play to start it, I'm thinking to myself, something about the sleep aids, by the way, is that like you will occasionally find yourself in a place of mental like torment. You know, like, you know, sometimes you think of the concept of like laying in bed wide awake. Like, remember that time you did that stupid thing in 3rd grade? Oh God, you know. So it's
depending on what the sleep aid is, I imagine
you get a bad trip.
Like, you know, just, you know, it makes you.
Well, I mean, like there would just be like moments of like intense despair. Like if you stay awake through the part of it where you're supposed to like fall asleep with it, like just all of a sudden it's like world crushing levels of anxiety, right? And so I'm starting to enter that realm of just like perceiving reality in a more negative way than normal. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't know if the show was going to stick the landing. Episode 19 was so goddamn great that I was ready for the show to be over there. Burrito. Thank you.
I was ready when the show literally started like going hard into its downward spiral, though. Like because of that episode.
Personally, I love the ending to it. Just so we're clear, I understand, and we're gonna have a talk about it, but I thought for sure, like at episode 19, I'm like, beautiful. If the show ended right there, even if it doesn't resolve the conflict and everything, I would legitimately call that ending on an upswing. That was so good. Then episode 20 happens. Episode 20 has a cold opening where Aaron is talking to Zeke and showing him the memories and shit. And then they get to the part where he shows, I don't know if you fully understand what's happening in the moment when he's showing him Grisha's memories. What he is doing in that moment when Grisha says, "Is that you, Zeke?" No, that can't be. Why would you be a grown adult with a beard? What Aaron is doing in that moment is sending his own current memories of seeing Zeke there back into Grisha in that moment. In the manga, they have a deliberate thing where you actually see that wherever Grisha is, Eren is always standing right behind him so that the field of view is pretty close. And so he's literally in the moment giving Grisha the ability to see Zeke by existing in that moment and showing him what Eren's actually seeing. Right? And like, that shit was so good because that's the part where he's like, are we done now? Like, are you done thinking it was like, nurture over nature or whatever? And then so Eren gives him that line, like, we're done here, right? Drops the mic. And then the fucking rumbling intro song comes up and it's like fucking add a couple exclamation points to that mic drop. Like episode 20 is incredible. And then I feel like 21 is pretty good too, but like 19 and 20 are like the peak for the season for me. Anyway, Greenline, you were saying you do not care for this big twist that Eren orchestrated everything from the beginning.
No, it's not that we don't care for it. It's that it introduces very important stuff that actually like just destroys the whole show.
Yeah,
literally.
It's just like Eren. The whole idea that like. I have a hard time like rooting for Eren. Like rewatching the show, I'm like, you're just an asshole. Like your plan wasn't even all that great to begin with. Like and it all came back to me. Like I want to say season 3 or some shit. I'm like, oh fuck, that's right. I remember. Fuck me. Like it was like, oh, it was so. Because again, and I'll reiterate what I thought about like seasons 2 and 3. Like there were certain conversations that took place. Having context was fucking great. Like Connie talking about, hey, that looks like my mom, and Reiner's like, oh, no, ignore that. No, you're wrong. Like, having that.
Do you know the situation we're in, Connie?
Yeah,
people are going to die.
They're just moments, whereas like I'm looking at like characters and their motivations, and fucking one of my favorite characters. Sasha goes out with a fucking whimper. It's like, oh, thanks for that. Thanks for killing off one of my.
We had to make Gabi have her little
Two things. I told you guys before. My wife hates Gabi, and she kept turning.
Anyone like her?
You're gonna hate her. I like her. I think she's one of the best characters in season 4.
Good God.
Yeah.
So I thought so. I thought you would have.
Here's the thing. I love Sasha. As you guys know, my favorite episode of the entire series is the one where she saves Kaya, right, in season 2.
Yeah, which is why I expect you to give the same thorough autistic detail dismantling of Eren's whole thing.
So Sasha dies in the beginning of season 4, and my wife was so upset about that. I would argue it's necessary that Sasha dies, because if Connie died, it would mean nothing. If Jean died, it would mean nothing, right? The reason it matters is because it's Sasha. And originally, when Izayama's writing the story, the scene in which she saves Kaya, he planned for her to die there.
But the editor was like, no.
The editor, yes. The editor literally cried and begged him to keep her alive.
And now he's going to seppuku after seeing that.
Well, arguably, that's why almost nothing involving Sasha happens in season 3 after the season 2 moment.
So hold up, who's Kaya again?
Kaya is the blonde-haired girl that she saves in the scene with the axe.
Yeah,
the one whose mom is getting eaten.
She's the one that is like hiding Gabi and saying like it's okay, like someone saved me. And then so she tries to kill Gabi once she figures out.
She's supposed to get killed in your favorite episode.
Yeah. So here's something else that fucking messed me up. What does Sasha say?
John's death would have meant a lot for the plot, but it wouldn't have meant a lot to Gabi. With Sasha dying,
John could have allowed her.
What?
No, he's saying he's addressing me, saying it wouldn't have meant anything if Connie died. It wouldn't have meant as much if Jean died, right? It had to be Sasha because Sasha is the one for which there are lives left behind that pick up the pieces after she dies, right? Especially
I can't argue for any other character though.
Well, everybody else, like their connections, their immediate connections are all within the group.
Yeah.
Right? So like if Jean died, all that happens is you lose one of the cool-headed characters in the group. If Connie died, who fucking cares? The only thing that changes is
Connie wouldn't have really mattered.
Fucking mom.
No.
John's death would have mattered in terms of like plot wise. Like I feel like if he was gone, like some things wouldn't have gone the same way, or
I
well,
also
potentially.
feel like could have gotten an emotional
Reaction
reaction from Mikasa and even Aaron, maybe. I don't know, but
I feel like after Armin, John would have been next in line.
But Sasha had the setup with Kaya and her parents. So and she's also a girl, so like she can relate more to Gabby. So having Gabby kill Sasha makes way more sense.
Gabby even looks like Sasha, right? And I felt like that was kind of there's kind of a little bit of a connection there.
He could have designed her to look like Sean. You never know.
Well, I feel like there's a little bit of a connection there because so look, it wasn't intentional, but the opportunity presented itself, and Hajime Izuyama took it. That by killing Sasha there instead of where he originally meant to, he had the opportunity to make Sasha's death have more ripples when it comes to her father, when it comes to Gabby and Falco getting taken in by her dad, and then what happens with Niccolo. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's
so forced.
What thing?
The fact that we just stumbled upon Sasha's farm, and we're gonna go on a fancy dinner, and we're gonna try and help you. There happens to be a guy from your thing, and all that, and like the whole Gabby plot line was just shoved into there, and they just kept on pushing it. And then
I feel like the only part of it for me that is a little bit like that is that I just feel like it took a little bit longer than the story needed for her to break the programming. Right.
Yeah, 100%.
And I'll just say, what does Sasha say when she's been shot and she's dying?
Meat.
Do you know what the Japanese word for meat is? Niku. So in the Japanese version, she's not saying meat. She's saying Niku, which is the first syllables of Niccolo.
Oh, Niccolo.
Yeah. So they leave it intentionally in the Japanese version because later on Kaya says, I think they were lovers, referring to Niccolo and Sasha. Right? So she's actually
I always pegged Connie and Sasha.
I never got that.
I didn't get any connection either. So when Connie's like, "We were basically twins,"
we were twins. Like, well, you were. What? Well, one of my favorite lines in the whole season is when they're trying to decide who's going to get the Aaron's Titan abilities after his 13 years run out, and Jean's like, "It should be me," and they're like, "Well, it's like he's giving them a reason for why it should be him." He's like, "I'm cool-headed under pressure and all that stuff." He's like, well, Jean, if you're so important, we definitely couldn't give it to you. We can't let humanity's greatest soldier be killed after just 13 more years. We need you into your ripe old age, like Commander Pixis, right? And then Connie's like, if anybody, it should be me, right? And then they basically call him a retard and say, it couldn't be you. You're too stupid. So Sasha's like, of course it should be me. And then Connie's like, I don't understand. You said it couldn't go to an idiot. You're an even bigger idiot than I am.
No, look, and again, to be fair, like when you compare Isayama's writing to every other shonen, every other anime, because every other anime is written, the writers are writing by the seat of their pants, right? Yeah. This is why it seems so genius, is because Isayama has mapped out
so
way
much
in advance.
Yeah,
because every other writer, and I'm talking about like even not just like shonen, which is written weekly, weekly shonen. Or bi-weekly stuff, whatever. But like even like TV anime, like I'm watching Gundam Seed, and it is clear to me that
they're making it up.
Y'all made this shit up as you went along. Like it's just.
So I want to say two things about that statement. real quick. Originally,
which for the record, he was pointing that out, that it gives the illusion that this is some innovative technique when it's like, well, no, the bar's just so low that it seems like, holy crap.
So real quick, I just want to address two things. Number one, after finishing the series, I have like an entire backlog of content that I stored in like a folder of shit that was like, that's going to give me spoilers, but I do want to know what this is about. I'm going to save that for later. So I've been watching all this content, and I learned that Isayama actually pitched Attack on Titan to Shonen Jump before Kodansha, and he was rejected. And there's actually a version of Attack on Titan that's very different from the version we eventually got that he submitted to Shonen Jump in 2006, I think it was. And I realized, and this is so obvious, Eren is a shonen protagonist in a seinen series.
Yeah.
His mode of thinking is black and white, good versus evil, and the entirety of the story is... Dude, you gotta warn us when you're gonna do that. The entirety of the series is Eren seeing in more colors than black and white, being forced to see in different colors, different shades of moral ambiguity, right? And I mentioned that the thing I wanted out of season 4 was to cry over learning Reiner and Bertold Nanny's backstory and why they did what they had to do. And although I didn't come to tears, I do feel like they satisfied what I wanted out of it. Okay. That's a tool for later. Okay. And so I feel like personally, I feel like the show did a really good job. I disagree with the argument that the entire thing was planned from the beginning by Eren. Great job. Why are you
so
doxing
you're saying
our
my
stream?
headcanon takes away the worst part of the series, so it's not horrible?
No, I'm saying that. So my theory is, okay, so first of all, I don't think it's in the anime, although they did put it in a flashback. But in the original manga, the literal opening panel when Eren wakes up underneath the tree, he says to Mikasa, "When did your hair get so long?"
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the story is told so that in each season, her hair gets cut shorter and shorter until season 4.
Until
right?
she looks like a dude.
Yeah. And so what Eren is
her
seeing...
design looks so bad.
Yeah. So what Eren is seeing in that moment, that conveys to you that the plot of the story is such that it was known at that moment that Eren would eventually have the abilities and that they would play out the way that they do for him to be able to quote unquote see the future.
Which is why.
No. See, here's the thing though. As I understand it, the Attack Titan can only see future memories.
No, I think they can see in the past too.
No. The Attack Titan can only see the future memories before they get
before they're transferred or die.
Well, I'm talking about like how Eren Kruger was able to see Eren's future with Mikasa and Armin before those characters even existed.
Oh wait,
right?
Damn it! What was the rule then?
No, you can see future users' memories.
Mm.
So that's why
Eren saw no future for himself.
The owl could see Eren's
that's
memories.
precisely why Eren can't see beyond a certain point, because that's the end of the line of the Titans.
Right.
Specifically.
So here's the thing. Because of what you brought up, how it's like in the beginning, you know, they planted that seed. That's why it's such a big deal that this is part of the foundation of Attack on Titan. It's not like a little slip up that, oh, in the last season I decided, yeah, I'm gonna make bullshit powers and all this, and his motives, right? It's integral to the show itself.
Kotuti says the Attack Titan can select the memories to send back. Yes, but that's different, right? So here's the thing. The reason that I didn't dislike the ending is because personally, this is my headcanon. You guys can give me reasons to refute it. But Levi blows up the teeth Aaron's final form or whatever, Mikasa goes in and cuts off his head inside of his mouth, right? While she's in there, having just separated his head, who's standing right behind her? Ymir, right? Later on,
Foundry Ymir, not to be confused with
Foundry
the
Ymir.
other Ymir that died off screen or semi off screen. But...
as Mikasa is carrying Aaron's head away from the rest of the people there, when she's walking on like the mesa ground, right? You see Ymir again, and Ymir shows an alternate flashback to what was previously shown, where she doesn't take the spear from the assassin attempting to kill King Fritz. Right?
What? No.
Yes.
No.
What?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
They show a sequence where the scene where the spear is thrown at him, which previously they showed us Ymir jumping in front of it and taking the spear.
Yeah.
And then that's the story as to why her daughters are forced to eat her. And then you see her in the paths as a child, and the paths literally only branch off in 3 directions because one of them is for each of her kids, Mario, Rose, and Cena. Right?
I don't know about that.
I feel like maybe she was seeing the memories of her kids who watched Fritz die.
No, you 100% see her hugging her children in that moment. So this
I don't
is
know what moment you're specifically talking about, but
the moment when Ymir died.
Okay, yeah, and I'm saying I don't specifically remember that moment where she's hugging her kid, but I'll grant you it probably happened. But we're talking about the movie, right? At the very end, when Mikasa is walking with Aaron's head, she does not show Mikasa alternate universe where
I
she
didn't say she showed. I'm saying that the audience sees it.
Okay, well, whatever. It's still that never happened.
It does. You want me to pull it up?
I
feel like this is a good opportunity to pull it up just to clarify.
All right, you go pull that up. I'm gonna go through my little list of things here. There was no reason. So while I was watching it back, I realized that there's no reason for Annie to have killed the 2 captured Titans.
That's such a big thing.
Yeah.
Sonny Bean.
It basically set up the fact that she got outed as the female Titan. It tipped off Erwin
Erwin?
that there was a spy among them. It tipped off Armin that because when they handed in the
gear or whatever,
he noticed that it was Marco's gear. Like, had she not done that, they would have gone undetected in season 1, and they would have never found out that there was the
and they
female
won't have
Titan.
that huge event where they like had all those whatever to stop the female Titan, even though they were just concerned about like an infiltrator or whatever.
So the manga talks a little bit more about the thing you're talking about. And the reason that they felt it necessary to kill Sonny and Bean is because they were shocked at the fact that, for example, that how quickly they were progressing and understanding things, and especially in the field, which I think happens after the Sonny and Bean thing. Don't get me wrong, but where Reiner is shocked to realize that Armin has already deduced that the female Titan isn't an abnormal and that it's an intelligent Titan with a person inside of it.
Right? Whoa. They don't even know the female Titan exists by the time they get to Sonny and Bean.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that as an example, they felt cornered. The people from Marley, Bertolt, Annie, and Reiner, and in the manga, they honestly, I legitimately recommend everybody should read the manga You know, I think the anime is a better way to experience it, but if you watch the anime first and then read the manga, it fills in a couple of gaps in a really satisfying way that just click your brain into the proper mode of thinking to realize certain things that you otherwise might have overlooked or not realize the significance of and that kind of thing. And they make it a little bit more clear in the manga that it was an act of desperation to kill Sonny and Bean because they were worried about how quickly they were figuring things out.
Reiner ordered Annie to do it.
Yeah. 100%.
So that was only revealed in the manga, though. They didn't say that in the anime, did they?
I think they bring it up in season 4, or at least they pay lip service to the idea that they were advancing too quickly in their knowledge.
Yeah, like they did it. They wanted to like put a roadblock in the way from learning about Titans.
In the you remember the part when Hanji tells Eren about her discoveries, and they end up talking all night, and then Eren is like, "Is that it?" She's like, "Well, let me just tell you it again." Right, like as dawn is cracking. Kind of thing.
I might be misremembering, but like after Hanji. Like they did. I literally discussed what was the motive for this, not learning more about Titans. Not
okay, what would they have learned from Sonny and Bean that would have outed
that's
them?
the thing.
I think they would have literally had 2 test subjects to learn to try and get anything out of.
What's the anything? What could they? We know all the things now about Titans. What?
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you another question. So, they say something to Ymir that doesn't make sense to me, where they say, "You know damn well why those Titans moved at night."
Because of the moon.
Yeah, but I don't think it's just the moon.
Well,
I think it's
actually.
I think it's the Titans made by
Sasha later on says that we found out that the moonlight is able to have some of the Titans,
but only on some of them. And that's the thing, is that when they had Sonny and Bean, they learned certain things about them, such as how one of them was lethargic when they would cover them in the tents during the daytime so that they didn't have access to sunlight, whereas the other one stayed completely lively during those moments. One of them experienced pain, and the other one seemed like it didn't matter that he was getting stabbed in the eye. Right, so there's details in there that they're learning differences about the Titans, and I think the Titan difference and the reason that the ones from Ragako Village are able to operate at night isn't necessarily just because of the sunlight, although that is part of it, but it's specifically because they were transformed by Zeke. The only part about this that doesn't make sense to me is that Ymir shouldn't have any fucking idea. Unless she was from Marley and that was common knowledge in Marley. But what I gathered from her is that she was a street urchin living in a place where she literally did not even have a name. And
she's also 60 years old, so she wasn't even alive when Zeke was alive.
Right. So I don't know why they say that. Maybe that's only in the dub, and I have to rewatch.
Could she have gotten memories from eating Marcel?
You're thinking. That makes a lot more sense.
You're like, hey, you're helping my sim code.
Dude, I lost my shit during episode, I think it's in episode 19, when the Falk DDNM Titan appears. Falco with his long neck, right?
Yeah, the ass pull.
And he starts to eat Reiner, right? And I thought, oh shit, he's gonna get Reiner's ability, and that's gonna explain why he had visions of flying through the air with blades. And then he doesn't get Reiner. He instead gets Galliard, right? Porco. And I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I was really mad at my wife. Like, shut up. He got Ymir's memories of that. I'm like, oh, right.
Wait. What?
In the first episode of season 4, you see Falco laying on the battlefield, reaching his arm up, and he's like having memories. And then when he gets saved by
the bird,
when he gets saved by Colt, he's put in the bunk or the trenches, and they're talking to him, and he's like, "How many fingers am I holding up?" And he's like, "Wait a minute, wasn't I just flying? Woo, whoosh, with blades in my hands or whatever?" So that is him having memories of Ymir, who used the ODM gear and whatnot. I thought it was like, it only would make sense if he got Reiner, because Reiner, you see him use the ODM gear. I don't remember if you ever see Ymir use it, but it's implied that she must have used it because she went through cadet training with.
But Falco wasn't a Titan by.
No, he wasn't. Exactly.
So how is he getting any memories from anyone?
That's what I'm saying.
He's not the attack Titan, so he can't.
He had no memory. That was just like a thing. I don't know. That wasn't like a Titan memory.
I don't know. I'm just saying that he
had no ability to get a Titan memory.
He's literally commenting on, abilities that he would get memories of later, like foreshadowing that he's going to become a Titan.
Yeah, there's another. That's just called foreshadowing. There's another point in the show that similar foreshadowing happens where a character sees something that does not actually happen, or like they'd have no way of seeing this future, and it's this scene right here when Jean is picturing his life as as an MP or whatever. Yeah, with Mikasa. This is Mikasa,
and the only reason you know it's her is because of the scar. Yeah,
there's this little scar
underneath
here.
her.
And Randy missed that until I told him.
Yes.
So and then it's implied that that's who he ends up with. But remember, in season 1, he had a crush on her.
Yes.
There's the scene which in the dub he says he wipes Connie with on the back, and Connie's like, "What'd you just wipe on me?" And he goes, "My trust." In the Japanese version, which the lip flaps definitely were contributing to this, he says, "My faith in humanity."
Yeah. So the point is, it was set up that he likes her. Mm-hmm. So then in the dream he was having, he has a dream about being in a relationship with Mikasa, and then in the end, it appears that he did get that relationship with Mikasa.
So I asked Random 11, do you think that was like actually a memory sent from the future, which wouldn't make sense?
No. This is the thing, though. This is not a dream.
I don't think that's Mikasa.
It is.
We know it's
100%. She has the scar on her eye.
Were you not looking at the screen? I literally just showed the picture.
Do it again.
I'll get it. Here you
go. No. Here. There. Look at her eyeball right there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one where she's at the tree.
Yeah, so it is.
We know it's Mikasa. Look, dude, this is definitely Mikasa.
Look,
that's
you
the
see
same
her ponytail.
Outfit you see in the when you see her in the grave, she's wearing the same thing.
Yeah, eventually, Jean.
Yeah, whatever.
Eventually,
this is
you
them
do
two
see
coming
her.
Back.
You do see
Why
her
would this
laying
not
there.
be Mikasa?
I
she
thought
literally is the one who put this tombstone there.
I would have always been under the impression that Mikasa stayed single, like stayed alone, only for Eren.
Well, it implies that she did not stay single.
She and John have a kid together. I think it's pretty clear.
And I guess I missed one. There's one where you. Oh no, it's this one. Yeah, you can see Peak.
Annie,
Reiner, Armin, and I guess that's Connie.
Yep.
Like they're all there, and then they all don't come back.
Why is Peak showing up? Right. Other than the fact that she now is no longer bound to 13-year death because of the actions of Eren.
No, all of them are no longer bound.
I know, but Peak previously didn't have a relationship with Eren the way the rest of them did.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, maybe Peak has got a relationship with Reiner. Maybe they became a thing. Historia wasn't on the table anymore. So
this is my headcanon. Is that
season 4? That's for sure.
Is that Mikasa?
I think this is her children. That like Mikasa and John's children.
So correct me if I'm wrong.
That'd be my guess.
The sequence you're showing is the thing that plays in the movie.
The epilogue
in the little tiny screen with the fuck them for that. So I'm seeing it here as you're going through it, the tree getting bigger. When I was watching it, legitimately, I did not see the tree growing until the very end. Okay.
Dude,
So
my headcanon is that Mikasa was so down bad for Eren that even though she's found quote unquote another love, she's still like cucking him, being like, "Oh, but Eren's the only one for me," going to the tree all the time.
So I have so many things I need to bring up that are gonna like completely change how you view this series.
I also think that this is Eren's descendant.
Mhm.
Or I guess it can't be because he didn't have any
Aaron's
kids.
if you
Yeah. No, that's
your
fair.
theory.
But yeah, I did have a theory, but I'll get to that in a second. Either way. So this guy goes in. I think he kind of looks like Eren, but anyway, regardless.
I have my own theory. I believe that is Aaron's son.
So, I'll get to that in a second. He goes into this thing, right? And obviously it's implied, although I don't know how Reese missed this on his first watch. It's implied that the
I did not miss it. Okay. I forgot about the first one showing Ymir with the tree.
Yeah,
I did not miss this.
Let me just give you terminology. The thing you're talking about that represents the original founding power of the Titan is based on something called a hallucigenia. And that's what the fandom has come to call it. So they have a way to describe it, just so we are on the same
centipede
page.
Thing is
hallucigenia.
Easier to say. That centipede thing is in the tree, right? Obviously that's implied. And then it's implied. Yes, it's implied. And it's implied thusly that same with the fact that, they obviously had peace, right? For years, decades, even they get old.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly they start building and then war happens. And then obviously it starts over. Mm-hmm. And so the idea is that while they did end the Titans, right, the cycle will continue. And so a new centipede thing comes and Titan power gets reintroduced in the world. Now,
what's that
with
quote?
Eren?
What's that quote from like Albert Einstein or something? Man will never know peace from war until there's only one of them left on Earth, or something like that. Like man will always fight until there's no one left to fight, or something.
I know the one that's like World War III will be whatever, but the World War
I know not
IV
what weapons will be used to fight World War III, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
Yeah.
So long as there are men, there will be war.
Yeah.
So anyway, my headcanon is that he goes in this and he finds the centipede thing and reintroduces Titan powers, and therefore that's how Eren gets knowledge of the future, because he doesn't have, when he dies, he doesn't have knowledge of whether or not his friends are even going to live. Like he doesn't know who is going to live of his friends, but somehow he knows what humanity will do after he dies, which is never explained.
What do you mean he knows what humanity will do after he dies? When is that established?
He talks about how he knows that 80% of humanity dies to the rumbling, and that the war is gonna, and that he's leveled stuff for parodies so that they can be on par with the rest of the world.
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think that what he is saying is that he's expecting 80% of the world to die because he chose to do the rumbling, meaning that 20% of them are going to be in a place where they won't die, such as on Paradis or in places like on the ocean, right? Where they were able to, circumvent the actual attack of some kind. So these are the deaths he knows about just from his vision, like from what he was able to see until the moment when he's dead.
He probably also could have, since he was at he's always at the front line of the rumbling, right?
He's not at the front line. He's at the front line of one section of the rumbling. The rumbling goes out in a circle.
I think his 80% number is an estimation. I think he was expecting to get to the point where he would cross the whole world, that they wouldn't stop him, and that he would be able to kill 80%. I think that's what.
Don't they say in the epilogue that it's like, oh, blah 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 amount of people are gone, but we rebuild blah blah blah.
What I was trying to get at is he sees his future self in a certain place, and he could guess, okay, this is this place on the map.
Okay. Regardless of whether or not his estimate of the 80% is accurate or if it's just him guessing, he still tells Historia something about the future because she says like with her line was like something along the lines of like with the knowledge that he's given me of the future, we are now going to go forth or whatever the fuck she says. So like it's implied that he told her about what will happen after he's dead and gone. And so that is never explained, and the way to explain it would be that the Titan powers.
I mean, unless he was just saying the result of after he's finished. And
let me jump in here for a second. Are you guys familiar with this video game for PlayStation 2?
No.
It was released in the UK as Shadow of Memories. The plot of this video game is that the main character there is killed at the very beginning. Then the character to the right, like screen right of him, is a homunculus that brings him back from the dead and gives him an opportunity to solve his own murder. And so what ends up happening is that the game is has a time travel mechanic where you go to different points in time. And it's actually really interesting because modern time is in color, like 1800s is like sepia tone, like that, and then like stuff from modern day that is found in the 1800s will still be in color. Really brilliant, like visual storytelling strategy to it. After, like, for example, one way that you die is that somebody attacks you with like a blow dart or something from inside of a tree in the town square. So you go back in time and you create some sort of disturbance or something. In the way I played it, you either pick out your cell phone or your lighter, and they build a statue of you in the town square holding the lighter or cell phone as a way to, build a monument to the weird magician they saw or whatever. And that prevents the tree from getting grown. Right. And so it's a whole bunch of stuff like that, like reverse engineering how you got killed in order to prevent it from happening. Now, here's the thing, though. You find out as the story progresses that the person who killed you is the thing that brings you back to life by using somebody else to kill you. And the reason that the character has put you through this entire ordeal is that they are actually orchestrating your time travel so that you bring the Philosopher's Stone, which in the time when the character is created, the homunculus is created, does not exist. But you have to bring it to them from the future to ensure that they get created. Okay, so the entire thing is a manipulation from a demonic force in the homunculus in order to ensure the creation of the homunculus. Now, let me showcase.
Remember when I was telling you about the ending and not wanting to compare it to other series to avoid spoilers? You didn't listen to me.
You are not going to play the fucking game. If you had never heard of it until I brought it up. Fucking great, though. Anyway, so at this point, you see Ymir.
Are you going to get copyright flagged for this?
I don't know. I'm going to try not to.
Yes, we will.
Make it real time.
Make this the...
God damn it. That didn't do it.
Let's make it smaller. Let's not make it bigger. Let's make it smaller.
Okay,
how do we make it smaller?
It's right here. That's Fritz with the spear in him.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Here is my theory.
Is Aaron changed time?
Aaron didn't do this. Aaron is presented as the person whispering in Grisha's ear. I think it's actually Ymir manipulating Aaron to manipulate Grisha. And I think it's not Ymir, it's the hallucigenia. So I think what's actually happening is that the events are being orchestrated such that the thing that happens at the end with the tree is the hallucigenia ensuring that it gets back into existence. that it's fortifying its own existence by giving the people a perception of winning and a peace for some, number of years, right? Now, what I think is occurring here, what I think the significance is of Ymir being in Aaron's mouth, seeing Mikasa kiss the head of Aaron, which, by the way, can you showcase on your screen share real quick? The scroll down a little bit. Keep going.
How far?
The part with Aaron and Mikasa having their 4 years of life together.
Uh,
It was at the very end, I think.
no.
Oh, no,
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick, tell me what you think is happening here.
Okay, so
Imagination.
no, Footnum, you want to go? You want to say something?
So we've been told that Aaron visited her and Armin in the head or whatever previously, and then he truncated their memories.
Yes.
Yeah.
And tell me something real quick.
Okay.
Which families are immune?
Yeah.
The
So
Ackermans?
this is my interpret. Footnum brought this to my attention, and I was like, I don't think he went and visited Mikasa, and said, and rewrote her mind, but this did happen, right? Obviously, and he is showing her a vision of what could have been, right, if she had have answered a specific way to his question, right?
The question being, what am I to you?
Yeah.
Right. And they show, I believe, Aaron and Mikasa in that moment where she says, "You're my family," right? They then show them running away together.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think personally, so this is a contentious topic, right? Because a lot of people will try to shut this down. I think that we are seeing parallel realities that exist simultaneously because of the power of the hallucigenia and Ymir.
Yeah, that's what I think. The whole thing with that with John and Mikasa and the kid. Go down. Yeah.
The thing with John and Mikasa and the kid is not a dream.
I feel
it
like
is a
that's
dream
John's
in the sense.
the same way.
This is a dream in the sense that Jean dreams for this to happen.
Yeah,
not
that's what I'm
Jean
saying.
has a dream where this happens.
Yeah, that's what I'm
This
saying.
is Jean's desire. This is
Yeah.
from the part, has nothing to do with the ending. This is where Jean is saying, when he's deciding whether or not to go with the Jaegerists or save Aaron, right? Or however you want to phrase that, which side he's going to pick. He's thinking, I've been through enough. I just want to sip whiskey all day, every day for the rest of my life. And as he's thinking and viewing the future he wants, it just so happens that Mikasa and his kid happen to be there because he, the future he wants to have a family and grow old and not have to fight anymore. The person he wants that to be with is Mikasa because he has a crush on her, as evidenced in season 1.
Yes, but like the Falco thing, I think this is just him doing foreshadowing for what is actually going to happen. But it's not. It has nothing to do with seeing the future. I agree with that. But so with this, I think he is showing her in present time, literally
His hair is a completely different color in this shot.
Yeah, it's kind of black. Literally when he is when Mikasa is about to kill him, because right after this vision, she comes out of the vision knowing where Aaron's main body is and how to kill him, right? So I think in real time, whereas everyone else, it shows where is it?
Where where Armin and him are in the LCL fluid.
Yeah. So this scene when Armin is on the boat, and he sees the bird, this is when he gets contacted by Aaron, right?
And woken up and in that moment forgets because he's not an Ackerman.
But
So Aaron saved it. What I think happened is in the moment when he gives Mikasa the answer to where he's located, he had effectively paused time because the paths and all that exists independent from time.
Yes, outside of time.
Like one of the things that Randy and I were talking about off screen is that in episode 19, when Aaron shows up at the paths, when Zeke has caught him, Zeke has short hair in the real world, but in the paths, his hair is all the way down to his shoulders because he's been there for years waiting for Aaron to show up.
Yeah.
Right. So I think what's happening here is that he spent 4 years with Mikasa living in a house in the mountains like she grew up in. Right. And that he gave her that life that she would have gotten if she had made the other choice, if they had run away from responsibility. He gave her those 4 years right in this moment so that she still got to have the best she could have had with Aaron before his years were up.
Before he could erase his own year thing.
Because it's necessary for him to die in order to break the curse, the way things played out. So he gave her what she wanted more than anything in the moments before she has to kill him.
That's a good way to look at it. The way I looked at it was he was just showing her like the outcome. But yeah, I mean, he literally could have shown, like, allowed them to live out those 4 years. But
there's also a huge parallel here because she goes through the same waking up experience that Aaron does in the first episode underneath the tree.
Yeah.
Right. So he's giving her that same vision that he must have given himself in the moment when he wakes up under the tree. You know, not the same vision necessarily, but the same type of, you know, activating memory or whatever of granting him the vision.
Back when he was under the tree and not a Titan yet, so he couldn't receive transmissions.
Yeah, but I'm arguing that it doesn't matter if you haven't gotten it yet. That's why I personally don't think it's just simple foreshadowing.
The power exceeds
with Falco
to everything, I guess.
Well, especially among the Eldians, which, by the way, I do think there is a minor plot spoiler or plot hole, I guess, where what are the subjects of Ymir?
Every one of her descendants.
Every one of her descendants. Blood? So yeah, exactly. What does that mean? What makes some of them royal blood and some of them not?
Damn. Got him.
Is it the inbreeding? You
know, inbreeding keeps them royal.
Yeah, that is a good question. I don't know.
Filthy inbred royals.
maybe the ones that are the closest to the most inbred.
To the source. I agree. Yeah. And that's actually why I think it makes sense why Ymir's Titan doesn't visually look that different. Although, so there's a reason, obviously, that Ymir's Titan can't look different. Because if it did look different, then Reiner and Bertolt wouldn't recognize her when she transformed. Or they'd have to jump way past a whole bunch of shit to make the viewers aware of the concept of the Jaw Titan. Right? But Ymir's Titan does look different. If you watch the scene when she eats Marcel, she has straight human-looking teeth like every other Titan. And then when she turns into the Jaw Titan, so to speak, she's got pointy teeth and nails.
Wow,
so
such big difference.
Well, but I'm arguing. Okay, that's interesting. But did Frida have any kids before, that seems a little... It could be.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. But so real quick, what was I saying before? Ymir. So I think that Ymir looks ethnically different from the rest of the Marlians, or the rest of the Eldians, rather, right? The only one who looks even remotely similar is Mikasa, because Mikasa is part Oriental, right? And so I would argue that the further away you get from the Eldian roots, the more likely you are to have a less impressive Titan shifting form, right? And that the Marleyans specifically go out of their way to choose warriors to inherit the powers, right? And you'll notice that, for example, when Armin becomes the Colossal Titan, he doesn't have ears or a nose. And some people talk about
a Colossal Titan thing too.
Well, some people talk about, Bertold has the ears and nose. But some people talk about the idea that the reason Armin generates without ears is because he doesn't want to hear the screams or smell the death that he's creating when he transforms, right? But I'm just saying that, like, the ODM gear that they train with, it specifically says in the manga, in the, like, you know, public available information pages, that the ODM gear is the harnesses active are in such that they actually require the entirety of the human body's muscles in order to use them, most of it going to the lower limbs, right? And that's why nobody's fat, right? That I actually turned to my wife and I was mad when that one guy that Gabi shoots and takes the gear to get up onto the blimp. I'm like, he shouldn't be fat. Like it requires so much bodily, autonomy, fitness ability in order to use ODM gear. Now, granted, the new ODM gear is transitioned back up to the top, so it might, the strength and fitness might be, allocated differently or whatever, augmented in some way that you could theoretically be fat. But
so the safety harnesses they use in real life, when they're on the upper body, that's for like male, versus the hips, which is like for female, because our centers of gravities are different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back to this though.
Sure.
So this, whether he showed her literally 4 full years or just the ending of it, he's clearly showing her this vision and explaining to her about the world, like he is to Armin and everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
But he can't erase her memory, supposedly.
Because
right?
she's an Ackerman, yeah.
So I believe that happened in real time when we saw it.
Agreed.
Now,
I think that's the closest thing that could explain it.
Yeah, the only problem is this line right here, and the next line, which I don't have on here, but you got your memories back too, right? And then she's like something along the lines of like, Aaron was visiting us this whole time or something. Kind of implying that she did have her memories erased.
Exactly.
But you could maybe chalk it up.
She's also
to
not
saying,
that smart.
You could chalk it up to her,
her
just getting told that they would have their memories returned to them, and then so she's just kind of saying like, you got your memories back too, like we're good. I don't know, but
I feel like that's kind of a stretch. I feel like it was a big flop, a mistake.
Okay.
I mean, there are mistakes in season 4. They showcase a portion of the memory with Armin. You see them as kids, right? When they're talking about the book and everything.
Yeah.
And if you look closely, Aaron's wearing the key around his neck.
That's because it's present time.
What do you mean?
When that whole vision of when they were kids.
Yeah, I'm not talking about I'm talking about when there's a memory, like a flashback, when he's talking with Armin when they have the book.
Oh, so not a memory, just a flashback.
Yeah, a flashback. It might be framed around the memory, but they show them as kids, and he's got like they draw him in the, with the necklace, like he's already got it, and it's before he would have had it when they were looking at the book and stuff, and they're in Shiganshina.
I forget. Did you look at the manga as well, Random 11, for that shot?
The one about the memories, us too, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, she says the same thing in the manga. There are issues, and like you brought one up last for season 3 where they drew someone that looked like Aaron.
Yeah, with the short hair.
They drew
for his mom.
Yeah, they drew his mom looking like Aaron. And what I didn't want to say at the time was I think that could have been like you can think of it, and I don't think they intended it, but you could think of it as Aaron using the paths to and his Attack Titan power to like go and be his mom. But anyway,
so there are so something I noticed. I started rewatching season 1, and something I noticed that I thought was super clever that I hadn't noticed the previous times is that when he does the training with the ODM gear, and the harness is intentionally sabotaged by Shadis, and he falls and hits his head. The next scene when he's got the head bandaged, there's steam coming off of his head.
Yeah.
You know, and then
I thought that was for comedic effects, like
right, and it's very deliberately played off intentionally to act in a way where it won't give you suspicion or whatever when it happens. But once you know, when you read it with a different context, it's like, oh yeah, he's got his healing ability activating. You know, whether he realizes it or not. So there's something else.
So here's one of the plot questions that I've seen online. That's like,
if you're gonna go into something completely different, can you hold it for a minute?
Go ahead.
Fine.
You were trying to remember something literally a second ago.
If it comes to me, I'll bring it up.
Okay. In terms of the memory, though, the Kulotusi says she has no concept of time within the past, which we understand. So Aaron might have just visited her the same time he restored the memories of the others. So no, he visited her before he killed the others, or before she killed him, because right after that scene, she says he's in the mouth. She knows from
that's what he's saying. Read the comment again.
Yeah, but at
Aaron
the same time, he restored the memories to the others. Is the problem that if you let me fucking finish my sentence, the others didn't get their memory back until
he died.
He died.
Which
So
is
there
like
is a gap.
A half second later. Like
it's like a minute and a half later, but it wasn't literally at the same time. It was he would have went and visited her, and then she killed him, and then he gave everyone back their memories. He didn't visit Peak. That is correct. Also, for the memory thing,
he had no reason
notably,
to visit Peak.
Correct.
He's never talked to Peak.
He did talk to her once, but like
what did he say to her?
He tried to.
Oh, he talked at her when the Cart Titan showed up and had Zeke riding.
No. In this season, when he's with Gabby in the cellar or whatever of the castle, she comes in and she's like, "I got you now," and then he's like, "You're really gonna point your gun at me? You can't kill me."
Oh, right, yeah.
Right. So he did talk to her for like a minute, but anyway, notably about that scene when they all remember shit except Peak, obviously. Levi does not say anything, so presumably he also did not get visited, or if he did get visited, we don't know about it, and so there's no issue of like, well, did he have his memories erased? Because he also, in theory, wouldn't have been able to get his memories erased.
Precisely.
Okay, Footnote. What do you want to say?
So, how does one shift into a Titan?
By thinking real hard about it and having purpose.
Well, first Frieza kills your best friend.
Because one of the things I saw.
Oh, and you have to have physical damage, right?
Yes, you have to.
Because I saw something online that was talking about, well, if he had been turned into a Titan when he was, or whatever, when he had Grisha eat him.
Yes.
How did he not accidentally stumble upon becoming a Titan that whole time? Because he accidentally did it when he was in the stomach of the thing, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing was, like, if you remember the scene from the first season when he's trying to transform and he can't, and then he goes to pick up the spoon, and he gets the arm for the spoon.
Yeah,
and
and
he's
then
like,
in
I wasn't
season
really
2,
thinking. It
he
was
had
just
all the purpose in the world, but his ED kicked in.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the show does a great job explaining specifically what's necessary.
Essentially, you just have to believe that for 5 years,
Believe in the heart of the cards.
He basically didn't get hurt.
Well, no, I think...
Well, no. I brought up because of that 3D maneuver gear thing. He bashed his head on it, and he had all the purpose in the world.
But the thing is, if you get hurt,
bashing your head isn't enough.
Yeah,
to...
if you stub your fucking toe, right? Oh, that hurt, right? But then your healing ability, whether you realize you have it or not, makes it not hurt much faster than normal.
Actually, that was another thing was the healing. He would have had some wounds that would heal up, like suspiciously, like whoa.
How often do you get a nasty wound?
All the time.
All the time you're dismembered.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Like I don't know. I think it's perfectly plausible that the story could play out the way that it did. And because it played out the way that it did, you have a tendency to want to think like, well, that was sure lucky. It could have gone this way. It's like, okay, but the story would have just gone that way if it went that way. Like, that's just how it would be. It's not like a massive gotcha that it didn't play out one way over the other.
It isn't, but it has you thinking about like, that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I swear I had. Isn't there one where we're on the left side? Anyway, whatever.
There is, but you got to do it like this. Wait, how do we do that? No.
It was on the left side for a minute.
No. God damn it. Where is it? Is it like this? No, I think it's like this, and then you hit. Isn't it like that?
Okay, I don't know how you did that, but there you go.
I added and removed. I removed and then added it back up while we were in the layout. Oh, there it is. What the fuck? Oh, okay. It disappears. Look at the choices. So if you remove it and then add it back to the stage, it adds that one.
Okay.
Sneaky.
So going through this list again, it makes no sense that they all didn't go when they were initially tasked with attacking Parody.
Why they didn't just go all
They
out?
specifically say why they didn't.
Why?
Because they needed to keep the Cart Titan and the Beast Titan, right, originally as deterrents for the countries that were still attacking them.
But
I guess it didn't stop them from attacking later on.
What you mean
that's the whole.
When the Beast
that's
Titan
the whole
eventually
reason
goes over.
Well, when the Beast Titan and the Cart Titan go back with Zeke and I guess just Zeke. Sorry, Reiner, Zeke and Reiner, and Peak. They all three of them go back. It's revealed that the other countries attack Marley, and that's why they never make another effort to go back.
That might be why the other countries attacked Marley.
Because
all of a
Zeke
sudden,
and the Cart Titan left.
Yeah, all of a sudden their defenses are gone. Now's the time to move.
Well, here's the other question.
Maybe.
Hold up. Addendum. Regardless of why they didn't send the whole squad, why didn't they just go further? They're the least prepared for Titans at the beginning or whatever. They're all defenseless. Everyone's going wild. So why didn't they just go further to the inner walls, like destroying them?
What do you mean? You mean Reiner and Bertolt and them?
Yeah.
They fucking did. Do you not remember? They smash in Shiganshina. Then at the first opportunity they have, when they go to an inner one
after the training,
they smash in Trost.
Yeah, 4 years later.
Well, there is a question as to why they even signed up to become scouts. I guess you could argue that they were trying to get an excuse. Like if they knew
they were trying to get intel on where they might find the founding Titan.
If they knew the system of how the government worked, joining the scouts, or not the scouts specifically. I know why they joined the scouts. Joining the military would be a good way to get into the interior. Yeah. Right. And then once Aaron shows up, then
Bertolt and Reiner are like, oh shit, we should join the Scouts with Eren too, because we know Eren's the attack titan now, and we have to initially they also had the theory that he was the coordinate.
Specific line in season 1 where Eren's attack titan form is first shown to Reiner, and Reiner turns to Connie and says, Connie, how much do you know about that titan? Right? Because he is shocked. He recognizes it as the attack titan, right? And he is shocked that to see it, number one, and that like he's curious, like how much do they really know about Titans? Like, do they already know about, you know, the Titan shifters? Is like, do I need to be more worried about what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like you were saying that they killed the 2 subjects so that they wouldn't. It's like it's a weird assumption to make that they don't know about Titans for the Marleyans. Like I guess they did.
Well, think about it though. The purpose of Karl Fritz, the 145th king, of going and bringing them to the island was that inside the walls, it's paradise. As long as you never leave those walls, no Titans are getting in. So Bertolt, Reiner, and all them, they went in thinking that it was going to be like shooting fish in a barrel, right?
Yeah, but did Marley know that they that the King Karl erased the memories of everyone inside the walls?
Apparently not.
I think that was part of the whole like decree. And
I know the decree was like, if you come at me, we're gonna fucking rumble you. But I don't know about all my citizens are gonna have their memories.
I'm pretty
erased.
sure Karl Fritz, who I wonder if his perception of utopia is a knock on Karl Marx. But Karl Fritz like wanted only to live 100 years, not live, but like to have a paradise for him and his offspring for 100 years.
Well, I don't think there was an end date on it. It was
I think I remember them saying that there was like a specific time frame. That's what they wanted.
From what I remember is they went into the walls and they said, we're going to be here and we're going to rumble if you don't. But the rumbling was a fake threat. The king had never intended on doing it.
Yeah, because he wiped everybody's memories, and nobody would have a fucking clue what the rumbling.
Apparently, everyone on Marley knew that somehow.
Yeah, everyone on Marley. The threat was for the outer world.
So I said in my
he
first
didn't erase
impressions,
the memories of people outside the walls.
No, I'm saying they were aware that he erased.
No, they weren't, because
I don't.
No, the Tiber guy mentioned that. Like he was aware of that.
Didn't Eren talk to Tiber?
I don't think
no.
so.
Tiber might have known because he was in on the whole plot. The Tiber family, right, had this whole fake idea of what happened, and they perpetuated this fake idea that they triumphantly attacked the king or whatever and made him run away. When in reality, the king had voluntarily said, "Fuck this! I'm going to this island, and we're gonna make people think that you caused this." I don't really know why he wanted Tiber family to be outside the walls, but whatever. So they worked on this deal where they would leave that family outside the walls, along with, I guess, some of the changers, and the King Karl went into the walls and did the thing. So it would make sense that the Tiber family specifically knew, but that was not a widely known thing. They held that close to the chest, and the whole thing with the play at the beginning of season 4 was him explaining the ruse, right? So by then, everyone might have known, hey,
sorry.
The memories got erased.
Sorry. Yeah. It wasn't the memories thing. What I meant to say was that he has all this threat but has no power to actually do so. That's the thing I'm thinking of.
Yeah, well,
what if this would have happened?
That was also not known.
Doug's lie.
Yeah,
and I don't even know if Tiber knew that too, right? Because Tiber said the idea was the plan that Carl Fritz had was
He said it was because of us.
Yeah, because he was in on the plan, right? Like he was part of it.
It's literally what I just said. But the plan was Carl Fritz was going to go to the island, erase everyone's memories, and then sit there and wait, and basically allowed anyone that attacked them to kill them. Like anyone that attacked the island, Carl Fritz was going to do nothing and just let them get killed. And that was, he had said, like, I'm going to go and I'm going to do this bluff and that'll hold off and hopefully we'll get some peace out of that for a little bit. But eventually I know people are going to attack us.
That's where the 100 years came from.
Yeah, but I don't think he knew specifically 100 years.
I know, but I think that he was hopeful for 100 years of peace, right? Just like how they're saying if we show that the rumbling is possible, no one will touch us for 50 years. Right?
So the king the king is non-aggressive or whatever, like
pacifist
and all. Yeah, but they don't even want to like prevent death in their kingdom.
Correct.
So let me just say real quick something
like when Grisha went to go to the founder was like, I'm not going to do anything about them attacking the walls, right? And that's why he
which is retarded because it's like, okay, I'll let them genocide my people. I mean, I don't want any war.
That was literally the plan. That was literally the plan. If anyone comes and attacks us, we will lay down and die.
Mm.
Seems stupid.
So
to me.
one of the things
as penance of killing thousands and thousands of people for years and years.
They should have shown that better.
Yeah, seriously, I think that's a full-on lie. I don't think that was happening because the Marlians propaganda was that there was like an ethnic cleansing of Marlians for 2,000 years. If that were the case, they would not have any Marlians left.
Well, I mean, Aaron only got 80% of the world, right? So,
but regardless, Aaron did that in an afternoon.
No, that was a couple days, but still.
No, I think it was about a day, maybe.
Regardless, the point is, if you gave Aaron 2,000 years, he'd have got those remaining 20% stragglers.
Oh yeah, which, by the way, apparently the map for Paradise and all that is just Africa upside down.
Yeah, it's the globe upside down. So
Parody is Madagascar.
Parody, yeah.
Grisha found and captured the founder in 4 years as well. I don't know.
He found the founder really quickly, and then chose not to take the founder.
Yeah.
Well, real quick.
Until
the thing
4
I
years
was going to say is that well, regardless of them strategically being like, well, we're looking for the founder, just saying, if you make a ruckus, the founder's going to come out some way or another. And even if you strategically plan specific missions, the founder
literally
come out. Huh?
The founder was hiding in their cave, waiting for everyone to die. Like,
so here's a question.
Well, that's the thing. They could have just pushed forward. And I'm just saying, in their minds, like, if the founder came out and was aggressive, it would come out regardless. Like if they had a specific mission laid out on a specific day 4 years in the future versus let's go into guns a-blazing while everyone's sitting on their ass and they're ill prepared for us.
So you know how Zeke is like surprised how quickly or like Aaron says, oh, he found it so quickly, right? Like you've been here before? Like you know this place, right? Do you think that Aaron was giving Grisha visions of where to go in order to find it that quickly?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because the way Aaron talked to Grisha was through his own memories of the memories that Zeke was showing him. Zeke had control of what Aaron was seeing. But then Aaron was sending that information back down to.
Yeah. So that, again, just so we're clear, the Attack Titan can only send back its user's own memories back in time.
Yeah.
So what Aaron did is he sent his own memories of the future back in time so that then when he viewed those memories as Grisha's memories, he was getting memories from the future.
Yes, the past memories of Grisha were then transferred to him.
Yeah, that's the thing that happens when he kisses Historia's hand.
Yeah. Did Marley ever have the Attack Titan? We don't know how the owl got it.
We don't know how Aaron Kruger got it.
Yeah.
But possibly at one time they may have.
Yeah. Well, those groups knew it was a bluff. Grisha captured the founder.
All those groups. That's why Aaron sent Grisha to capture the founder. Okay. Even if Marley captured the Attack Titan, it would betray them.
I don't know, but Attack Titan. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe the owl was working with, or maybe he stole it from the Tybers. I don't.
It's too powerful of a power, the ability to send the memories and shit.
Yeah.
Like,
and in theory, like we know that the owl got memories from Aaron because he was the one that brought up Mikasa and Aaron.
Yeah. So the other thing about this is the only reason, like what he's saying about it, if Marley captured the Attack Titan, it would betray them. The reason why is because Marley requires the candidates for becoming a Titan to be fully brainwashed, in like Gabi was, right? In order to fight on behalf of the Marleyan Empire, they needed them to not have any chance of hesitation, right? And so if you did get the Attack Titan and you got the memories and knew that history was actually a lie, that would immediately change your allegiance as soon as you got it, right?
Yeah. Going through this, so this scene of her and the farmer, whatever guy that she had a kid with, I have a theory that might actually be Aaron's kid, although I'm not very confident on the theory. But anyway,
I don't know necessarily that I would say that's Aaron's kid, but I do think that Historia had a thing for Aaron because he saw her as a normal girl or whatever he said.
I'll get to that later. But what I did think was funny was that in season 3, the owl pushes the mother, Aaron's mom, Zeke's mom, into the thing and says to Grisha, like, what can I do? She was going to be a cow basically for the Marleyan Empire if I sent her back. I mean, like, there was a ton of different like options. I don't see the need to push her in, but whatever. But they ended up making Historia into a cow anyway.
No, opposite happens. Historia, quote unquote, becomes the cow as a way to prevent them from turning her into a Titan, because they find that they don't know what will happen if you're pregnant and become a Titan. What will and they're also worried that she might not even survive childbirth, and they're antsy about it. This was the easiest way for them to make sure that they couldn't feed Zeke to her right away.
Yes,
in order
I understand
to
all
prevent
that.
her from being killed.
It was still her becoming a cow. Anyway, which is, so then why'd you say no? Anyway,
no, but they didn't turn her into a cow. She chose to do that as the means for which to avoid being turned into a Titan.
She became a cow.
Yeah.
And they call her in season 3. They called her a cattle farming goddess.
Yeah.
This scene, she doesn't have her stupid bandage on her arm. Big mistake.
Why.
Especially, it's like the very next episode. Now, mind you, this takes place after she revealed the thing, but later on in other scenes, like she does still have it on.
In season 3, when they get to the ocean, you would see it, and it's not there. Yeah.
I'd have to go back and check that, but
season 3 was by Wit,
Yeah, that
and
was
Wit wasn't exactly sticking with the they were doing the embroidery thing instead.
Yeah.
Well, in the show, they verbally say as well. It's like, oh, how come you always hid it and only showed Aaron? And
What the hell? How come you only showed Aaron your boobs?
She was about to explain, and then the conversation got diverted. And it's like, oh, I guess we'll never know.
This is the scene I was talking about where they're like, you just said they couldn't give the power to an idiot. You're an even bigger idiot than I am.
Yeah. This scene happened at one point, so where they're talking to where Zeke is talking to
Reiner and
Bertold, and they reveal that Aaron is the founder or has the coordinate. And so what I think happened is this is when they turn over Ymir, and I guess they leave Ymir in the boat and then go back to the wall to fight for Shiganshina. Because this has to take place before the Shiganshina fight.
So that's a good point. By sending Ymir back, they're able to trade a Titan for a Titan and make sure that there's still somebody there to defend Marley, the Jaw Titan, Galliard.
This scene, I don't know why they didn't touch at this point. It I couldn't come up with a reason that made sense that they didn't just touch there and try the euthanization plan / the rumbling.
I'd have to rewatch it to figure it out, but what specifically are they waiting for?
It doesn't say.
That's what he's saying.
Like it could be that Aaron at this point didn't have the Warhammer Titan.
They don't need it. Why does he need the Warhammer Titan?
They never need it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying like there might be a reason that he wants to have it for something.
Oh, because
the only argument is that he wants it because he saw it in the future that he had it. That's the only argument. And yeah, I guess you could make that as an argument.
They mentioned
but like
that because of the Warhammer Titan, he could hide where he was in the big founding Titan. Because he's in the mouth, not in the back of the neck.
Right. That he could put himself in a safer place if he had. But see, the thing is that he doesn't know that the Warhammer Titan has that ability until he himself explains it to the audience, seeing it form from the feet up.
And also, like if he was like, so there's this whole thing of when he becomes the founding Titan, and the giant thing, he specifically doesn't stop the free will of anyone on Parody, and he lets them decide to go and attack him. And he's basically said, like, I understand that we have different ideologies. I literally want to kill everyone off this island, but I do not want my anger towards everyone else does not come at the consequence of forcing you to like go against your own will. So because his whole thing is he wants freedom for himself, so he doesn't want to take it away from his friends. So he's allowing them to come to a different conclusion and attack him. But he's not going to just let it go. He's going to go full out, and the only solution he's going to accept
I just heard
yeah.
Why wasn't Zeke turned into a cow? That's a fucking interesting point. Because
I mean,
you could have him. You could just inject his spinal fluid into as many ladies as you want.
So, what was I saying? So he doesn't want to take away their
blood, though.
Yeah, they didn't.
Well, they must have known by the time that they were choosing whether or not they were going to feed him to Historia. Oh no, because they wanted to feed him to Historia because they knew Historia was royal blood, but they didn't know that Zeke was. So therefore, they thought we have to transfer Zeke to her so that she can, so that we have a royal Titan, not knowing they already had one.
Yeah, and I think they figured it out. But even if they knew that he was a royal, that I think that their plan to feed him to the to Historia was still a valid plan because they would want to get rid of him as a piece on the board, right? So and may as well take the
Can you imagine doing the Queen that disservice of making her the fucking hairy, ugly ass monkey titan.
Well, she wouldn't have been a monkey. She would have been a beast.
True. Apparently, the
not
beast
necessarily a
can
monkey.
turn into whatever animal.
So we'll
She
get
can
to.
turn into a Gardevoir.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
possibly. So Aaron's whole thing was like, come and attack me, right? So,
Come at
but
me, bro.
if it was like, if his consideration was, well, I don't want to start the rumbling this second while I'm outside of Parody because there's a possibility that I don't have the Warhammer Titan right now, and there's a possibility that they could come and attack me and kill me.
Well,
I
the
don't
way I
think
see
that
it,
would.
the way I see it, he wants to do it from within Parody because that's where the walls are. So in order for him to lead them with his will and be able to visually see everything he's doing, he has to become the Doomsday Titan around Parody so that he can direct them on the path that he wants them to take.
Sorry, say that again.
So it's possible that the reason he doesn't want to touch Zeke in this moment is because if he starts the rumbling while he's in the pathway of the rumbling, it's not as good of a strategic value as doing it where you're the one leading the rumbling, because you start the rumbling while you're right next to the wall.
That is also fair.
Yeah.
And we don't know if maybe there was a distance thing, like if he was too far.
There
from
isn't
the
a
walls.
distance thing because he
isn't?
talks to every single Eldian
Ever.
as soon as he becomes the founding Titan, and like regardless of distance, he can talk to them through the paths.
And he tells
By the
them
way,
to
another
paint
plot hole
blood on their doorways for the
Yeah.
Passover.
is that the founding Titan has the abilities of all the other 9, so Aaron didn't even need to eat the Warhammer or drink the armor serum. Incorrect. The only way that they have the powers of the other 9 is through the Warhammer's Titan. Like at the end when they're fighting all the different forms of all the different Titans, that's literally just the Warhammer Titan.
Well,
ability.
here's another thing though.
Well, and the armor Titan, but he already had that.
Not quite,
I just wanna say
because
to
well, I'm just saying not quite because the in paths, the people who died, Grisha, Aaron Kruger, even Bertolt, right, and Ymir, they take control over the Warhammer replicas of their Titan forms and start
that's
fighting
Aaron.
on behalf.
That's Aaron allowing them to do that. It's still the power of the founder of the Warhammer Titan. That's why they're all white.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he doesn't have the power of the other Titans. He is just creating
Manifesting
an image of them through the Warhammer Titan.
But I think,
and then
well,
he's
okay,
allowing the
so-
memories to control
I
the
think
thing
it's a
because he
conduit.
doesn't want to have forced belief on other people.
I think it's a conduit that what's actually happening is that he's manifesting a body through the Warhammer Titan, but the founding Titan is how he's putting the consciousness or whatever in them, and then he's controlling them through the founding Titan's ability until they actively disobey him, and he doesn't stop them. And my theory, I think that Aaron's entire plot was that once he saw everything clearly after he kissed, oh God, that's a great stuck image. After he saw things when he kissed Historia's hand. Honestly, if that was his kid in Historia, he's like, wait, I need to see more. Pound it, pound it, pound it. You know,
I'll get to that.
I need to touch you deeper.
I'll get to that in a second.
No, but hold on real quick. So I think that his plan was that he created. So I say this in my first impressions. There's a quote I had to bring up. I had a couple things I had to say that I wanted to bring up beforehand, which was Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche has said that it is my ambition to say in 10 sentences what others say in a whole book, right? And I think that there are certain things that Isayama does super ingeniously well to where without having to make it the entire theme of the whole series, I feel like he puts almost micro things in the episodes that do what other series would spend the entire series attempting to convey.
Yeah, for instance, other series would take a whole episode to explain to you and make sure that you understood in season 3 that Zeke was the Beast Titan.
Oh.
Izayama is just like, hey, little kid Zeke.
So I do have thoughts on that
War
we
Chief
can talk
Zeke,
about in a minute.
And then let you come to the conclusion.
I do have thoughts on that. We'll talk about that in just a second.
Before we get too far away from it, can I chime in on what is it? What is it? So regarding if it's like for some reason he wanted the Warhammer Titan power, like once he has the founding Titan power, he can control all Titans. He can make the Warhammer Titan his bitch and then consume it. If that was such a big point.
Only when he's in contact with a royal family, though.
Yes, as soon as he touches Zeke right here, then he could have just went and grabbed the Warhammer Titan.
At this moment, did he know who the Warhammer Titan was, though?
It doesn't matter.
The paths probably could have figured that out, though. Like, you'd think that the paths would... Like,
plus, when he,
the founder Ymir would be able to let him know, like, there's the Warhammer Titan.
So,
but, I don't know.
So real quick, I just want to say that one of the themes that I think that the show captures just in episode 19 and 20 is the nature versus nurture. Zeke is convinced that he was brought up the same way Aaron was, and that therefore Aaron has been propagandized by Grisha, and that's why Aaron is fighting him in this moment. And if he just knew that this was all brainwashing, then he'd think like Zeke and he would want the Titan euthanasia plan, right? But in actuality, we learned that it is actually Aaron's nature, not the nurture, that made him the way that he is. And that's where the whole mic drop.
A genocidal maniac
in episode 20. And then another theme that I think that the show does a really decent job, like offhandedly, like it doesn't even fucking matter, I'm addressing this topic, is the concept of making the colossal titans emit an atomic explosion. What that does is it makes the rumbling mutually assured destruction. That's the purpose of it.
But the rumblers don't explode.
But the point is that the colossal titans represent nuclear war. And so when you send the rumbling forth, the symbolism of it is that you're wiping out, annihilating the entire planet. Right? That was
this
the
is
purpose.
what I really need the
about.
Symbolism to get that across.
That's what I was when I think it was in season 3 Watch Club. I was talking about how I wasn't positive that it was a Jewish allegory, and like coming back and watching season 4 again, like it was. But the whole idea of assuming it's true that the Eldians waged war and like killed tons of people beforehand, right? And then went to parody as penance for it. The allegory, and I guess you can like merge allegories too, but like you can make the argument that the allegory was, here is the US or Germany doing something heinous like a nuclear war or the Holocaust, and then saying we've done something terrible, let's go to this island for to serve penance for what we've done. But there's other clear, like calling the people that attack Marley the Allied powers, the armbands, like it's very clear.
I would say that
also a Jewish allegory going on there.
There in the type of warfare, the trench warfare, I think is more evocative of World War I than World War II. Yeah.
Not that makes much of a.
There were trenches in World War II.
Were there? I can't remember. I just remember that the trench warfare is not a thing anymore because technology.
You can use multiple allegories.
I'm just saying that I think that one of Isayama's strength is that he knows exactly the amount of pressure to put on a point he's trying to make without having to overdo it and spend the entire series about one specific topic. Like he can convey something and move past it and not draw attention to it and just be like, oh, I'm satisfied with it, right? Like, for example, this sequence here.
I hated that. Oh my God, I hated this.
Well, the thing that they're potentially conveying here is that Mikasa in this moment
She's
is a
the wings
bird.
of freedom.
Well, but she's also in a bird cage.
Wow, that makes the ending not shitty.
Right. So the concept of it is that in this case, what we're seeing is the captured are the ones killing the free. Right.
How many times do you have to make like bird caged I need to be free allegory before like it's not the exact same thing every time? Like, does it feel that much more profound the 50th time he's done it?
Well, I think that what's going on actually is whenever you see the actual birdcage type thing, it's people's slavery is not physical, it's mental. Like they're a slave to their minds rather than to their, physical location and whatnot. Or I guess I shouldn't say slaves necessarily, just being captive, not free, right? And so that's why you see the room where Gabi and Falco are in that place with Magath, who, by the way, was one of the best characters of season 4. That shit at the end, fucking god damn it! That last episode before the movie, when Shadis and Magath go out together, fuck, that was awesome. God damn. That was amazing.
I mean, that was all right, but like,
so like the sequence I'm referring to is the part where Gabi and Falco, and I think Reiner is injured. I think, or maybe Peak was injured at this point, and they're in this room at like the top of a staircase in a house in Marley, and there's fucking open bird cages all over the place. You know what I mean? And I think again
that was so on the nose.
Yeah, but I think that the symbolism that's meant to convey is that the crack in the programming on Gabi, that she's starting to see things more in a more sophisticated light. And that's kind of what I'm getting at when I say that Eren is a shonen protagonist in a seinen series, is that he thinks in a very black and white mode of thinking, and it evolves and matures as time goes on, and then it cultivates or culminates or whatever in the moment when he kisses Historia's hand and sees, the big picture, and then he matures to a point where he's no longer recognizable in his thinking.
So, real quick question. So, he got his memories back because he kissed Historia's hand, and why was that again?
Because she's royal blood.
So
why didn't he get
his memories back when he fisted her mother, or sorry, Zeke's mother?
He actually touched Historia at multiple points, right? So he touched
or that too. But the point is, like, why was it not?
Why that point?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that could just be also the moment
convenient.
that future Eren sent the memories to him.
Yeah, if it's selective, that could be the case. Marley knew Zeke had royal blood. I don't think they did, because there's a scene where
they specifically refer to him as having a special ability as the Beast Titan.
Yeah, they know he has special
the Wonder
blood because his blood is like used to turn people, like they put his blood in the gas and shit.
Yeah.
So they know he's special, but they don't think he's royal.
Yeah, and Kruger is the one who hid all that information so they wouldn't ever find out.
Yeah, and they did find out in the last little bit. They like when they realized that the Jaegerists, or not the Jaegerists, the Zeke, like Yelena or whatever the fuck her name was, when they realized Yelena went to the island and betrayed them, when that whatever episode that was, when they're talking about that realization, I believe that's when they realize, oh, Zeke must be royal. Like he must be a royal and and that would allow them to do whatever. I believe, if I remember correctly.
So real quick, I want to come back to the thing you keep giving me shit for about Zeke's reveal being Eren's brother.
Hold on, before you do that. Zeke was 2 times the size of all previous beasts, and they stated that it was due to his royal blood. I don't recall that. The Grunts didn't know, the higher ups did. I'm not positive about that. The McGrath knew Zeke was royal blood. Maybe at the end there again, but I don't think they knew going in.
See, this is why I say that I reserve the right to draw this Watch Club out another week, just because there's so much to process, and I really want to sit down and like really, experience it again now, knowing the full extent of the story, so that I can see just where, details that went over my head. Because like your brain is fucking racing through so many episodes, right? Like where your brain is trying to catch up on, well, if this means this, then that means that, this means this, and then as you're thinking these thoughts, the show is still going on. Unless you pause it every fucking time, and even still, you're still going to miss stuff because your brain is not going to shut the hell up.
Well, you definitely need time to process it in your case, because you can't process how god awful
apparently
the
so
memory thing is.
So real quick, I just want to say that I was thinking about the whole concept of me not feeling like they gave us an adequate reveal on Zeke being Aaron's brother, right, and being the Beast Titan. And
did you watch it in the dub or the sub?
Dubbed.
But I think
good.
I think that the reason that you missed it was because the dub just heavily distorted the Cart Titan's voice when it said War Chief Zeke. And that was the first time that and the only time that they tell you that adult Zeke is adult Zeke. And then when
they
Grisha,
show you
and then in the flashback,
when Grisha refers to the
hey Zeke,
when Grisha refers to the kid Zeke, that's supposed to be the there it is.
So I'll put it this way: as we've discussed ad nauseum, the show has a tendency to spool out the information such that it recontextualizes how you understand the previous things. And I think it's possible that I missed what otherwise would be the clues to lead you to know that they're the same person, only because my wife told me the guy's name. And therefore I knew when I saw the kid, and therefore I missed the clue that would bring me to understanding.
No, we missed it because you couldn't hear it. I listened to it multiple times when it first happened, and I couldn't even tell what they said after the second time.
Yeah, you basically have to put the CC or just the the Japanese subtitles on just to hear that they're saying War Chief Zeke. It's when they're sitting there on the top of the wall with the campfire.
I think
the Titan comes up to him.
I'd have to double check, but if this specifically is the moment when you first hear that Grisha's first son's name is Zeke, then this is the reveal.
That's what we were saying. Yeah.
And I mean, obviously
that is the first point when you can put the two things together.
Yeah.
Like you know that he is Zeke because of the Cart Titan earlier, but then after that, this is when you realize, oh, that's Grisha's son.
Yeah.
And then you're like,
oh, and shit. So because I already knew his name was Zeke, I think that when the Cart Titan says it, because I do, oh, there I go again. I do recall thinking, I believe that I remembered he was the Cart Titan does talk to him in that voice, like you're saying. And it may have gone straight over my head, like I didn't even process it because I already knew his name was Zeke. And then therefore I was just expecting something more after, because easily. That definitely could have been. Anyway, you guys were saying something before?
Founder Ymir had all those abilities, whatever, it doesn't make clear. Yeah, Founder Ymir did have all the abilities on the abilities.
The reason Founder Ymir has all the abilities is because all 9 Titans are in Founder Ymir. They're one Titan at that moment until her daughters eat her. Then they get split into 3 sets of 3. And then as it progresses down the line, eventually it becomes the 9.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that Aaron got them when he became the Founder.
Right. Right. It's not that the Founder has all 9 Titans. It's that when the Founder was the Founder, all 9 Titans were in one being. The abilities of all 9 Titans were.
It's kind of
when I saw that, I thought that it was like, doesn't that take away from the whole point of her like being turned into like 3 things? Like, aren't you not able to have all the abilities of all the Titans when you're the Founder then?
What do you mean?
The whole, all. because because she split off into the multiple Titans or whatever. But because she split up, that's why she doesn't have the powers or whatever.
Mhm.
So when she's the founder, she'd have to like absorb the other Titans. Would that not make
just
sense?
so we're clear, she's the founder by virtue of being the original progenitor of the Titans.
What I was just about to say is the wording is a little weird.
The wording is tricky because the Titan is named after the thing that she also was.
To make it clearer, literally only Ymir is the like you can look at it like literally only Ymir is the founder and everyone else is the coordinate, right?
Yeah.
So when Eren gets the power of the coordinate plus royal blood, right? He gets the power to control Ymir, but he doesn't have all of the Titan powers. They're still spread out. But when Ymir had the coordinate plus the royal blood and was still alive, she had all 9 of those Titan powers in her because they hadn't been split out to her kids yet.
Well, yeah, when she was alive, I could have sworn they said something about like when Eren had all those powers when he was in the founder.
The Cool 2T had suggested that he had all the powers, but I do not believe he had all the powers.
That was the impression I got when I was watching it.
He only had the powers that he had, which were the Attack Titan, Warhammer Titan. He had some of the armor's abilities because he drank that the spinal fluid. And I'm missing one.
I find it a little bit interesting that the female Titan has the ability. The female Titan has the ability to almost like copy.
So okay. Oh my!
You think that's interesting?
We're gonna go through. We're very annoying that we're going out of order here, but we're gonna go out of order.
We can come back to it. Go ahead.
Can you please go?
Okay.
There we go. Jesus. Okay, fine. We'll go in order. So this was as I was watching it. Obviously, I got to episode 19. 20. The memories episode. This episode is the best episode, in my opinion, of the season 4.
Totally.
The facial expressions on both of them, like you can see Eren is like super defiant throughout the whole episode, and he's not taking Zeke's shit at all. Like these fucking daggers that he sends at Zeke.
I watched a comparison video on YouTube of the Blu-ray versus broadcast, and there were more changes to Eren in episode 19 than any other episode.
Yeah.
Did they not change? Did they change the jacket for the Blu-ray, or was that
the jacket? What do you mean?
Apparently, people like witched death threats on the Mappa because they messed up the jacket scene from the manga.
When he
panel.
puts on the jacket,
puts on the jacket in slow motion
weird,
while he's talking in regular motion.
No, not because of the motion, because of the actual like posing and the way it's drawn. It's like, look at Eren. He has a ginormous neck. He's not looking at the sun. His arm's not going into the coat pocket or whatever. Like there were so many small details.
I don't think they fixed that.
I didn't see that in the.
And the thing is, they had a trailer for season 4 that had one that resembled the manga panel, and then they gave us a different one for the anime. That's what I mean. So they were giving like death threats to Mappa.
Like this fucking frame, just like as Eren's like, I don't know, pent up rage as he's like thinking of all of the memories.
Do you think that Eren actually was there in the original timeline that this occurred?
Yeah.
Or do you think that he did this for show on Zeke?
No, I think that's him literally telling Grisha, go do it. And that's why Grisha did it. There's no alternate timeline.
I find it a little hard to believe that that's how it went down, because Grisha's like, be a good boy, Eren, and I'll tell you what's in the cellar. You know, like
that happened beforehand.
I know, but I feel like if he was actually, I just feel like if he was getting visited by Eren all those years,
he wasn't getting so there were
Okay, so we can be clear here. What Eren is seeing here. Sorry, go back to that one. they don't see Eren and Zeke obviously in this scene. And that's again why you know that he's actually projecting it in the other scene where he's standing behind Grisha and Grisha starts to see Zeke.
Yeah, so all of these memories are because Zeke has the power of Ymir, and he's showing through the path's control.
Mhm.
He's showing Eren the memories of Grisha, and so he's going through Grisha's memories through the power of the past and showing them to Eren. And then in I didn't bring it, but in the scene, it's in this scene, but you don't really have context because I didn't get a better screenshot, where he says, like I thought I saw Zeke, but that can't be Zeke, he's got a beard. Eren basically showed him a little glimpse of that scene, but he didn't show him like a constant feed, right? He just showed him like, here's a glimpse, and that's it.
Yeah.
And so everything else, like Grisha's not seeing Eren like pop up, you know. And then in this scene, I think he's basically direct feed, like sending all of this back to Grisha, saying like, come on, get up, go fucking do this.
So, but the reason I bring it up is because in this moment, there aren't two Erens. It's just the Eren that Zeke is there with doing this in that moment.
Yeah. Because it's happening in real time. It's happening when Zeke is showing him the memories.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, that for Eren to have gotten the Attack Titan ability, Grisha would have done this, and then when Eren is then here later with Zeke, is when Eren gives him the pep talk of horrors to do it.
Yes. But this happened after the scene where he's like, I'll show you the key. Like,
yeah. But I'm just saying that in the moment, this is the first time Eren sent him this message. But it just so happens that it happened in the timeline continuity where even though he hadn't done it yet, it still occurred because Zeke was there in that moment experiencing this, but from the future while it was happening in the past.
Yeah, that's why Eren says that he can't change the future.
Yeah.
Because it's all set in stone.
Yeah.
So it's like the Harry Potter time travel thing, right? Where he throws the rock or whatever, and then like it happened the first run through, and he's like, well, I have to throw the rock because I threw it in the past. Like it's a cyclical time travel kind of idea. And then he's like, stop Eren, that was funny. And then the glare that Eren gives back once Grisha's like, please stop him. He's just like, yeah, fuck you. You're too late.
Yeah, you can't stop me.
And then Ymir's face
first time we
of
actually
rage.
see her eyes with like detail.
Without being like white. Yeah.
I thought all of that was good. The fucking
goddamn incredible.
I
was on another planet when this happened, but it was the best experience of my life.
Oh gosh.
This was hilarious.
Yeah.
Seeing Annie there.
Annie?
Like, what are the odds? And then
So
they drew her like weird. Like
Yeah.
she looks like a curmudgeon or something.
Well, she looks weird, especially because her hair's
literally
down.
stuffing her face.
Yeah,
that's true.
So I gotta say, number one, clearly I'm autistic for being able to recognize that the characters had a thing for each other. But I hate the fact that it's so on the nose and obvious that Armin actually likes Annie in season 4. I liked My Way better, right?
Okay.
I was not expecting that one bit. I was expecting Annie when she finally reemerged.
Yeah, but you thought Annie liked Bertolt. That was not the case.
I didn't think Annie liked Bertolt. I think that because the colossal Titan liked the female Titan, that there was some sort of interconnected sort of red string of fate style shit going on, that even though Annie couldn't articulate why she felt hesitation to kill Armin, that she still did feel that hesitation because of the connection that the colossal Titan had to the female Titan.
She didn't kill Armin because she was in their group.
and she didn't want to kill anyone in her group.
See, yeah, I mean, definitely possible. She grew soft on them.
I feel like your prediction was tainted by seeing season 3, how he was visiting her and stuff. So maybe you came up with that thinking,
Did he visit her in season 3?
No,
I'm pretty sure the Cuck crystal is one we.
No, all season 4.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was just
there was the scene where she finds that Rhina kills, or well, he hadn't killed her yet, but yeah, with Marco, like she was distraught over having to kill Marco, right? Like it was not just she didn't want to kill Armin because she liked Armin. She didn't want to kill any of her friends, and I don't think that she really liked Armin until he sat there for 4 years, or 3 or 4 years, or however long it was, talking to her for 4 years in the crystal, right?
Yeah.
So I think that the hood, like in season 1, was just because, oh, you're someone I know, I'm not going to kill you.
I don't know. I think that I feel even more validated in my perception that she crushed Reiner, who, by the way, in that moment when she catches him, winks at her. I didn't realize that. It's kind of like a labored like blink, but his right eye like winks at her right as she's putting her thumb over him. So I definitely think she squished him, because she then goes on in season 4 to stomp on that that grasshopper or whatever, and then in the next episode stomp all over Reiner, right? Like she clearly doesn't like Reiner and had a problem with him for being weak. Like she viewed him as weak and she was strong, right?
Well, I don't know about that, but she definitely had a grudge against him for forcing them to go forward, right?
Yeah, and then also like the shit that happened when she almost gets caught by Kenny, right? And says like, "I'm your daughter," right?
Yeah.
For a second there, I legitimately thought that was happening for real and wasn't a way for her to escape. And I was like, "What the fuck?" I turned to my wife because I accidentally spoiled myself on the fact that her dad is her adopted father. So when I saw that part where she's all of a sudden telling Kenny the Ripper that he's her dad, I was like, "Fucking goddamn it, Annie's an Ackerman." That explains so much. You know, that wasn't true.
I noted, I forget what specifically it was, but there were many times I feel like Armin could have used his Colossal Titan form to help out.
He barely uses it, like literally twice.
Yeah.
In the whole
and
show.
At one point, I think he says like, "I can't do it. Like, you know, I'd blow everything up." But like, the Colossal Titan shouldn't have to blow everything up, because Bertolt transforms multiple times without blowing stuff up.
Bertolt had training. Armin has literally only done it like twice.
I suppose.
Yeah, but he has the memories of Bertolt.
Maybe.
Dumb.
I just don't think
that's true.
Bertolt was immediately good at everything and just lacked direction and was indecisive. Armin is a weak ass bitch, according to the movie.
Reese, move away from whatever the fuck you're sitting next to.
How can I move away from my desk?
I don't know, but why does it randomly start being audio aids when you just, I don't know, what is this?
Whatever you're doing, just mute yourself for the time being until you're done whatever it is, and then
I'm not doing shit.
It sounds
like you know what you sound like? You sound like you're wearing, like you're a child wearing your dad's sweatpants, and you're doing that thing where you like pull it up over your arms so your arms are like in your sweatpants. You're like, that's how much noise you're making.
Do you see that little thing next? Do you see that little thing next to Brad's face on his headphones? Do you have one of those, Reese, and it's rubbing up against your shirt?
He uses his built-in microphone from his computer. Yes,
Reese,
that thing.
Is there a reason you can't mute yourself and then unmute when you want to say a thing?
See, here's the problem: is that
I have so little to say.
Doesn't actually come through the YouTube stream.
Yes, it does.
So when we try to show it to him, he doesn't know what's happening.
I will show it to him this time. I'm gonna timestamp it. Restart.
7.5 hours.
Restart audio. AIDS audio. right here. All right.
Oh boy.
Anyway,
What
okay.
are you hearing?
It sounds like the combination of a washing machine and a
rumbling
very
is happening.
loud air conditioner or
Is it
heater.
going on? Is it going on right now?
No, not right
Not
now.
this second. No.
Okay, so what's the
Seem to be
actual
okay.
aspect? What do they say here? By taking in parts of their bodies, right?
So
What does this mean?
so this is the scene where they randomly come up to Annie and like, do you know actually how the female Titan can actually take in all of the 9 powers into herself?
Yeah, but not like the full power.
No.
Only like it's like a skill acquired.
Yes, correct. So and then
that's why she's able.
That's
That's why she's able to scream and bring the Titans into
Incorrect.
her.
Incorrect.
The female
That
Titan
is
can
the
take
only
on 8
power
Titans
of the
at
female
same time.
Titan.
Okay.
So
the only power of the female, the real reason they call it the female Titan is because it screams like a bitch for help. That's
Yes.
what you're telling me.
Yes. So based on my so it does say right after this little bit that Annie's like, oh yeah, they fed me all this bullshit or whatever, right? So she has all these powers.
Mhm.
Although she doesn't really have all of these powers. She has
He
hardening,
just uses the hardening.
and that's basically it. And then the ability to call people, right? Now
What is manifesting an aspect of the Colossal Titan like? Just tell me.
Yeah. Now they so that's one
Big D powers. Although maybe that is true. Maybe she does have a portion of the colossal, and that's why she's skinless.
Yeah. So that's something that they should have done. Like if that's if that's possible
It
to
would have
feed
changed
the
the
Titans,
landscape of the whole show.
Damn.
Literally-
She should have eaten a piece of Falco and sprouted some fucking wings.
No, but seriously, she should have eaten everyone, and all of the others
All of
should
them
have
should have
all of
eaten
them.
each other.
Yes.
She had Aaron in her mouth for a time.
You could have been
and she
an
didn't even
armored
chomp a
bird
little.
with titties and
So-
screaming.
She turns into the Harpy Titan.
Okay, so things we know, right? Zeke has the ability to yell and turn people into Titans, but I don't think that's part of the Beast type. That's just because he has weird royal blood.
Mhm.
Okay, and he has the ability to control those Titans. Again, I think that's royal blood thing, not Beast Titan. I think the Beast Titan's only power is to look like a beast.
That's the stupidest. He literally has no power. Why is he a monkey? Why couldn't he be
I don't know.
utility?
See,
a utility.
I don't understand this thing because Sava threw the baseball with Zeke.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure that Sava was also a beast like Zeke.
I don't know about that.
And then that's why they
We
train
never
with the ball,
we
because
never-
they break
We
up
never see
the
his form,
gravel.
We never see his thing.
Yeah, I know.
I think legitimately, I don't know what his beast was. Maybe he could throw, but I think legitimately that was just, hey, I want someone to throw ball with because my son and my wife are dead, and you are a good stand-in for my son who is dead now.
Oh,
And
do
then-
you know
so we're
something
gonna
else?
throw ball like the classic dad
Whoa.
behavior, right?
In
And
the
Zeke is
scene-
looking for the classic father too. So
Yeah,
throw
in
ball
the scene
is
in season 3, when you get the backstory on Grisha and Faye, the guy that they run into on their way to the blimp is Sava.
sorry, what?
In season 3, when you see the backstory of Grisha and Faye, Aaron's aunt,
Oh,
running
yeah.
to go outside of that gate
Yeah,
to go see the blimp,
yeah.
they run into somebody on their way there that tells them to be careful. It's
Oh.
Thomas Sava.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
The cool TT says Sava was a ram. So there you go.
Mm.
Doesn't the Beast Titan talk with the lower end Titans? Yeah, but I believe that's his, because he converted them. He has, with the power of the
Royal
like
blood.
the founder Titan, royal, like through the royal blood.
Mhm.
As he, I know he doesn't have the founding Titan, but like he has the royal blood. So I believe that's all part of the royal blood, is allowing him to control the Titans that he
Because
personally.
effectively, the founding
changed.
Titan ability is useless unless you have royal blood,
Yeah.
right?
So he has the ability to turn into an animal form. That's the Beast Titan's power, right?
Shape
The
of a goldfish.
the female Titan's power is I can yell and attract people because she can't control anyone. She can just attract them to her, right?
So when they came over to eat her, like they just ate her for fun.
She's just going like, "Eat this pussy."
Yeah,
right.
They were just eating her because that's what they do. They eat people.
They don't eat other
got a super chat.
Whoa! I should probably look at the chats instead of at the pictures. Nice, thank you, Osaru. $5.
Hold up, they don't eat other Titans though.
No, but they eat shifters. So like they go after Ymir when she's a Titan. Like they go after
Wasn't that
Bertolt.
only
They go
after
after
she aggressed on them.
no, they go after Reiner. Like they go after shifters. So anyway, so she has the ability to yell and call people. Aaron obviously has the attack Titan power. Whatever. All of the other ones are apparent, right? The thing is though, we know Aaron had the ability to do hardening before he drank that armor Titan thing. So I think that all of the Titans should have some form of hardening.
Sorry, why do we know that he was able to do that?
Because he's shown doing it before he drank that thing, but he just sucks at it. In season 2.
You're talking about when
season 3.
they show a potential thing that they are projecting forward that they want him to try to do?
No, they show him trying to do it and he sucks ass at it.
Oh.
He's like, I can harden like nothing basically, and I'm maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure they show like you can rewatch season 3. I'm pretty sure they showed him before he took the armor thing, and then
so I wonder
he
actually,
and then got that power under control.
I bet you Annie has more than just the ones you were saying.
Oh yeah, because she says all the things they fed me. It couldn't have just been Reiner's balls.
I bet you she has the Cart Titan's ability too, because she's able to.
What would that be?
The
stamina,
the endurance and the stamina to be able to stay in the Titan form and be able to turn back into the female Titan at will without having to recover.
We see other people doing it as well.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that Annie doesn't look like she's struggling with it the way that others were. Like Bertolt couldn't even fucking transform after he transformed on the wall.
Bertolt is like fucking colossal, so it's a lot more mass.
I feel like with some instances it could just be simply like because the plot demands it that they just kind of forget about you can only shift so many times before.
Well, the only time we see the Annie shift more than once is in the forest, and she only shifts twice.
She says Annie's crystal was the Warhammer's trait. So her going into the crystal, the reason she had that is because
I don't think so.
Warhammer. It would make sense though, because the only
no, it doesn't make sense because the Warhammer is Tiber, and Tiber family wouldn't have given the fucking blood to the Marleys.
They have the little vessel of the spinal fluid of an armored Titan that Aaron chews as he unleashes the ability. So the things they fed her might have been vessels like that of previous Warhammer Titans.
Yeah, but the Warhammer Titans have always been in control of the Tibers. And so the Tibers would have never given, I don't know why they would have given vials of the Warhammer Titan to the Marleyans. Now, the Eldians in Paradis had the little armor Titan thing because maybe they had them from before the walls went up, right? But I don't know why the Marleyans would have had a Warhammer Titan thing. I mean, I suppose they could have said, "Hey, can we share in your Warhammer Titan power?" But as the Tibers, I don't know why they would ever have done that.
Well, I mean, you assume the Tibers never came to visit. Like Annie could have eaten a strand of hair or some shit.
I don't think it's the hair. I think it's literally they have to eat the spinal fluid.
I don't know. That seems weird.
No. I don't think it would. I'm confused. But no, you have to consume the whole Titan to, I guess, become them or whatever.
Well, we don't know how to die in the process of you consuming the fluid for them to.
Yeah. We don't know how old the vials are in the wall. Correct. So the armor Titan one could have been there from before the wall went up, but to say that the Marleyans gave Annie the ability to do the Warhammer Titan, and she doesn't she doesn't have any other ability that the Warhammer Titan has of manifesting anything other than the hardening.
That's
I think
Oh, calm down. She's got the Armor Titan's ability for the hardening. What she doesn't have is full body armor the way that the Armor Titan does. She has the Warhammer Titan's ability to turn into the crystal.
Hold up.
She doesn't
Aaron,
have the full ability of formulating weapons out of nowhere.
Aaron doesn't have the ability to make full armor initially or whatever, right?
Yeah, correct.
So, Casher says maybe Annie was related to the Tybers distantly.
Like
she wasn't
when
yeah, but that wouldn't have
Aaron
mattered. It doesn't matter if you're related to them.
When Aaron got the armor Titan vial, he got hardening like a madman. You know, so Annie, same thing. Hardening.
Matrix downloaded it. Yeah.
Okay. There could only be there could be old Warhammer samples. There could be, but they would all be under the control of the Tybers because the Tybers had the Warhammer Titan since the walls went up.
Well, how do you know the Tybers got so rich? They sell that shit on the black market.
All right. So that aside, the whole point you're making is that could have fundamentally changed so many things. Like, they could have gotten all these powers. Everyone could have been a multi-class.
Let's get back to the ass pull.
Okay. The ass pull is to say that
the Jaw Titan is also able to do this somehow, some way.
Well, no.
They say that every Titan can do this.
Yeah,
but for some reason, the female Titan's especially good at it.
For whatever reason,
I think that it is the female Titan's ability is that it's capable of pulling traits from the other Titans.
They say that all the other Titans can, which is why Falco is able to do it.
Yes, the female one of her abilities, I suppose, is according to them, the ability to be really good at adapting to the other powers, right? To allow them to go through her. But her main ability is the scream thing, because no one else has that.
I wonder if the Jaw Titan, maybe she would get like nails and bite strength and whatnot.
Yeah, you'd think. She should have had all of the Titan powers put into her. Like, it doesn't make sense. Literally, all of them should have had all of their powers. But so that's kind of a stupid decision on their part not to do that. Now, the ass pull, right? So first of all, they come up with this idea that it's like, well, wait a minute, why wasn't that a thing? And if it was a thing, they would have done things differently. So that's kind of like an ass pull right there. But then they continue the ass pull and they say, because Falco got transformed with Zeke's spinal fluid, he can now tap into Zeke's memories, and not just Zeke's memories. Every single past Beast Titan memories come through just having transformed through by Zeke. And then not only can he tap into their memories, but he can then use those memories to gain their abilities and become a fucking bird. What the hell? No, I'm sorry, that's an ass pull.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I agree that it feels a little bit like a Deus Ex Machina, but I feel like one of the ways that you circumvent. Well, I think one of the ways you circumvent a Deus Ex Machina like this is the groundwork and the foreshadowing they set up. They literally named the kid Falco. They talk about him flying through the air in the very beginning.
No, you can't just say this guy's going to be a bird and call him a bird. Thing and be like, it was earned.
When he first transforms, the first time you see him transform into the Beast Titan or the Jaw Titan, he has a beak instead of like the way the Porco and Galliard look.
Yeah, because they were grooming his character to be
it's important enough that you would distinguish that Falco would look significantly different from Galliard, from Marcel and Porco, because that helps establish the wide range for which the characters can look versus Emir's version of the Jaw Titan.
So you're saying because he vaguely looked like a bird, it makes complete sense they turned into a bird with his own will?
I'm saying that because they established it initially with him having visions of flying and whatnot, that I think it helps make the Deus Ex Machina feel less out of nowhere, because at least
that sounds like you're saying, well, this is cope. Like I can cope with this. Like,
You can call it that. I'm just saying, I think that because they at least laid the groundwork, it makes it a little easier to swallow.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever like.
She never showed jaw abilities as random, saying they had no jaw samples. They had a jaw titan. They could take more samples. Like, what do they need samples for? They had a titan. So she should have had jaw abilities if
that might be why she was able to fucking climb the goddamn wall.
No, that was because she did the armor on her fingers.
Yeah, in conjunction with the piercy fingernails. Makes perfect sense.
I think taking in of spinal fluid is like an organ transplant where traits of the donor may be conserved within the recipient. Yeah, that seems to be like what they're going for.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, and it goes back to what we were talking about with when the Jaw Titan has the Warhammer Titan in his mouth, and Aaron clamps his jaws on her and lets the spinal fluid fall into his mouth, and he gets the transformation, and he becomes the Warhammer Titan then on. But in theory, there should have been some of that shit going into Jaw Titan thing, and so then you would have expected Jaw Titan to have also gotten some ability from that.
Shit, you just blew my fucking mind.
What
if we're we're currently talking about how the Marlians would maximize the value of their Titans by giving them the additional,
by making them all
skills.
basically the Founder Titan, which has all the power.
If the Jaw Titans in Marley had the ability to take samples from the Warhammer Titan, would that not make sense that they would have like the white faces and shit?
You know what? I had thought while we were talking, I was thinking that maybe they took in the Armor Titan to get that jaw thing, but Falco destroys that theory.
Yeah,
because Falco
he was chewing on Reiner before he ended up taking Galliard.
Sorry, what was the question now?
That'd be convenient.
We're talking about the fact that that the Jaw Titans in Marley have a white face with
they all have that like jaw shit going on, and
compared to
Ymir had nothing.
And we're suggesting that maybe the reason that they look like that in Marley versus how Ymir looked is that they were giving them the supplemental power.
I think that's a nice way to say that to cover up his mistake.
I don't think it's a mistake. I think it was a deliberate. It was in order to tell the story. That there is so much genius writing happening that you have to follow. You have to follow not only the actual story that you could lay out on a timeline, but also the specific distribution of pieces of that timeline at different points in order to have the story have significance the way that it does.
In other words, it's only good if you go on your manifesto and read the whole wiki.
Well, if you know the events,
I haven't read any of the wiki.
Then it makes the events as they unfold insignificant, because you aren't going to root for the characters to do things that result in nothing once they get there, right? So they have to parcel out the information very strategically, and one of the trickiest ways that they have to do that is by making Ymir recognizable to Bertolt and Reiner in order to create a sense of something's going on here. There's something significant about this. They recognize this Titan. Who's that guy that got eaten? All that kind of stuff. Whereas if they had Ymir turn into the Jaw Titan, and then all of a sudden they remember Marcel getting eaten by Smeagol Titan, then it doesn't make the connection, right?
Yeah, so you're saying they cheated it. That's brilliant writing. They cheated it so you didn't get the did get it.
I'm saying that because the writing has operated on so many levels, that there's going to become, in order to tell the story the way that they need to, where they reveal Ymir before they reveal Reiner and Bertolt, and that Reiner and Bertolt see Ymir transform and recognize Ymir and set up the thing that they're going to pay off later when you realize that if a pure Titan eats a Titan shifter, they become a Titan shifter and all that kind of shit, that they would betray the story to make Ymir look like the Jaw Titans you see later, because if they did that, then all of a sudden you'd have to answer all the questions as to why Ymir looks the way that Ymir does.
Yeah, you do.
To look like one of the Jaw Titans that we see in Marley, for Reiner and Bertolt to be taken aback by seeing him, by seeing Ymir's Titan form, because otherwise what's going to happen is that when they see Ymir transform, they're going to have established for you that the reason Ymir looks different is because Marcel was already a Titan shifter, and then therefore they give away the fact that they're walking amongst a Titan shifter, and therefore betraying the fact that they're going to be revealed.
It would be inconvenient if she looked different, so we're going to cheat it.
Yeah, but the thing is that she does look different. That's what I'm saying. There is something different about her. She has pointy teeth and nails.
The slightest difference.
Yeah, but I think that it makes sense, because in Marley, they're choosing specifically soldiers who were trained for the specific purpose of being given the honor of being honorary Marleyans and getting the Titan shifting ability.
But they didn't turn into a Titan when they were attacked by a Titan the first time they saw it, and they were so shocked, even though they've killed hundreds of thousands of people before it.
I understand that Reiner and Bertolt know what the Jaw Titan looks like and would recognize it. But the audience at the moment when they reveal it would not. And therefore, in order to make the story work on every level that it's trying to work on, you have to
cheat it
a way for it to make sense to the audience without also spilling massive reveals for the future right in season 2.
That's what's so annoying about the writing, is that things are done in a certain way to project a certain narrative, to narrow your focus. Well, sorry, not your focus, but just to artificially narrow your view of it. That's why it's like Aaron totally could have gotten his memories back in season 2, but it would be inconvenient because then he'd suddenly know everything and be able to actually take bigger action and do the rumbling and hit Zeke or whatever. Or sorry, not even Zeke. He could have hit her there while he was fisting his not mom-in-law, his stepmom.
So why
then done the rumbling then?
Why don't we recut the series where the first episode happens, and then we cut directly to the rumbling, and then you get to have the series you've always wanted that takes place over an hour, and we'll just cut out all the shit where they try to stop him. And really what happens is they kick in the walls, and he says, "You bitches!" And then he starts the rumbling, and everybody fucking dies. And then we end with the war scene at the tree, and that's all you need to see. And then the series can be over in 10 seconds like you want.
That's what they turned the series into the moment they're like, well, memories can just go through the Titans, and then, oh, you can actually change the future and the past and all this stuff with your powers. And also you planned everything out from the beginning. Yeah, it did. It changed the past.
How did it change the past?
The past was always the same. Aaron literally says, I can't change anything.
I will remind you, what Rod Rice says to Historia is that the word for what you will become is God. There is no other term. You will become omniscient. He is telling her right there in that moment.
He also injected her with a vial, apparently, that said literally God. So I'm wondering if he was going to inject her with the Founder's spinal fluid, and that's why he turned into that giant fucking Titan.
That's the only thing that would make sense, because it seems weird that he specifically would have a giant Titan form when other royal bloods didn't turn into the giant Titan. I kind of wondered
if what Rod Rice was telling her when he said you're going to become a god was less about getting the founding Titan and more about getting the attack Titan. Once we realize the full power that has, and look, we've only seen the founding Titan power get used in the Beast Titan by somebody with noble blood or royal blood. Fucking imagine the rest of those powers if they had royal blood. I mean, look at fucking Rod Rice is like twice the height almost of the Colossal Titan.
I'd say even more than that, but I don't think that Once again, I think it's probably more because of the God Vial. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because you have like Zeke and all those others. And
the thing I still don't get is when they're on the wall, when Aaron Kruger is there, the guy says, he says, I'm going to make you a 4 meter or whatever. Like he talks as though they're capable of
You're going to be a 3-incher.
Yeah. Micropene Titan. So I don't know. I just like that part. The part is still a little bit curious about like what causes some Titans to be abnormal. What's specifically different about Titans created by Zeke versus others, you know? By the way, I've heard, and I don't have proof for this, but I've heard that the Titan that attacks Kaya and her mom is actually Connie's dad. And they show in Utgar Castle when they're running and rushing the castle, there's 2 smaller Titans that are like fighting each other and like roughhousing. And people say that those Titans are Connie's brother and sister.
That's what I was wondering at the time. I put a note of that. I'm like, why are these 2 Titans fighting?
Yeah.
So I had talked to Footnum about, well, I'll add this to the conversation too. Are abnormals just Titans made with the samples of the 9? I don't think that.
Where did they get the original samples from? Like, you can't make a pure Titan out of nothing.
Well, they've got to be getting them from something. They must be all from the 9, yeah?
Exactly.
I think so if you take an Eldian's, like a normal Eldian's spinal fluid and inject another Eldian with that spinal fluid, I don't think anything would happen. Maybe if you took a pure Titan and injected that spinal fluid into another Titan, or another Eldian, it would turn them into a Titan. I don't know.
I think that's perhaps what Reiner and them were afraid of when it comes to Sonny and Bean. Them figuring out about being able to pull the spinal fluid, right? Because it's not that much further down this logic trail that you realize, oh shit, if I get captured, they can eat me and steal my power.
But at that point, they didn't even know that.
Yeah, I know.
There were people.
Well, here's the thing. I was thinking when they discovered that you could use spinal fluid to turn people into Titans, I was like, oh, this is going to change the game. They're going to turn people into Titans, but they're pure Titans, so you can't control them. Yeah. So it's like, even if they figure that out, it's like that's actually detrimental if they do it.
They also they figured out that I don't think that it would. I think all of the Titans that get transformed are getting injected by the 9 Titan spinal fluid. Yeah. I don't think there's a single one that's injected by non-shifter spinal fluid.
It's like the thing we're talking about with royal blood. What makes an Eldian?
Well, if there was an ability for them to take a pure Titan and use that Titan's spinal fluid to then create other Titans, they wouldn't have needed Yelena to bring other vials of fluid to the island, right? They would have just been able to go get the Titans that were around them and extract their.
Theoretically, they could have just extracted it from Aaron or from Armin. We have just exceeded 8 hours. If you were watching on Facebook, fuck you. They don't even know what I was saying.
All Titans made by Zeke are abnormal. They function at night. They were also we don't know if they were functioning at night because they were night walking shifters. Like there were some of those clearly, like Bean or whatever the fuck his name was, that was able to operate at night.
It wasn't Zeke's blood that made him, though.
Correct. So there are abnormals that can operate at night without Zeke, but I think the ones that Zeke had control of were operating at night because they were literally under the control of Zeke. Like Zeke had told them, go storm the castle, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Annie killed the Titans because one of them was. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
It seems hard to believe. See, it's weird because like the Titans are like they've been beyond the wall for so long that the literal Titans that were created the day that Grisha got the Attack Titan power show up in Shiganshina and in Trost. Right? So the Dinah Fritz eats Aaron's mom, and the Bearded Titan and the Moe Titan show up in Trost. So they've been out there for so fucking long. And again, I think we talked about this already, but in the manga, Armin speculates that Annie was with the Colossal and Armored Titan in the moment when they attacked Shiganshina, because the way to explain how all of the Titans from outside the wall showed up randomly all at once would be because Annie called for them the way that she did in the forest.
I mean, it would make sense because she didn't actually make an appearance in that whole battle. So
and supposedly there's something weird where was it Aaron says that like Bertolt could have been eaten by Dinah Fritz, but he stopped him.
Yes, that is one of the stupidest parts of the whole goddamn show.
He stopped Dinah Fritz and told her to go attack his mom.
How?
What do you mean? That's what I just said. You can you can do the past, that he can affect the past.
No, but the point is that he can't because he'd have to be touching somebody of fucking royal blood.
No, the moment he touched royal blood, he was able to retroactively go back through time and affect things. That's why it's so broken.
But in order to affect her, he'd have to be touching her or somebody in the past.
No,
something else I've heard.
It's through the past. He's able to affect everything.
She tells Aaron and Mikasa that her legs have been crushed and there's no point in getting the thing off of her because she can't run anyway. And then when Dinah Fritz picks her up, her legs are flailing. Bitch lied.
Well, I mean, they would flail under gravity, right? Just momentum and inertia.
So what's next here in the...
Yeah. I still have my 10-minute speech at some point.
At one point, they're standing on top of that airport place, and they're all standing around with guns, and you hear some gunfire, and then like a second later, I think Armin says like, they're shooting people. We never get to see what they shot or what like no one died, and like nothing happened at that. It's kind of just a dead plot. No clue. When I first watched this scene, I thought they were gonna kiss. I literally like cringed, like a whole body cringe. Like I braced myself for them kissing.
The eyes right before.
By the way, that moment where Aaron
Have you ever had a male friend that you've hugged? Just out of curiosity, like
hugged.
That sounds like a no.
It would be very rare if it's happened. Definitely never kissed. That's
hold on. Real quick before you advance. While we're on the topic of kiss,
what about
when Mikasa and Aaron were on the island before Aaron darted off, there was that moment where it's like, "Oh, what am I to you?" and all this crap. When he wrote that scene initially, it was because they looked at each other like family or something like that. Like he saw her as a mother, and then when
you say he, are you talking about Hajime Izuyama? Okay,
Aaron. So then at the end, when they retcon it, so it's like, I love you the whole time, and I don't want you to get plowed for 10 years. Like
I love
everyone
that
was
line
so
when
pissed at
when
that.
he like breaks and he's like, the truth is, I want her to be ruined for other men, like for at least a decade. When she's an old grandma, they can have her. Like,
yeah. So a lot of people, even the fans, were upset with that retcon. It's like, here's the thing: they easily could have had her like kiss him at that scene, and then it would have at least made slightly more sense. No, they didn't, because he didn't plan it to be that way. He just changed his mind last minute, I guess, and was like, "Oh, now actually he did all of this for Mikasa because he didn't want to see her get plowed by 10 other men or whatever it was called."
I think he did all of this for each person in the story that he had feelings for. You know, like these people, like especially from what they've gone through.
He's making us like, yes,
I don't know, but I mean, like, you know.
He wasn't weeping for he didn't want Armin to get plowed by 10 guys or whatever it was.
This is the sort of like when you've been given your terminal cancer diagnosis and you start to like realize you only have X number of months left, kind of thing. And you think about what actually matters to you, and like everything else, like food doesn't have flavor anymore. Nothing else fucking matters. But the things in your life that still hold value are the relationships you have with people, right? And those actually intensify in that moment. You actually feel
well maybe if his bloodlust didn't take over, maybe he'd be able to maintain that.
Bro, everything he does in his quote-unquote bloodlust is to make a future that's favorable to the people he cared about.
That's what I thought, but Random 11 says no. Apparently, he exclusively just wanted to kill everyone that wasn't on Paradis.
I mean, he does
To
say
make a
numerous
future
times,
better for his friends.
Yeah, he does say numerous times that he's going to flatten the whole world. All the way back in season 1, he'll kill every one of them and flatten the whole world. I don't fucking care anymore, right? He does say that shit all the way back in the beginning.
Yeah, and
right?
I said to Random 11, there were so many other options, including the initial plan that was like, do a rumbling test to strike fear into the hearts of everyone else so they don't mess with us. And it's like, okay, that would have actually probably ended up better than what did happen.
Which is what Armin is putting forth.
However, Random 11 was like, no, he just wanted to kill them that badly. That's his true.
He did. So okay. Minor spoilers for the manga.
Well, that doesn't matter to us. Give us all the spoilers for the manga.
In the ending for the movie, there is an after credit scene that we looked at on podcast on Anime News Network, where you see Armin, Mikasa, and Eren in modern times in a movie theater, and Mikasa is all goth. Which, by the way, they show her goth form in one of the openings.
They also show it when Zeke and Eren touch.
That might be what I'm thinking of.
When they touch.
When they touch tips.
They show all three of them in that modern style when Eren and Zeke touch.
That might be what I'm thinking
montage
of
the
so,
weird shit going on.
In the Attack on Titan manga, in the collected works for the Tankobons, Isayama would have, at the end of the book, a preview for the next volume. But what he would always do is a joke gag preview for like 2 pages, and then the real previews on the next page. And early on, it was just random shit that he would think up and do. For like a chapter or 2, he did one where Armin catches like a Titan becomes Armin's pet and eats Jean and all the other bullies in Armin's life. And Armin's like freaking out about how to deal with the fact that his pet is murdering people and stuff. And then it's just like a whole thing. At around volume 20 of the manga, they start doing this thing called Attack on School Casts. Caste as in like the Indian caste system, right? And what it is an imagining of the characters in Attack on Titan as though they were in a modern day American high school. And Isayama has said that the personalities displayed in Attack on School Casts is literally the way the characters would behave if they were in modern times in an American high school. And Armin, rather than being studious and interested in the outside world, is an otaku. Mikasa is goth. Reiner is a football jock. Historia is the popular girl in school who's bored with everything. Ymir is trying to ingratiate herself with Historia so that she can be getting some of the perks of the popular kids too. Stuff like that, right? Eren is bored. Eren is sad and kind of dull and depressed. And then in one of the volumes, Eren has a nightmare that the zombie apocalypse is occurring. And in that nightmare, Eren reverts to the Eren we actually know from the story. And then Eren eventually wakes up and he cries because life has returned to being dull. And this is really important because Isayama said that it requires an understanding of the character dynamics in Attack on School Casts to fully grasp what's happening in the main story. And what he means by this is that Eren is actually not... Eren's dream is not to see the outside world. Eren, in the story, before Armin presents Armin's dream to see the outside world, Eren's dream, Armin's dream to see the outside world is actually, when he shares it with Eren, what actually happens is that's the moment Eren realizes that he's not free. And that just fucking pisses him off. And so the entire drive of Eren and Eren's dream is to become free, not necessarily to see the outside world. Although that's a component to how he will see himself as free. And that's why in season 3, when he gets to the ocean, he cries and he points out and he says, so if we cross this ocean and we kill all of our enemies, will we finally be free? Like, what the fuck is it going to take for us to be free? And the answer, and this is an answer Eren knows at that moment, is that Eren will never be free. Because in order for the Eldians to be free, they have to be rid of the curse of Ymir. And the only way to do that is what Eren eventually does, right? And it is important because he has to create the rumbling. Now, look, I don't think Eren killed 80% of the Earth. I think that was what was going to happen should he have succeeded in the rumbling, which at the moment when he talks to Armin, scroll up just half an inch there. When he converses with Armin in this moment, it's actually while the rumbling is going on. And you can see Armin wakes up from this thing when his memory is wiped or whatever, while they're still on the boat on the way, right? And so I think that this confession to Armin is Eren telling him 80% of the world is dead. And now here's the thing, though. Even if you don't kill 80% of the world, significantly more people will die, even if they survived, just by virtue of the fact that once the infrastructure is destroyed, they will starve to death, they will kill each other, civil war will break out, all that kind of shit's going to happen because once society collapses, everything is gone, right? And so I think that Eren's mission was to initiate the rumbling, and then once his memories end, because he's been killed, wherever in the rumbling that has occurred, he has done enough damage that just like what happened with Historia killing Rod Rice and then being made queen and all that stuff, that he will have done such a service to the remaining Eldians, especially all of his friends, that by them killing him, they become the saviors of mankind. And they also lose their Titan curse, which keeps them, in the bullseye of the rest of the world, and also limits their lifespan.
Sorry, what was this in response to again?
In response to Aaron's personality, right? That his actual dream is to be free and for his family and his friends to be free. But he sees that it is literally impossible because the thing that is keeping them from being free is the hatred the outside world has for the Eldians on Paradis. And the only way to overcome that hatred is to erase the power that they hate, that they're afraid of. And the way that he does that is by initiating the rumbling and letting them eventually take his life and end the rumbling and the curse of Ymir.
I disagree with you.
Well, here's the thing. I was saying to Random 11, why couldn't you go up, like right up to their shores? Why couldn't you communicate with your people and stage a thing where you quote unquote die? We already had it. So the Beast Titan thought that the Cart Titan was dead when they de-transformed. And I'm pretty sure that happened multiple other instances previous where it's like, just de-transform, call your goons off, tell the Colossals to like vaporize or whatever.
I think it's for the same reason.
Stage it.
I think it's for the same reason that the United States government had to perpetrate 9/11 on the American people. Because the overwhelming consensus of the American people for the last decade has get our troops out of there, bring them home. That is the same sentiment we would have if you just said, hey, by the way, we're going to go to war tomorrow. They'd be like, fuck no, we aren't.
No, I'm saying rather than going through the full 80% or whatever it actually ended up being, go through like 1%, have your saviors come in.
So I think a part of it needs to be
the same thing without literally genocide.
I don't know. I think a part of it needs to be that the entire world needs to taste the 9/11 that you're creating.
Well,
if it only happens in one
continent, you don't have to do the 80%. Do way less than that.
What I'm suggesting though is that if it only happened in one continent, then what ends up happening is the rest of the world hasn't been touched. Their military might still exist. Now you're just a sitting duck.
Well, that's why you go back to plan A, where you show that your rumbling can be activated, and you say, don't mess with us, bitch.
I don't know. I think the only way to actually give his friends the long life he wanted for them was to let them kill him in order for them to break the curse of Ymir, to distill a fear in the rest of the world so significant that they would never fucking attempt anything even close, and make the people of Purity the heroes that stopped the rumbling.
I still disagree that he let them kill him.
Well, I think that he knew that they were going to kill him. And that's why I think when he's telling Armin that 80% of the world dies, he's projecting what he thinks it is, not knowing precisely where they get to because he hasn't gotten there yet. And his memories end once he's dead.
Yeah, he knows he's going to die, but I don't think he at all let them kill him. I think he allowed them to make a decision, and it was kind of like a battle of ideologies, where his ideology is they all need to die, and then their ideology is no, you're wrong. They don't all need to die. That's a wrong to have that thought. And he's like, okay, well, I'm not going to stop you from trying to kill me, but this is what I'm going to do. You're not going to convince me that I'm wrong, but I will let you try and kill me. And if you do kill me, then
I just remembered something. So we were talking previously about how all the Titans fighting on his back were actually the Warhammer
past users. Well, right? It was all the power of the Warhammer. Yeah.
They don't turn on Aaron and help them until Zeke's head is taken. Which, by the way, just happen to have this pulled up. I've seen people talk about the fact that they staged this shot in such a way that wall is there, the larger brick wall at the base of the other brick wall,
so they look like the Colossal Titans.
No, so that the their heads look like they're missing in their shadow, which is foreshadowing that they both get decapitated.
I believe they actually do turn on him before the end, before Zeke loses his head, because it's.
I want to say it was right at that moment.
It's
I'm
right
not sure.
before, and then like they have this. Who is it that goes to see Zeke in the? Is it Armin? Armin talks to Zeke in the paths, and that's when they see all the previous users. And then when they come out of that, the other previous users now are on their side, and then Zeke comes out and waves at Levi, and then gets his head chopped off. So it does happen right around the same time, but it is after. Sorry, it is before Zeke dies that they do switch sides.
So I'm rewinding through the episode to look and double check, but something else that I remembered, I like lost my shit in the movie theater when this happened. I don't think I have like I literally have like 18 tweets in my phone that I've started writing with the intention of grabbing some screenshots and whatnot to actually post. And one of the things that I found really significant in season 3 is Armin picks up the seashell, right? And the seashell is that of a hermit crab, right? Or the kind that a hermit crab would wear.
Yeah, he brings the goddamn shell again. I knew when he pulled that up, it was going to have some thing that comes up later.
Well, I think what's interesting about it is that the hermit crab style shell represents, because again, and the story just effortlessly attaches these like Titanic themes to
Titanic.
But like, for example, freedom versus security is I think a major conflict in the story, right? And what degree is the range that we should strive for, right, as a society. And so Armin picks up that seashell, and the seashell represents security because it's the home that a hermit crab protects himself from. But it's also empty, indicating that the hermit crab has fled the security of its home to search for a greater, reward for leaving, the safety, right? And that's effectively what's happening in that moment in season 3 when they get to the seashore, is that they have left the security of their home. They have left the walls, and now they are the ones pursuing outside of their realm, the world that they know, for what is lying on the outskirts, what's lying outside of there, and I think, it's easy to think like Eren could have done this or that, but when Eren knows the future and knows that Marley is about to attack and that Marley has plans to attack and the rest of the world is going to come follow suit, right, that it becomes much more important that, most of the world was planning to ally and genocide LDS/parody, right? The partial rumbling plan was proposed within the series, and even Armin admitted it might not actually be effective as a deterrence. So Eren's logical answer is that the industrial might of other nations, which was soon to eclipse the power of the Titans, could only be ended in that moment. Yeah. So in Game of Thrones, something interesting that is in the story of Game of Thrones is that because they have dragons in Game of Thrones, they don't advance technologically beyond a certain level of medieval Europe because they never invent gunpowder. They don't need to, right? Because they have dragons, right? So that whole realm of bullets and all that, so it never really happens because they have dragons, which are capable of doing, they are the weapons of mass destruction of the series, right? And so I look at that in the sense that that's kind of what's happening with Marley, in that because they have the power of the Titans, technologically they don't actually need to advance, but the nations that don't have the Titans do, and that they actually get to the point where they invent weapons of war that are almost on par with the power of the Titans. And that's why the events in the series get kicked off to begin with, is that because in the 100 years that they've been on Paradis, Marley has been able to utilize the power of the Titans to maintain their status as the number one superpower, but the rest of the world is going to challenge that with man-made technology.
I'm wondering
what Titans are capable of.
If so they release all the Titans on parody or whatever as a kind of a deterrent or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would they like make a border on mainland somewhere and release Titans there too?
What would have really been interesting is if Aaron had sent the Titans and then just built a fucking wall around around Marley, keep those fuckers in, like. So anyway, good.
I was going to go through the rest.
Yeah,
good. I noticed. So one thing that was spoiled for me was that Aaron died, and that he turned. And something that was reverse spoiled for me was that he turned into the bird at the end.
Okay.
And so that was what I was told, that Aaron dies and he turns into a bird at the end.
Do you think Aaron turns into the bird, or do you think that the birds just represent freedom?
I was
everything's
just saying
freedom
that as you interrupted me. I don't think that he turned into the bird. Yes, a bird does come down and do this
wrap
around thing. It doesn't even really wrap around her, just lifts it up. And then she's like, oh, Aaron, whatever. And there is this bird here that's like looking at Armin just as he like gets talked to by Aaron, and there's birds there.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is this motif. Obviously, there's something there with the birds. But no, I don't think Aaron is literally the bird at the end of the show.
So and I think when people die, there's a line, I think it's in the movie Strange Wilderness, which we have to watch for a watch party at some point, where Jonah Hill is talking about the night his grandfather died, and they say, we had a candle by the window, and the moment my grandfather passed, the candle went out, and we always took comfort in that he passed through the candle to heaven. And then the other character says, like, I don't think you usually go to heaven through fire. I think your grandfather went to hell, dude. And so, but it's like the idea is that like human beings in death, especially, they find comfort in stuff like this, like the bird or whatever, and it's like, yeah, it might not literally be Aaron, but it might as well be to the character, in this case, Mikasa, who's receiving that moment. Like, Japan has this superstition that when somebody is thinking and talking about you, that it causes you to sneeze, you know what I mean? And so like they have, I think that's what they're playing at here. By the way, in the manga, the scarf was intended to be black, not red. And they changed it for the anime to more closely affiliate it with the red string of fate. Like deliberately, that was a choice made by the showrunner.
Deep. That's never been used before, the color red.
It's also better just to have a contrast
so it's not all black.
In black and white. In fact, they say that the reason that that Aaron has black hair instead of brown hair in the manga is because it's easier to draw than to have to cut the stencil on the halftones and stuff.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, for the heaven and hell stuff, they literally say they're going to hell in this scene.
Yeah.
So. Reiner says that he no longer has the 13-year, or actually it's Jean that's telling him, but
John.
Like they're not going to, Jean, they're not going to die in 13 years anymore. So Aaron had the ability to change their bodies and remove that curse, and that was kind of the whole reason he was like not wanting to get with Mikasa, because he knew that he would die in 13 years. Well, by the end of the 13 years. But if he had the ability to get rid of that curse anyway, then it kind of takes away from his goal in
I don't know. I interpret that the curse wasn't broken so simply. The curse was broken because the hallucigenia got destroyed.
Well, I'm sorry, you can't really have a foot in and out of the whole. Well, they're literally God. I don't think you get that. and then say, well, you see, there's rules. He can't just take away the curse like that. It's not like he has time traveling worm capabilities.
Okay, the lowercase
curse-
g god, like a demigod in ancient Greece, and the hallucigenia being the primordial god, are two different things.
Okay, you can say that the hallucigenia is God or whatever the fuck you want.
It is the
lowercase
founder
g.
of all life in the
fi-
story.
That's fine. The reason that everyone died was because of Ymir. And so you can say that, well, it would have required Ymir to die. And yes, I can, as opposed to just being allowed, to control Ymir.
No. That's the other thing then. No, see, this completely changes everything then. Because if the reason that they don't die and don't have a short life is because Ymir then chooses not to take the spear. Therefore, her life extends beyond 13 years.
But she didn't go back and change the time. What that wasn't her going back in time and saying, I'm not going to take the spear for you. That was her
what's happening.
That was her realizing that she can go past. Okay, we're going to talk about it. The whole fucking thing.
The ability to send memories to previous Attack Titan wielders.
Yes, but he can't change.
Sending the memories back to.
But he can't change anything.
He kind of can.
I'm not sure that he can't.
He says he can't.
Well, he perceives it as though he can't.
Everything he's tried, he cannot change the future.
In the way that a demigod can't kill and like one of the prime gods.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about the outcome. He can't change the outcome. It's like the Doctor Strange. I've seen all the possibilities, and there's only one.
Yes, and
but
so
he's
my
able to
personal
influence the
theory,
past still.
I think it's very possible that after Ymir sees Mikasa defy fate and defy her love for Eren enough to kill him and show her love in killing him, that Ymir then realizes that she is able to not take the spear for King Fritz, who for some reason she loved, right? And keep in mind, good.
If you recall, I think it was in the third watch party, season 3 watch party. I said there was, I think, 2 things that we'll never get an answer, and I'll correct that in the fact that there is a papered over a plot hole reason that you can, if you resign yourself to never poking a finger through that paper, you can live with the paper over the hole. But I think it's a very thin piece of paper, and those 2 answers that you never get is, where did the thing come from, the hallucinogen or whatever.
Okay. I have an answer for that.
Okay, like I said, you could put a piece of paper over it, but I don't think it's sufficiently answered. And then 2, why did Ymir go back to King Fritz?
After she was in power.
King Fritz,
the founding
yes.
Ymir.
Well, the other Ymir never knew King Fritz.
Yeah,
so,
making sure we're all on the same page.
So she, as a kid, is in this town that gets taken over by.
And what does she do? What does she do? She frees the pigs.
Yes.
Right.
So she gets taken over. The town gets taken over by this king, right? And then we're to believe that she instantly fell in love with this king, and then
went back.
Disobeyed him. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Disobeyed him in the fact that she let the pig go. Then the king gets mad at her, cuts her tongue out, and then sends her on a wild like hunt where they basically hunt her for sport. And they arrow her arm, and they fucking chase her down, and then she finds the hallucinogen thing or whatever the fuck, and turns into a Titan, and then says, "But I love King Fritz still, even after he did all this bullshit to me, so I'm going to go back to him." That's insane.
So
and I'm sorry, there's no answer for that.
He has copes for it. Don't worry, Random.
No,
yeah, you have copes for that. That's what
I think that, like, the reason you have problems with the existence of the hallucigenia, and the reason that others don't, is because if I had to factor a guess, I would imagine that you're an atheist, right? or at best agnostic, and that you don't view the concept of a higher power in the existence of, you know, the progenitor to all life, the same way that somebody like myself does, right? And so,
well, I don't think I have the same beliefs as you, like in that aspect. I can understand that there is a God. I don't understand why a God is hanging out in a little fucking tree.
Why not?
It's just weird.
Especially if the story is borrowing heavily from Norse mythology, where Yggdrasil exists.
I guess.
What if it's
like
not
I said,
God?
you
What
could
if
put
it's actually the devil?
you put paper over that thing and look at it, but
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, I think that answering the question of where did God come from is equally vexing and difficult to answer.
I'm not asking you where did God come from.
I'm
asking
I'm
you
arguing
why was
that the question you're asking is on
no,
par
but I'm
with
not.
that
I'm
question.
asking why is God in the bottom of a tree, just chilling
Where
there
should
until
God
Ymir
be?
shows up?
Where did he come from? Where did he
Ever
go?
present
Where should
in
God
the
be than in the
universe?
base of creation, the fucking tree?
What if Ymir never showed up?
Which, as a freaking FDDM is itching to showcase.
What?
The flowers, right? The plant life that
follows... never came to fruition. That's why I include the slide.
Well, I'm suggesting that the potential there is that if the founding creator of all life created vegetation, created the systems for which humans could evolve and become modern humans as they are in the series, that why wouldn't it live in the deep heart of the forest it created?
I mean, if I had to take a guess, I'd think that it's like God's ever present, all knowing, all everywhere, all at once, rather than like a specific spot.
Yeah. So you could also argue that then, that this being occupying all places at once chooses to latch on to Ymir in that moment because it's all everywhere all at once. You could argue that it is like
I preferred
Loki
the storybook thing where
mythology.
the devil literally physically came out and they made a deal.
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
effectively that could be argued as well. What's happening there?
Fine. I don't think it's adequately explained. If that's what happened, I don't think it's adequately explained. But it's better.
I think the bigger thing, though, is the whole like. Yes, I'm gonna go back to my slaver who.
Yes. What is your explanation for that?
My explanation for the stuff with King Fritz is this: we've seen in history people who swear fealty to the king, who will literally like if the king shall request my death, I will turn my sword on myself in this moment, right?
Yeah,
like,
but this isn't a steward of the king. This is some random village girl that had her town taken over by the king.
Yeah. So I'm just saying,
within a couple,
I think that
maybe a year, like got freed the pigs. Like it wasn't. It was shortly after he arrived that she freed the pigs, and this whole thing happened.
But in history, you know, being conquered and having, you know, like civilizations roll in. Like, for example, I think King Fritz is meant to, I think it was the Ottoman Empire that they're meant to represent in the story, or perhaps the Roman Empire. I've also heard that as well. But the idea is that when Rome came to the Visigoths and all these, you know, all these different places, that they actually improved life for the people there because they brought with them roads and commerce and ways of thinking that elevated the host population, as all colonizers do.
They should have done a better job at showing that.
Sure. So
I could have at least bought it if it said like they lived in poverty, and then when the king came in, he brought prosperity, and then she was soft and let the pigs go, but then she got the power and she went back to the king because she liked that the king brought their prosperity.
Well, they show,
but they don't do that.
At some point in the series, they show a wedding occurring between King Fritz and a different woman.
Multiple different women, right? I'm pretty sure he has like 3 or 4 women on it.
You see Ymir.
So she's a super cuck.
Yeah, Ymir's a super cuck. You see Ymir watching the king from the distance and seeing the king become married. And the point is that Ymir is experiencing this teenage girl like fantasy, like experience.
She just loves him every partner she.
Yeah, I don't
she
think
does.
that survives literally cutting your tongue out and hunting you down.
Perhaps not
to death.
But what Amir is seeing in that moment for a young girl is the brutality of man. And this is the whole like women, I can fix him, mentality, right? Is seeing a man capable of extreme, vicious violence and also extreme gentle, what's the word? Tenderness. Right? That's what Emir is seeing in that moment when Fritz is getting married to that other woman.
I have two add-ons to this train of thought we're on.
So I think it makes logical sense. And again, in modern ways of thinking, it's hard to imagine that a person would endure what's endured and still view the king positively. But how often do you hear stories of people who will literally defend their own abuser?
Why would she run away at all?
She's chased away after freeing the pigs, no?
Yes.
Yeah, but why? Why not just stand there then? Why even defy? Why even run away? Anyway, so the thing I was going to add on, two things. One observation is, if Titans don't live past 13 years. Good God, she had 3 kids before she was 13. Second,
no, it's 13 years after she got the power.
13 years after she got the power.
Okay, thanks, Satan. Oh my God.
Second of all, it's only the shifting Titans that are bound to that.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, the shifting. That was completely besides the point. I was just vomiting at the idea of, oh God, 3 kids when you're that young. But okay. So, well, I'm glad that's seemingly not the case. So the other thing, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So she has the powers of all the 9 or whatever, right? As the big
the 9 powers come
the
from
concept of the 9 does not exist until she's eaten by her daughters, and then her daughters are eaten further.
What powers does she have?
She has all of the powers.
That's what I'm saying.
Divided into the 9.
Just double checking. Just double checking. Which, by the way, I didn't realize how way bigger she is than like every Titan besides the founding Titan that we see at the end. It's
the Doomsday Titan.
Like Jesus Christ! Like there were those size comparison videos online. But so my question is, if she was stabbed by the spear, why didn't she regenerate?
When she got stabbed in the heart, you mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
They say like she like even the king was surprised she didn't regenerate. I think
and he called her slave.
Yeah, I think what she died of was a broken heart in that moment. Right? Like she lost her will to continue living, and she allowed herself not to regenerate when her heart had been
considering what Random 11 and I have just talked about, that makes it even harder and to conceive of the idea.
I think you can kill because doesn't when Peak starts aiming the gun at Eren in the castle there, she says something along the lines of like, I'm too close to you that if I shoot you right now, like you won't have time to regenerate. So if you nailed Shifter in the heart, maybe that is enough to kill them.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you got nailed in the heart and actively suppressed your healing ability, you would eventually die of blood loss. Right? I'm frozen again. God damn it.
You are frozen.
Reiner literally had his head decapitated like twice or something and regenerated.
He had his head decapitated in Titan form, not in
Titan form,
real person form.
And he also had that ass pull of like moving his life
I've
essence
shifted my essence into
my
the rest
ass.
of my body. Yeah,
that doesn't come up again. Now that I think of it.
Well, it does with the Armor Titan a little, or the Warhammer Titan a little bit, but
yeah.
Okay. She wanted the king's attention when she let out the pigs. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Isn't that defiant though? How dare she defy it? Like, why would she do that?
I still don't see her surviving, getting her tongue chopped off, and hunted down by his men, and then still loving him. I just don't see that.
Yeah, especially allowing herself to die from the broken heart, not regenerating because of her broken heart. Like, all of that combined is just, no.
She has a combination of being madly in love with the top guy plus Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome isn't real, but sure.
We thought that...
That's not
so
true.
the whole time, we were under the
I just don't think... I don't think Stockholm Syndrome is the correct explanation for this. But Stockholm Syndrome is the concept of people growing a sense of trust with their captors in the situation of a hostage situation, like for like a bank heist or something, right? And so people have there's a phenomenon occurring where people, because the people in the power to kill them, literally holding the guns that they're threatening them with, choose not to harm them and actively do things that prolong their life or keep them feeling like they're not going to die, gives people this weird, like betrayed, like sense of trust, where even after the event has concluded and their hostage, the people taking them as hostage have gone to jail, they will still correspond with them in prison and that sort of thing. So it's like it's glamorized for it might be glamorized for Hollywood and whatnot, but I think that
my understanding is that it was an explanation of the of a specific incident that happened with some cops killing someone, and that was like the captor, or they were going to shoot someone or something anyway, and then the women that was captured didn't like it because, you know, they were putting themselves at risk by doing that. Like, they didn't like what the cops are doing, so they criticized the cops, and then the cops said, "Oh, well, you are just insane, and you have fallen in love with your captor for some reason." So they made up this Stockholm Syndrome.
Let's ask ChatGPT. Is Stockholm Syndrome real?
It's kind of
here's the thing. Up to this point, we were under the impression that the reason she held the curse up for as long as she did is because she wanted to, what is it? Because she, okay, now I'm getting things mixed up.
According to ChatGPT,
she wanted to free from her slaver or whatever.
Stockholm Syndrome is a psychological phenomenon where hostages or abuse victims develop positive feelings, empathy, or even loyalty towards their captors or abusers. While it is widely recognized in popular culture, its legitimacy as a formal psychological diagnosis is debated amongst experts. Why it's considered real. There have been documented cases where hostages or abuse victims displayed affection or loyalty toward their captors. Example, the 1973 Stockholm bank robbery that inspired the term. Psychological mechanisms such as trauma bonding, survival instincts, and cognitive dissonance can explain why victims may sympathize with their captors. Similar behaviors are observed in abusive relationships, cults, or human trafficking survivors, reinforcing the idea that such a response exists. Why it's questions. There's no formal classification in the DSM-5. That fucking means nothing. The manual for mental disorders used by psychologists. The concept is vague and inconsistently defined, making it hard to study scientifically. Yeah, it sounds like trauma bonding is more accurate, right? Some researchers argue that victims appear to comply out of fear and manipulation rather than forming genuine emotional bonds. The verdict: Stockholm Syndrome is not an officially recognized mental disorder, but the behaviors associated with it are real and can be explained through psychological theories like trauma bonding. It's more a descriptive phenomenon than a diagnosable condition. Anyway, you were saying, Fundam?
I was saying, up to this point in the story, aren't we under the impression that it's like she wants to be freed from her captor type deal? And then it's like, actually, she was in love.
I don't think it's about being freed from her captor so much as it is being freed from the sense of duty that she holds on him, the same as Mikasa holds to Eren.
It literally says right here, like, she spent all those years seeking the person who would release her.
Which is apparently Mikasa, which makes no goddamn sense to me. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Because okay, if we get past the fact
who
that she
says that in that moment? Armin?
That is, I
Mikasa?
believe that's Aaron talking to Armin.
Okay.
I believe. And or it was after this part, so I don't know, maybe it wasn't. Or maybe I just had them out of order. Anyway, or no, yeah, because this happens. Yeah, so I think that's Aaron talking to Armin.
Mhm.
When they're yeah, because it's in the snow, when they're walking through all the different like places that were that they explored outside the wall. So my takeaway, ignoring the fact that she loved the king, apparently she loved the king. So she loved the king and then died for the king and spent the 2,000 years or however fucking long it's been being devoted to the king, and she was looking for someone to let her know that it was okay to stop loving the king. And
no,
so
I don't think it's specifically that she's looking for someone to show her that. I think that what it is that she's looking for
or to get over the love, I guess.
She's looking for a like, so for example, in sports and whatnot, there's this phenomenon where people have a limiting belief about what is humanly possible in any given sport, such as like track and field, right? And so there will be a number that is recognized as this is the fastest a human could possibly go. Nobody has broken this record in 20 years. We'll never be able to beat it. And then one day, some guy beats it. And then the following year, 23 other people beat the record. Because once they've seen that it's possible to do so, the human spirit is capable of achieving the thing that they were attempting to achieve, right? And so I think what's happening is that she has she feels trapped, like an inability to be able to move forward to do the thing that she must do in order to save her daughters and the rest of her offspring, the Eldians, right? And so she is looking for someone to show her how to be able to reconcile the feelings that she has and the devotion that she has to the king in a way that which ends up being Mikasa, because in her devotion to Eren, Mikasa figures out how to kill him in a way that is in a what do you call it? Expression of her devotion and love to him, rather than a betrayal of her love and devotion to him.
Whatever the hell that means.
That's how I perceive what's going on with
the
she knows how to decapitate him, right?
Well, I mean, you could argue that like her thinking back to the spear, while I don't think that it literally happened, you could see it as, well, she's rethinking about that time and saying to herself, actually letting him die and looking after the kids would have been a better memory, like way of preserving his memory.
Yeah, because her kids effectively become the cows that Dinah Fritz was saved from becoming.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe that's enough.
And so, like, for me, this is how I perceived it when I was watching it in the theater. And this is like, or I guess probably not when I was watching it in the theater. I probably when I was thinking about it the next day, because I didn't quite, I don't think I articulated this in the video. Although I'll tell you, motherfuckers, donate me some money, because fuck, that camera overheated so many times. Eventually, I just had to give up. Okay, that video, I don't even want to start editing it because it is such a fucking trash fire of a video because of how often my camera was overheating. And it's like my wife and I are talking, and thank God I record with the dash cam too, so I can literally cut in the audio that would get cut out at that moment when the camera shuts off for overheating. But fuck me, every video I've done so far, I have managed to cover up those hiccups where it does that by doing like selective editing and whatnot. But fuck, I am not gonna be able to do it for this one. So but the next day after I saw the movie, the way that I perceived what was happening is, have you guys seen, I assume perhaps at my own folly, that you have seen the movie series Back to the Future?
Yes.
Has everybody seen Back to the Future? Everybody,
I did. I forgot about it.
Okay, so in Back to the Future, without spoiling it, the way that the time travel mechanics work in Back to the Future is they'll have a photograph of a grave, for example, that represents that a character has died. And they change the past to prevent that person's death. And they'll pull out the photograph, the Polaroid, and as they're looking at it, it starts to fade away.
Yeah.
Right? Somewhat a little bit was kind of like that in parts of Steins Gate as well, right? Just the concept that when the timeline is changed, the future of the timeline adjusts accordingly, but not rapidly. It happens in sort of like a universe merging sort of effect. So the way that I perceive
Steins Gate happens rapidly, but anyway, go ahead.
No, in Steins Gate they have a part. I think it's in the Load region of Deja Vu movie where the character starts to fade away.
Oh well, okay, maybe
right?
the movie, but
and so what I was experiencing
just
when I was
Ruka
watching
grows a dick or loses the dick in real time, the bulge just fades away.
What I was experiencing as I was watching it, or
the bulge fell off through time.
Damn.
Well, there's a title we could have used. So, as I was pondering what I had experienced in the movie,
Randy's recording has had an error and has stopped.
Randy, leave and come back.
Is Randy still connected? Can he speak?
Remove. Let him catch up. So I said let him catch up. So what I was perceiving, right, as I was trying to digest everything that I watched, is that the moment that Ymir sees Mikasa do what she did, and the moment that she translates that mentally into what she needed to do in the moment that she didn't do, that she then does do retroactively, time travel wise, right? Basically sending...
I thought you couldn't time travel.
But if she sends the memories of what is being perceived through Eren down to herself to before that moment, that would influence her decision to the point where she would be able to understand what she should be doing in that moment.
Eren sent memories back to Ymir as well.
Yeah.
But she can't. I'm sorry. It's not like Back to the Future. They can't change it.
Let me fucking finish. Okay. So what I perceived is that what's happening is that if she is able to perceive what Mikasa was able to do for Eren and in her duty and devotion to him and still be able to take his life, that she is then able to rationalize to herself that not saving King Fritz in order to save her children instead is the decision and devotion she should be making in that moment. And therefore she does. And so at the end of the movie, when they've got that little tiny screen that's showing you the time lapse of all the shit that's going down, what I think a possible understanding of what's happening there is that, yes, we are seeing them visit Eren's grave, but simultaneously, as that's going on, it's correcting the future. And what we're actually seeing here is not a time lapse showcasing where Paradis went from the moment onward, and then the cycle continues. But actually what we're seeing is the 2,000-year progression after Ymir makes the other decision, and that the person that you end up seeing at the end is Eren and Mikasa's son. And that's why you're led to believe this is happening thousands of years in the future. I think there's a way that this could be happening in present day, from once everything is undone in the story.
Why'd they visit the tree? Oh wait, you were saying like, oh, the timelines were merging.
The timelines are merging, and therefore it starts by showing you something that you think is happening in present day, and then it starts to show you actually all that time before, and it progresses over 2,000 years, and then the character that you end up seeing at the end is actually meant to symbolize potential. There's just a way to interpret it that I was like playing around with in my mind as I was trying to digest everything, that what you might be seeing is actually that the character is meant to be Eren and Mikasa's son in a world where there is no parody. There is like the location, but there's no like stigma around the Eldians and whatnot. And that this is just where things would end up. And that's
I
why
think that's a stretch.
That's why the character that you see has Mikasa's scarf. Right. And that's also why they show you a character with a dog instead of a character with a companion, which would then continually be like the echo of, oh, yeah, Gabby and Falco are like, you know, Mikasa and Eren. Right. Instead, by showing you with the dog, they're giving you a rhyme that is different. Right. That it's actually not meant to be a cyclical repeating. It's actually meant to be something else.
So Ymir went into that forest alone.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have a companion.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're wrong that you could see the
grave.
The fucking grave.
Sure.
Like it's there.
Yeah. And then it's
No,
not
it does
there.
disappear here.
It's
but
not there, isn't it? How about that, bitch?
It goes into
it got overgrown. It sunk into the pit.
I missed one of the.
It literally makes
it
the
shows
pit
it
that
where
turn-
it shows it in where the grave is literally like embedded into the tree.
Yeah,
I
it makes
missed
the
one of
pit
the
that you can
frames,
go into that has the pool with the space-time travel worm.
Yeah, it literally it makes this.
My theory,
This whole.
my other theory is that when the cycle repeats, that's the story of Cabaneri the Iron Fortress, right?
Okay, so the reason why I think that character at the end may be Eren's kid with
yeah, I thought about this
Historia
too.
is because of this line. When I first heard this line, it made it seem like she was asking to have a kid with her. Like for him to have a kid with her.
I think she's having the same conversation that Eren is having with Mikasa when he says, "What am I to you?" She's saying, "What would you
And
think about me
apparently,
having a
she
child?"
passes the test.
Well, I think
theory.
I think that she's asking because she wants to know if Eren would be upset with her having a kid with somebody that wasn't her. And that she's trying to gauge his reaction to find out if he would be a suitable person to be.
I think that makes more sense because here's the thing. Random 11 pitched this theory to me, and I said, I am being the most charitable Attack on Titan hater by saying, I don't think that's Eren would do that. I don't think that they would have a kid. I don't think Eren would be like, oh my god, I did all this for Mikasa and I don't want to get
I also don't think that. I also don't think that, but I do think that Historia had feelings for Eren.
Then he would have cheated on Mikasa and then been like, "Oh, I did it all for Mikasa." It's like, well, you had a child with another woman, bro. What the hell? That would have made it so
Just
much
like
worse.
good old dad did.
That would have made it so much worse.
I also said it was
My
probably
dad builds
low.
royalty. I build royalty. I mean, come on. It's just like in the.
This means that Eren died a virgin, right?
I said it was
Yes.
probably low, but the other thing is at the end when they're doing the big speech and it's saying fight. I was like, I can't not think of Trump. Maybe he's an Attack on Titan fan. I mean, he was talking
Well,
with
I
the
think
wall.
the funny thing is that they quote his they quote his
Trump
one
should have
speech.
just like Tatakai.
I just think what is it? It's funny that they quote they talk about how like all of the news saying was fight like you mean, or whatever the whole speech was. Like they went into such excruciating detail of it, and I'm just like, what the? That's like a bit overboard.
And then this is the part where the discrepancy.
This is the last thing I had. So you had shown in the manga that there was this lake in Shiganshina.
Yeah, and I asked, was there always a lake here? Right, I couldn't remember it. This is when Shadis is talking to the cadets at the top of the like castle thing in the middle of Shiganshina, and they're all blowing him off. Like, why the fuck are we learning how to take down Titans? They're never going to be a problem again. We should be learning how to use
such a
guns.
blink and you miss it thing in the anime.
It is. And I was kind of confused. I was like, I don't remember that being in the anime, but it seems like it's the crater from
crater that Bertolt.
Yeah, from when
that
Bertolt transformed.
Definitely seems possible.
And so then I went to go look at the anime, and sure enough, there it is. Right this one shot is of the anime starts the shot below the wall, and it like raises above the wall, and then you see the old of Shiganshina, right? And you see the river, which was there in season 1. I remember that.
Which, by the way, we did confirm Titans can swim. Apparently, the goddamn Colossal Titans can swim. I thought the Colossal Titans.
I thought they were walking too.
Yeah,
they were just walking on the sea floor.
That was so. It would have been so much more menacing and interesting if they did.
If they came out of the water instead of just be like swimming like
flippity floppity.
Yeah, at the end, if they just like emerged walking,
just it's like swimming like a fucking dolphin, like doing a dolphin dive, like
just like like a bunch of dolphin noises. So you were pointing out that the orientation is incorrect here.
Yeah. So then in a later shot, they show you that shot from the manga exactly, which has them standing there. And so this is from the other view. So this shot is looking in, right? Because that's the wall, and then this is the bubble, right?
Oh, okay, sure.
And this shot is looking out towards the edge of the bubble,
because there's mountains there,
and the interior is behind the camera, right? And so you can see. Well, we know it's the interior because that wall is straight, right? So
I get
this is the ejection, the bubble, right? And you can see the one right there. There's the
so
the
go back
entrance.
Go back and forward real quick. So the next one, the lake is on the left and the castle's on the right.
Yeah, and this one's there's the castle and this is the lake, right? So
so if I'm looking,
the view is literally like.
We would need to be over there looking outward. Yeah, so that means that there's mountains right outside of Shiganshina too.
Yeah. Inside and outside, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like you can see over here, this is what you would be seeing in the other picture, like over in this area. Right? And so you don't see this, right? The lake or the water, the river would be over here in this shot.
Would it?
But you do see
I guess right. Yeah.
The river would be over here, but you do see
Isn't that the part where it connects to the wall right there?
That's the entrance.
On the left? No, on the left. Go to the left. Right there. You just passed it. To the right of the little that thing. To the right.
This is a windmill.
To the right of the windmill. What is that?
I don't know. A building?
Is that not where it connects to the wall?
What connects to the wall?
Where the hole in the wall is that the river goes through?
No. I'll show you why in a second, but no, that's just a building. Okay. Sorry, my scroll wheels.
Did you stitch a bunch of those together to make it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is a panning shot.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So you can see in this picture that both the river
and
the gate have this weird feature above it to denote that it is special, whereas there's nothing there, so nothing. Also nothing there, although there's a little dip, I suppose, but it doesn't have this. Technically that should be above, although maybe that's just on this side, because that would technically be that's the interior, right? Yeah, so it should be that should be actually no, that's weird, because this would be looking outward, so why would there be there'd be no gate to the outside world from the river, you'd think. But anyway, whatever. Point is, it's wrong. There's two, here's the river. There's no river. This is a pathway. That's a hole. That's the hole right there. That's clearly a river, right? And that's a hole. Also, if you look, that should be the hole that Aaron plugged with his wait a minute. No.
this should be the hole that Aaron plugged with his ability,
right?
Because
they went for the outside one first, right?
Yeah.
Right, because by taking care of that, you've stopped the problem from getting worse.
Yeah. Anyway, so I just thought it was interesting that that you don't see the two, like there should be two of these. There should be one here and one here, and this
I don't know.
I think
the show has always portrayed them without that.
Well, it's possible.
But I would say that Mappa was not nearly as committed to accuracy on the towns and shit.
Yeah, it was just a small difference that I noticed. Anyway, that's my
that's here
thing.
Randomly jumping here. Okay. Also, the hallucigenia might have controlled Ymir to lead to the rumbling. That's what I was saying. I think that there's a possibility, like another.
So much for free will.
Another interpretation of it is that while it looked like Aaron was orchestrating things in order to get Grisha to do things, I think that the hallucigenia might have actually been orchestrating everybody to do certain things in order to reset things. Right? I'm not sure. I'm just saying.
It feels like a weirdly convenient plot device to just say the hallucigenia is responsible for like all of these gaps.
No, I'm just saying that I think that the story is okay. Literally, the ending to the movie that showcases the stuff from the Attack on School cast where they're in modern time watching the movie, right? They specifically go out of their way to say, what the fuck was that? They left it so open-ended, right? And like all that kind of shit. Like they address all this, right? So yes, the ending is in a way open-ended. And I think that there's a beauty in that because it allows you to ponder in the world building and try to wrap your head around what may have happened, what different possibilities of what could have happened are.
I'm glad your cope goggles are that strong that you're able to
I'm
see
sorry that it wasn't a smutty what do you call those?
Doujinshi?
No. Fucking goddamn it. Harem. That's
harem.
That would have at least been enjoyable.
Exactly. Hallucigenia has the attack Titan ability, so it knew its future. Oh, possibly, yeah.
Maybe Aaron did get it in with Historia, and it is a harem, right?
Possibly. See, we're exploring all the potential here. You're just poo-pooing it because there wasn't enough.
Excuse me.
I have
my 10-minute manifesto
I have a question.
remaining.
This needs to be answered. Best girl.
In season 4?
In total.
Krista definitely in season 2.
Yeah, the moment
Definitely
she's
in
just
season
like,
4.
yeah, I'll submit, I'll get plowed by this random farmer dude. I was like, ew, what the hell? Where'd that come from?
I can tell you who Best Girl isn't, Mikasa.
You're wrong.
Dude, she was literally the same character the whole show. The only difference is then season 4, she had to say more dialogue than Aaron. She had to communicate with people somehow, so she said that.
Mikasa holds the top spot for all seasons except for season 4. And I think overall, if we're looking at overall, that's enough to
says, get out of here, Mikasa.
Yeah, that's enough to hold season the whole
who
overall
are the female
rating.
characters again?
Annie, Peak,
Sasha,
Krista, Sasha, Kaya, Gabi, and
Peak.
Hanji. I already said Peak. Hanji. There are a couple of other characters that died. I don't know if we count them.
And mom.
Yeah, Carla.
Zeke's mom.
I think Peak or Annie is probably for season 4 best girl.
As much as I'm like, there's part of me that leans toward Annie, but there's so many objective things that I have problems with Annie. Which, by the way, I thought the whole 56 episodes until she breaks out the stupid crystal was, oh my god. Like, by the time she breaks out, she is irrelevant to, like, unmystifying anything. It's just like, oh, I'm a new body to fight with, I guess. Like,
so she succeeded in not letting the enemy gain any ground. Her mission is accomplished. what is the problem here? You really want her to be broken out in the next episode after it happens? Like
someone, when I said in season 1 it would have been better off if she just died because we got nothing out of her, said I'm glad they didn't kill her because blah 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 for later. Which I guess in season 3 nothing happens, because I was under the impression that something happened in season 3 from what you said. But no,
I can't say a single word without you getting anti-spoiled, huh? eCastro says
it's called reverse spoil.
Anti-spoiling, double spoiling, Uno reverse spoiling. I think it's pretty easy to see, to be honest, like women fall for cartel and mafia bosses, so it's not even unrealistic in my opinion.
Yeah, but those
fucking
you show me one that got her tongue ripped out.
They're bosses and have money.
Fuck, dude. Elon Musk has had a child out of nowhere with Ashley St. Clair. Where the fuck did that happen?
What?
They spend a few minutes together and all of a sudden she's having his kid? Like, what the hell? This does happen, guys.
Where's the that's not Stockholm syndrome though. That's just like
that's being attracted to power.
A gold digging hoe?
Yeah, that's a gold digger. I want a paycheck.
Let me keep reading these. eCash
No, I
says,
won't.
Like,
I
yes,
won't let
that's
you.
extreme, and many women don't, but it does in fact happen.
I don't know.
She was
about
running
that.
from his men. Fritz didn't participate. That might give her even more reason to fall for him, that he stops the people who were chasing her to die.
He doesn't stop them.
No, she stops them
Yeah,
with her Titan.
She stops them by turning into a Titan.
Yeah. But I'm saying that he puts an end to the pursuit and makes her his
there's
wife.
a goddamn Titan with its barrel into your mouth.
I don't know, man. Look, young girls that age have weird, warped perceptions of who a good mate is.
Yeah.
The pure Titans exist because the 9 Titans were already filled. This is an interesting concept. That's a really interesting concept. That the reason they become pure Titans is because there aren't any vessels that are
in the paths
waiting
or
for a
whatever
place.
that are-
Yeah. So if somebody were to die and pass on the ability without passing it on the way they can control who gets it, and you randomly were born into the world with it, right? Would you be able to, from birth, turn into the Titan? Or would it transfer to somebody who's already a pure Titan roaming around?
I mean, we don't know, but I would expect it to go to a Titan already.
Yeah.
But then there could be a point in time that there are no pure Titans to go to.
Man. The Marlians would be so fucked. They just keep sending all the Titans, and then somebody just randomly dies and doesn't get it, and then oh no, now they've got one of the Titan shifters. Reiner doesn't regenerate when he was depressed after talking to Eren. Yes. Yeah, the will to live is part of the thing, but also he was nearing the end of his 13 years. So
that's
his
why
power was
I
becoming
personally
a little bit more.
resigned
He was
him.
literally right at the end. Like he was just about to
How
die.
did Eren suppress his for like
wait,
40
whoa.
I think it's a deliberate choice, right?
Hold up. Let's stop back one step. Ran 11. He was right at the end. Wasn't Zeke turned before Reiner? Like by years or something?
No, they were turned roughly around the same time.
Oh.
Zeke just happened to be older, is all.
Yeah.
Well, they kept on talking, like they would only verbally say how like Zeke's term was almost up. They didn't say anyone else's. They didn't say all of our terms are up or
Well,
anything,
because
right?
Zeke is the
So-
one who was relevant to the plot they were trying to do with the rumbling and everything.
Well,
Reiner
no,
did say that his time
hold
was
up.
almost up.
Hold
Yeah,
up.
yeah, but he's saying that when the people were talking about Zeke's time being
It was
close
when
to
the
end-
warrior candidates were talking. It's like the Beast Titan's almost up, and we're gonna want to replace him. And they also did say that for Reiner.
So
but
I don't
they
think
didn't say-
Reiner was nearly as close as, let's say, Aaron.
Well, that's what
Kruger
I'm
is.
saying.
Yeah. So I think it's
Sorry,
possible
I might
that
have
he maybe
I might
still
have
had a year or
misunderstood
two.
what
The point is that as
Hold
he
on.
approached
I
the
just
end-
want to correct. I don't know exactly how many years left Zeke had. I think he was close to the end, but what I thought you were talking about was Grisha. Grisha was right at the end when he went to go get the founder.
Apparently, we've confirmed that, yeah, Grisha was right at the end of his rope, coincidentally, when the Titans attacked, which that's an annoying coincidence.
Like, Grisha was just about to die before he went for the founder.
Yeah, like it takes away the drama of like, oh, I'm sacrificing myself for you and all this stuff.
Okay, so she says Ymir is a yandere. Maybe emotional dependency might be more accurate, referring to the Stockholm syndrome thing. Nuxia asks, is the movie a recut of the last two specials, or is it new content? So far, from what I've seen, I've only watched the movie version of it, but scrubbing through, the episode version of it, I haven't seen anything that stood out as different. I thought they might have
just
adjusted
took out
it.
the title cards.
Well, the ending is
no. The title cards are all still in there. Chapter whatever, all that shit. Yeah,
there is that
so much for immersion.
There is that after credit thing. That's
the after credits thing was added for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sorry, now that thinking about it, if I confuse things here, I thought we were talking about Grisha, and then maybe we were talking about Zeke, but I think it was said that when they were planning, when Zeke was asking, like, let me go back into parody, I believe he said that he had 3,
like a
maybe
year left.
4 years. It was more than a year. And I think Reiner said he had the same amount of time to go as well. So I think they were equally like a few years, and then they were going to be done. So,
but the point is that as you approach the end, even before it's like, oh, I've only got 10 days left, you start to break down. Like, it's as if you're aging like a human ages when they get close to the end of their life. Like your body starts to shut down and everything.
We don't know how soon symptoms show, but yes, the owl was like bleeding from the nose and shit.
Yeah.
When he turned Grisha. So it is presumed that you do show some symptoms very near the end.
So eCasher says the hallucigenia literally represents the will of life to live. So I could see the interpretation of its will acting through the powers. You could say the will of life to live in the sense of like the spark of life that instigated evolution or whatever. They refer to it in the manga as the source of all life or something like that. Anyway, so before you do your 10-minute spiel, I'm going to run out of the room and take one more leak. And I gotta talk to my wife real quick. She's waiting to go walk the dog. And I imagine your 10-minute spiel will not be 10 minutes. And also we'll have rebuttals.
No. It'll be 10 minutes if it's uninterrupted.
Right. And the rebuttals will take it beyond that. So I'm just gonna talk to her real quick. I might take the phone on the walk and just join from the road. But I gotta take a leak real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. If we're able to manage to let me go continuously for the full duration, it'll be quicker than virtually everything we've covered in the whole show if we're realistic.
Then hurry up and get to it.
I mean,
I gotta wait for him to come back. It's very pertinent that the number one AOT simp, AOT can do no wrong, Isayama's a genius, needs to hear the concluding statement as to why I do not like it.
What is the character beside the Make America Great Again hat?
Is it from Don Machi, but looks derp?
Weird. I don't know. See Rurouni Kenshin? And what's his
picture?
name? Yeah, the Trump picture, Trunks, obviously. Kon, right, from Bleach.
Cone,
right. But yeah, I don't know who the white-haired guy is.
Wait, the white-haired guy? Oh, never mind. The MAGA hat.
The one I was talking about in the beginning.
I wasn't
but
sure.
Why don't you ever pay attention?
Excuse me, you minimized it before I had a chance to look if there's something to the left of the Mononoke Onahole, okay? I wasn't sure if you were talking about another white-haired guy.
No, that's
okay.
just
There's
Kirby.
an Eevee and there's a cat, and then there's the Kirby car, and then there's a Sonic. Okay.
Where's Eevee?
Very left cubicle.
Oh yeah, cut off, mostly cut off.
Yeah, for all I know, that could have been the white-haired guy.
Is
Or
that
maybe you
Haruhi
I see it. Yeah.
in front of the cat?
It looks Haruhi to me.
Melancholy of whatever shit.
Of Haruhi Suzumiya.
Reese, what are you doing?
Nothing. What are you doing?
What are you making noise for?
I'm alive.
Look, you're
So, are you
misreading
playing-
the intent, Random 11. Actually, Reese is like Isayama. He planned it out from the beginning. He's been intentionally messing with us and just feigning ignorance. He's been like, "What are you talking about? I'm not making any noise." Yet, secretly, he's been intentionally making the noise to drive you crazy.
I'm just being alive. I guess I make noise.
I'm being alive. Does that mean Random 11 telling you to stop
Is
being
that what
alive?
you want, Randy? If I wasn't alive, I would be making noise. Is that what you want?
Your mic would still make noise long after you're dead, apparently. So that won't fix it.
All right.
To be fair, the noise might have been AC making noise in the background. I didn't realize this mic was picking up so much shit.
Okay.
This will be perfect. If you're muted on your walk, you can listen to it without interrupting once.
Well, it
and
won't
can
be
the
muted, but
whole
I'll
thing.
attempt to stay quiet. Let me find the
Yeah,
stream.
like if I could like just do the full thing, it'll be 10 minutes. It'll be over quickly, and then we can extract information. Some of it's
Stream?
rehash of what we said, but I basically have done it as a concluding statement.
There it is. Okay, hold on. I just got to type in the code for the thing real quick.
Which, by the way, apparently, according to Random 11, the crowning prediction I made was the water that turns the frogs gay.
All right. There we go.
All right, do you hear us, big boy?
Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear us now?
We
Yes,
can hear
do you
you.
hear us? Does he
Turn
hear
your
us?
volume up.
Sick. I hear you. Okay, I'm gonna go.
I hear you.
All right.
I hear
Okay, buckle up.
Okay, hold on. You
What?
can't start yet. Hold on.
You got me.
I have to get ready with the timer here. Okay. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, according to wordcount.com, it'll be slightly more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
So, what about
Say
12?
go when you start, I guess.
I'll do a clap. Okay. So, Attack on Titan is a show that constantly bashes you over the head with despair and hopelessness, and rarely do we ever see hope. It might
Oh my
give
god,
you some
I'm sorry.
sort of
We're
glimmer.
muting you, AC. No, that's not AC. What the hell? Oh, it's other AC. Okay, never mind.
Goodness me.
No, it is AC. We're muting you, AC.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So it might give you some glimmer of hope, of an overarching potential hope, but it's not giving any sort of confidence. We've grown used to getting any semblance of hope crushed. So after a certain point, you just assume that's going to be the case because, quite frankly, it tends to be the case. In most fights, they just make it out by the skin of their teeth. So how do you expect that they're going to continue to keep winning if they just barely make it out? Brad made mention of morale in the show and how important morale is, but I think it extends beyond the characters. I think the viewer's morale is also important, because if you have no hope for the future of the show, then you also have no confidence, and you also have no confidence, then what's the point? Why do I care about the pursuit if I have so little confidence in it and them? The horror genre is no stranger to this, but that's also why I don't like horror. Attack on Titan took a quick shift, turning into something that more resembles a shonen with a mystery elements. So with that, you expect more out of it than just a simple hopeless horror, though, right? So like there's so many slasher films and whatever where you expect literally everyone just gets killed by the end of it, and it's like, okay, that was a thing, and that's the type of thing that I don't like. But this is more than that. It's not just a simple, oh, it's a slasher, they're dead, bye. So, when the show is a struggle, you have no choice but to reward us. So the original Fullmetal Alchemist was a struggle. Everything was an uphill battle, but there was fear shrouding this inkling of hope, and it just seemingly was not going to happen. And the original Fullmetal Alchemist, quite frankly, did not pay off to warrant that struggle we had to endure. Brotherhood, however, delivered and made that pain and struggle worth it. I'll be damned if at the end of Berserk Guts dies. It won't be out of character for the series to do that, based on the endless torment, struggle, and deaths. But the amount of struggle that you put the viewer through has to amount to something. It has to be worth it. Despite Guts' struggles, at a certain point, things start to change for the better. Things look up. A resounding sense of hope returns and gives me something to look forward to, a brighter future. But Attack on Titan just tries to turn everything into a moral gray area and makes everything so messy in an attempt to make everything conflicting. Having a drama of all these opposing viewpoints and these sides that creates content, as I'll call it, but at the expense of the morale of the viewer, I'd argue. Many characters we encounter are hiding things, deceiving us. It was only season 4 where things got so out of hand where you couldn't trust anyone. It was actually annoying having virtually no one that you could trust or be on board with, really. No one who was able to make much of a difference anyway, further contributing to the lack of viewer morale. It's things like the hopelessness, trustlessness, and the shroud of mysteries that fatigue you. Each of these things aren't necessarily bad things, but like anything without balance, you're going to overdo it. We did get big answers to big questions, but season 4 decided to have a time skip that kept us out of the loop to continue and have extra mysteries for engagement. The show uses every tactic to manipulate you into being hyped or excited, whether that be cliffhangers, manufacturing sequences, conveniences, ex machina timing. They trick you into getting hyped for things like, oh, did I read that all? No! What is it? And before you have the time to notice the underground resolve, most of the time, they set you up for another cliffhanger. Oh, okay, yeah. Before you have the time to notice the resolve of the last cliffhanger and how underwhelming it was, they set you up with another cliffhanger to make you forget the last one was meh. The amount of characters become too much to handle at a certain point when the main characters who retain plot armor, and even those who lost it, felt like complete side characters. Even the main characters are downgraded to side characters. Like Armin and Mikasa are barely there in season 4, like part 1. And then even Eren, most of the time, is out of the picture for one reason or another. Whether he's kidnapped, unconscious in the middle of a fight, which usually happens way more than I expected it to, or on the run, and then he's barely there. Season 2, he was kidnapped for most of it. Season 3, he was kidnapped for most of it, and then he got knocked unconscious for the first fight he got into from getting kicked by the Colossal Titan. Season 4, part 1, he was laying low from Marley's, or in Marley and all that stuff. Then laying low in Paradis. Then in part 2, ever since the Rumbly started, that's when his character basically died for real, because he was virtually out of the picture until virtually the very end. If nothing else, he's out of the picture once again. Eren's more of a plot device than a character. The moment he got his memories from the other Titans, it eroded any potential he had for character growth, and so it shifts his mindset and motivations in a way that feels unearned and out of nowhere. It pretty much is. So his character growth didn't organically go that place. It was just brainwashed into him, essentially. He should have had those memories since roughly season 2, in my opinion. But the strategic amnesia had to remain so the plot could be drawn out. The characters by the end of the series, I can't feel happy for. They even behave as such in a purgatory of emotions, just like that Reiner picture. That's kind of like that's the emotion that I felt. It's like, oh, okay. Then you have people who, like Reiner, who resign themselves to death. It felt like early on in season 4. And then you have the pointless 13-year rule. You're already mentally distancing yourself from the characters. So when you find out the plot armor prevailed at the end, you feel empty. I had already released these people from my mind, and now that they aren't gone, it doesn't feel right. Levi's another example of a character who would have been better dead. Instead, they just had to plot armor him to stay alive and to complete his promise to Erwin. And now he's a sad husk of his former self. It's like, good God, put him out of his misery. It's clear that the 13-year rule was exclusively made to set your expectations so they can artificially exceed the expectations when they strip it at the end. And for that, it doesn't feel earned. Like many of the other manufactured sequences and conveniences, it's made to manipulate you into feeling like it's so much better than it actually is. After finishing all of Attack on Titan, I have to say that the very reasons that I was skeptical and expected it to not be good by the end all came to fruition after all. With season 1 being the only thing I had seen for years, that season alone didn't really give you a lot of answers. It went out of its way to cuck you on its ending. A lot of things, including the whole reason for the Titans being and the motivation for the Titans attacking and consuming humans, what's in the cellar, remained a mystery at the time. And I said there better be a good answer behind all of these things, especially considering the amount of questions raised for each answer. And I don't think I'd be able to be satisfied when all is said and done. So the first major domino to fall was the ability to erase memories being a really convenient power to set up the prologue of everyone being in the dark and as to why the Titans exist and are outside the wall, when for multiple reasons they didn't need to use memory manipulation, and they didn't honestly even have to hide it in general. As Aaron said, if they cross the sea, will they actually be free? As we found out, no. So you'd think that the citizens would actually be more interested in staying inside the walls rather than outside if the outside wants to kill them. But apart from that, the ability to brainwash is overpowered in general and just ruins the balance for the sake of being able to carve out whatever narrative in the way you want it. After the world opened up, it felt the existential horror in the fight to save humanity was completely erased. It fundamentally changed the whole show and honestly felt like it made the series way more simple than you would have hoped for. Titans couldn't be reasoned with and posted a threat to presumably the last of mankind. And now we just get an upscaled war amongst racism and brainwashing, I should say. So the cellar is more or less when the downfall began, because that's when it opened up the whole world to all of that. After that, everything we were familiar with was dismantled. From the environment, dynamics, characters themselves were all suddenly unfamiliar to us. While there were a number of notable things on the way, it pales into comparison to the rapid downward spiral of when Eren makes contact with Zeke. It's the quintessential answer to answer questions in not only a way that is unsatisfying, but it undermines so many facets of the entire series. It's not that it ruins the show since it's laid in the... It's not that this moment ruined the show since it's laid in the foundation of everything that it has been built upon. You might want to say that it's just... Oh, God damn it. You might want to say it's a bad moment in isolation, but you have to realize the magnitude of how it recontextualized everything in the past to now be pointless and stupid. They effectively gave Eren the ability to manipulate people through time and his brainwashing, which is just an unchecked ability that was poorly thought out. Time travel as a whole is a tricky thing that is prone to holes, and it was very poorly done here. The motives culminate into making no sense, even in the most charitable angle, making his friends look like heroes, and while he is taken down, there's a way better way to approach it, if you ask me. But if it's for killing all of mainland, like that, if that's the purpose, to kill everyone in Marley, that's even worse. Good God. The cherry on top is pulling out the idea of Titans taking on the abilities of others by having nibbling fundamentally... by having a nibble is fundamentally made the final episode possible. The credits leaving you with a sour taste in your mouth with a Dragon Ball GT style ending makes it so even if you enjoy the ending, your fleeting potential of joy is undercut by seeing the people like Mikasa die and the last get obliterated in the future anyway. Or sorry, the last. And then all of civilization is destroyed anyway. So it's like, okay, what's the point? So that's another contributing factor to everything feeling pointless. As much as I would liked to have been, as much as I would have liked to be happy with most of the characters making it out alive, I can't, based on the expectations preemptively having me write them all off, the lack of aftermath to let the possible reward of joy settle with you, the fact that the 13-year rule was a tool to manipulate you, to manipulate you, the plot-focused narrative that didn't allow moments for me to grow attached enough to feel the pain or joy. Not to mention the main driving force of the series itself was Eren. It wouldn't be out of character to kill him off, but the alternatives that didn't need to kill him, and simply the result of having our lead die, doesn't provide a reward that feels like the pain was justified. Not to mention the undermining of the entire story with Eren's now true motives. It absolutely obliterates the journey we took for this destination. Therefore, in conjunction with how it felt watching the show and confirming my initial fears coming true, as well as how much the foundation was affected, I have to conclude that I didn't enjoy Attack on Titan. And I don't even think I want to watch the show ever again. F in chat for Greenline for attempting to rewatch it. Because that was my impressions when I finished it. I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch this ever again. Like, it just made it feel like, what was the point? Like, what did I get out of finishing that? So that concludes my TED Talk. But I cannot emphasize enough how much Eren having those powers and setting everything up from the beginning, whatever, just completely destroyed everything that was built up. And I have a perfect image to convey exactly what I'm talking about. So the first slide, I killed my own mother. I blame it on Reiner and the Marlians. I start a full-fledged genocide to avenge my mother, but it makes no sense because I'm the one who killed her in the first place. I achieved no world peace, don't get rid of the enemies across the ocean, become a bird, and leave my friends to fight a war all on their own without the help of the Titans. Like, bro, the moment it's like, yeah, I directed that Titan to kill my mom, that's where it was like you lost me. Because if you had the power to control the Titans through your whatever powers, why don't you control them to not destroy the goddamn wall, bitch? Like, oh my god. All right, you have permission to speak, all of you. And none of you are taking your right to speak.
That was more than 10 minutes.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah, how long was it, though?
You are now unmuted, yes.
How long was it, though?
Okay.
About 14 minutes.
That's not too
Congratulations
bad.
for them for now the longest podcast.
All because of my speech.
Thank you for carrying us over.
That's why I was clapping earlier. We crossed the threshold.
So, I'm going to ask you to do this for me. Send me your manifesto, and I will
text?
address it in more detail.
Oh no!
But I do have thoughts. Number
We
one.
have to address it next podcast.
No. I do have thoughts. Number one, you say you don't like horror. Higurashi no Nakukoro ni determined that was a lie.
No, hold up. Let's say a general rule of thumb is I typically don't like horror because 90% of the time the story is just going to be, oh, there's a killer, and then they kill all the characters. So it's like, okay, like at best I could be like, okay, popcorn flick, maybe you just want to see how brutally they kill them, but I'm just like not that interested compared to shows where it's like there's characters, they develop, you care about characters or something like that in any way.
Well, see, that's ironic because I feel like Attack on Titan is extremely character driven, right? Now, the thing here's the thing. I think so first of all,
my gender is wrong. Here's the corrective lens to see it the correct way.
No, first of all, I agree with you in that season 4 makes it hard to perceive the idea that you'd want to go back and rewatch the series from the beginning, right? Because I feel like when you get and obviously because of the time skip, this is occurring to a degree, but I feel like there's a season missing between when they get to the cellar and when they get to the sea. And if I could redo the series, I would have the moments between fill in the gaps with Gabi and all them.
That's still undermined by the fact that he planned everything out. He started all the conflict and everything. That's what I mean by like it shakes the foundation that's been laid.
No, it seems like he planned everything out, and he did plan a lot. And as I was talking before about the Shonen Jump one, his original idea was very different. And basically, Titans in the original one had the ability to turn into the humans that they ate. And so they could, basically there was no way to kill them easily. And they were more subversive and able to get into the walls. I don't think there even were walls, but the idea was that they were able to infiltrate civilization because when they ate somebody, they could take on their form, right? It was a very different series than what we eventually got. I think ultimately what Isayama did is that he understood the overarching story he wanted to tell. And he had an incredibly good ability to recognize the key points in the story that would need to happen, and found a way to tell the story such that each season feels like dog's going crazy. Nope.
Is this a live leak video now?
Hold on one second, guys. They're almost home. Sorry, my dog is just horrendously racist against other dogs.
Oh, I was about to ask, like, what the fuck is he on about? Oh, it's just...
So, a little background. Apparently, Isayama dragged out, like, seasons 1 through 3 are allegedly the prologue, according to Isayama. The real story starts in season 4.
Mm-hmm.
So seasons 1 through 3 or whatever throughout the manga process were dragged out. That's why they were about to make progress, and then suddenly there's a new Titan. Suddenly there's a new Titan, and it was something like a delay tactic to milk it a bit more. And then season 4 comes out, and I don't know if they pressured him to write it in a different way.
Hold on, I just got home.
When you said that he had planned it all out, did you mean that Aaron had planned it all out, or Isayama had planned it all out?
What, Aaron planned it all out? As in, oh, gross! I'm hearing a distorted version of my voice through his mic. Aaron, Aaron's the one that he planned ahead to have his mother. He planned to have his mother eaten by that Titan or whatever.
So you meant Aaron then?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Where I take issue with this. So, yes, Aaron does have an ability that he eventually uses to orchestrate certain events so that Dinah Fritz eats his mom instead of Bertolt and all that. Yeah, that does exist.
They want to go to the upload page on your mobile.
But here's the thing, that the Colossal Titan would have been eaten had he not directed the Titan to eat his mom.
Right. So, hold on. Can I enter the studio and don't put me in? Okay. Just don't put me in the stream so it can finish uploading. Okay. So here's the thing. Aaron, throughout the series, is met with a bunch. Why am I still hearing myself? Mute, bitch. Go over there. Aaron is met with a feeling of inadequacy throughout many times in the series. Tell me as soon as that's done uploading so I can still hear it. In the sense that, for example, he has a power that he feels like he can't use in season 1. In the moment where Annie, as the female Titan, is chasing them, And Levi's squad literally gaslights him. Don't you trust us, Aaron? Right? And so he says, I trust you. And he lets them engage, and they all get wiped out. Time after time, Aaron has to come to grips with the fact that because he trusted other people, people that he cared about die. Right? And eventually in the story, when he kisses Historia's hand, he learns that not only does he have the power he thinks he has power far beyond that. And that's where he starts to change as a protagonist and starts to go through this dark arc of realizing in order to have things go the way that they need to go.
Your phone's done.
Thank you. For the outcome. I will now close the app. That should kick me out.
So he saw that all these people are getting hurt in the process. Therefore, I should have the Titan kill my mom.
Well, I think that what ends up happening is that, like Grisha and like the others, Aaron, once he sees the outcome of the future, realizes what must be done and then causes it to happen in the way that he had previously experienced it happen without realizing. Similar to how the owl tells Grisha, it was necessary for your sister to be killed for you to hate the Marleyan government as much as you do now, right? Same with Aaron. It was necessary for him to get to the point where he ended up being at the end of the series. It was necessary for his mom to die right in front of him. So circumstances that he can influence, he does in order to ensure that things go the way that they do. And it's a tragic story.
Well, here's the thing. The layer that you gotta remember. If his motive is I want to murder all of the Marleyans, he literally killed his mom so he could have a justification to kill all of the Marleyans.
His goal isn't to kill all the Marleyans. His goal is to keep the remaining people in his life alive and happy, having a long life where they're at peace. He achieves that by taking out...
He could have controlled the Titans to not destroy the walls.
But that doesn't matter. You understand that what's going on in the story is that, first of all, he's not going to meet any of those people and share those moments with them or experience those things that would cause him to have a reason to want them to survive and live long lives if they didn't share the trauma of the walls being broken. Right? I mean, the story would be very different. Very fucking different. If fucking goddamn imagine Dinah Fritz eats Bertolt and becomes the Colossal Titan. And Grisha's like, hey, what's going on? What's my first wife doing here? You know, like that'd be fucking weird.
Then all he would have to do is go touch her and then
But that's the thing is that in that sense, he actually does have to prevent Bertolt from getting eaten by Dinah Fritz. Because if he doesn't, then the person in control of attempting to make a difference in the world will be Grisha, not Aaron. And Grisha's, flawed reasoning and perception of how things should go is different from the way they should go. In the sense that he, like Zeke, has like a pussified, self-sacrificing perception of how the world needs to be treated. Aaron has as he says, the world beyond the wall is my birthright, right? Like the idea is for him that fuck you, it's kill or be killed, right? And that's his character type, and it is from the very beginning of the series, And so I see it personally like they've built Aaron into the person, and he breaks down repeatedly, right? Like he cries in front of Historia when Kenny like slices his head to start the bleeding, which we learn later is so that he can transform, right? Aaron doesn't fucking know how. He doesn't know how to just transform without biting himself, right? He doesn't realize that he has that ability yet in that moment. But he breaks down.
I think he understands the ability.
to be able to transform by just simply being bleeding somewhere?
Yeah.
I don't think he does in that moment.
Why wouldn't he not understand that?
Because he fucking bites his hand in order to transform after he's freed. When he still has the blood.
I don't know. Because
he uses biting himself until season 4 when he cuts himself and he's in the room and he's talking to Armin and Mikasa and his hands are on the table and he's bleeding onto the table. And when he talks to Reiner and he's cut his hand and he's like,
I understand
at any second I can change. He doesn't do that at all until season 4.
He doesn't really have a need to, and he doesn't have a knife. He saw Annie transform with the finger blade.
The finger,
but just
the ring blade.
That you're fully missing the point of what I'm saying. Annie does exactly the same thing that Eren does, but she uses the ring instead of biting her hand. She self-inflicts a wound in order to like harm herself to pull out the Titan. What I'm saying is that Kenny seemed to understand something that in the moment Eren didn't, which is why he cuts him across the forehead and lets him start to bleed, because the open wound causing blood to be drawn is the thing that's actually the catalyst for them to transform.
Clearly.
Yeah. I don't know why
think that Eren doesn't believe that, though.
I'm saying Eren didn't seem to know that in the moment.
I don't think that
his reaction seemed to like he seemed to understand in that moment. Like his reaction was pretty like horrified. Like, oh my gosh.
Well, because Historia asks, "Why aren't you transforming?" Right, and he's crying and saying basically like, just go ahead and eat me. What you're telling me right now is that nobody had to die. None of my friends had to die. None of my family had to die. Nobody, Hannes, my mom, nobody had to die.
Are we on a time limit, by the way? Are we like 2 minutes left?
No, we're good.
Oh, okay.
He in that moment, he's like trying to process the fact that his dad is the reason this whole thing, from his point of view at that point, is the reason the whole thing happened.
Wait, hold on. You're talking about you're talking about that season 3 when
Crystal Church
Rice stuff.
Yeah. I made an offhanded comment about how Kenny seems to know more about the transformation ability
no. Well,
than Eren does, and it has blown up into this other thing now.
I'm just double checking we're on in this part.
Yeah.
You'd think he would have gotten like his full extent of his memories there. Even if it wasn't from fisting his stepmom previous season versus the very end of season 3 when he kissed his hand.
So I think the ability that the Founding Titan has to erase the memories of people, I think Eren was using that ability on himself in the past.
No.
Why not?
If he had the ability to use it on himself, he would have used it on Historia. He said specifically that he
couldn't use it on Historia.
Exactly. And thus he couldn't have used it on himself.
Why not?
How is he going to use it on himself but not Historia? Explain the difference.
With Zeke in the future.
And explain how he couldn't do it with Historia.
Royal,
he wouldn't need to. He's already done it to give himself the lack of memory.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that future Eren,
yes,
withheld information from past Eren to ensure that Eren grew into the person he would need to be for future Eren's plans to come to
future
fruition.
Eren might have withheld memories through the Attack Titan. He didn't erase memories from his past self.
I think he did actually at the very start when he wasn't a Titan yet.
What I'm trying to say,
is he can't erase memories from the past.
Okay, calm down. I'm saying I'm using the understanding of the ability in the sense that it was used to erase the memory of the people in Paradis when the founding king or whatever in Parody, Carl Fritz, used it in order to control.
Carl Fritz erased the current present day memories of everyone in Parody.
Yes. So I'm trying to say that
Founder
a similar
Aaron
ability
can do
to
the same
manipulate.
thing.
Yes, that a
But
similar
he can't
ability,
do it for the past. He can only do it for the present. As soon as he touches Zeke in the present, he can erase people's memories. He can't go back in time and erase people's memories.
I have a question. Why was he able to see a flash from the future before he was a Titan and not remember everything else?
I think
If he couldn't
personally,
memorize
I think
life?
the show has given us ample evidence that if in your lifetime you're going to get the power of one of the shifting titans, that you already have a connection to it via the paths. Because in the moment that like everything is being predetermined according to fate, Ymir is crafting your titan form before you even get it. So in the sort of like look at it from the Japanese sort of superstition of sneezing when somebody's talking about you elsewhere, right? That similar to that, when Ymir is building your Titan form, you're getting glimpses of the future in these like bursts, hallucinations. Aaron experiences that when he wakes up and says, "When did your hair get so long?" In that moment in the anime, they actually show sequences in a blink and you miss it, frame by frame sort of way, where you see Levi Squad dead, and you see other things like his mom die, I think, in those brief little like seriously like one frame and it's gone kind of ways that they're showing the future of season 1 because that's what had been animated at that point, of what's coming, right before he's ever been given the Titan abilities, right?
I don't know about that. I feel like it was an oversight that they forgot that he wasn't a Titan at that point, or the power's just ridiculously overpowered and can transcend if you're even connected to the Titan network.
Well, but we see that with every
to the Titan network.
Yeah, we see that with everybody who becomes a Titan to some degree. If we see them become a Titan, and again, this is why I think that it makes sense for Armin to become attached to Annie because of getting the Colossal Titan.
He's not an attack Titan, though.
Doesn't matter. Are you not listening to me?
Well, no.
We see
Random
Falco,
11
who is not the attack Titan. Falco becomes the Jaw Titan. We see him have memory in a dazed, confused state, memory of flying with the ODM gear with blades in his hands. Because once he becomes the Jaw Titan, he inherits the memories of Ymir.
But he had that memory before. I don't even know about the blades. I'm going to go look up that scene, but
I do remember him saying
that was
and
before
it was
he
weird.
transformed.
Yes. And before Aaron transformed, he also has memories of the future. Things that happen in season 1 in the blink of an eye get shown in the very beginning of the series.
Here's the thing that I'm realizing in a way is because I've watched some of Snob's videos and holy crap, they're hilarious about Attack on Titan, and he talks about how he's able to brainwash everyone, and he brainwashed everyone, and I realized because they're all connected with the past because of the friggin' Eldian blood, I guess, yeah, he could literally brainwash literally everyone, send memories to literally everyone, and all that stuff. So that's actually kind of clicking a bit more than I realized now.
Well, except for the Ackermans.
For some reason, the recording is saying everybody's complete.
What'd you say?
That's an interesting.
The recording's
except for
complete
Randy.
for everyone.
Randy's still uploading.
Yeah. So I don't know if
Well-
we're still actually recording now after 10 hours.
I don't know. Let's see if we're still on. It says we're still live on YouTube.
Just actually, you.
How
You
much
left.
how much space did we have?
We have like another 9 hours worth, but we're not going to go that long. We're going to wrap up soon. And again, the whole point of reserving the right to continue to talk. Goodbye. Next podcast is for this reason. Okay, so you were saying about Snob. He was talking about something
That he has the ability to brainwash everyone because of his freaking overpowered Titan powers.
Mhm.
And now that you're reminding me that everyone's connected to the past, even the non-Titans, the Eldians, I guess he could brainwash everyone, and he could literally do what they did in Parody to like brainwash everyone into like, yeah, we're the only humans left.
He absolutely could.
And that's what that's what Snob was bringing up, and it was just clicking more for me now that are like you mentioned.
So he can do that, but he can only do that when he's in contact with Zeke or Historia.
Well, no, he does it. Well, yeah, but he does that in the future and influences it back through.
He
time.
can't influence the past, the memories. That is not a thing.
He can only send memories back to Grisha, who had the Attack Titan ability.
How did he influence the Titan to eat his mom?
That's what. Well, because that was also a royal noble family or whatever.
What is it because of that? I thought he would just able to do it. I don't remember the stipulation of he was able to control.
It seems like a major ass pull, that line in the show.
I also don't understand how that happened, but like when he
says that to Armin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was such a crucial part in the show.
Yeah, when he's talking to Historia and he's telling her the plan, and she's saying, "No, I don't want to do that plan. There's got to be a better way." And he's like, "There's no better way. I'm gonna fucking do this." And she's like, "Well, I can't go on living knowing that I could have stopped you before you've done it." And he said, "Don't worry. As soon as I get the Founding Titan, I'm gonna erase your memory of this. So you just have to hold out until then."
Oh
and
God.
So if he had the ability to go back in time and erase people's memories in the past, then he would have erased her memory right after that conversation.
Yeah, but he is probably lying to her because he shouldn't have the ability to do that if she's of royal blood.
He did it ahead of. He did it in the future.
It doesn't matter. She's immune.
She's not immune.
Well, according to Aaron, he's able to do
only the nobles are immune. No one said the people of the we know she's not immune because
True.
The founder
right?
Yeah, the girl erased her memories. Frida. Yeah, Frida used to erase her memories all the time.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm looking for this scene with.
Also, I wanted to bring up that Aaron's dad gets the Founder's Titan, and then he goes and kills the rest of the race family, which they're all royal blood. So touching every one of them, he should have been able to unlock the paths. Not necessarily the Founding Titan because they're not Titans, but he would have been able to at least get the memory paths ability, like Aaron touching the Historia's hand.
Something else I kind of forgot. I didn't want to make the conclusion way too
I don't
long.
know. Think about it though. I think there might be a cognitive, like, you have to be like cognitively making the intentional leap to the paths.
I don't think Aaron was making a cognitive leap to the paths when he touched.
No, but I just mean like when you touch somebody, like if you accidentally brush up against them like instantaneously versus making the intention of taking their hand, and there's like a connection being formed between the two. If he's
What's a better connection than ripping you apart?
Well, if he's crushing them, right? It's like, well, maybe in that split second, just like if you brushed across somebody, you'd have contact. But then they're all dead, right? And then that connection is severed. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think it necessarily I don't think it would necessarily invalidate it in that way. Or whatever. I'm at the part where he's talking to Armin.
So one of the things I forgot
Cool
about
2T says random is correct. Another plot hole involving the royal family. I like the Cool 2T. Just quickly, also Danny Oosthuizen.
Yeah,
it's Danny.
Yeah, it's Danny from South Africa.
Aiming for
12 hours today? No, we're gonna end it soon.
He's coming to
We're gonna
America.
We're gonna save that for the Attack on Titan Junior High Watch Club.
Are you moving to America, or are you just like vacationing?
He's reenacting the Eddie Murphy movie.
Oh.
Yeah, haha. The Cool 2T makes a good point. Aaron was decapitated and it's still connected. So
yeah, but
I think crushing them would count.
I don't know. Crushing somebody and like squeezing their brain into like, cause like for example, they did tests.
Like he must have picked one up and like ripped him apart.
I don't know. Isn't there a story about the inventor of the guillotine that he eventually was sentenced to death by guillotine? And so he performed a test because the purpose of
I don't think it was him. I think you're thinking of two separate things.
The purpose of making the guillotine was to create an instantaneous way to kill somebody with it being, you wouldn't even feel it effectively, right? And he had feared that you actually would be alive afterwards. And
I think it was a different person.
The inventor of the guillotine did not die of the guillotine.
Okay, well, whatever. The story goes that somebody told them, catch my head as it falls, and I am going to blink as many times as I can. And that will indicate to you how long I remain alive without my head. Right?
That's brutal.
I remember this story. I just walked in.
Yeah, and so this Aaron's head getting blown off, I think, is a little different than a person being crushed and their brains being smushed.
Yeah.
But they had to touch him to get the smushing happening.
Yeah,
in the same way that there's like however many.
If you know
the
paths is a thing that exists, and that there's a connection, and there's the royal.
Aaron didn't know about the paths when he touched the story's hand.
Yeah, I don't think did he go to the paths in that moment, or did he?
That's when he learned about everything about the future. The second he touched her hand.
I don't know.
And he said since then.
I am still looking for this bear toll thing. I skipped over it because it skips in 10-second increments.
What are you looking for?
The thing where he lets Bear Toll live so that Dinah Fritz will eat his mom instead.
Oh, okay.
It's in the part where they're like with the LCL fluid, right?
A chicken survived with his head cut off for a while.
Yep.
A lot of things can survive with their head cut off.
Honestly, sadly. We haven't covered it yet, but we've got those Reddit users who are missing most of their brain. You could survive. Turns out the brain's not that important. What was this?
So this is this is his master plan. No idea what he's doing, starts the rumbling, then chickens out. I don't want Mikasa to find love with another man, cries like a pussy, leaves his loved ones with the rest of the world, hating him, hating them even more, but no Titans this time.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Randy.
Imagine that the big threat in life. Let's make sure our recording is showing. Upload incomplete. God damn it, Randy, get back here. Imagine that the big thing in life that is keeping nations from warring with each other is the existence of nukes. Right? And again, I think that the colossal titans represent mutually assured destruction. It is the concept that is disadvantageous in real life to fire the first nuke because it will result in your entire arsenal getting wiped out or expended.
Use your Titan powers to claim all of their nukes to bring your nukes back home, and then you have all the nukes.
How?
Your founding Titan powers?
No, you're fucking missing the goddamn point. Okay? What I'm saying is that imagine, not literally in the story, but imagine the concept of mutually assured destruction. What Aaron effectively does with the rumbling is he leaves Paradis as the superpower that is left with still have an existing economy and still having, infrastructure and whatnot. He leaves Paradis as the only place where civilization can continue to thrive. Yes, some people didn't die in the rumbling, but they're effectively put back into the Stone Age. He makes Paradis the only place that can continue forward at the level it was already at.
I would have
Everybody
expected
else is sent
mutually
back to the Stone Age.
assured destruction to destroy Paradis in your metaphor.
No, I'm saying that the colossal titans represent mutually assured destruction is the wrong term. Nuclear holocaust would be a better term.
Okay, Fallout.
Okay, yeah. But the difference being is that because of how it's directed, there is some collateral damage in Paradis as they're trying to walk to the shores of the other nations and whatnot. But at the end of it all, they're not left being hated by everybody else. I mean, they probably are to some degree, but everybody else can't fucking do shit. Nothing else can be done to them.
And then Paradis are so highly advanced that they are now the oppressors, and then people do
effectively. Yes, that's the point of the story.
Yeah, it's shit.
Aaron flips the table that the game is being played on to the point where now the pieces are inverted.
Yeah,
that's the fucking point.
Yeah, there is no point. It's like,
all right, we get it.
For that.
Footnum doesn't really like it.
Yeah.
AC likes it.
So
I enjoyed it. I thought overall the ending was a little weak compared to the rest of the series, but overall,
I think that the best part of season 4 is when they go to the paths and they reveal all the shit that they do there. And Aaron basically tells his brother, "I know you have this grand master plan, but sit back and watch because I'm about to hijack this plane." Right?
Yes,
that was fucking.
Agree.
Or like Grisha telling Zeke, "You can't do anything."
Yeah. So I honestly, I think that is where the show's highlight is in season 4, hands down. Right now, as far as the actual ending, and there's a lot of things that go into the ending because personally, I liked the ending a lot. Right, I really enjoyed what they ended up doing with it because for me,
which
personally,
one?
What do you mean?
Which ending?
Well, elaborate. What is your?
But there's the manga ending, or there's the anime ending, or
no. There's the manga ending. There's the anime ending. There's the extended manga ending, apparently, and then allegedly there's an extension to the extension.
Okay.
So
I'm talking about the movie, but when I talk about the ending, and this is the thing, is that there's the ending, there's the actual ending to the story, and then there's the perception as the audience member of seeing the end of the series, right? Not specifically the plot end of the series, but the wrap up of everything, the culmination of everything happening in the ending. And if you look at it from that perspective, I was thoroughly satisfied because season 4 gave me absolutely everything I wanted. They brought back Annie, and Reiner gets they get a chance to fight together. Right, which is something that because again in season 1, again Reiner, when you see him get crushed in Annie's hand, I was devastated first time I watched that, and then he busts out and you're like, this guy's a fucking badass, right? And obviously in that moment it's misdirection, but even still it doesn't change the fact that you feel an attachment to this character. He is deliberately designed in order to be like the big brother of the group, the person you would want on your team. If you were put in a situation where you had to go to battle, you'd want him to be in your platoon, right? So I got to see that character redeemed, come back and enter the fray with the heroes, right? That was fucking 10 out of 10 on that, right? Then bringing back Annie too, that was something I didn't even realize I wanted until it was happening. I'm like, fuck, I'm here for this, On top of that, because of the Warhammer Titan, they show you the previous renditions of all the previous shifting Titans. That shit I wasn't even expecting. That was fucking amazing.
90% of them are Beast Titans, apparently, and then there's one Colossal Titan that he decided to bring back. I was like, "Where's all the Colossal Titans?"
All the Colossal Titans are the ones in the rumbling, bro.
That's what I was saying. I was like, "Don't tell me they're gonna be like." Oh yeah.
I read a thing that said that Isayama said once the rumbling is ended, Yes, the colossal titans trampling everybody turn back into humans, but they are subsequently killed by all the people they were stomping on.
Oh boy.
What the fuck happened? What did I do?
Imagine. Fuck, man. Wait a minute. What's the history of parody? Lengthwise in years? Is it 100 years? Or has it just been 100 years since they've seen a Titan?
Where'd Randy go when we need him?
I thought it was like 100 years in exile.
Yeah, so that means that Ymir, having been a Titan for 60 years, had actually... I mean, she was, God, that makes so much more sense. Fuck, that makes a lot more sense why they picked her as their object of deification and whatnot, because she was actually remarkably close to the original exiling and all that. Mm-hmm. Right? So they're looking for, their Ymir founder and stuff, and they choose somebody, right, pretty close on, because it's only been like 40 years since the subjugation and all that occurred. God, that makes a lot of sense. That's fucking great.
40 years since what?
So I was thinking about the fact that Paradis' history is about 100 years, right?
Yeah.
And because Ymir was a Titan for 60 years, it means that, like, it makes sense why the cult picked her and whatnot, because they were only like 40 years into the subjugation and the exile, right? And so they were looking for some direction. And I mean, if you read the Bible, Moses Moses disappears for like 2 minutes, and they're like, time to worship Baal again. Like,
yeah, she hold up. She was worshipped in Marley. She wasn't.
The cult was in Marley.
Yes.
So what do they give a shit about the 40 years?
No, I'm just saying that it actually is kind of interesting, because you realize that it's only been 40 years since they were, since the Paradis project started. And that's where the subjugation occurs, right? Is that they give up, Carl Fritz gives up and takes a section of
people. I guess Marley would have subjugated the Eldians in Marley.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes a little bit of sense. It doesn't just randomly a bunch of people get together and form a cult. It's like the people enduring that mass formation psychosis of the subjugation that they're enduring as subjects of Marley as Eldians, right? And so it makes
because
more.
They lost their king.
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense that they try to fill that void with Ymir. That random girl they found that they decide to name Ymir, right? Anyway, kind of an interesting thing. So hold on. Yeah, but see, again, the difference here about the paths is the intention to enter them, right? If all it takes is the royal family to not... You don't know that.
What intention did Aaron have when he went to go kiss the hand of Historia?
Dear fucking God. You guys cannot, think abstractly outside of this. Intention...
I think you're just making shit up.
Intention could literally be making the connection of putting out my hand to reach for it and grab somebody, and that we are both simultaneously agreeing to shake hands. That could be the catalyst that brings you to the paths when it turns out one of you's got the founding titan and the other one happens to have royal blood. So when you touch Historia and she puts out her hand for you to kiss it and you take her hand, that to me makes sense that would be a connection for which the conduit is not broken. But if you're fucking smashing a kid on the ground and grinding them into dust like a bug, that's a little different.
What intention did Aaron have when he was decapitated?
Here's the
connection thing. He was literally reaching for Zeke in the moment when it happens.
He was decapitated.
The intention is still there.
How can a dead person have intention?
He's not fucking dead! We just went through the goddamn guillotine thing. Do I have to explain it again?
Hold up. So the cool 2T, this time doesn't pass when the
we've passed the record.
Yes.
Was it? It's split second. So therefore, if they're crushed, there is the split second while they're still alive before they're dead crushed.
Okay, let me explain it again, please. Put your thinking caps on. God damn it.
He's saying that you have to intentionally touch someone.
No, it's not. It's intention. Like
That's what I just said. I used that word.
You said they intentionally touch someone. It is not the same thing. I can intentionally touch you, but it's a different thing for an intention when your intention is for a connection. When you are reaching for somebody and they are putting out their hand for you to receive it. That is a different thing than intentionally just randomly touching some ass person.
Like the intention of picking up a spoon.
Crushing them. Yes.
Okay. Speaking of that,
consensual?
Did the show ever make it clear that the Ackerman's ability is the Titan ability that the shifters have, but not in a shifter?
In the manga, they describe the Ackermans as being able to tap into the power of the Titans without transforming into them. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think the show ever says that.
Yeah, when I rewatched it, that was not clear, but I remember reading that somewhere.
So I have to say, the thing, and this really, honestly, is an afterthought in the manga. Like, it doesn't happen at all. And then they basically, like, retroactively decide to pay lip service to it. When they're fighting female Titan, and Mikasa gets in Levi's way and his leg, like, twists and stuff, that shit went fucking nowhere. That did not need to happen at all.
It kept him out of the battle for the female Titan at the end of the season.
I guess
that's what that twist was.
Is that what that was for?
Yeah.
They were literally leaving it.
They keep talking about it past that part, and we see him do other things. You know?
Yeah.
It just feels like it eventually just evaporates.
Yeah, at the start of season 3, they're like, "Oh yeah, you're still healing from your ankle, huh?" And you couldn't tell because he does exactly what he does. He treats the maneuver gear like he's not missing fingers and severely injured at the end of the finale.
I gotta say, I really like the setup they did, and how it comes to fruition with each individual character of their motivations in the series getting wrapped up in the finale, where the stuff about Levi feeling haunted over the fact that he eventually let Erwin convince him not to give him the Titan injection, right? And that the last thing he spoke to Erwin and convinced Erwin to go to his death, leading the charge in order for him to be able to get to the Beast Titan and take him out. And he feels conflicted over the fact that the one thing that he has never been able to accomplish is taking out Zeke, right? And that all comes to fruition as all of these points are coming together in that moment on the top of the Doomsday Titan, and he finally accomplishes that, right? Like that shit, like every story beat in the finale felt like it wrapped up the story arc of the characters in a very satisfying way. Connie got his mom back to normal. Reiner got his mom to see him and value him over the Marleyan that he was fighting for all the time for her to be able to live with, you know.
Did I blink and miss Connie's mom scene? Because I assumed his mom would come back because they never killed her or transformed her, but I don't remember the actual shot.
So when Aaron and Armin are talking at the LCL fluid stuff, and you establish that he's spoken to them, right? And that their memories come back the moment he dies. Reiner says he spoke to me too. And then Connie says he told me that my mom is going to turn back into a human or something.
Okay.
Right. So all the lingering things that were left, Jean gets together with Mikasa, right? Just all of the things that were lingering in the story, I felt and again, this is me trying to explain the ending. I had to go off on some wild goddamn goose chases because you motherfuckers don't understand the difference between intentionally doing something and having intention behind your action, motherfuckers, right? Or guillotine's not actually killing you immediately and being able to survive without your head, god damn it. As far as the ending goes, I really enjoyed the payoff of all the character stories getting tied together and wrapped up, and them continuing in the series and projecting into the future together, right? And that gives you what Aaron wanted above all else, for his friends to have long lives free from the threat of the outside invaders and whatnot. Okay. Personally, I understand that it's a hard pill to swallow. People don't like the fact that he became a genocidal maniac. But as far as I'm concerned, if I grew up on a fucking island and only people I knew were the people in my immediate tribe, and then people showed up to try to take them away, I would massacre the whole fucking world if I had God powers in that moment too. I think it's completely justified.
To be fair, I don't think Aaron knew he was on an island.
Doesn't matter. The only home he knew. The home inside these walls is all he knows. He might as well be on the moon.
Your face is like...
The respect I have and my perception of everybody's IQ has dropped so far. The only one who hasn't sullied it is Reese and Greenline. And that's because they've been quiet.
What do you mean? He doesn't know he's on an island.
Doesn't fucking
but
matter.
Maybe... Perhaps that isn't the part of the explanation I just gave
excuse
that
me.
you should get hung up on.
I'm gonna get hung up on anything I fucking feel like. All right.
Fuck! I was gonna do something. I just forgot what it was. Damn it.
I think we should end it.
We're gonna end it real soon. We're gonna address the rest of the chats. A chicken's right.
I doubt we get this last half hour.
Did the full rumbling? I don't think it matters.
I think that would at least be better.
No, but what?
Like, see it through.
Think about it. What is the difference in outcome? How does it make a difference?
There are no more people outside of Parody to fight with.
And how are they going to fight him? How are they going to fight the people on Parody?
How are they going to get there?
How were they going to do it?
They have a boat.
I don't know. I don't know. The credits might have showed that
how are they going to build a boat?
They literally have a boat, you dumbass. They sent Armin and Mikasa and John and all that shit back to Parody at the end.
And what are they going to bring with them when they arrive in Parody that the people on Parody won't be equipped to retaliate? He has effectively crippled them.
Sure.
And that boat that they're on may have been sent from Parody.
No, it was to Parody.
Yeah, it may have been sent from Parody to pick them up and bring them back to Parody.
What boat did Parody have? They didn't have any fucking boats.
They didn't need to have one at that point. I'm saying that they could build one. I'm
saying
that
were they couldn't even repair a patch in the fucking wall. They're not building a boat.
I think they easily could. With the Marlians that they brought over that were...
they didn't need to fill the patch because they already wiped out all the Titans.
Yeah.
No, you dumbass.
What?
He's talking about the one that they put the blankets over. Like it fucking matters. Bigger
military
problems
power did they use at the
that
end
was before they had all access to world.
So there's a concept. I think Milton Friedman is the.
It's not just the one where they put the blanket over it. It's the one that Bertolt punched a hole into the wall, and they literally said we don't have the engineering power to even fill this hole, and they needed
the reason they don't have the engineering power to fill the hole is that they can't do it while being eaten by Titans.
No, they literally don't have the engineering power. They don't have excavators. They don't have that technology.
But yeah, simply because they don't have vehicles. But once the Marlians come, they do have engineers and whatnot on the island.
And they've had like 4 years.
Did they bring engineers?
Yes.
That's how they got.
That's where the technology came from for the new ODM gear.
Right, they did make the. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. They made the trains.
God damn. Yeah, bitch. They had trains. Yeah. Although I will say that that's quite the ass pull, to use Footnote's term, that all of the family of Peak and Reiner and all of them are on the train when they end up at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was convenient. Anyway, all right, so let's continue with the chats here. So explain to me, though. Think about it this way. If I were to do nothing else but detonate an EMP over a country and EMP block out their power grid, and then exactly 80% died of radiation poisoning, the remaining 20% is never going to come get me. It's not going to happen.
Who got Paradise in the end credits though? Who nuked them?
Some future.
So never say
conflict.
never.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
We're talking 2000.
Are you telling me that Armin and Mikasa and all them are fucking alive when the aliens attacked Paradis at the end?
No, they're dead.
No, they died because Mikasa was in the grave.
2,000 years later.
Yeah. You guys are retarded.
They went back to the.
I don't think it fucking matters if Aaron were to do the full round. So Milton Friedman has this thought experiment he calls the magnificent pencil. And the idea is, you guys have probably heard the story about the guy who decided to make a sandwich from scratch. And so he raised chickens. He grew his own wheat and like mashed it and turned. It took him like a year to make a fucking sandwich from scratch. Right? Because
once you got the infrastructure up, it's pretty easy, but getting that infrastructure initially, maybe.
So who the fuck is going to come get them?
After a year?
No. It's one thing to survive when all of a sudden you got to feed all these people. Yeah, it took him a year to make a sandwich, but in that year, he was eating other food that he was able to go procure from the store. Imagine you don't have the store because it got rumbled on. Okay, these people
Historian even says
the livestock is gone. Everything is gone.
She has to now prepare to fight. At the end.
And you see them at the end where they have adapted a new coat of arms that features the guns, right?
So clearly they're going to fight someone.
No,
right?
I think that the show specifically said the perception was that they needed to remain ready to fight, and they thought there would be a threat, but a threat never came in their lifetime.
I don't think it said the last sentence there, but okay.
I'm pretty sure they imply that.
I just remember this most stupid thing. How like when Bird Boy transformed, he destroyed the ship, and it's like now they're on a lifeboat. Why don't you have him on the lifeboat? Save your ship. Like,
no, send him out to sea.
They were like, nothing will sink the Titanic. Oh God! You know, like,
well, they volunteered it, and they didn't realize that the Titan would destroy it or something.
Maybe he couldn't swim.
Okay. Cool says 80% kind of left things the same. If Thanos snapped and only 20% of the population survived, only 1% of that remaining population would survive beyond that. Okay.
And they have a taste for human flesh.
Yeah. They have no infrastructure. They've damaged everything. Maybe a couple people survived. Those people are going to get on that military submarine and go like, golly, Margaret, I don't even know what button closes the hatch. You know, like, yeah, it's just not going to happen. They're going to be so fixated on surviving and ensuring that their families don't die for the next remainder of their life. They're not going to sit there and be like, I'm going to read this manual and figure out how to launch nukes from my sub, which I don't have, right? That's not going to happen. Post-printing press, there would be no Dark Age. Is that why Ymir could read and Reiner couldn't? No, it's not that. I don't think it's that Reiner couldn't read.
Could read.
It was a different language.
Yeah, it's a different language. I think Reiner could read it, right?
One video talked about why is there a completely different language if only 100 years separate them.
Yeah, well, so
oh wait, no. It was Marlian language versus.
Why do the Germans speak German and Jews have Hebrew?
Yeah.
And you're assuming Reiner couldn't read it. He said he couldn't read it.
He was asking how Emir.
No, Reese. He says, "How can you read this?" And he says, like, he implies that he can't read it in that scene. But
he doesn't outright say, "I can't read this," or have an internal monologue that says, "What the fuck? I have no idea what this says."
He doesn't have an internal monologue.
Like, you can read this.
He's the scout Reiner.
No, I think he legitimately says that he can't read it. But regardless,
yeah,
the point is,
to Emir, who he believes is a scout, because he's also a scout.
Yeah, the point though, it doesn't matter one way or the other.
Hold on,
he was able to.
Hold on, shut up, Reese. You don't have to rely on the fact that he was being his like schizo friend, like half self person, whatever the fuck he was. He doesn't want to tell anyone he's from Marley. Yeah. So he's not going to say, "I can read this like you. That's weird. We must be both from Marley." He's going to say, "Oh, I can't read this because Reiner from Parody shouldn't be able to read this, and he doesn't want to out himself. So he says, 'Oh, I can't read this, but you can. That's weird, other person.'"
It would be interesting.
That's what I'm saying.
To rewatch season 2 and see the part where they determined that they should go to Utgard Castle and just see the subtle behavior of Reiner, and see if there's any like indication, that he knew that was where Zeke was storing supplies from Marley and stuff. Right?
I don't think. I didn't notice anything, but I also don't think that it would make sense that he knew Zeke was there. Just like he wouldn't have had any outward communication with anyone to be able to tip off that Zeke had come to the island.
I wonder where Utgard Castle came from. Like it probably predated the walls.
That's what I thought, and that's what
it's honestly kind of crazy if you really think about it. Like, it has to be more than 100 years, I imagine, for the amount of buildings that are inside of the walls to exist.
Sorry, my internet cut out. What'd you say?
It feels like it has to be more than 100 years that they were there for the amount of buildings inside the walls to exist.
I mean, maybe they only brought over skilled laborers and then brainwashed them after they built the initial buildings.
The fact that the cities are strategically placed the way they are with the ring, I think that at least the wall cities had to have been built within the 100 years. The other cities in the side the circle, you could maybe argue were older cities, but
I just wonder like how they, because they would have had to clear the land, they would have had to clear the. I mean, if you think about it from Grisha's interpretation, that like the Titans built the roads and whatnot, that maybe they had some help before the brainwashing, right? That they were able to establish, the important buildings and kind of get the infrastructure started. And then maybe there was, 10 years before the memory wipe where they were building the majority of everything.
Yeah, possible. The other thing I was going to say is, yes, the castle. So I think I mentioned this and maybe it went over your head at the time, but the castle, I had initially thought that
Utgard Castle?
Food, the food was potentially like old food from 100 years ago, from before the walls went up. But I think after rewatching it and everything, I think what makes more sense is that food was rations from Zeke's and the Cart Titans party that came in. and also the soldiers that ended up turning into Titans during the Shiganshina attack, right?
The soldiers that turned into Titans, meaning
You know how-
meaning
you
Reiner,
know-
Bertolt, Marcel, and Annie.
No, I mean the soldiers. So
you know how at the end he's the Beast Titan and he's destroying.
Oh, the ones that are around him in the ring, and the ones
Yeah.
that are
those
Okay.
are
And
his soldiers.
those are the ones that he screamed to.
Because you don't see the soldiers after that point.
Yeah, they also helped gas Connie's hometown.
That
They
was
never
a lie.
really-
That was a lie. I think.
Yeah, see, I wasn't sure about
What
that.
was a lie?
I wasn't sure about that. I thought that was a lie too.
What
but
was? How can you think
that
that
they
was a
used
lie?
gas to do
When they showed him gassing the village, and he explains that they froze up.
Mhm.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
lie
part
was
about
just that they
was the
freeze
lie
up.
was that they froze up.
Yeah.
They
Like, that was
gassed
the
the
red herring.
place.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
Yeah. Germans are really good at gassing.
Good God! If they didn't, how the hell did they turn into Titans? Like,
Hey everybody, look at all this wine I've brought.
When we were talking about it.
Hey kitty, drink some of this wine.
No, when we were going through the season 2 discussion, I joked about he poisoned the well.
Oh, that's not a bad idea actually. Just get a little bit in the well, because it seems like
they showed
all it
another
took was a
scene
fucking
when
drop in Falco.
Yeah, they showed another scene where they gassed where Zeke's talking about it, and they're gassing other people in like a Marley attack on another city.
Mm-hmm.
So like the gas thing was a thing that they did. It wasn't just a lie. The
They also
lie
did
was
that,
That's a
Frozen
lot
up.
of
Do you
spinal
think?
fluid.
Yeah, I was gonna-
That's what I said to Random 11. I'm like, Jesus Christ, they had to like have daily extractions from him to get that much.
See, I don't know if the spinal fluid is literally just him jerking off in the wine bottles, though. You think if he busts in a woman, she becomes a Titan?
I'll be real. I feel like he'd get more spinal fluid than dick fluid. What? You don't think they'd be able to
No.
extract it with a needle quicker?
No, because the refractory period of the balls, they're able to build like certain ounces in a matter of seconds, right? Like that shit is made to produce that shit. But then again, the spinal fluid thing, he might just be hooked up to a tap, and he's like, "Yep, healing ability, replenishing."
He's
and it's
literally a
just like,
maple
of that.
tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, Zeke. They do those medical taps, and like they like a fucking water cooler to get the spinal fluid out. All right. It is not psychosis if Eldians can become Titans and crush you. I don't know what this is in reference to.
I'm getting
Grisha.
tired.
Yeah, we're almost done.
Wait.
Grisha would much rather carry out his plans than turning Aaron into a Titan. Aaron or AC still hasn't explained why he didn't
thinks he's
enter the
Aaron.
paths when touching the smiling Titan and using coordinate.
His stepmom.
Does it work if the Titan is a pure Titan? Are you gonna go to the paths with Dinah Fritz?
Maybe it had to be consensual both ways.
That's what I asked. I'm like, do you mean
Intention again,
consensual?
and Aaron also was still recovering from having his limbs cut off and unable to turn into a Titan. Maybe he's also not able to access the paths.
I don't know about that.
Well,
Grisha
then how
could
did
have
he
used-
do it when he was decapitated?
Good point. I mean, he definitely had more. He definitely had more resolve and better training by then. But a free country. Hold on, did I skip this? Grisha could have used the royals to restore the memories of Paradis, a part of his plan, without entering the paths.
The Royals,
honestly, well, yeah,
the Royals are all dead. What do you
no,
mean?
he's saying Grisha when he
before he
was
kills them.
when he was fighting the Royals could have used the founding.
No,
Titans
because they're not
ability.
Titans. He killed the only Titan there.
Yeah.
Everyone else wasn't a Titan. He would have had to know that there were other syringes and then turn one of them.
Maybe he's
Right,
talking
because that
about
was the whole point. Yeah, that was the whole point about why.
Maybe he's just talking about diplomacy, like talking to them.
He's right though, because that's the whole point as to why Aaron doesn't want to let the military police know about the ability, because in order to use it, Historia must become a Titan.
Now he could have entered the paths by touching them, but he couldn't have done the.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I have to rewatch season 3.
Or, well, okay, I'll rephrase. I still think that he could have got memories. However you get the memories, I assume that's going through the paths, but whatever. However, the memory thing happened with Aaron, and when he touched.
Seems to me like
Historia,
the intention was, I don't want these memories. after what happened with Aaron, he's like, crush, smear, gone. Kick, you dead. Let's get on with this. I don't want to know anymore. I just want to die peacefully.
he definitely could not have gotten the founding Titan ability with the royal kids that were
I
there.
still think there's a possibility that the thing that happens when Grisha's there is all for show for Zeke, and that Aaron is giving him the memory in that moment, and it's different from what actually happened. Because Grisha crying and telling Aaron, I'm sorry, there's no time. Let their memories guide you, or whatever, It's like, that's not the way he would act if he's like, you son of a bitch, you're going to kill everybody. I'm still going to do it.
Also, the explanation of why he wouldn't have gone into the paths with Dinah, my only guess is that it's because she was not rational. But I guess that would mean that.
How do you use the coordinate power then if you can't access the paths? Actually, didn't he access the paths?
He had intention in that part.
I'm pretty sure he did access the paths.
Wait, what was the point of him getting the founder?
The founder ability has
the founder, or was it the founder ability the way to get to the paths?
No, the founder.
Well, he was taking the founder in order to prevent the rumbling, right, or whatever, prevent the.
The founder ability gives you control over every. Every Eldian, so that gives you the ability.
So the founder
drop
gets
the
you
walls.
to the paths.
Yeah.
No, the paths are separate from the founder. Like, well, in terms of power wise, like the founder ability is to control Ymir, right? But you can go to the path just like how everyone else went to the paths once Aaron got the founder power.
They were stoned to the paths.
Yeah, but like they can enter the paths without the founder power.
So something that that anime does is like, especially like when they're showing like judo or whatever, like in Japanese martial arts, is the that intention in Japanese is so strong that like the will is enough to break the spirit of the opponent before you even face them, right? That kind of thing.
Okay, yeah. The reason, because one, Dinah was minor.
Are you looking at Google AI answers? I don't want to hear Google AI answers.
Because
also,
Dinah was mindless and Aaron didn't know.
Hold on.
Because he didn't go to the path because Aaron didn't.
Aaron doesn't need to know shit about the paths. He touched Historia, whatever the fuck,
Christina,
and didn't know shit. But also,
he did go
the thing about
then.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
How else did he get the memories?
He experienced them outside of the paths.
Okay, whatever.
That's what I think happened.
But so the thing about Dinah Fritz that I just said, where she wasn't conscious, actually doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, it could make sense, but it would mean that
she was not a shifter. She had to have been a shifter for him to go to the paths.
Which she would have been if she had eaten Bertolt.
Yes, but also we have an issue in that. I guess their plan was to feed Zeke to Historia but Aaron's initial concern was that they were going to turn Historia into a Titan, right? And so if they were like at the time of his concern, they didn't have a shifter to give to her for her to become a shifter. So
again, your assumption is that he understood everything in that moment.
Yes, it's
I
fair,
think what happened
fair to say
is
that
he got
that
the
was
remainder of Grisha's memories in that moment. I think that's what they specifically said.
Yeah.
Our old man's memories in that moment. And so the irony is that the memories he got from his old man were memories he himself sent to his old man as a circumvention around being able to send the future memories to the past. That by sending the future memories of himself to the previous user and then reading the previous user's memories was how he was able to then read his own memories of the future. Anyway,
when he touched Diana Fritz, right? He used the coordinate to control the Titans.
Yeah.
Unintentionally.
Unintentionally.
What do you mean unintentionally? He had intent.
But no. He
the
didn't know.
intention, not unintentionally.
No. He unintentionally used it. But
yes,
when
but
he
his
touched her,
intention
his intention was fucking
in
kill
hitting
all
her
these
was
fucking
fuck
Titans.
you, go die.
Yeah.
And then that intention is translated through the paths to the other Titans.
No, he had the coordinates, so he unintentionally used the coordinates.
So he must have been able to control. That's actually kind of weird, actually, now that I think about it, because when Aaron touches, or when Zeke touches Aaron's head, Zeke is like in chains, and my interpretation of that was that's just Zeke saying, like, trying to trick Aaron into like seeing what Aaron would do, and those chains weren't actually holding him down. But then he says, like, Aaron, you can't control Ymir. Only I can control Ymir. And then we see Aaron actually does convince Ymir to go along with his plan. And he kind of like does this whole like explanation to her to try and get her on his side.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think that Aaron has the memories of everything that's gonna happen. Right, he's got them from Grisha, and I think that he knows that what Ymir needs in order to side with him is a answer
pep talk
to what her life's curse is, which is that she didn't save her daughter, she saved King Fritz. Right.
Well, how does that translate to Mikasa?
Mikasa is the vessel that he's able to showcase to her the solution to her limiting belief.
Went over all that already, but
yeah,
my point is, Zeke kind of says like she won't listen to you, like no matter what you say, she only listens to royal people, but that can't be true because Aaron controlled the Titans when he touched Diana Fritz.
Question.
The only way he would be able to control the Titans is through Ymir. So when he punched Diana Fritz, Ymir
what if Aaron did have sex
done
with Historia? And Aaron,
in season
by
2,
virtue of a secret marriage, became royal. Right?
He came in royal, is what you mean. But wait, in season 2? Damn, he hit it early.
So I was saying before about the sort of like battle of wills, right? That you sometimes see in anime. A character will have like that glare that causes the other character to like fall backwards, kind of thing, right? Like the intention is so strong that
the aura glare.
Yeah, the aura, right? I think you might interpret the whole Grisha versus Aaron thing as, I mean, Aaron has that intense aura from the time he's like a 5-year-old stabbing dudes, right? I mean, he's got that in spades. Ain't nobody gonna out aura him, right?
No, I agree that it's like a battle of wills, and you see him like struggling with the chains that
Zeke puts on him, and he wiggles out of the chains, and he is also like destroyed Zeke's brain by having Grisha say like I love you and like I'm sorry and like please stop Aaron, he's a psycho.
He pacifies the entire driving motivation that Zeke has. I fucking hate our dad. I got dad issues. Mr. Safa was a better dad. It's like, Zeke, I love you. Oh fuck no.
So you can definitely see that scene as like I've crushed your will, and now it's just 100%. A question of whether or not he would have at all had the ability to control him, Ymir. But he definitely could, because he controlled it in season 2, and the only way that those Titans would have listened to him is through Ymir. So when he punched that hand, he would have had to have unconsciously talked to Ymir through the past and controlled the other Titans.
So let's look at
whether we saw it or not.
Chains weren't broken or whatever by then.
The chains were fake the whole time.
Yeah,
she didn't have chains, but I'm just saying she didn't gain her free will.
What do the chains represent, if not the limiting beliefs, right? The mental prison that we put ourselves in, right? That prevent us from being free, right? So let's address this. Kututi says a free country could rebuild in 6 months from an EMP. The radiation kind of makes a huge difference. Okay, this is about it would have been better if Aaron did the full rumbling. This may be the reason that aliens attacked, right? Should have fucking rumbled those stars, bitch. 20% of 10 billion is still 2 billion. Yeah, I don't think that like the nation of Marley and stuff is, or like, forgive me. I don't think that the population of the world is 10 billion, right? It's not currently 10 billion. And I think that that what was the population of the world during World War II?
Well, let's put it this way: their world is the size of Africa, not the size of our world, right?
No, it's planet Earth.
That's funny. It auto-corrected as I started to type it. During it's like World War II, 2.3 billion people during World War II. The world population 2.3 billion. That changes things, Cool GT. The land that wasn't trampled was the same land where the 20% already lived and were surviving. Yeah, so a couple fucking islands. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It seems like, the map of Attack on Titan is the world upside down, right?
So you can basically just look at the globe of the Earth.
Yeah, so if Africa...
It's not upside down.
It is.
The map is upside down. Yeah. But like it's not like it's an upside down world or anything.
It is because they view north and south and east and west and stuff incorrectly then.
Oh, they do have the north south on the map?
That's where the districts are in
right,
and
true,
and Tross and all that. Yeah.
True.
So so if you look at it that way, and we're looking at it from the perspective of the way that Europeans and the modern, like advanced.
Our poles can shift. So maybe it was just in a world where the poles shifted.
100%. Totally agree. On board with this theory. But the way that the Earth has the upper hemisphere, other than Australia rather, being the place where the Europeans lived, right? Flip that upside down. Now Africa is where the Europeans live, right? So now the 20% that remain living are in huts. That's my interpretation.
All right.
Onyon Capone, people spared.
Well, what's on the opposite side of the world from Madagascar?
Japan.
Looking at the globe perspective.
What's on the opposite side of the world from it auto-corrected that whole thing from me, Madagascar. The country's anti-pole, the place on Earth diametrically opposed from it, seems to be the middle of the Indian Ocean between Madagascar and the west coast of Australia. Oh, this map shows you where you'd end up if you dug straight down. Well, thanks, iHeartRadio. All right, you guys ready for this?
It'd be in the middle of the Pacific, not the Indian.
Yeah, well, that's what Google came up with, but I don't think it understood the question. All right. If you were to dig through New York, you would end up in the ocean. So let's find Madagascar.
There's Paradise.
It's going to be off the coast of California, basically.
It's going to be like right here, right?
It's a little bit more.
Hold up.
How do I fucking put the damn...
No, zoom out real quick. Wouldn't it have been flipped? Like actually mirror flipped up?
Yeah.
Because Paradise was from the right.
It's on this side, right? You know what else is like that? Japan.
No. I mean, it's in the same orientation this is. You just flip it upwards because Paradise was still from the right side.
Yeah. 100%.
So it isn't looking from the world from the other angle.
Yes. But if you were to take that, what you're saying, why can't I select it? Fucker. God damn it. Just type in Madagascar. What are the longitude?
I'm telling you, it's off the coast of Mexico area.
So America survives. Right.
Yeah, boy. Get some. All right, there we go. Here's where we showed up. Between Hawaii and Mexico.
Okay, so like build a circle from that center point and go out 20% of the world.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the people who survived are the Americans, the Mexicans, and the Hawaiians.
Maybe some of Canada.
Maybe. The Titans don't like the cold. God damn it. Okay, yeah. So 20% of the world.
Yeah, the minute they get to Canada, like Upper Canada, they start like shivering and stopping. Like, we can't go any further.
They're like, "Fuck no, Zeke!" Like, have you felt this shit?
Oh no, it's the rumbling. No, it's just their teeth chattering in the cold.
20% of the world's population escaped to Antarctica. All right. Anyway. Back to
well, while you're still on that, real quick,
you want to know where you live in Canada would be? Okay.
So I don't know how accurate this map is, but I think you can see what I'm seeing.
Yeah, totally.
They moved the thingamajig.
Yep, they basically just flipped it upside down.
No, but it's a mirror though, so it wouldn't be Earth. It's not Earth rotated.
Yep,
it's a mirror.
Uncharted. Go back.
Actually, go back to
it.
Damn it! I just removed it.
Fucker.
Well, I don't know why you kept like flashing it back and forth,
Yeah.
like instead of just showing it.
So that we could look at both sides. Uncharted by LD. Okay. So Hizuru is the Japanese one.
Equivalent.
The Middle East.
Oh yeah,
Empire.
it would have to be flipped if Japan's on the right. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wait, did they say it was from the east?
It's
yeah. They said
yeah. It's horizontally mirrored or vertically mirrored. Whatever.
Vertically mirrored, yeah.
So
Where's this
yeah,
come
I
from?
guess it's still technically the east, even though I guess from this perspective, in the real world, it would be.
Wow, Marley's all the way over there in South America, just like Hitler escaped, right? I'm sorry, this is North America now.
Oh yeah, that's right. They call it the Mid East, not Middle East.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, all right. So let's finish up these chats, and we'll call this the longest show ever.
We were here.
The land that wasn't trampled was the same land where the 20% already lived and were surviving. Yep, America.
America.
Fuck yeah. The only remnants of the grudge that could remain would exist in those survivors' myths and legends at best. Thank you, E. Castro. But it would take many years of rebuilding before anyone could hope to act on that enmity. The 100 years and the cities might just be a plot hole. 100 years was just a good number to use. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, the 100 years, they could have been there for 1,000 years. The 100 years might just be the brainwashing start point, you know?
Could have been 1,000 years ago, yeah.
You can probably Spinal Tap Zeke when he's in beast form. They extract in Titan form.
Wait, they extract it from the Titan's spine or the person?
Yeah, I was gonna say Rumble D's nuts. Para D's nuts, right? All right. Anyway, all right. So thoroughly enjoyed the show. Next watch club is Attack on Titan Junior High, just so we have another moment to catch up on processing. But then afterward, that's not it. But then afterward,
these nuts.
No, it's not bastard. But then afterward, we will be watching Raping Over Magical Girls, right? Oh, gushing. Yep. You ready for this?
I can't wait. I can't wait for your autistically detailed rant on the symbology of this show.
Yeah, the symbology is that the creators belong in horny jail.
Yeah.
Are you seeing?
No, wait. We're watching this after Attack on Titan.
After we finish, is she getting the glow of the holiest of holies?
I guess
I can't
so.
wait for the quiet PTSD for one episode.
I can't wait. All right. So, somebody, I think it was Footnum, might have been Greenline, but I'm pretty sure it was Footnum, suggested that they're having some form of discomfort and pain over some unnamed show that will never be a watch club, and I'm just curious what that was.
No, you can't know the show. That's the whole point.
That's the whole point, yeah.
That's mean. Now we'll never watch Code Geass.
When we eventually watch the show...
Oh, fuck, he already knows.
You fell for his trap.
I do know.
Or did he fall into mine? It was a bait and squid.
It's Reese's fault. I still
No,
blame
it's
Reese.
Greenlight. It's Randy's fault for bringing the whole topic up.
All right,
Randy
so
was the one who brought the topic up.
just so we're
I
clear,
wanted to make sure no one brought up any spoilers,
You should have
including
said that
chat.
quietly.
I haven't seen anything to do with fucking Code Geass.
How is chat gonna be quietly told not to bring up
How about-
spoilers?
The
How about
intention.
Private messages.
I love how you guys have fallen.
How can
so
I
hardcore
private
for just
message
telling me
the chat?
precisely what it is?
I don't think you have
Anyway,
to chat
we
with
have
you
already
and
had
said
this
that.
discussion either on or off podcast, but after gushing over Magical Girls, I was thinking we could do Code Geass, you fuckers. Damn it.
I think we need some
maybe give it a
sugar
bit more
ones.
breathing room.
Okay, that's fine. Fine. We'll watch something else. Aharen.
I mean, I personally think they are different enough.
Okay, stop. Random
We
weapon.
can do
You are
Death
being
Note
Reese
first. How about that?
That's still too long.
Let's do Those Who Hunt Elves or something.
Sure, let's do it. Decided. No, Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress.
Oh no.
Can I get something to turn my brain off so that I don't have to keep up with the... Actually, you missed the symbology of his nipples being slightly higher than Mikasa's.
Chubra, Panty Appreciation Society it is.
Is that out yet?
I just ordered it from Media Blasters. Next, he says, I got a 7-day trial for High Dive. I might watch Gushing Over Magical Girls to have context for watching it.
All right,
I
well,
have context for
we
discussion.
have like two watch clubs to think about what's coming after the next two watch clubs, so...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for enjoying 11 hours with us. I'm sure it was more entertaining than 11 hours with Marsh Girl.
Oh boy.
Have we passed your time on that one? How long?
Have
is
we?
that?
Have we? I don't know. Hold on one second.
We can
I have
check
it.
off stream. Okay.
No, I got it right here. Hold on.
You should label this podcast addressing the Mars Girl tape.
11 hours and 5 minutes.
Tape?
We have.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have
Mars
asserted
Girl.
dominance. Our intention and
Stream.
aura is stronger.
Yes, our aura is definitely stronger.
So I'm gonna need a certain someone to reinstall.
How about we just end the stream right now? Here we
No,
go.
fuck
Bye.
off, you bitch! I will murder you.